In order to have a good life in the underworld after death, I burned 300,000 ancient-style ghost money for myself in advance. However, I didn't expect that money can make the devil push the mill. And the rules descended, allowing only those who possess ghost money to survive. There are only 3 ways to obtain ghost money. First, to burn it for oneself before the rules descended. Second, to be blessed by ancestors to receive ghost money. Third, to complete bizarre tasks to earn commissions. I am an orphan who has not recognized my ancestors, struggling for 2.5 years, running out of ghost money, and dying while completing a task to earn ghost money. In this new life, I crazily collect ancient ghost coins. As long as I am rich enough, I can not only have top succubi serve me but even command the Ghost King to do my bidding. At this moment, there are only 2.5 hours left until the eerie arrival, and I have already collected trillions of ghostly banknotes. Trucks are continuously bringing various types of ghost money to my designated location, and I have been waiting early, drawing a huge treasury for myself and writing my name and birth date on it. As the trucks arrive, I begin to ignite the fire, systematically adding the ghost banknotes and gold ingots in batches. The truck drivers initially sighed at my lavish spending, thinking I was honoring my elders, but when they realized I was burning it for myself, they were all so shocked that they couldn't speak, looking at me in terror. "Brother, it's getting dark. Don't scare me," a driver said tremblingly, and the others also showed terrified expressions. The arrival of night made this scene particularly eerie. They didn't even want to settle the bill, just wanted to leave quickly. I casually found an excuse to brush it off. "Brothers, I'm going to settle the bill for you now. Don't worry, I'm a living person. I have no relatives in this world anymore, and I have a terminal illness, so this is a way to burn a little for myself in advance." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while also feeling sympathy for my situation. As time passed, the drivers also began to help me fill in the paper money, and it was finally completed around 10 o'clock. "Thank you all," I said, and I transferred several tens of thousands to each driver, who quickly refused. After much persuasion, they finally accepted it. Money no longer mattered to me. When the strange hour of midnight arrived, only the paper money was the hard currency. I couldn't be bothered to remind them, as mentioning it would only make me seem insane. After finishing everything, I found a 5-star hotel, washed away the filth, changed my clothes, and waited for the strange world to arrive. At exactly 12 o'clock, the sky outside turned blood red, and people all over the world were taking photos, flooding the forums with discussions. Before long, the tone of the forums changed, and various cries for help appeared. A voice emerged in my mind: "A strange world has arrived. Binding the underworld currency card. Balance statistics. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the black gold underworld currency card. With a balance of 1 trillion underworld dollars and 100 million underworld ingots. The gold ingot is a currency that is worth more than underworld dollars, with a ratio of 1:1. 000. I breathed rapidly, knowing I had made the right bet. Immediately, the surrounding space became cold, and a series of orderly knocks on the door sounded. I understood that the strange had come knocking. I am not afraid. The initial strangeness is not strong. They harm people through rules. I opened the door, and a strange figure resembling a waiter appeared in front of me. He was pushing a cart with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and some bloody severed limbs. He emitted a foul odor. Upon seeing me open the door, his eyes brightened. "What does the guest need?" "Peanuts, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, drinks." I guessed his harmful rules and calmly asked, "What kind of cigarettes do you have?" "I'll take a box of soft Hwazi." He looked at me with pride. "Underworld brand soft Hwazi 200. Payment in ghost money. No cash accepted. If not, one leg is 50. One hand is 50. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly. My mind stirred, and 500 ghost notes appeared in my hand and were handed over. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that I really took out the ghost money. "The extra 300 is your tip." "No problem. Get lost and don't bother me." I unceremoniously issued an eviction order, and before closing the door, I added, "Is it okay to send a pack of matches?" He smiled obsequiously. "Of course, esteemed guest. Don't mention just one pack. I'll send you 5 packs directly." He hurriedly knocked on the door again. Looking anxious, I impatiently asked, "Aren't you going to get lost? What are you doing here?" "Bro, I have an important message to tell you," he said with a flattering smile, even calling me bro, which surprised me a bit. I opened a pack of cigarettes and handed him one. He widened his eyes. "Is this for me to smoke?" "Stop with the nonsense. Just take it," I said. He took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. Looking refreshed, I impatiently said again, "Go on, what do you want to tell me?" "Bro, I have a message for you. Are you going out later?" "However, it's not that simple to go out now. This hotel has been sealed off by the lobby manager. To get out, you can only complete the task. and it's also very unsafe outside. I looked at the strange waiter who was speaking in a low voice in front of me and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, needing someone over a cigarette. Social skills are useful everywhere. What does this mean? Brother, you must have noticed that the world now is different from the world you once knew. I can't say much more. I can only tell you that if you want to go out, you must complete the tasks of the hotel lobby manager. However, rest assured that you will receive some ghost money every time you complete a task, which is the key to surviving in the new world. You can meet our manager in the lobby on the first floor. The longer it drags on, the more likely there will be others like me to harm you. So it's better to take the initiative. After hearing this, I was taken aback for a moment and then walked towards the lobby on the first floor. The strange waiter watched my departing figure, wanting to say something but hesitating. In fact, he had already seen my extraordinary nature and even wanted to shout, "Bro, I really want to be your dog, you give too much." But in the end, he didn't speak up. After all, in the strangeness, he was just a bottom-tier existence. After finishing his hellish cigarette, the strange waiter continued to knock on the next door. I arrived at the lobby on the first floor and found that a dozen people had already gathered, each revealing panic and fear. Damn it, the main door is right there. Why can't we get out? What on earth is happening? It's so scary. I don't want to die. Suddenly, a cold mist spread throughout the lobby, and everyone shivered. As the mist dissipated, a strange figure in a suit with a pale complexion appeared before the crowd. "Welcome to the Fog Shadow Resort Hotel. I am the lobby manager here. You can call me Manager Ren. If you want to go out now, I suggest you don't think about it anymore. The outside world is even more terrifying than here. Here, as long as you complete the task, you will not only be able to survive but also receive ghost money. You are now employees here. Of course, if you insist on leaving, you can pay and go after earning 100,000 ghost coins." As soon as these words were spoken, the people present instantly showed expressions of terror and all looked towards the strange manager Ren. "I want to go out. I don't believe I can't get out. My wife and children are waiting for me at home." A middle-aged man who was on the verge of a breakdown rushed towards the door, followed by 4 or 5 others who also charged towards the exit. Manager Gee looked at them, gently raised his hand, and a cold mist enveloped several people. A tragic wail sounded, quickly coming to an abrupt stop. When the crowd looked again, the few who had fled were already in disarray, and a sense of fear enveloped everyone's hearts. The eerie manager Ren looked at the terrified crowd in front of him, a smile appearing on his face. But he also noticed someone different. Manager Ren glanced at me a few more times, secretly taking note. I appeared unusually calm, without a trace of fear. I knew that the eerie beings had rules and could not harm people without reason. But once the rules were touched, they could act. Now I had a large amount of ghost money, but my strength was insufficient, and I had no powerful contracts with the eerie beings, so I could only take it one step at a time. "You have all seen the fate of those who want to escape, which is death." He then continued to assign tasks. "You 5 are responsible for cleaning." When it came to me, Manager Rin showed a wicked smile and assigned a tricky task. "You just need to collect the room fee for 808. I could tell he had ill intentions, but I said nothing and directly walked towards the elevator, preparing to collect the room fee for room 808. Manager Rin looked at me with a calm demeanor, and the smile on his face became increasingly sinister. He arranged for me to go to room 808 because there was a very difficult customer there. He wanted to see if I could remain so calm when I failed to complete the task. If I failed, he would be able to hurt me and taste my deliciousness. At this moment, I arrived at room 808 on the 8th floor and gently knocked on the door. "Hello, I am here to collect the room fee. Please open the door." As my voice fell, the door slowly opened, revealing endless darkness. I walked straight in, and the room gradually became bright, but it was still somewhat dim, only to see that there was no one around, and a huge branch was quietly placed on the bed. I spoke to the branch. "Hello, guest. I am the hotel waiter, here to collect the room fee. Your room fee shows 10,000 underworld coins. Please make the payment as soon as possible." As my words fell, a cloud of smoke emerged from the branch, and then an old man with a hunchback, bent over, and a goatee appeared strangely in front of me. As soon as he appeared, he jumped up in a rage and shouted, "Room fee? You asked me about the room fee. Do you know how poor the service is at your hotel?" Before he could finish speaking, I took out a cigarette from the underworld brand and handed it to him, personally lighting it for him. Chini is also clear about what the latter intends to say, which is nothing more than picking some faults to find some things and not intending to pay for the room, about which Chini is also clear. By now Chinis also clearly understand that the hotel lobby manager bizarrely pressed what heart, though it didn't have the power to do anything directly to obliterate itself. It had to follow the rules and gave him a tricky job. The fact was just as Chini had guessed. That creepy manager Rin appeared at the doorway of the room the moment Chini entered 808, looking at 808 with a smile on his face. Shinyi's performance was too calm for his liking, and he still liked to see the fearful and scared expressions of humans, so he arranged a tricky job for Shinyi. Hey, kid, I'll see if you can still be so calm when the time comes that the room charge can't be collected, or if it's not enough. I've heard that people are at their most delicious when they're afraid. I've come to ask for all of this guest room, all to no avail, and the other party is still stronger than me, so I'll see how you cope, said Manager Rin with an interested look at the door of the room and waited. This guest, you smoke first. May I ask what is it about our hotel here that displeases you? You tell me, and there will be a satisfactory answer from this side. Shinyi helped the latter to light the cigarette with a smile on his face looking at the goatee old man bizarre. In any case, the piece of human affairs has to be arranged, and reaching out is very much applicable everywhere. As expected, looking at Shinyi so enthusiastically, the originally stormy goatee-bearded bizarre old man's face instantly eased, only to see a deep inhale a mouthful of smoke spit out a cloud of fog up to say, "Who you kid good, come back thing. Your hotel is not what I'm talking about. I came here to recover from an injury and there was constant noise next door as well as upstairs and downstairs that completely delayed my recovery. This aside, obviously there are cheese soup springs that allow for faster recovery. What kind of limited opening time are you giving me? That's not how you guys advertise it. Other than that, how do you expect me to pay for your rooms with these two? Not to mention the rest of the service, which was lousy, and for that it's 5-star. I shucks. For that kind of experience, boy I ask you if you were, would you be willing to pay for the room?" Subsequently the goatee-beard old man bizarre as if thinking of what continued to Shinyi opened his mouth. Kid, you people can. I'm not difficult for you. The room fee I'm only willing to pay 8,000. I won't pay a penny more. If it wasn't for the fact that you're more to the point, I wouldn't pay a penny. I wouldn't even buy it even if your manager was here. It's nothing to me. That means you. Shinyi listened to the goatee-bearded old man's bizarre words and quickly captured a lot of crucial information. Creepy is going to get hurt, and the hotel is similar to the game Spirit Springs category, which can quickly help Creepy recover. And the creepiness in front of me is even better than this hotel lobby manager. At that moment, Shinyi had an idea in his mind. If the hotel's given to take as a stronghold, gradually expand and develop will not be in this world can first stand firm. As for this bizarre Shinyi in front of him, he also wanted to contract it, and there was a guarantee of safety. You're right, guest. I'll react to this problem. I was right about you. You're just so much better than that manager of yours. You're good at what you do. Well, here's 8,000 plutonium bills. I'm almost recovered. It was an extremely bad experience. Saying that, the goatee-bearded creepy old man dropped 8,000 medieval notes and intended to leave. Just at this time Shinyi then spoke. I wonder if I can sign a contract with your excellency. The latter heard the words and heard first stared then opened his mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, human kid, I didn't hear it wrong. As much as I think highly of you, you don't stand a chance now. If you live to see me again and earn the plutonium maybe you'll be able to contract it, said the goatee-bearded old man bizarrely drilled into the huge tree branch. Followed by the tree branch rushed to the door of the room in a puff of smoke. In the goatee old man bizarrely seems to contract him a minimum of 100,000 medieval notes. Now Shinyi he does not believe that there will be so much. Unbeknownst to him, Shinyi was rich in this world. Shinyi smiled somewhat helplessly, not expecting to be belittled. But it didn't matter if there was no contract. It wasn't that bad. It was also at this time that Manager Ren walked in with a face full of unkindness. I heard all of your conversation earlier, and it doesn't seem like you're charging what you should for the room. Then what is missing needs to be filled by you immediately. Either you understand. Shinyi did not fluctuate as he looked at Manager Ren's weirdly unsuspicious appearance. He only saw a flash of his mind, and in an instant a bundle of money appeared in his hand. Not much more than exactly 10,000. Here's his room charge. I'll make up the rest. Here. Manager Rin bizarrely looked at the plutonium banknotes that appeared in Shinyi's hands. Instantly brain dangled for a moment. It completely did not understand why Shinyi would have plutonium banknotes, and took them out or was expressionless. Did Shinyi not know the value of the medieval banknotes? To know that 2,000 medieval notes were his salary for several days. What are you waiting for? Do you want it or not? Shinyi's somewhat impatient voice rang out. Looking at the frothingly bizarre Manager Rin couldn't help but open his mouth. The latter hurriedly took the money and looked at Shinyi incredulously. At this moment, it was completely in a state of confusion, and very quickly his face recovered, instantly becoming a fawning look at Shinyi. Honestly, if it weren't for the rules, it would have wanted to snatch it up and force the issue. At this time Bizarre Rin Manager even more stupid also see Shinyi's wrong place. The weird world has just descended in front of the person so rich must have ancestral shelter, must play a good relationship. After all, plutonium is king in this world, and they are bizarre even now humans can't get away from plutonium as a monetary system. Hey, this honorable guest. At first I was a bit abrupt. I might have scared you. It would have been better if you had said earlier that you had plutonium notes. You are the most honored guest of our hotel as long as you have plutonium. From Chin Yi's behavior, manager Creepy Ren concluded that Chin Yi was bound to be very rich, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. Alright, Manager Ren, this is something you didn't ask. Since I'm a guest, there are some things I would like to inquire about you. Of course, honorable guest, you can ask me anything, and you don't have to call me Manager Ren, you can call me Xiao Run. Manager Creepy Ren looked at Chin Yi with a fawning smile. Chin Yi watched the latter transformation as also secretly nodded. Worthy of being able to then manager of the person. The mind is smart, insight is strong, able to see that he does not lack of money. Since this was the case, Chin Yi also felt that it was a good thing so that his plan could proceed. That Run, I want to buy the hotel. I don't know who I should go and negotiate with. Chapter 5, The Female Creepy Boss of Misty Inn Resort Hotel. Chin Yi's plan. When he heard Chin Yi's words, the weird lobby manager instantly widened his eyes, only to hear a bang sound. His eyes were directly shocked by Chin Yi's words fell out, only to see the bizarre inn manager hastily kneeling down to grope for his eyes to hastily settle back into place, panicked and organized his own grooming. Chin Yi's words really shocked him, although he guessed that he could see that Chin Yi had money, but the moment Chin Yi's words just came out, instantly it was not calm, although now their own hotel is still playing the 5-star banner. In fact, all kinds of places cannot keep up. On the one hand, the business has become worse. There is another side as the big boss funds cannot keep up. Anyway, a lot of reasons lead to this hotel is also struggling to support. Even so, really if the purchase price of at least $100 million to $200 million. After all, when they invested in the big boss but spent nearly $500 million to build the use of money. Looking at the Chin Yi in front of him, Creepy Ren manager couldn't get his attention for a while. He had thought that Chin Yi was rich, but he hadn't thought that he would actually be this rich. It is at the moment some confused cannot understand the Chin Yi in the end true or false. To know that his hundreds of millions of medieval banknotes, this life had only heard, see have not seen. This ancestor has to accumulate how much virtue to come out of and still at once to their own descendants. For a while, Manager Ren couldn't get his attention, completely unsure if Chin Yi was pretending or what. Calming himself, Manager Creepy Ren also took a deep breath to calm himself, only to see him speak with a bit of a smile. Brother, you're joking. Don't joke. Acquiring this one hotel would require at least over $100 million plutonium dollars, and I know you are very rich brother, but even now that this hotel has fallen out of favor, it's an extremely high price. The hotel's bizarre inn manager thought that Chin Yi didn't know the value of the hotel, but also didn't want to offend the rich big patron, and also replied in a half-joking snarky manner. The corner of Chin Yi's mouth rose slightly when he heard Manager Ren's words, and he knew that this was because Manager Ren did not believe that he could have the ability to acquire this hotel. If Chin Yi took out the balance and showed it to the other party, it was estimated that the other party might have been scared silly on the spot. However, Chin Yi didn't say anything more. Instead he spoke with a calm face. You can't make the decision. Help me contact someone who can. I'm a person who just has a lot of money. When I see something I like I just want to buy it. Go ahead and contact someone for me. Here's your tip, said Chin Yi, took out a bundle of 10,000 medieval banknotes and slammed it towards Manager Ren. I have to say, the feeling of taking money to smash people is cool. Think of this last life for a few hundred plutonium bills to play life. And then think of now. Chin Yi just want to shout out a cool word. Run manager received the medieval banknotes for a moment, did not know how to do well. He knew that Chin Yi has money, but a 5-star hotel, even now this is the price is not low. Manager Creepy Ren looked at Chin Yi's relaxed appearance and spoke out to remind him. Brother, are you really sure you want to buy this hotel? First things first, our boss has a bit of a temper. Maybe your forefathers weren't too bad about giving you your half, and you probably got some things from your forefathers as well, but it's really not a small amount of money. If you break some rules, you may not have a life. Creepy Ren manager considered it again and again or kept persuading. In his opinion, Chin Yi was among the group of people who had been given refuge by their ancestors. Perhaps it is not yet possible to understand the gold content of the plutonium, and Ren manager out of words to remind is also in the money's sake. After all, Chin Yi is really generous. A shot top at almost half a month's salary. It also does have a good feeling about Chin Yi. Where's all the nonsense? Just go if you're told to go. Whatever happens then that's my business. Manager Ren also secretly sighed as he listened to Chin Yi's impatient tone, and immediately afterward, he turned into a cold mist and disappeared. After Chin Yi waited for half an hour, the Creepy Ren manager also appeared in front of him once again. Esteemed guest, I've cascaded your needs, and it just so happens that the big boss is here and asked me to take you there. Chin Yi nodded and said, lead the way. Soon Chin Yi followed the creepy Manager Ren around 7 times to a unique room. only to see a powerful Chi coming from the door of the room. Manager Rain on the side was trembling continuously. Even Sheeny felt that his brain was about to be frozen to the ground. Just when one person and one weirdness were about to be unable to top it, a calm female voice with majesty came out. Enter. Crunch. The door to the room opened, and the bizarre Rin manager on the side made an inviting gesture towards Sheeny, allowing the other party to go in first, and it then followed. Sheeny entered the room door, then saw the picture inside. The style of the office, decorated with luxurious and incomparable, all kinds of props full of Chi dress up. Only the woman emitting a powerful Chi aura was seen sitting on a chair with her back turned to Sheeny and creepy manager Rin. Boss, the man is here for you. After saying that, the bizarre Rin manager trembled and lowered his head to take a slight step backward to stand behind Sheeny. For the bizarre Rin manager looked, Sheeny also understood that the other party was shocked by the latter's powerful Chi breath. Even Sheeny felt as if his limbs were stiff and difficult to move at the moment, and his brain was on the verge of freezing. I hear you're buying my Misty Shade Resort Hotel? The woman's voice came out, and then the chair turned. She only saw a competent dress, which was inlaid with all kinds of enhancing jewels, big wavy hair cascading from both shoulders, exquisite features, a mat of blood-colored red lips, and a pair of soul-stealing eyes constantly sizing up Cheeny's body. When Sheeny looked at the female bizarre in front of him, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted for a moment. The other party was too temperamental and exceptionally beautiful. Even the beautiful people in the world at one time couldn't compare to the female bizarre in front of him. Just this time the latter looked at Cheeny's eyes, sparing a smile. The next second, only to see the female bizarre instantly left a residual shadow full of Chi, followed by the sudden appearance in front of Sheeny. The latter immediately smelled an intoxicating fragrance. Look at it and I'll gouge your eyes out and post them in front of me so you can get a good look at this pair of eyes, said the female bizarre, depths of the slender jade hand. Slender red nails along Cheeny's chest crossed, leaving a long bloodstain, waiting for Sheeny to come back to his senses. His head full of cold sweat, the female creepy had already sat on the chair at an unknown time. At this time, Sheeny also withdrew his strange gaze and kept breathing heavily. He understood that this was the other party staying his hand. If he didn't stay his hand, he would be a dead man now. The more powerful the bizarre, the fewer the rules, and even able to ignore the rules. Yes, I'm going to buy your hotel, and I don't know what you're going to offer, said Sheeny. Stared at the female bizarre in front of him. At the same time his heart secretly is also determined not only to buy the hotel, but also to take the money. Wildly smashed each other to give each other the contract. Ruthless revenge lesson each other just now on their own behavior. In his last life, Sheeny had heard that as long as he was given enough medieval money, he would be able to command creepy to do anything. In this life, he had wealth that was too rich to think about, so he definitely had to make good use of it and live in this world. Chapter 6. So this is what it feels like to be rich? When the female boss bizarrely heard Cheeny's inquiry, her eyes couldn't help but look at the latter, wanting to see something from the other party, only to see Cheeny's entire body very much standing there. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like he was joking. Seeing Sheeny do so, the female dial boss's eyes also revealed an unbelievable look. Realizing that the current economic depression in the Bizarro world has left the entire Bizarro world with hardly any plutonium. Even her assets now have shrunk to less than 1% of her own peak, and various places in their worlds are inseparable from plutonium, and even enhancing their strength is a need for a large amount of plutonium. What's more, now she is still in debt. Even the entire Misty Inn Hotel is losing money to open. If it is not in the way of the rules, to be honest, she would like to give up this hotel to run away. After all, while enhancing their own strength need metals, the hotel maintenance also need metals. The key hotel is no way no matter. They also have to keep advancing money. The debt is also gradually increasing, which is placed on who are a little bit unable to eat. Now Sheeny is going to say to buy the entire Misty Inn Hotel. She is also very happy in her heart. Although far from solving their own predicament, at least they can let themselves breathe. Sheeny looked at the delayed half-a-day female guile boss and felt that the other party did not believe that he was able to pull out enough plutonium, only to see Cheeny's mind move. Instantly stacks of medieval banknotes arranged in an orderly and neat manner appeared in the office. Here's 10 million plutonium notes, I have plenty of these. For one thing, to show you that I'm very much in my element. Secondly, I do come in good faith. When a pile of stacks of plutonium banknotes appeared in the office of the instant, the moment of intense bizarre breath constantly released. A side of the bizarre Ren manager felt this breath instantly looked up. Bang! The sound. Manager Creepy Ren's eyes glared out with renewed vigor. And it, too, hastily bent down to feel for its fallen eyeball. After that female guileful boss saw Cheeny's handiwork, her attitude changed instantly, and her face, which originally carried a chill, became all smiles. Human, you really surprised me very much then. I didn't expect you to have so many medallions. It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you sincerely want to acquire my Misty Inn hotel, then I will not take advantage of you. If you can come up with 200 million plutonium notes, this is my lowest bottom line. Now we can sign the contract inside. If you were to. Before waiting for the female guile boss to finish her speech, Genie directly interrupted and opened his mouth. Yes, pay for it with plutonium treasures. As soon as Genie's words fell, the female creepy boss as well as the creepy Rin manager instantly stared at Genie with wide eyes filled with incredulity. The female bazaar boss is still a little better, at least has also seen a big scene, also owns the existence of the medieval yuan treasure. The side of the manager of Rin will be completely taught. Just picked up the installation of the eyes of the dead staring at Genie. Underworld yuan bao. It has only heard of it. It has never seen it at all. And the exchange between Underworld yuan bao and Underworld banknotes can be 1:1,000,000, and using Underworld yuan bao to enhance its strength, but it's mostly more efficient than Underworld banknotes, and it can also absorb the bazaar aura inside very well. The corners of Genie's mouth couldn't help but secretly rise as he looked at the bizarre expressions of the two in front of him. Grass. So this is what it feels like to be rich? Timos, if you guys knew that old me had trillions, you wouldn't be scared to death by me? Remembering that in his last life he had survived for more than 2 years with great difficulty, and had only obtained more than 2,000 medieval banknotes from his body after fighting to the death, Genie was also deeply appreciating the charm that money brought at this moment. Grass. The feeling of being rich is really cool. Genie couldn't help but shout in his heart. Thinking of this, Genie also intended to give the other party some small shock, only to see his mind move. Instantly 100 medieval yuan bao that emitted a bizarre aura and glittered with golden light appeared on top of the stacks of medieval banknotes. Creepy Rin manager saw the moment of the medieval treasure, suddenly took a deep breath, eyes constantly turned upward, followed by the whole trick a convulsion instantly in the end of unconsciousness. Live stunned. This 100 medieval treasure, it even if working for 1,000 years cannot earn, there is no talk about so much. The moment the female guileful boss saw Genie take out the medieval treasure, instantly she looked at Genie's gaze became more amicable. No other, now she is really at the end of her rope. Even some of her own equipment and weapons and what can be sold are sold, and also owed a foreign debt. Sign. Immediately. Now. As the female guile boss's words fell, only a blood-colored paper appeared out of thin air in front of her and Genie. Human. Sign it and this Misty Shade Resort Hotel and all of its employees will all be yours. Genie took a look at the contract and there was no problem, except that there were only 8 employees. It does seem that the hotel has fallen out of favor. As for the signing of the contract, Genie will not be afraid of the other party to play blackmail. After all, the rules where to put this. The previous life Genie also heard that someone from the bazaar hands to buy a store, but also clearly know that the contract is protected by the rules. Rules override everything in this world and no one, anyone or shenanigans can resist. Soon Genie signed the contract with the other party, and the moment the female trickster boss looked at the completion of the contract, she also exhaled deeply. 200 million wouldn't solve any of her problems, but at least it gave her a breather. The moment Genie finished signing, he instantly felt a subtle connection with the Misty Inn hotel, and before he could check he heard the voice of the female trickster boss. Human, don't know your name yet. Genie. Boss Gene, this Misty Inn resort hotel is now yours. Our deal is complete. Yes, these underworld dollar treasures are yours. Genie put away the medieval banknotes and pointed at the medieval dollar treasures on the ground and spoke. The female guile boss gently waved her hand and the medieval treasure disappeared into thin air, not knowing what technique was used. This former hotel owner. I wonder what your name is. I have another piece of business here that I would like to talk to you about. I wonder if you are interested. At this moment, Genie looked at the female guile boss with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Hearing Genie's words, the female trickster boss was a bit surprised. Then she revealed a smile and said, Boss Gene, you can address mine as Luo Inin. I wonder, what other business does Boss Gene want to talk to me about? Luo Inin also looked at Genie with interest at this time. To be honest, she was also more interested in Genie's next business. Though she herself was too poor to be poor, at least she was also very powerful and still had some stock in her hands. Besides, Genie was also a very rich master, and she didn't want to miss it for nothing. It's not a big deal. It's just that I want to contract you. After saying that, Genie eyes constantly looking at Luo Inin. In his opinion, now the most need is a strong bazaar to ensure their own safety. After all, bazaar end of the world has just begun. Their own strength is still very weak, although rich do not dare to think about it. But Genie is also a very understand that along with the integration of the bazaar world, the real horror and danger are still in the back. Although a person could only contract a trick without specific props, but from the time he entered the door and felt Luo Inin's aura, the latter was somewhat restrained, but it was bound to reach the level of Trickster King. because at the very beginning when the other party appeared in front of him he could really feel the aura of death. In the midst of the creepy end times, only the creepy king was reduced by the rules and was even able to kill people directly. Shinee did not know why he would meet the Guile King. To know that the hierarchical strength division of the Guile are Wild Guile, Guile Folk, Guile Soldier, Guile Chief, Guile General, Guile King, onwards he is not clear. After all, did not live to know that time. In his last life, the Guile King was the equivalent of a big boss amongst a city, a top-notch existence. Although he didn't know why the other party was mixed up like this. But think about if you can contract with each other. Shinee is simply earn hemp, and the other party in the contract just now bit a bite. And so quickly, the other party must be very short of medieval currency. This if you take the contract success, not only one more powerful help, but also be able to take the plutonium to make the other party obedient. Besides, someone is vindictive. Just started to be scared of the revenge cannot not be avenged. Chapter 7 I have plenty of plutonium, so can we contract now? Ha 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 ha. Human. You're a mere human, and you want to enslave me? Do you know what strength of being I am? Even if my strength decreases now, it will be an instant for me to kill you. As Luo Yin's words fell, an instantaneous body appeared in front of Shinee with a thick, eerie aura as well as piercing coldness. Yes, at this moment Luo Yin was very angry. She hadn't thought that the Shinee in front of her would want a contract with her, which in the view of creepy perspective was complete slavery. You know that human beings are now very fragile. Once the contract, one party dies, the other party will also have a great probability of death. As for not dying, that is a very small probability. This is the power of the contract. And once the pact is made, it's also relatively unfriendly to creepy, getting in the way of the rules and pretty much needing to listen to the human side for the most part. It's okay if you meet a nice guy, but if you meet, that's hard to say. Moreover, she could see Shinyee's thoughts, wanting himself to be his fighter. Although she no longer had the peak strength of a Guile King due to some reasons, she was at least a Guile King. And a district human even wanted to sign a contract with her. Where would she put her face if she said it? Shinee looked at Luo Yin in front of him, who was emanating a thick and bizarre aura because of her anger. That even though she had already been shocked by the other party's aura, that her brain was about to stiffen. Instead of being afraid, Shinee had a vague burst of excitement within him. He hadn't guessed wrongly that the other party was definitely a Guile King level existence as seen from his aura and other aspects. If he took it, he would simply be like a fish out of water in this bizarre world that had just begun. And his safety would even be able to be greatly guaranteed if he went to participate in some bizarre copies. The fainted manager Ren inside the house had just awakened and stood up intending to see if he had reached that step, when he was instantly struck by a powerful and eerie aura. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was that his female boss had lost her temper. That is, this one thought flashed. It once again fainted. Was Luo Yin's powerful aura to shock fainted? To know that he is only a trick soldier's strength simply can't block the trick king's anger aura. This is still Luo Yin didn't kill people for the reason of the astringency. Or else, for it not to die is also a serious injury, and the serious injury. Shinee, who had recovered a bit of his brain clarity at the moment, could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. Luo Yin's strength had indeed not disappointed him. Ahem. You can start by not refusing in a hurry. I know that you guys can't bizarrely enhance your strength without plutonium. Follow me, and I'll guarantee that you'll have no problem cultivating. Upon hearing Shinyee's words, Luo Yin was first stunned, followed by as if she had heard something funny. Originally angry, she suddenly gathered her aura and sneered at Shinee. Oh, I know you have money, but how much can you have? You want to contract with me? Do you know what my conditions are for contracting with me? The first condition is to guarantee my monthly cultivation with a minimum of 10 million plutonium. The second condition is to contract with me at this level. I'm afraid you won't be able to top it because there is a process to my contract that involves digging open your chest to leave my mark on your heart. And at the same time my heart will leave your mark. But don't worry, this won't take your life. As long as you are able to resist my breath to successfully complete the branding, then the contract will be able to succeed. But right now, in your condition, I'm afraid it's hard to resist at all. As for the third condition, I just added it. That is, to pay my debts for me. And not a small amount. Aren't you rich? Don't let me scare you to death by the time I tell you about the foreign debt, Luo Yin said while looking at Shinee with a very disdainful look in her eyes. The first and second conditions were indeed the conditions of the contract with her, and the third one was indeed added by herself. In his opinion, Shinee now want a contract with him is simply a fool's errand. As for rich, it is estimated that they do not know what the reason is. A little bit of money, just a thug. Her own external debt is more than 2 billion. Shinee looked at Luo Yin, who was sneering at him, especially the eyes that looked down on him with disdain. Not only did he not get angry, but he was very excited inside. Ha ha ha, How much can a mere external debt be? My assets are more than trillions. Before I had no choice. Now I'm too rich to think about it. I really don't know how wonderful the other side's face must look when they take out the plutonium in a while. As for the danger, high risk and high reward. It's really your own life if you can't carry it. Luo Yinyin looked at Qin Yi and instead of getting angry, she couldn't help but giggle, thinking for a moment that the latter had been scared silly upon hearing her conditions. No money, don't play hard to get, guess you're just a thug from somewhere. And as for indenturing me, forget it. The contract has come into effect. The Misty Inn Hotel is now yours, and I'm leaving without any questions. Mostly I'm in a good mood, so I'll let your offense today slide. With that, Luo Yinyin intended to leave, and just at the moment of departure, Qin Yi opened his mouth and shouted, "Alas! Wait!" While saying that Qin Yi still can't help but want to laugh. After all, a moment later when he remembers Luo Yinyin's expression he really can't help it. Surprisingly, that kind of attitude, that kind of eyes to see their own out-of-the-mouth mockery, like you go to a senior hotel dinner, wearing the ordinary, the reception staff look down on you, think you this ordinary or like a thug. You swish, backhanded direct order to fill the card, or even the thugs do not dare to be like that. A direct hit to the face of the other side. As for the first two conditions of the contract, Qin Yi courage was not lacking. Qin Yi also has always belonged to as a relatively bold person. After all, the sky has how bold, production has how bold. It's a good bet that a king of trick level hitter is bailing out. How much are you in foreign debt? I'll pay you back. And as for the first two conditions of your deed, the first is like a drink of water, and the second I have no lack of courage, and I for one love to gamble, in case I should hold out. Luo Yinyin, who was ready to leave, stopped her steps when she heard Qin Yi's words, and at the same time, she looked at Qin Yi with some surprise. After all, she did have some admiration for Qin Yi's courage, but her face still carried a bit of disdain. Forget it, let him die, Luo Yinyin thought in her mind, and then she exited. Seeing as you're very courageous, for the sake of the 2.8 billion medieval coins of external debt, if you can help me pay it off, I'll contract with you. You're my master when you succeed. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, and I'll obey you in all of it. Come on, take out the 2.8 billion plutonium. As long as you can take out that much, start the contract immediately, and if I back out of the rules, directly erase me. Luo Yinyin didn't think that the other party could take out so many medieval coins. After all, medieval coins are really hard to obtain now. The whole weird world so weird are losing money all the time. There is almost not much survival. She didn't believe that Qin Yi would really be able to pull it out, and estimated that pulling out a few more 100 million plutonium coins would be the other party's limit. But in the next second, Luo Yinyin's entire body was dumbfounded, only to see that the underworld Yuanbao had appeared once again, and it was still a whole 3,000 of them. Just as she was shocked, she only heard Qin Yi speak faintly. 3 billion, plutonium treasure payment, more to give to you to enhance your strength. I just want to tell you, plutonium I have more than enough. It's like drinking water and eating. So it's okay to contract now? If it works out, you'll have to recognize me as your master. You said it. Backtracking, you're going to be wiped out by the rules. 2. You said. Chapter 8, Luo Yinyin's change in attitude. Contract success. Qin Yi looked at Luo Yinyin with a smile filled with smugness. At this moment, when Luo Yinyin saw the 3,000 medieval treasures in front of her, her entire body was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Qin Yi to actually be able to take it out at all, knowing that it was 3 billion medallions, and that her total family fortune at her peak was just over 3 billion medallions. Now that Qin Yi said to take it out, how could this not shock her? The most crucial thing was how scarce the medieval coins of the bazaar world were to be now. Even the richest bazaar once had been struggling to survive. How could he, Qin Yi, a human, say that he had taken them out? Luo Yinyin went from dumbfounded, to surprised, to shocked, her eyes waiting for He Yuanbao for a long time. The change in the other party's expression had been in Qin Yi's eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Yes, that's right, that's the expression. Looking down on who? A mere 3 billion medieval coins is as simple as eating and drinking water to me. How? Is it possible to sign the contract now? Looking at being shocked and surprised cannot make a sound. Luo Yinyin. Qin Yi also opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Qin Yi's return, Luo Yinyin also slowed down at this time, her attitude shifting 180 degrees, only to see her looking towards Qin Yi with a smile on her face, even converging the aura on her body again and again, fearing that writing and revealing a trace of her aura would cause harm to Qin Yi. At this time Luo Yinyin, even if she was being silly, understood that the Qin Yi in front of her was not a thug, but really had real. Thinking of this, Luo Yinyin's heart was also very happy, because she was able to clear her external debt, and could finally get rid of the loan from the underworld creeps. In the past, it was fine, one of the 4 major lines of the underworld guile bank. There was plenty of it, and she also belonged to the big patrons. Not only did she not rush her, but there were also benefits. But now it is not possible. Even the strong underworld guile bank is on the verge of collapse. I heard that all sorts of calls, and even the interest rate do not want to be, and some of the small guile banks have all gone out of business. As for the contract, she could contract it. As for whether Chini could carry it or not, that was the other party's business. If Chini didn't resist his branded breath to death, then the 3 billion medieval notes would still belong to her, because she had also said before that it was the 3rd condition to be able to contract. So Chini still belonged to her if he didn't resist dying. Boss Chin. Just now it was my eyes that didn't recognize him. Tai. I didn't scare you, did I? Oops. I didn't mean it just now. So don't be angry. Since it's a contract, I'll come and make a contract with you here. Chini looked at the sexy temperament Luoyinin in front of him with a dark look on her face. Yes, that's what it's like. Soothing. It's great to be rich. That's the experience of being rich. Alright, cut the crap. Let's contract now. Chini couldn't wait for the contract. A Guile King escorted him, and in this weird pre-apocalyptic period, there was almost nothing that could harm him. It was simply invincible. But Boss Chin, you have to think carefully. According to your current strength, if you contract with me, there is a high probability that you will die. How about you can wait until you are strong and then come to me to find the contract? I will definitely promise you. After all, you have paid off the external debt for me. We have the rules to protect you. You do not have to worry that I will renege on my word and run away. I can use other ways to first temporarily protect you until you are strong. Looking at the somewhat impatient Chin-Yi, Luoyinin also became serious at this time. Looking at Chin-Yi seriously and said, to be honest, she really didn't want to watch Chin-Yi die. On the one hand, the other party was really there. On the second hand, because of the special nature of her contract, it was a little difficult for her to speak, and she didn't want to be that fast, and her heart wasn't ready. If Chin-Yi promised him, the rules of what he said just now will not immediately erase her, and wait for Chin-Yi to have the strength to contract on it, so that she is still able to prepare to slow down her heart. She is really not ready. No need. Direct contract. The sky has how bold. People have how much production. This point of boldness are not words. What can I do in the future can line. Chin-Yi shook his head and directly rejected Luoyinin's good intentions. The other side is indeed right. But this point of courage are not words. After the bizarre end of the world, empty medieval money, but also cannot become a big thing. And Chin-Yi is not just for the powerful and bizarre escort, but to report the intimidation and oppression of the other party at the beginning. After all, Chin-Yi can never report the overnight revenge. If there is a revenge, he will report it. Luoyinin took a deep breath when she heard Chin-Yi's words, and immediately afterward, she said with a serious expression, are you sure you've thought it through? Yes, come on. Good. Just as Luoyinin's words fell, an instantly bizarre aura with rules instantly enveloped the two, only to see Luoyinin stepping on her high heels and walking in front of Chin-Yi, a pair of exquisite eyes looking at him. In the next second, Luoyinin took a step forward and gently approached Chin-Yi's ear. Is Boss Chin ready? Just when Chin-Yi was about to say that he was ready, suddenly Chin-Yi felt a sharp pain emanating from his chest. Luoyinin didn't know when her right hand had penetrated deep into her chest. In the next moment, his body was as if he had fallen into an icy cold cellar, and his entire thoughts were fixed in this instant. Chin-Yi felt the endless streams of bizarre chi constantly converging towards his heart. At this moment, he felt nothing else but piercing unspeakable pain, a heart held hard by a pair of cold hands. In this way, a stunningly beautiful bizarre at the moment gently clinging to the front of Chin-Yi, a hand inserted into the latter's heart, body of bizarre breath constantly converge. At this time, Chin-Yi was able to clearly feel the passing of his life, but he was unable to move at all. All he could do was to do his best to keep himself awake, constantly enduring the erosion of the bizarre aura. 1 second, 2 seconds, time passes minute by minute, don't know how long, 1 minute, 2 minutes, in the end, Chin-Yi could only feel the passing of his life, his consciousness dissipating immediately, and he couldn't even feel the pain. Just when he thought he was about to die and couldn't hold on, he only saw Luoyinin gently speak in his ear. You have to know that I am rather special. From now on you are my dearest master. Once I contract, then I have to give everything for that person. Hang on, the pact is just one last step away. With that, Luoyinin kissed towards Chin-Yi's mouth. A cold sensation appeared on his mouth, and Chin-Yi regained some of his senses, and with great difficulty he opened his eyes to see Luoyinin's stunningly beautiful face, with a pair of red lips pressed on his mouth. At the same time, Chin-Yi was also feeling a marvelous aura constantly surrounding his and Luoyinin's bodies. He felt that his heart was filled with the other's aura, and was still being enhanced and perfected, while a flower-like brand was gradually forming. Within Luo Yin's mind, the outline of a figure was also gradually forming. Not knowing how long it would take, Qini felt that the bizarre aura was not causing him pain and was even somewhat comfortable. At the same time, a line of bloody characters appeared in front of Qini. Ding! Congratulations on your successful contract with a trickster king. Parties to the contract, Qini and Luo Yin. Congratulations on your ability, sleight of hand. Chapter 9, Weird Quest, Silent Cafeteria. It was too late to first view the bloody words in front of him, as Qini had completely regained his consciousness by this time. At the moment, he only felt the cold sensation coming from where his lips were, only to see Luo Yin kissing him with her eyes tightly closed. Feeling this strange coldness, Qini only felt very wonderful, only to see that he didn't care about it. He immediately embraced the latter with both hands and took the initiative. This moment is also considered to have completely given an account of his first kiss. Qini is also well aware of the fact that in his last life, there were also people who fell in love with bizarre, which is nothing. This was Luo Yin also sensed something wrong with Qini and wanted to break away from his body, but this feeling also made her very addicted, and she couldn't even help but let out a wooing sound. Soon Luo Yin felt that she couldn't go on like this, because this feeling was shameful and made it difficult for her to extricate herself. She slightly used her strength to break free from Qini's embrace. Immediately after that, he hurriedly lowered his head and turned his face away, not daring to look at Qini again. The corner of Qini's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Luo Yin, who had broken away from himself and stood shyly on the sidelines. And then he walked over to the latter's side and slapped the other party's buttocks on his hip dress. At that moment, Luo Yin trembled, as if she was electrocuted, and her head lowered even deeper. Qini then stuck to the other party's ear and blew a hot breath. I heard everything you said during the deed just now. You're very good. Very sensible. Just now, let's call it a small punishment for your intention to kill me in the first place. I actually like the way you look at first. It makes conquering more fun. Looking at Luo Yin, who was too shy to say anything to look at him, Qini did not continue teasing and poking fun at the other party. At this time, he was also very excited inside, constantly buying the Misty Inn Hotel and also contracting a Guile King, allowing himself to walk sideways in the end times in the early stages. What excited Qini the most was Luo Yin's attitude and that marvelous feeling. By now Qini is still constantly reminiscent of, there is no way, the last single, bizarre end of the descent cannot care about anything else. Every day thinking about how to live, they rely on the courage to fight to the death, and finally lived a year or two to die. Putting aside some of his thoughts, Qini was also checking up on the sleight of hand ability he had just acquired at the moment. Right at the moment the word blood appeared, Qini felt something more in his mind and body. At this time he was also figuring out the trickster ability. As the name implied, once the trickster ability was enabled, he would be able to be indistinguishable from trickster. And tricksterization is also able to be used in the middle of a copy, or trickster quest. And once used you can choose to leave the copy at any time. But each time the tricksterization ability lasts for 20 minutes with a cooldown of 3 days. Cool. Qini sighed in his heart, to know that the copy is very dangerous. Bizarre end of the world has just descended. Words will gradually assimilate the current society. Some places are going to become bizarre scenes. Generally will be invited by the blood letter note to go forward to some local copies of the quest. If not go, the specified time to arrive will immediately be wiped out by the rules to die. Completing a copy will keep you alive, and with a bit of luck you may get medals as well as some trick props. These are the hard things to survive in the weird post-apocalyptic world. The things you need to be aware of to live in the creepy post-apocalyptic world are creepy quests, wandering spirits, and creepy venues. Spooky task is the blood word note invitation to go forward to do the task. This is also everyone must need to do, because will not regularly receive the blood word note. Of course, you can also choose to go to a spooky scene to take the initiative to do the task. After all, after the completion of the plutonium will be back to the shipment of good will be a spooky props. Some things, weird missions generally have clear rules. You can find a way out of life in the middle of the rules, but the way out of life are more obscure and difficult to find. And the mortality rate is very high, but high risk and high reward. The most critical, this cannot be avoided. Wandering Souls Wild Bazaar is weird end of the descent. The streets will appear lonely. Souls Wild Bazaar. Generally they have their own rules. As long as you do not violate their rules, there is no problem, but generally need to feel their own or someone else's experience. In short, you need a lot of experience. It's like a creep turning into a beggar. If you give it a plutonium then he might attack and kill you. In this situation you are either stronger than your opponent or have a way to escape. Otherwise you wait for the cold. As for the spooky scenes, in addition to the blood written notes and the active entry, you might also accidentally walk in unnoticed. Just like the Misty Inn Resort Hotel. Qini stayed here. The weirdness descended to be eroded, and Manager Ren made them work. This is the rule here. Complete the task and you will be able to leave. And vice versa. You will be killed. Immediately after, Chini took out the signed contract, intending to take a good look at their own industry. Above 8 employees, plus any manager 7 bizarre. A human. When he saw the human, Chini was first stunned, and then he realized that those were the people who had completed the mission of the manager of Rin with him at the beginning, and now there was only one left alive. In this regard, Chini has no waves. The number of deaths at the beginning of the bizarre end of the descent will be more and more. He has already seen the strange. It was also when Chini was planning to ask Luoyinin something about the Misty Inn Resort Hotel that a note in blood suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air and landed in his hands immediately afterward. At this time Chini understood that the weird quest belonging to him had come, which also made him freeze because he was now in the weird scene. By all rights he shouldn't have received it. But on second thought, he also understood that his own acquisition of the Misty Inn Resort Hotel, which belonged to his industry, naturally did not count in the bizarre scene. Chini opens the note in blood only to see that it reads, Weird Mission, Silent Cafeteria. In the middle of Lanling High School late at night, there is a cafeteria that opens at midnight. When the clock strikes midnight, the moment the whole midnight is so silent, only the sound of the clock constantly echoing sound. But at this time, the college cafeteria among the bursts of sound, and wafted gusts of fishy smell, a plate of strange and frightening dishes set above the window, dim candlelight flickering in the dining room, waiting for unknown guests to come. You are a college cafeteria employee. Please make your way to the college school cafeteria by 12 midnight. As an employee, being late is not a fault that can be forgiven. It will cause you to prepare meals out of the speed. Chini looked at the time. There are still 12 hours. The time is completely in a hurry. Lanling College, he knows where it is. Not far from here. The time is also completely in time. Before going to complete his mission, Chini planned to make temporary arrangements for his Misty Inn Resort Hotel. Chapter 10, Going on a Mission. Chini looked at the turnover of the Fogging Hotel is simply full of black lines, which, so to speak, the Fogging Hotel in front of you every day in the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. This time fainted any manager of the moment is also the awakening. The whole good Chini at the moment is also to see the greeting hand shout each other over. Manager Rin at this moment is also organized also appearance. Bumbling hurriedly came to the front of the Chini face a fawning smile. There was no way that now Chini was his big boss. The contracted was still the manager of the Misty Inn Resort Hotel and had to listen to Chini. Moreover, it had seen Chini's strength, so it naturally behaved in a more eye-catching manner. Manager Ren, this current state of the hotel really sucks for me. I am now giving you a mission to change the current state of the hotel immediately. Ren manager heard instantly the whole person linen are frozen. Let him change the current hotel status quo? This chicken is about as difficult as asking it to go to a trickster king and fight a one-on-one match without dying. Looking at manager Rin, Chini didn't have any nonsense, and immediately spoke. Don't worry, since I'm now the owner of the Misty Inn Hotel, I'm definitely going to revitalize it. Our Grand Hotel Healing Spa, it's a selling point. No weirdness, no injuries. And as far as I know, this weird world hospital isn't great. In this way, anyone who comes to the hotel and spends a minimum of 10,000 plutonium can enjoy the hot spring service. And you need to pay extra if you open a single room. Setting up a movie theater, bathrooms, and self-service rest areas. As Chini continued to speak out, manager Rain on the side went from dumbfounded, gradually to puzzled, and finally to excited. And even Luo Yin on the side was attracted to Chini's plan. He hadn't expected Chini to have such business acumen at all, not even when she was around. In fact, Chini also found out that although the bizarre world development is not much different from the human world, but in some business means marketing, it is simply pulling the crotch to the point of not being able to pull the crotch again. Okay, boss, I'll implement it down immediately. Manager Ring quickly went down and gradually arranged it. I didn't realize you were so business-minded, master. Luo Yinyin looked at Chini with eyes full of admiration. Chini was also a little embarrassed by Luo Yinyin's words, which were actually entirely due to the fact that the bizarre world didn't know how to market itself. Ahem, generally low-key, Chini said with a calm face as he forced himself to endure the embarrassment. He then spoke with a twist of words. I need to go on a weird mission tonight, and since you've contracted with me and you're more familiar with this hotel than I am, you'll take care of it. As for the paycheck, forget it. I give you more plutonium than that every month. Fine, do whatever you want. Who made you my master? But I'm very interested in what you're saying, so could you tell me about it for me? That way I'll be able to help you share it as well. Chini also nodded after hearing this, then explained all the various marketing business tactics in the human world to the latter. Luo Yinin fell into deep thought after hearing this and kept digesting it. Soon Luo Yinin looked up and said, Do you need me to go with you tonight? I'll protect you well. Chini shook his head after hearing this and said, No need. It shouldn't be difficult at first. The danger shouldn't be too great. Chini refused Luo Yinyin's good intentions. After all, Just started the bizarre world invasion. The task is generally not too strong. Or direct human death finished pulling down. In this he contracted Luo Yinyan's biggest reason was to protect his own safety. That was also a time of crisis. If too much since the latter, then he would never grow in this bizarre end of the world. Qin Yi, he is a person who wants to be strong. Moreover, he also understands that the iron is still hard itself. Luo Yinyan also nodded her head when she heard Qin Yi's words. Alright then, anyway, with the imprint, I'll be able to feel it if you're in danger of your life, and I'll quickly rush to your side. Luo Yinyan is a little uneasy, Qin Yi said. Since the contract, Luo Yinyan seems to have changed a bizarre as if, in her eyes, Qin Yi is her everything. This Maywith is her special nature caused. Qin Yi looked at Luo Yinyan's appearance and revealed a hint of a smile as he said, Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it. Qin Yi completely feel that the latter worry is superfluous. To know that they but also have the ability to shenanigans. Really unlucky to come up to the difficulty of the strong no side. Their shenanigans to exit on the finish. Aha, replied Luo Yinyan softly. As time passed, just as it was nearing 12 o'clock sharp, Qin Yi had arrived at the Lanling High School cafeteria. The entrance to the college cafeteria at night was dark and quiet, and there was no sign of any living person surviving. At this time there were 7 or 8 people standing in the doorway. Each of their faces were panicked to the core, and one of them couldn't help but shiver, not knowing if it was because of the night wind or the fear inside. After waiting for a long time, 2 or 3 people arrived one after another, plus Qin Yi, a total of 12 people, 7 men and 5 women. It was also at this time that the dull 3 bells rang out and midnight came. In the darkness of the cafeteria, a candle flame suddenly emanated and flickered, and vaguely, one could see strange shadows flashing by. At the same time an odor of blood if anything kept permeating out from the door of the cafeteria. Among the doors of the cafeteria, slowly walked a figure wearing a uniform. She wore a competent uniform dress, stepped on high heels underneath the hip skirt. There is a trace of blood at the corner of the mouth, but it is also undeniable that this is a very beautiful female Gue. Qin Yi could also see at this time that this should be the head manager of the cafeteria, although in his previous life he did not participate in this copy, because the copies are random. But Qin Yi knows that the eatery in front of him and the bizarre end of the world do not know what happened 1 or 2 years after the rapid rise, and even vaguely have a trend to become a high-level hotel, attracting countless bizarre admirers to come here just to taste the food inside. At this time Qin Yi is also secretly determined to buy this cafeteria, and Qin Yi also clearly remembered that Lanling High School will not also be eroded by the bizarre, turned into Scarlet High School. But the rapid rise of the top private colleges and universities in the world of the bizarre, attracting countless bizarre want to squeeze their heads to send their own children in. The uniformed female guile sized up Qin Yi and the others in front of him. Amongst the shivering and trembling crowd, Qin Yi's behavior seemed out of place, which made the other party look at him a few more times, seemingly a little surprised by Qin Yi's composure. It's time to get to work, so follow me. Folks, I'm Sutra of the Silent Cafeteria. In order to keep things running smoothly for all of you, I need to make the rules of the Silent Cafeteria clear to you. 1. The orders of the cafeteria manager cannot be disobeyed and you must strictly carry out my orders. 2. Come to consume as the guest. Treat the guest we must be polite, smile face. No matter what the guest puts forward the request, you need to be sure to meet the requirements of the guests. 3. During the work, you must wear neatly your work clothes as well as masks and hats, and if they are not neatly dressed or not worn, then they will be punished for 2 hours during the work period, during which you are not allowed to leave the cafeteria, and you cannot damage or destroy the cafeteria's items, otherwise you will be penalized. After saying that, the manageress ghost waved her hand towards a few people, signaling Qin Yi and his group to enter the cafeteria and start working. Chapter 11 Troubled Guests. The smell of blood inside grew stronger as they entered the doors of the cafeteria. In the middle of the dimly lit room, several evil creeps covered in rotting and crawling maggots passed back and forth in front of different windows. After walking some distance, the female creepy manager who was walking all the way forward suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Yi and the others and opened her mouth. You have 10 minutes to change into your work clothes. After saying that, the female shenanigans manager pointed towards the staff locker room off to the side. Qin Yi saw the situation is also the first to push the door to enter. The rest of the few people are looking at each other, and even some scared legs continue to tremble. And then there are a few people clench their teeth to follow the entry. The remaining people, as if the appointment of the general are ruthless, also followed. In the middle of the locker room, the pungent odor of blood was even stronger, making people gag at the first sniff. Most of the crowd that entered was vomiting and retching constantly. A dozen or so coveralls were hanging on the wall, and they looked kind of clean, which made the crowds a little more acceptable. Qin Yi was the first one to come in and also changed very nimbly, and the rest of the people saw someone sampling and also hurriedly put on. But at the moment there were 3 others, 1 man and 2 women. who had been too scared out of their wits to go and replace them. Shinee also knew the result of the trio with a casual glance. Soon 10 minutes passed. All 9 people changed. Only the 3 people were left to change late. Also at this time the female trick manager also walked in. When she saw the unchanged trio, a red mist instantly emitted from all around her, and a piercingly cold chill swept through the entire room, making the brains of those present instantly feel frozen. Immediately afterward, she looked at the 3 people who had not put on their overalls with a fierce face. I did say to change within 10 minutes, and now it's already been 11 minutes. Why haven't the 3 of you changed yet? Manager, I'll change it. I'll change it now. Don't eat me, The 3 of them burst into incoherent speech at the moment. The female trick manager looked at these 3 with a face like frost, only to hear her icy voice ringing out. Have you forgotten the first rule? The words of the cafeteria manager cannot be disobeyed, and since you didn't listen to me, you will be punished. As soon as her words fell, she only saw the appearance of 3 creeps with half of their faces rotting, grabbing towards each of the 3, grasping the latter's scalps and dragging them towards the outside. The trio's terrified pleas for mercy eventually faded into the hallway outside. This scene, apart from Shinee, gave the rest of the few people participating in the mission so much fright that they didn't dare to take a glance at the female creepy manager, and all of them silently lowered their heads. After settling the matter, the female guileful manager pointed towards Shinee and the others and opened her mouth. The rest of you go to windows 1 through 9 to fight for your meals and serve the guests in the order I ordered them. Remember what I said. After saying that, the female creepy manager disappeared. Shinee was assigned window number 2, and he didn't make a fuss about it. He went directly to it. The rest of the people saw this and followed quickly. After all, they had seen the death of the other 3 just now with their own eyes. Soon the crowd was at their respective workstations, only to see a lot of odd-looking or frighteningly fearful creeps at the various windows to get their meals. I need an order of this blood-fried liver without the crushed maggots that add flavor. The second window came with only half a head of creepy, opening his mouth to Shinee. Seeing this, Shinee also smiled and replied, "Honorable customer, wait a moment, I'll come and help you with your meal," Shinee said with gloves with a clip, and then toward the insulated table with the words blood-fried liver in the middle of the table. For that sticky, disgusting scene, Shinee did not feel anything. "Honorable guest, what you need has been completed. Please enjoy." Shinee smiled and handed it over with both hands. The latter creepy also nodded at the sight and paid 30 plutonium coins to Shinee, who smiled and accepted it. It was also at this time. Suddenly a commotion came from the third window on the side, only to see a creepy with a white bone exposed on his chest, angrily yelling towards a girl at the third window. "Didn't I say I don't want blood sauce? Why are you still giving me a release?" Sorry. I'm a bit nervous. I'll change it for you." This girl hurriedly apologized and also typed a copy from a new one. "How is it more than just now? What do you mean by that? Did you not give me enough amount just now?" The creepy with the exposed white bones spoke once more. That girl first froze after hearing this, and then hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, honorable guest. I did this to express my mistake just now." The latter creepy also nodded after hearing this, followed by a slight nod as well. Then he opened his mouth as if he had thought of something with a twinkle in his eyes. "I need to add a little bit of crushed maggots now to increase my taste." Saying that, she handed over the plate, and the girl forced herself not to, picking up a spoon towards the slimy maggot crumbs and scooping up a spoonful of it. The whole look of the person was hard to hide the disgust and fear towards the latter's meal on top of the pouring. It was also at this time that we only saw the bizarrely angry roar of the exposed white bones. "What's wrong with you people? What's that look on your face? Why that look?" The loud noise was also attracting the eyes of the dining creeps as well as the female creepy manager, who first glanced at the girl, and then immediately opened her mouth to apologize towards the creepy with the exposed white bones. "I'm sorry, guest, for making your dining experience unpleasant. Don't worry, I'll give you an explanation. You made the customer have a bad experience. Didn't I tell you how to treat a customer? I've already fulfilled the conditions put forward by the customer. Did I not do well there?" Then the girl opened her mouth trembling with a sobbing voice. The female creepy manager saw the girl with her crying voice and her tone became even more angry and furious. "What did you do that was good? You made the customer angry and dissatisfied with a very poor experience. Do you think you did a good job? Since you've angered the customers and this will lead to damage to our cafeteria's reputation, you need to take out half of your body as ingredients to compensate for the damage to the cafeteria's reputation." No, don't. Before then girl finished speaking, she only saw a creepy in a bloodied apron appear behind her at some unknown time. The machete in its hand raised and instantly swung down towards the girl's head. The latter directly split into two. It finally did not even look directly dragged half of the other party's body and left. Not long after, a pale face wearing overalls Bazaar took over the third window, only to see it with a smile on its face towards the white bone. Bazaar opened its mouth and said, Honorable guest, now by me to serve you. The creepy that showed white bones also showed a teasing expression when it saw the girl being split in two. It was obvious that he was not a good person. It did this on purpose to make the other party gradually fearful and watch a good show. No, that's it. The creepy with the exposed white bones finished speaking and left window number 3 with his plate. The girl's death. A few windows close to the window is also to see clearly. Each person is showing a look of horror. But also in the heart of the prayer this do not meet such customers. Of course, in addition to Chini not being the least bit intimidated, he actually vaguely understands at this time what the way to life is in the rules of this silent eatery. Perhaps the few windows that were close enough to know what was going on just now. As long as the people weren't stupid and paid attention to being careful, they were probably going to be able to pull this one off without a hitch. Chapter 12, Moral Kidnapping? Chini was currently twisting his head to look at the camera on the wall behind him, and had already secretly mapped out the rules in his mind. Indeed, at the beginning of the mission, as long as it is not very unlucky, almost no difficulty. After all, once you come up to give you the super outline of the mission, this bizarre post-apocalyptic human beings do not have to play, and do not need to beg for life, directly die on the end of the matter. In Chin-Yi's opinion, the path to life in this mission was very simple. Strictly follow all the rules, especially whatever the situation. Just keep serving with a smile, while taking care that your work clothes are clean and neat, and being careful not to break any items. It's simply a matter of overcoming your fears, serving with a smile at all times, and not getting nervous. The truth was just as Chin-Yi had thought, and immediately afterward, there were a few more people who died because they were nervous about breaking objects, as well as clothes that were stained with food. For example, a man at window number 4 was currently looking fearfully at the female trick manager in front of him, begging for mercy under his breath. Manager, I really didn't mean it. Really can't this spoon I compensate also ah? The rest of the few people who were closer looked at the scene in front of them all subconsciously averted their heads, because they knew that this person was finished. The words of the man at window number 4 that the female manager heard, her originally frosty face suddenly revealed an interested look. Since you're talking about compensation, that's certainly possible. And this spoon isn't expensive. It's only worth 20. The man's original expression of fear instantly revealed a look of surprise when he heard the female trickster manager's words. Only in his haste did he exclaim, "Ah, 20? Okay, I'll compensate." With that he fumbled with his pocket and pulled out a $20 bill in cash. Chin-Yi, who had vaguely heard and seen it, also shook his head inwardly and secretly, because he knew very well that the man in front of him was completely dead. The 20 that the female creepy manager was talking about wasn't human cash, it was plutonium, and using your brain you could see how creepy could possibly take human currency. The two are not the same. The monetary system is simply not the same. Also, just as Chin-Yi said guessed, when the female trick manager saw the 20 cash in her hand, the whole body exuded a horrible coldness, and her eyes even oozed dead blood. Are you ting me? I'm talking about plutonium and you're giving me cash? Originally, if you couldn't afford to compensate for it, all you needed was one of your fingers, but now that you've tricked me, then become an ingredient in my silent cafeteria. The man at window number 4 instantly turned ashen when he heard the latter's words, and his entire body sat down on the ground, even as a wave of heat emanated from between his legs. Just as he was dumbfounded, a pair of large, withered, rotting hands grabbed him by the scalp and dragged him towards the back kitchen, followed by the sound of miserable cries. This scene made the survivors that were still remaining all freeze in fear one by one, and some of them even couldn't help but sob. Oh my god, why haven't these 2 hours passed? Why is it taking so long? How on earth can I survive? I really don't want to die. 5 or 6 people have already died in such a short while. That do white bone creepy must not come to my window ah. It's too difficult to go to that window that person died. For a while or the people couldn't help but scream in misery. The cafeteria is not big. It is a window which can be vaguely seen and heard even in the opposite situation. Chin-Yi also shook his head slightly as he listened to the spewing of these people. Chin-Yi did not tell them what the life path and the rules actually was, because there's no need to respect the fateful choices of others, and because in these last days, ennui and back-passing knives, the last world Chin-Yi has seen too much warmth and coldness. He has been accustomed to, in this post-apocalyptic world, want to survive well. That is, regardless of what has happened, hanging high, so as not to draw fire, respect for the fate of other people's choices, and never sympathy flooded. Distance there are 30 minutes to the end of the time. Suddenly do white bone bizarre to come towards the first and second window. Suddenly that the first window of the man's face pale. It's safe to say that this dewy bone creepy has had 3 deaths because of him, and is nothing short of a plague. As he watched him coming towards him, his entire body was about to cringe in fear. Then after his afterglow drifted a glance, he looked at Chin-Yi's calm face, and at that moment he spoke in a panic. This little brother. Seeing as you're so calm, do you know something? Can you tell me that dewy white bone weirdly coming towards us? I so do not want to die This guy has already indirectly killed 3 people. Sorry, I don't really know anything about it. Not afraid to be calm because I clearly follow the rules. I consider myself as a cafeteria staff and creepy as a guest. That's all. Chini lightly replied to the other party's sentence. It was this one sentence that instantly made the man at window number 1 furious. Because from the beginning until now he could also see that Chini had been very calm. And when he was working, he was able to cope with any situation. So he guessed that Chini was bound to know something. In the way of the bizarre fear of the exposed white bones, he could not help but ask Chini at this time. After all, in his opinion it was reasonable to help each other in the post-apocalyptic world. But he did not expect that Chini did not take care of him at all. We are all here to participate in the mission. You cannot see death, right? What do you need to know to say so that everyone can survive The man at window 1's voice was loud enough to be heard by the remaining survivors. And at the moment the cafeteria was hardly full of shenanigans. None of them were very busy. And there were fewer shenanigans to fight for food. Hearing the noise here, they all looked over as well. Some even shouted at Chini as well. Yes, little brother. If you know anything say it. This way we'll all be able to live. And we'll thank you. We're all humans. Yes, little brother. You were calm at the beginning. And you didn't panic at all from start to finish. So just share. For a time, those who survived were like drowning people grabbing the straw that saved their lives. Constantly asking towards Chini. And some even pressurized Chini to morally kidnap him. For the remaining people's faces, Chini was also all eyes. His eyes filled with disdain. In his opinion, all of these people are losers. Very simple rules. As long as they are done exactly as above without the slightest problem. But one of them can't calm down out of fear and don't think about it. Who do they blame for their own stupidity? And now they're giving this moral abduction to him? The most detestable is the man at window number 1. He has clearly told him that his brain is not working, but also took the lead in pressurizing moral abduction towards it. Chini will not spoil anyone. No comment. Chini lazily ignored them and replied with an indifferent attitude. Chini's answer instantly let the Sound Life people exploded. One by one angry purpose toward Chini broke out. Also no longer camouflage. All kinds of stand on the high ground condemnation. Chini didn't bother to talk nonsense after hearing this. I've already told the one at window number 1. So why don't you guys ask him about it? Since the other party were disgusting. Then don't blame yourself. Chini also threw the question directly to the other party. And he had told the other guy. He had made it clear enough. But who was to blame for him not being able to understand? Man at window number 1? Chapter 13, Planting the Stuff. The man at window number 1 was instantly and directly confused. Looking at Chini incredulously. Said what? These 2 words kept looping up in a constant loop in his head. Immediately afterward, he angrily looked at Chini and said, "You brat, don't change the subject. What did you say to me? What does it mean to think of yourself as an employee? Obeying the rules? It's come to this and you still have the face to say such things? Even if you don't help, you want to accuse me falsely? What are your intentions?" The man at window number 1 loudly chided towards Chini. The remaining survivors saw this scene is also not good to distinguish up. At the moment also came again bizarre. They began to busy themselves. Chini also secretly shook his head as he watched the latter's exasperated appearance and inwardly sighed. Come on. It's hopeless. It was also at this time that the dewy white bone creepy also arrived in front of the window that Chini was responsible for at this moment. Hello? I need a blood salad. No maggot crumbs. Chini's smile also served up immediately when he saw this. Yes, please wait. At this time the man at window number 1 on the side saw this. And there was a hint of cunning flashing through the depths of his eyes. The gaze that looked at Chini was filled with malice. And a ploy came to his mind at this time. Just as Chini stepped forward to hand over the rice. Since there was no partition between the windows. One man also directly stepped forward to touch Chini. All at once a bloody salad was spilled all over the spooky body of exposed white bones and the plate shattered on the floor. After doing all this, one window man also spoke towards Chini with a smile. I'm sorry, there's water on the ground and my foot slipped. One man apologized in a manner while doing so, but his expression didn't look apologetic at all, and he even looked at Chini with a gloating look on his face. After all, the rules didn't say that you couldn't go to someone else's window, and it was at this moment that he thought of this brilliant plan in order to get back at Chini. Since Chini didn't tell him how to live and was embarrassing him, if it wasn't for the guests and the others being busy, he would really have a hard time defending himself. Looking at the gradually angry dewy white bone creepy aside, one window man couldn't help but feel a rush of pleasure inside. Kid, want to embarrass me? See how you're going to die in a while. thinking of the difficult do white bone creepy. In addition to the current people who have plutonium even if Chini does not die, but also have to be punished. Chini couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the bizarrely exposed white bones in front of him along with the one man on the side. He also understood what the latter was playing at, but he wasn't flustered and even wanted to laugh a little inside. Damn it, what's wrong with you people? Why did you spill rice on me? The bazaar with exposed white bones looked at Chini in exasperation and opened his mouth. It was also in the moment of its fury that the female creepy manager appeared out of nowhere, as if out of thin air. What's going on? Who messed with our esteemed guests in the cafeteria? Is this the man? He accidentally spilled rice on the honorable guest. The manager should punish him quickly. This kind of person really deserves to die. Before Chini could open his mouth, one window man opened his mouth in a vicious manner, while he also looked at Chini with a smug look on his face. The female guile manager looked at Chini after hearing this, and immediately afterward, she let out an icy voice. How dare you anger a respected guest? You are about to be punished. Chini was not flustered by this, but instead spoke with a relaxed expression. I don't believe you don't know exactly what it looks like, said Chini as he twisted his head and pointed to the creepy camera behind him. With just such a move, one window man was instantly scared half to death. His face became unusually pale, and he didn't even dare to look at Chini's side. But the next second his whole excited heart was happy. Of course I know that, but realistically you're the one who pissed off the customer. You're the one who broke the plate of food and spilled it on the customer. The only one to blame is your carelessness. Dewey Bones Creepy looked at the tantrum-throwing female creepy manager with a smirk, while it also gave window guy number 1 a smirk of affirmation. Obviously it is aware of something. The most critical this time before waiting for their own hands, even someone to help. Now this scene it is also very happy to see. Some of the survivors had also seen the scene just now, and were also bloating as they looked at Chini, whose attitude they had remembered fondly just now. Beyond normal human performance, saying they didn't know anything, they couldn't believe it to death. Now well be framed, they were happy to see it. After all it wasn't them that was framed. The people or shenanigans present all looked at Chini with a watchful mindset, all wanting to see Chini make a fool of himself. But what they hadn't expected was that Chini wasn't the least bit flustered and was as calm as ever. Is this kid scared silly? Is he still so calm even at this time? It's really possible to be scared silly. This situation is not dead but also half of the life is gone. This just started. Who will have plutonium in their hands? The two who were closer to Chini discussed it in whispers. One window man on the side saw this with disdain in his eyes. Pretend. Let's see how long you can pretend. When you can't get the plutonium, wait for your fingers to be cut off. Who knows what kind of punishment if you piss off the customers. A plate worth 30. Pissing off the guests and making them have a bad experience. As for the punishment, let's see what the guests do to you. The female trickster manager didn't bother to talk nonsense and opened her mouth towards Chini. I'm looking at the kid's brain, should be very delicious. So I can make his brain into a dripping oil brain flour for me. It must be very delicious. It's decided. I just need to devour his brain flour. The creepy with exposed white bones let out a raspy, badass voice and said. The female guileful manager listened, also nodded her head and immediately looked at Chini and opened her mouth. The guest has already made a punishment for you. You first hand over the value of the item's damage, and if you can't take it out, I need to leave your palm behind. Wait for your brains to be ripped out and become food for the guests afterward. Soon Chini unhurriedly took out a plutonium note from his pocket and handed it over. Female creepy manager took over to see, did not look, just want to attack. But the next moment found in the hands of the feeling is not right. There is a bizarre atmosphere emanating, only to see $100 of medieval bills quietly in her hands. The rest of the gazes seemed to find it unbelievable as well. They didn't expect Chini to really be able to pull out the plutonium banknotes, especially window man number 1, whose eyes were glazed over. But he was relieved in the next second. Even if Chini had the medieval banknotes, so what? Wouldn't he still die later? The creepy one with the exposed white bones had personally said that he wanted to consume Chini's brain. Kid, what a stroke of luck not knowing where to get the plutonium banknotes. But it's still hard for you to escape death. The truth was just as he suspected. The female trick manager spoke in a flat voice. Since you've already paid the value of the broken plate, I'll need to find you 70 plutonium notes, but I can't help you if you've pissed off the customers. This cafeteria manager. Hurry up. I can't help but taste his brains already. Dwight Bone looked at Chini with a strange and teasing look, wanting to see Chini's fear, as if it could get great satisfaction from humans showing fear. Chapter 14, Are you sure you want to do this to me? The female trickster manager nodded her head after hearing this, and the rest of the surviving people all looked at Chini with a smug expression on their faces. In their current view, Chini was a person who was about to die. Just at this time, White Bone Creepy suddenly spoke up and interrupted. Wait, I've changed my mind. I think it's a little tastier to crack open his skull and throw oil and seasoning on it. I'll pay you later for this service, but I want to do it myself. Okay, then this one is yours to deal with out of the way, the female creepy manager replied. Survivors heard the chest exposed White Bone bizarre words first revealed eagerness as well as loss, but heard the words after it. Instantly one by one is excited again. Especially the number one window man after hearing that is called in excitement. Hi, this guest. You are really high. To be able to think of this kind of eating method, I really admire you. Window man number one clapped his hands in praise while kissing his ass. You're a great kid, and I love it when you say things that hit the spot, said revealing a White Bone Creepy through a plutonium bill towards window man number one. The latter took a look. $100 plutonium banknote. At once the whole face of excitement practiced to thank. The rest of the survivors also revealed a look of envy when they saw this, all secretly patting their thighs. Why the one who went up to lick wasn't themselves. To know that now they all do not have a plutonium banknote to come, but also understand the plutonium banknote in this post-apocalyptic world is how important. This no. One window man is licked. Directly obtained 100 yuan plutonium banknote. How can this not let them envy and jealousy hate? Thank you, esteemed guest. You are truly a classy trickster. Dewey Bones Creepy listened to window guy number one's rainbow farts and was pleased as punch, only to see him stretching out his rotting arm with a bizarre aura towards Chini was to grab him, wanting to drag the latter out of the window. In response, Chini did not panic in the slightest when he saw the situation, still as calm as ever, and even the corners of his mouth showed a touch of a smile. Are you sure you want to make a move on me? Grass, still so arrogant at the end of your life. I really don't know if you kid doesn't know how to be scared or you've been scared silly. When the no. One window man saw that Chini was still able to laugh and even utter threats. He also couldn't help but speak out in mockery. You humble human, how dare you speak out loud? I hope the cries of fear will be louder when I eat you. I am enjoying myself very much, taking pleasure in seeing you all scared. Do White Bones of the Bazaar completely cannot figure out Chini are to this time actually still so optimistic. Really do not know the other side of the brain has a problem or has been scared out of his mind. Just as its rotting hand came into contact with Chini's collar, suddenly the entire cafeteria became cold and bone-chilling. At the same time all the survivors present, including the creeps, all felt immobilized and even their minds were slowed down a lot, looking around as if they all seemed to be standing still, especially all the creeps present. At this moment they seemed to be feeling as if they were feeling a great terror, especially the dewy White Bone Creep who grabbed at Chini, his eyes glaring at each other. At this moment, it witnessed a powerful and bizarre aura erupting from Chini's body. That kind of aura was even about to scare it to death. And it was able to clearly feel that this was still not deliberate, or it might just go up in smoke now. Who would want to hurt my master? A cool voice came, followed by the sound of high heels clattering. The crowd looked toward the sound with difficulty, only to see the entrance to the cafeteria did not know when a beautiful figure, tall, a large wave of curly hair draped behind, wearing a sexy Carrero package hip dress. At the same time the latter's body exuded a terrifyingly bizarre aura, and when the bizarre presence saw this, some of them even found it difficult to resist that aura and instantly turned into ashes, while the rest either lay on the ground or knelt on the ground not daring to raise their heads. Even the manageress of the cafeteria's shenanigans was sweating up a storm at the moment, her entire body half kneeling on the ground by that powerful and bizarre aura. This scent, creepy, king. The female guile manager gritted her teeth and popped out these words from her mouth with difficulty. At the same time, she was fearful of Chini, because the aura was coming from Chini's body at the beginning. And at this time, even if she was stupid, she understood where Chini's calmness came from. A creepy king as a backer. In the creepy world, that could be the lord of a city, if she knew that she was directly pleasing. Luoyinin arrived in front of Chini with a flash, then looked at the dewy White Bone Creepy that cowered in front of Chini. Put away your aura. It's scaring them. Chini spoke indifferently. Luoyinin heard also put away her breath. The people present bizarrely suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, each one of them gasping for air. Their faces all filled with panic. I didn't mean to offend you. I really don't know. The creepy with exposed white bones also saw the situation clearly at this time, and immediately conceded to soften up. Its strength is only a trickster folk. The other side is covered by the trickster king, and it knows what it can do in it. It's fine. Be careful in your next life, Chini said with a smile towards the other party. As soon as the words fell, Luoyinin looked away with one eye. And instantly the exposed white bones of the bazaar directly turned into ashes, emitting a faint bizarre chi, which Luoyinin also directly absorbed. The survivors present were also all dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Instead of the result they expected, a powerful creepy appeared to protect Chini, and then with a single look, he gave the dewy bones creepy, who was a very scary creepy to them, a second. How is this possible? Why does he, a human, have such a powerful and bizarre protection? Am I in the same world as him? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did we just offend him? For a while the survivors remembered that it was Ho Dowd who kidnapped Chin-Yi, and one by one, their faces became ugly, especially window guy number 1. His expression was as hard as eating. He never expected things to turn out like this. All idle shenanigans let loose. Hearing this, Luo Yinyin also waved her hand and said, "My master has given the word. Now those who have nothing to do with this get out." After hearing that, all the shenanigans that came to eat in the cafeteria ran away in a blink of an eye and a puff of smoke, laughing to death. This situation, who dares to stay up? Everyone knows that human next to say things. They stay still, watch the show? Find uncomfortable? If there is an unforeseen disaster, it will be over. But there is the king of guile standing over there. It's really meaningless. Originally wanted to do a good quest, but I didn't expect to encounter such a bad thing. One is dumb as hell even when it's obvious that the rules have told you everything. Just be careful. Get over your fear. Don't damage things. Keep your clothes clean and tidy, and keep a smile on your face. And you still don't get it. Don't understand even if a stupid other follows stupid and harmful. Really, human nature is hard to guess. The remaining survivors reacted and knew that Chin-Yi was pointing at them. And at this time, they also came to a realization one by one. And they were too weak-minded to even dare to look at Chin-Yi again. Especially window man number 1, who also understood Chin-Yi's meaning at this moment. The whole person was instantly dumbfounded, and secretly prayed in his heart that Chin-Yi wouldn't find him in trouble. But fear of what might come. Chin-Yi's gaze was also directed at him. What I said, right? Scum plus stupid? Chapter 15, to admit mistakes and stand up straight when beaten. Looking at Chin-Yi's eyes seemed. One window man immediately trembled inwardly, and at this time, he also fully realized that it was not that the other Chin-Yi did not tell him the way of life, but that he himself was incapable of not understanding the words of the other party at that time. If transposed, it is his words will also be expressed euphemistically. After all, who knows that he set out the rules of the living road? Those bizarre will not want to all kinds of ways to make things difficult to lead to their own mistakes. Euphemism is the best way to express, and this expression of Chin-Yi is obvious enough, so he can only blame himself for being filled with fear throughout his brain and forgetting to think. This little brother. No. You're my grandpa. I'm wrong. Spare me. It's my stupidity. It's me who's too stupid. You kindly told me the way of life and the rules. It was my own stupidity that didn't hear it, and I even united with others to morally kidnap you. I'm so damned. I'm such a bad person. The first window man fluttered towards Chin-Yi, immediately kneeled down, a snot and a tear constantly kowtowed plus madly flashing his face. At the moment his whole heart simply regretted death. The sounds of kowtowing and slapping as well as repentance were constantly heard throughout the cafeteria. As for the rest of the survivors, at first, they were still coaxing with window man number 1, exerting pressure towards Chin-Yi, but at this moment, none of them stood out to plead for the latter, fearing that they would stand in trouble. After all, they also still clearly remembered that they had also messed with Chin-Yi at that time. At this point in time, their hearts were praying that Chin-Yi would not find them in trouble, and how could anyone dare to step forward to help window no? One man plead for mercy? Although we all stood on the high ground together just now, like the sun, the truth of the matter came out. I'm sorry, who are you? We seem to be unfamiliar. Chin-Yi looked at the no. One window man with a cold expression, and that look was as if he was looking at a dead person. Chin-Yi is very clear in his heart. In the end of the world, when the mother of God is no good end, the last life of the beginning, his sympathy also flooded, but soon got the reward. That is, he helped the people, almost killed him. If not, he was smart and quick-witted, would have been dead. At the beginning of the time, Chin-Yi no longer have sympathy flooded over and all kinds of world conditions to see too much. I'm sorry to say, but you have to admit when you're wrong and stand up for yourself when you're beaten. When the no. One window man heard Chin-Yi's words, a warmth instantly flowed between his legs, but soon the color of the face of a man in despair of the number 1 face becomes hideous and horrible open. Copied up next to the knife towards Chin-Yi is rushed. The momentum to Chin-Yi brain poke a big hole. Seeing the actions of the no. One window man, Chin-Yi did not feel the least bit surprised and even let out a disdainful cold snort, seeing that the sharp knife was about to poke at Chin-Yi's head, just 20 centimeters away from him. Snap! A clear enjoyment echoed throughout the silent cafeteria. Where's the crazy window man number 1? Only a sharp knife falling to the ground, and standing in that position instead of him was indeed Luo Yinyin, and just as the latter was about to be rude to Chin-Yi, Luo Yinyin was also the first to strike. Master, is everything alright? Luo Yinyin tenderly looked at Chin-Yi and said, it's fine. It's hard for me to have things with you around. Cheney spoke. Immediately afterward, Cheney opened his mouth as if he had thought of something. Right. The rest of you. Kill them all. Cheney thought for a moment. Keep these people is also the scourge of the dregs. Maybe the next mission to go back to harm those people. The most critical Cheney temporarily do not want to let people know that they have been contracted Gui Wang's things. That would be too inviting attention. Although he is not afraid, but it is also some of the more troublesome things. After all, people are afraid of being famous. The pig is afraid of being strong. In case you know that no matter what purpose to find him, annoyed to be annoyed to death. Cannot people come to witness you? Too much trouble. Just kill it. Cheney he is not an indiscriminate killers. After all, even if you threaten them not to say out now will promise to be good. But after going out? No one can say for sure. Really say out of the world is so big. It's not easy to find. Yes, master. Leave it to me. When the rest of them heard Cheney's words, instantly, each one of them had a face as ugly as a dead mother. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten up and followed the accusations. Give me a break. Big brother, have mercy. I was only momentarily haunted. I was wrong. Brother. Before these people's words fell, Luo Yinyin was also the one who swept her eyes over, and all of the latter exploded into a blood mist that drifted throughout the entire cafeteria, followed by the thick smell of blood that filled the air. Next time, don't be so bloody, although it's as good as fireworks. However, it smells bad. Yes, master. Umbreon remembered. Not next time. So good, said Cheney as he touched Luo Yinyin's forehead. On the side of the female manager of the trick completely see what? The brain are directly by dry downtime. The things that happened tonight is simply refreshing her trick view. At the same time, the mind also continued to make up for it. Shocking. The mighty Gao King willingly submits to a human and acts so obedient and ambiguous. Cheney was just about to approach the female creepy manager to say something when he saw an untimely voice coming from the outside of the cafeteria. Huang Xiaoxia, what's going on? Why is the smell of blood so bad? Shouldn't there be a lot of guests by rights? Where are the guests? Why does it still smell like humans? Did they not finish their quest or something? What the hell is wrong with you, cafeteria manager? This is how you work when I pay you 150 medals a day? What are you doing on your knees? Cheney looked towards the sound and saw a man wearing a black cloak with a round hat with inked miserable white eerie walking in. As soon as he came in, he kept heckling at the female shenanigans manager. During that time, he also just glanced at Cheney as well as Luo Yinyin on the side. Luo Yinyin didn't release her own aura, and the latter presumably regarded her as a human like Qin Hao. The female creepy manager, also known as Huang Xiao, kept coughing up when she saw the sunglasses wearing creepy come in, and her eyes kept signaling the latter to look at Luo Yinyin. Huang Xiaoxia, what are you doing? Is your throat very uncomfortable? Deducting a day's pay uncharacteristic. Come on, the boss is hopeless. Huang Xiaoxiao inwardly spat. Hello, you're the owner of this place, right? Name a price for this cafeteria of yours. I'll buy it. Cheney instantly understood that this creepy was the owner of the silent cafeteria, and immediately took the lead in greeting and opening his mouth. Cheney is looking at the future value of this cafeteria. Anyway, it does not matter whether the task is done or not. He does not believe that the female creepy manager does not give him over, since the main body appears to save the trouble to ask again. Who is it? A hanging human arrogant chicken hair Open your mouth and shut up and buy my cafeteria. Although my cafeteria is already in debt for income and I can't even hold it together, but at least $500,000. You a hanging human, what are you being arrogant about? I haven't even looked for things from you yet, and you're still flirting with me first? Who doesn't know how scarce plutonium is now? How much plutonium can a human like you have? That's a laugh for me. I just came back in a bad mood, but I've got someone to bring me out of it. Kid, not what I said. If you can take out 500,000 plutonium, I will call you grandpa. If you cannot take out. Before the owner of the silent eatery could finish his eerie speech, many weird auras appeared in front of him, and immediately afterward, he saw stacks of plutonium lying on the table. Can't get it out how? What can't you take out? I'm talking about my good grandpa. Good grandpa. You're my best and dearest grandpa. When is grandpa going to sign the contract? Chapter 16, Abstract Boss? Take down silent eatery. Cheney? Hiss. This outburst from the owner of the silent cafeteria instantly gave Cheney a whole won't, with a face that looked at a little cutie. Looking at the latter, even Huang Xiaoxia, who was on the side, was dumbfounded and looked at her boss incredulously, because she has never seen her boss this way. The memory of their own boss is a very stingy people. Take them bazaar, even improper bazaar. Although they bazaar do not need to rest and sleep. This boss direct 24-hour work system, an hour of eating and cultivation time. The other time have to work. Not only that, their boss is still a very short-tempered person. A little thing wrong, either scolded or deducted money. Simply living Joe Pickpocket in the world. Not right, more ruthless than Joe Pickpocket. But now seeing her own boss like this simply made her feel unusually strange. At the same time, she looked at Chini in shock, literally pulling out 500,000 medallions in one shot, and with the protection of the Guile King. At the same time, her heart is also very bitter. You say you are so powerful, so hung, you said this task directly let you go through the scene is finished. Are all rich and powerful people so bad taste? Sure enough, the world of the rich doesn't understand. Really doesn't. Originally saw Chini was belittled as ready to be angry Luoying. See each other this death out. Also embarrassed to attack. After all, she lived for so long, the strength to reach this place what has not seen, but today this out is also really let her long acquaintance. Bull. It's a talent. Luoying couldn't help but spit it out in her heart as well. At this moment, the owner of the silent cafeteria didn't know that he had inadvertently received praise from the Trickster King, and although it wasn't good, it was enough to take out and brag about. Silent cafeteria owner Sunglasses took a bite out of his master and shouted towards Chini. Master agreed cannot back out you said to buy my hotel Master, you really can't go back on your word. Come on master, sign it. Saying this, the owner of the silent cafeteria took out a contract and pen and quickly wrote down his name, followed by handing it to Chini with an expectant and excited face. At this time it was simply thrilled to death inside, knowing that this cafeteria had been making it lose money, and even weakened itself because of the cafeteria, and owed 100,000 plutonium loans from outside. Himself because of the bizarre world descended into the real world. Himself this turned into a bizarre scene cannot say not to do it, or the rules will directly erase it, can only tearfully gnash their teeth loss open the door. Now that someone actually wanted to buy its cafeteria, it was simply an injustice in his opinion. It wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Originally thought that the other party teased it. I did not expect the former is also cool and not ink. Since the other party is so wronged. Yuck. Sincerity. Then he also cannot be poor, cool and finished. Although I do not know why the human in front of me said to take out the plutonium out, but this has something to do with him. His grandmother because of this hanging cafeteria he is dying, cares so much about what? Someone to take over on the good, the loss on the loss of the right, they at least pay back the loan, but also can fall a 300,000 or so plutonium, which does not smell good, right? Chini looked at the other party's eagerness. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch, if not for a glance at the contract no problem. He thought the other party dared to violate the rules to get a fake contract. However, Chini was also very quick to sign his name and complete the deal, because he was aware of the potential of this cafeteria, especially a very hot dish that completely made this cafeteria famous. I really don't know if I'll regret today's decision when I find out on that day. At the moment the two men feel each other as a wrongdoer. One just want a hurry to sell, a low price to pick up leakage cafeteria. The future to be able to bring a steady stream of bring now 1,000 times 100 times or even 10,000 times the value. Okay, this gentleman, you're really huge. Pattern, this hotel is yours. The specifics are all above. You can find out for yourself. Then master, this is goodbye. Ha 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 ha. The old creepy sisters of creepy footwear here ing come. The former silent cafeteria boss finished his sentence and instantly ran to the door in a puff of smoke, his mouth constantly babbling away. But one could hear that the other party was really very happy. This contract was signed fast simply out of Chini's expectation. At the same time that the sunglasses wearing weird boss left, Chini and the rest of the people are still messy did not react. The other party's epileptic strength really shook them. How could a tricky be so abstract? Especially Huang Xiaoxia's mouth was so surprised at the moment that he could put down an egg. So it could be said that the impact just now was so great for him. Just as she froze, Chini also spoke. Your name is Huang Xiaoxiao, right? The manager here? And a cook and 3 waiters? Go get them. Hearing Chini's words, Huang Xiaoxiao instantly reacted. And at this time, she also reacted to the fact that Chini was his boss, because the former owner contractually packaged them all up for Chini even. For Chini Huang Xiaoxiao is also more fearful, because of seeing the side of the king of Gue escort, able to say that pull out a huge amount of plutonium to pull out. The most critical other party is now her boss, has the right to lift them. She does not want to become a lonely soul wild Gue. That day cannot be lived at all. She wasn't a little cutie either. Immediately and respectfully said, okay, boss I'll go shout at them. Soon Huang Xiaoxiao also came out with the remaining 4 bazaar. Everyone had an apprehensive expression on their face. Heavy-hearted. And along the way Huang Xiaoxiao also told them about the current situation. Why all the crying faces? Chini inquired with some confusion. I'm not that scary, am I? Chini looked at them somewhat helplessly. That, were afraid of being expelled. The creepy cook spoke up. The same creepy that Chini had seen splitting the girls in two at the beginning. You guys too? Chini asked Huang Xiaoxia and the other shenanigans after hearing this, and the latter nodded their heads one after another. But Chini's next sentence made them completely dumbfounded. Who said I was going to fire you guys? You haven't done anything wrong. Why would I fire you? And you guys know this cafeteria better than I do. So if you're not doing a good job, I'll fire you. But you haven't done anything wrong? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxia and the other weird eyes looked at Chini with excitement and gratitude. It was also at this time that Luo Yinyin pasted on Chini's ear and whispered softly, and Chini was able to understand why Huang Xiaoxia and other shenanigans were so holy. You guys in the creepy world really don't treat creepy as creepy, do you? It doesn't work like that in our human world, bulls and horses. 24-hour workday, 1-hour meal break. What about playing? Although you don't need to rest or anything, it's not so exploitative, is it? Chini blurted out in shock, remembering that in his last life, before the end times came, he had experienced social animals for a period of time, and he really did have a deep understanding of what it was like to be squeezed, but he didn't expect the bizarro world to be even more ruthless. This just isn't even exploitation and oppression anymore. This is just no bizarro rights. Chini thought of working under his own hands cannot be so. He originally disgusted hate that set. At least there must be human rights trick right. This is the most basic right. It seems that the industries under my hand, including the future management, will have to be reformed in the future. To be honest, Chini was really shocked. Which is like this. It's really too ruthless. Chapter 17, with a boss like this, what more can an employee ask for? Working under me for work. Number 1, 18-hour workday with double time off, overtime, meal supplements, and bonuses. Second, no early arrivals or late departures. Refuse to roll inside. Shenanigans do. Some specific matters I will formulate down at that time. I'll follow the process at that time. Luo Yinyin. I believe that soon I will create the group and give you the specific process. At that time my industry will be more and more. All of them will be given to you to manage. You're the chief responsible person. Follow the process I gave to my employees. Once you find out that someone is pressurized not according to the process, open. Once something goes wrong, I'll be the first to ask you first. Yes, master. Understood. Luo Yinyin looked at Chini with some shock. She hadn't even heard of the work system that Chini had just mentioned. After all, isn't it normal to work for 23 hours in a weird world? Not only him, even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other shenanigans looked at Chini with a confused and incomprehensible face after hearing it. To be honest, they were completely unresponsive because they were all used to it. Simply put, they were used to being squeezed and were a bit uncomfortable all of a sudden. Chini looked at Huang Xiaoxiao and other bizarre somewhat helplessly, covered his face and sighed inwardly. Alas, this is being squeezed into what? This weird world's conscience company is really ugly. Immediately after that, Chini cleared his throat and said, I don't care how you were before. When you're here with me, you have to follow my rules. And I know that you creepy are active almost 24 hours a day. And because of that, it's really okay for you to work for 18 hours. And the rest of the time I want you to be able to relax and have a good mindset. And by the way, be able to improve your strength. This way I will also have face. Understand? Follow me and do a good job. And there will be social security benefits for you to pay afterward. A very good thing for you anyway. Listening to Chini's this time, Huang Xiaoxiao and other bizarre instantly reacted. One full of excitement look at Chini. There was gratitude on every creepy face. Seriously, they had become so used to being squeezed before that their strength didn't have time to improve. It was slow as hell. Now change a boss. Work 18 hours, 6 hours of rest and a variety of welfare subsidies bonuses. They do not dare to think. Completely dare not think. You should know that the previous boss, not to mention the welfare subsidies bonuses, do not find you things to catch your attendance to let you donate are good. Even dry a month have to be penalized half a month's salary. Good. Boss atmospheric pattern. No, you are not my boss, you are my father. Ooh, I'm not dreaming, am I? Do we bottom shenanigans have shenanigans powers too? Anyone who touches the boss is messing with me. I'm loyal to the boss, not to my living father. Oh, I will do my duty in my future work, but if I make the slightest mistake, I will directly thank you with my death. Huang Xiaoxia, with a boss like this, what more can an employee ask for? Nothing more to say. The new boss is loyal. For a time the presence of the bizarre touched by the sparse have towards Chini constantly state table loyalty. It is no exaggeration to say that Chini this reform combo down is their living father. Chini didn't feel great or anything when he looked at the shenanigans in front of him. He just saw a bunch of shenanigans that didn't have shenanigans gaining shenanigans. This also makes Chini think of the last life before the end of those conscientious company face. Although he is not very rich, but also want to experience a really unforgettable. Bah! It's true that everywhere these types of pups are disgusting. They don't care about other people's lives. Ugh. Look at crushing the kids. This gives normal employees what they deserve and they appreciate it. It looks like I need to straighten out the work ethic in the creepy world. I really don't know what will become of it afterward. Thinking about it, Chini also smiled in his heart. It is estimated that at that time, I do not know how many of the bazaar will jump to work for him, and how many homes he will be able to acquire. First of all, Chini, this is not a volume, is to give employees normal treatment just. Alright, do a good job with me in the future. You won't be shortchanged. Chini waved his hand and said, yes boss. The crowd of creepy dryads replied in unison. Just at this time that Chef Creepy then stepped forward and said, boss, there is a specialty dish here, and a lot of dishes that I have invented and innovated. I would like you to taste it. Give me some advice by the way. Looking at the chef bizarre enthusiasm, Chini for a time some difficulties up. Not he wants to hit each other, mainly because he is human. The other is bizarre. Eating things this is not the same That Chef Creepy sensed Chini's difficult words and said, boss, I understand that you are human. Don't worry, I use your human ingredients. Creepy actually eats them, but less. Well then go ahead and straighten it out. I'll take a look. Hearing the other party say that, Chini also sent a sigh of relief. It wasn't long before the chef came out with a casserole with pot breath and said, boss please be usual. This is the casserole fat intestines chicken I made. Right at the moment the other party served it out. Not only Chini, but even Luo Yin on the side was attracted by the scent. Not to mention the other shenanigans. Chini picked up his chopsticks and tasted it, and immediately felt that it was more delicious than anything he had eaten in the human world. He also hurriedly greeted the other creeps and tasted them together, each of them sticking out their thumbs in praise. Hey, I knew for sure popular. I know it will be much better, but the last boss not only do not give a raise, but also a variety of reasons to penalize me. I'm not going to come up with these dishes of let him make money, even if he makes money, but also still the same, and even delinquent work. Chef bizarrely laughingly said. Also at this moment Chini is also associated with the reason why in the last life this cafeteria was bought and suddenly came to life and even fast dry into a big hotel. It's true. How you treat your employees is how your employees will take you. Chini couldn't help but lament in his heart. Very well, from now on, you will be the head chef of this silent cafeteria, with a salary of 20,000 plutonium coins a month. This is the signboard. I hope that you will be able to research better and more delicious flavors afterward, so that our cafeteria will flourish. Huang Xiaoxia, you are still the manager of the cafeteria. You follow my standards to recruit people, do some activities, with the chef together with the bar cafeteria revitalization and expansion. Plutonium this piece can be given to Yin said. You first under the banner of the Misty Yin Resort Hotel. That is also one of my industry. But rather, I let Yin give you the business model. Yin your side of the recruitment process is also put on the process. When the time comes I will give you a detailed right to the staff treatment benefits this piece. Yes. The three who were named by Chini all replied seriously, especially the chef, who couldn't be happier to be recognized. And of course the other shenanigans were all very happy as well. At the moment, they had made up their minds to work hard to repay Chini. How could such a boss not be liked? After explaining everything, Chini planned to go home and take a rest first. Chapter 18 Driver. Looking at Chini who was planning to go home, Luo Yinin also hurriedly followed up and said, Dear master, aren't you going to the hotel? Hearing Luo Yinin's words, Chini first waved his hand and said, Go home first. As the saying goes, a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. A lot of my stuff is still sitting there. Chini did not intend to go to a hotel. After all, he still had to make a trip back to his own home first. As for the subsequent accommodation, Chini had also thought of a good place. Chini clearly remembers that in his last life and the time before he was about to die, a place called Gili Shanshui Grand Manor was on fire. Originally a rotten project, but was unknown to a person to take down the decoration at a low price, and finally became a well-known human being with the status of the bizarrely sought-after listings. And the people behind the scenes are also earning a lot of money. Chini this life intends to make the first move to take down this large manor. Although the hotel is indeed comfortable to live, but uncomfortable which is not as comfortable as their own home. Then why don't I accompany you back, master? Luo Yinin looked at Chini expectantly with a pair of eyes. Chini glanced at Luo Yinin, who was wearing a sexy OL that perfectly fit her front and back figure. Alright then. Chini smiled and said towards the latter. Looks like tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chini became a little excited inside. The last life before the end of the world. Chini can also be called rich second generation. Although not particularly rich, the family left behind liquid assets and real estate now up 1 or 200 million or have. It can be said that the female or have. But the Chini for men and women this, more specialized, want to find a sincere, until the death did not find. Experienced men and women love. Shin-e, who has lived a new life, is also open-minded. And now since he has a wealth that he does not dare to think about, that wealth before the end of the world cannot be compared to the present. And the enjoyment of the present is the most important thing. Even if their own tricky king to protect so many medieval coins, not necessarily safe in the bizarre end of the world. After all, tomorrow with the accident who does not know that first, then the tricky king of the powerful have not seen heard does not mean there is no awe. And Shin-e in his last life also heard the human and weird that hot time. There will be very wonderful cannot say the feeling. Say what he said tonight high and low have to try. The other party or their own contract object, and Luoyinin also said their contract special. And the contract looks. This opportunity in the grasp cannot be. Shin-e might as well find a piece of tofu crash it. That is really a wimpy death. Leaving the silent hotel, Shin-e planned to take a taxi back. Luoyinin stood quietly by his side. If he didn't say anything without releasing his aura, no one would know that Shin-e was standing next to a Guile King. Soon a green electric cab appeared in front of Shin-e, who opened the door and sat in it with Luoyinin, to the T-Bay Villa area. Just in the moment Shin-e closed the door, the speed of the car instantly increased. Looking out of the window, both sides are phantoms, and the speed continues to increase. At the same time, the body around the continuous detachment of the skin off, glass broken, thick bloody odor emanated. Immediately Shin-e also sensed that something was wrong. Looking toward the rearview mirror in front of him, only to see that the driver was a pale face, with a long scar on his face looks more than 30 years old. Strong years bizarre. At once, Shin-e also understood that he had mistakenly entered the bizarre scene. Which cab Shin-e knew. In a previous life, there was a type of cab called the Crazy Extreme Taxi, which as the name suggests was extremely fast and very safe. In a faraway place as long as you roughly how long to arrive. The other side enough to arrive at the range you set extremely fast. So there are times when someone in a hurry specifically seeks out the Crazy Extreme Taxi, but it's very expensive to ride once and very rare, with only 4 or 5 tops in a city at most. If you go in by mistake and don't have the medals, either you have the strength to outlast the other person, or that body part is worth the debt depending on where you go. If it exceeds the total value of the body, then there is only death. Generally have the strength to surpass the other side is also able to pay for the plutonium. After all, Crazy Extreme Taxi creepy strength is generally at the level of creepy chief. In less than a minute, Shin-e saw that the scene outside the window was his own villa area. He then heard a voice as if it were a metallic friction rasp saying, "Guest, it's here. Please pay 1,000 plutonium coins." Shin-e saw the driver twisted his head to look at him fiercely. Just at this moment, Shin-e sensed that Luoyinin beside him was going to have a seizure. He immediately stopped his eyes to signal. Luoyinin did not understand but still quietly sat there. Because Shin-e early all know Crazy Speed Cab. But now this is too difficult to find. No means simply cannot be contacted. If the other party to become their own exclusive driver, that after the end of the world to go where are exceptionally convenient. To know the Crazy Speed Cab. 0 bad reviews. Without any accident. The most off Crazy Speed Cab rules. As long as the car and the car start that moment to start that is invincible. Unless the rules will erase you, then it is absolutely safe. This is also much safer when you go out in the future. Immediately, Shin-e planned to immediately make the other party his exclusive driver. The driver looked at Shin-e who didn't say anything. His tone still hoarse and harsh, only this time it became urgent and impatient. 1,000 plutonium. Either your brain. The cab driver's heart is also very depressed. I did not expect to receive a human being. He now also knows that the person in front of him simply cannot pull out the plutonium. He did not intend to ask for it, so he directly quoted 5 times the meter. After all, the human brain is also very good. When the time comes, you can also bring it back to the family to taste. Just as he was about to make his move, he only saw Shin-e instantly take out a bundle of plutonium coins. At that moment, the cab driver was dumbfounded and looked at Shin-e with some shock. "Don't look at me like that. 20,000 plutonium. Come with me and I'll pay you that much every month. With a bonus at the end of the year. You don't need to do anything but be my exclusive driver at my beck and call." Driver Creepy also reacted quickly. Immediately took the plutonium and directly opened his mouth toward Shin-e. "Good boss." At the same time, his heart was excited. Because he was originally the exclusive driver of a trickster general, but he was driving 2,000 plutonium a month, and he was already 3 months in arrears, or else he wouldn't have come out to take the job. When he saw that Shin-e threw out 20,000 plutocrats to hire him as his exclusive driver, he agreed without hesitation. And when the two bosses were compared, the little cutie, both knew to pick Shin-e. As for why not ask? A human in this weird post-apocalyptic time just descended lightly shelled out 20,000 plutonium. The tone is still so unconcerned about ease. Is a person know each other must not be simple? He did not less to the status of high bazaar service. He can too how to do people do things. Since you are an exclusive driver, just do your job. Immediately after, the driver then pulled out a worn and bloodstained cell phone, and then handed it to Chin-Yi with both hands respectfully. Boss, there is my exclusive number in here. If you need me to call, no matter when and where, I will be there within 5 minutes. Originally, Chin-Yi was planning to ask, but he didn't expect the other party to be so understanding, so he couldn't help but nod in relief and put away his cell phone. Well, you're good. I think highly of you. I'm going to head back. Call you if I need you. Chapter 19. The feeling was simply wonderful. Chin-Yi got off first and stretched out his hand like a gentleman. Luo Yinyin saw this and stretched out her own slender jade hand with red nails and put it up. Finally, amidst the driver's gaze, Chin-Yi led Luo Yinyin towards his villa and walked in. The figure also gradually disappeared into the darkness. Hiss, the boss deserves to be the boss. The horses are all so decent. It's great to have money. The driver also couldn't help but whisper with emotion when he saw this. Just as his words fell, instantly the driver himself felt an intense chill, and for a moment he felt like he was going to die. The whole face looked even paler, because he had just heard a reminder tinged with ice in his ears. If you weren't the master's exclusive driver, you'd already be a dead creep. He was also panting heavily when the chill disappeared, and his heart palpitated as he looked towards the place where Chin-Yi and Luo Yinyin had left. He should know that his strength was up to the strength of an intermediate guile chief, and even a peak guile general could take a few hits in front of him. But just now, for a moment, he really felt that the breath of death was so close to him. From the sense of breath direction, it was clearly the woman beside her boss. Immediately after that, a horrible thought came to him. The woman was the trickster king. Thinking about it, the driver's entire brain was down instantly, was dry and silent, to which he became admiring and respectful of Chin-Yi. At first, the salary Chin-Yi offered was indeed very objective. It was simply a huge amount of money for him, and he was happy and grateful from the bottom of his heart. But now that he knew that the woman beside his boss was the Guile King, it was a different story. A human, in the bizarre world descended, so just started to handle a bizarre king, who saw who do not admire just with money. The bizarre king is also has a unique belong to their own arrogance. Even if really with money that have to how much? A few 100 million? Even billions? How much do you have to manage for a month's training? At least tens of millions. The driver didn't dare to guess further at the moment, because he was too shaken to guess further. After that, I will definitely serve the boss well. The driver also secretly made up his mind in his heart. At this moment, Chin-Yi brought Luo Yinyin to the middle of his own home, which fortunately had not been synchronized by the erosion of the bizarre world and was still the same. Once they entered the home, Luo Yinyin was also curious as she surveyed Chin-Yi's home. This is where you live? Ha! Luo Yinyin looked at Chin-Yi's house and looked around curiously. Although she lived many times better than Chin-Yi, she was just curious at the moment. It's as if a girlfriend comes to a man's house for the first time and wants to see what her boyfriend looks like where he's been living. Full of curiosity everywhere, Chin-Yi casually I'm going to take a shower first. I can't get used to the smell of blood staining that cafeteria. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Don't worry, master. I won't peek. It's okay for you to peek. The sound of the shower water flow rang out after Chin-Yi finished speaking. Luo Yinyin revealed a wry smile when she heard Chin-Yi's words. That's what the master himself said. I don't count peeking. I'd peek even if I wasn't allowed to. Master, from the moment you signed a contract with me, your fate and mine are glued together. Although I don't know why my contract has this condition. Perhaps it's fate. Luo Yinyin thought in her mind. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile, and silently came to the door of the bathroom. For her, a trickster king, a small glass door couldn't hold her off. Only a bright light flashed in her eyes, and immediately afterward she saw what was inside. A toned body appeared in front of her. The water sliding over that skin, plus the steam emanating from the hot water surrounding it, giving it a mysterious haze that came with its own filter. Looking at Chin-Yi's eyes closed as he washed his hair, Luo Yinyin also inexplicably felt a burst of excitement, and suddenly she stumbled and accidentally bumped into the wall, letting out a smiling sound. She was a little weak and did not dare to move a little. Then Chin-Yi did not make a sound, so she continued to peek up, and once again saw the place she had just looked at. She instantly twisted her head and squatted down, not daring to take another look. At the same time, her heart couldn't calm down for a long time, and her hands covered her cheeks. She also found it strange that she could feel her cheeks warm. It didn't make sense that Creepy shouldn't be able to feel temperatures that belong to people, though he could feel some sensations and emotions. But shouldn't he be cold anyway? Just when she was squatting there embarrassed, suddenly the door behind her opened violently. At once she was like a frightened deer, general panic. At the same time she couldn't help but leaning back, immediately after a warm hand support her, at the same time pulling her up smoothly. At once she felt hot body heat. I told you to peek, but you really peeked, didn't you? So much for peeking. You even made a noise. You really think I didn't hear you? Seeing that she was caught in the act, Luo Yin's embarrassment revealed a wink of a smile, not daring to look at Qin for a second, even as she could feel the dripping water on Qin's hair, especially looking at Qin from such a close distance. Those angular features, paired with the wet body temptation, she admitted that she couldn't resist. Just as she was about to prepare to flee, she only saw Qin fiercely exerting a force, followed by closing the bathroom door. Ugh! Ah! Luo Yinin couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. About almost an hour later, Luo Yinin, drenched to the skin, was the first to grab the door and go out, her face flustered. Remembering the scene that had just happened, she felt her heart beating faster and her cheeks burning. About 5 minutes later, Qin changed into a clean pair of pajamas and walked out. Upon arriving at his bedroom, he found Luo Yinin already lying on the bed with her head covered. Qin couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw Luo Yinin in this state, remembering just now, because just now he had felt a very wonderful feeling, and now he intended to feel that wonderful feeling even further. Just that feeling really made Qin unable to say, unable to describe, simply wonderful. What? Are you shy? Don't you love to peek at me in the bath, master? That was just a small punishment. Now I'm going to give you a big one. Qin said and walked towards Luo Yinin, who was covered by the quilt on the bed with a bad smile on his face. When Luo Yinin, who was under the covers, heard Qin's statement, her entire guile felt dry and hot all over, while her expression tightened up with a panic look on her face. But just in this case, there was something vaguely expectant within her. It was also at this time that he suddenly heard Qin's somewhat angry roar. Cam! To the mission at this hour. After Luo Yinin heard this, she quietly poked her head out to look at Qin, only to see this note in blood characters appearing in front of him at the moment. Looking at the somewhat annoyed Qin, and after taking a glance at the blood-lettered note, a sense of loss filled her heart all of a sudden. Chapter 20, Hell-Level Copy. Undead Canyon. The one who was the most furious was still Qin. He also completely did not expect the blood letter note to come so quickly. Reasonably speaking, his last mission was completed. It should not have come so quickly. Qin's heart was also very puzzled, but puzzled as he was, he still opened the note in blood to check it out. You're not going to finish the mission? What's the point? The rules can be wiped out just like that. The moment Qin opened the blood-lettered note, a violent fishy odor filled the entire room while emitting a blinding red aura. Deep in the Grand Canyon of the South City, once night comes, there will be the sound of undead bursts of miserable crying, and then the sound gradually becomes furious and angry, as if there is something horrible in the depths of the canyon. As soon as 12 o'clock midnight arrived, monsters kept pouring in from the depths of the canyon towards the top. It was a combination of weird power and undead. The monsters breaking out of the canyon will do so much damage to the world now that neither creepy nor humans will survive. Your task as an investigative plus security officer on the human side of the lineup is to hold down the side of the canyon and explore the reasons for the birth of the bond. You will be arriving in South City in 2 hours to prepare for the handover with the previous shift. Hint, attention, Undead Canyon. The danger level of this quest is Hell difficulty. The quest requires the joint assistance of creepy and human to complete. The quest fails death. The one who contributes the most to the success of the mission, creepy, will get an unexpected reward. Hint, creepy is inaccessible to humans if they contract with creepy. Qin looked at the difficulty on the note in blood in front of him. His expression changed dramatically, not to mention that the difficulty of the task is hellish level. Extremely dangerous. The most critical with the weird contract of the human cannot be brought into their own weird. Can imagine how high the difficulty factor of this task is. At the same time, it was clear to Qin why the note in blood had found him so quickly. In his last life, Qin had also heard of this kind of copy quest. This kind of copy are randomly selected people, ignoring the cooldown of your blood letter note. Even if you do the copy on this side of the fluke survived, maybe the next second will be able to receive this kind of copy quest. The mortality rate of this kind of copy is as high as 100%. It is no exaggeration to say that there is almost no way to live. To go is to die. And such copies will randomly appear every so often if no one completes them. And they won't disappear until someone completes them. And don't think that if they disappear they won't appear for a long time, because new copies of such will appear among the completions. This kind of copy is completely random. Qin is also secretly sighing his own point back. The last life did not encounter. This life unexpectedly encountered. This copy simply cannot be refused. The only way to complete the pass. As for the experience is not at all, because all dead. But Qin knows that in his last life, someone has passed, and he was the only one who came out alive. That is a copy named Scarlet Remnant. It is said to have obtained a special props, a full of rust spots of the copper sword. As for the role of the he did not say. Anyway, The person only revealed that there are still several of this special props. He also didn't know what would happen if he collected all of them. When others asked what the replica was really like, the man kept his mouth shut, as if remembering something horrible, and his whole body was filled with fear and trembling. Only left a sentence. That is not at all a copy made by people. Cruel and bloody you cannot even imagine, no matter how to ask. He kept his mouth shut, which also makes people talk about this kind of copy to change color. What's wrong? Luo Yinyin came to Qin Yi's side and asked easily. He could see that something was wrong with Qin Yi's face. Qin Yi didn't say anything and handed her the note in blood. When Luo Yinyin saw the contents, her entire guile also changed in color. For a moment she didn't know how to say it. No harm done. It's just a copy. Qin Yi smiled at Luo Yinyin. He didn't want the other party to worry. He still had a king bomb in his hand, which was shenanigans, but he didn't know if he could use it on this copy, knowing that this copy would also have shenanigans to complete along with it, which was completely different from the other copies. But now there is no better way. Go to the great probability is dead, because do not go is also dead, will be the rules directly obliterated. Qin Yi at the moment as if walking into a dead end like, what damned bad luck, bad blood luck. Qin Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart as well. Originally thought that I had a heavenly who opening. I did not expect to be unlucky enough to encounter this kind of copy. Just at this time only to see Luo Yinyin walk to the front of Qin Yi, only to see her stretching out her right hand, followed by a powerful and bizarre aura surging towards the imprint of Qin Yi's heart. At once Qin Yi felt that the heart contained a huge amount of energy. Master, make sure you come back alive. I'm still waiting for you to bully me. I enjoyed it just now. I'm transmitting power within our contract seal. He'll be able to save your life when you're in danger. Any more than that and you won't be able to handle it. Luo Yinyin's eyes were filled with worry as she looked towards Qin Yi. Looking at Luo Yinyin's appearance, Qin Yi also couldn't help but reach out his own hand to gently caress the latter's hair and said, don't worry, I'll be happy to bully you as well. And when I come back, there will be a way out even in the difficult and perverted copies. Trust me, I'll come back safely. I don't want to die. And I don't want you to dissipate either. Qin Yi opened his mouth to comfort Luo Yinyin. Unknowingly the relationship between the two was gradually warming up. I'm leaving. You help me look after a home by the way manage the Misty Inn Resort Hotel has been silent cafeteria. 2 hours? I'll go a little early there is no harm, said Qin Yi then intends to leave. Just as Qin Yi was about to leave, Luo Yinyin took a step forward, holding Qin Yi's neck with both hands and standing on her tiptoes. Her red lips directly kissed him, and Qin Yi responded immediately. Wait for your return, my lord. I'll help you properly manage the businesses in your name during my time, Luo Yinyin said with a sobbing voice. Will do. With that, Qin Yi twisted his head and pulled out a worn and bloodstained cell phone. When Qin Yi arrived outside the villa, the crazy extreme taxi was waiting with its headlights already on. Boss, where are you going at this late hour? The driver inquired with a smile on his face. How long will it take to get to South City? Can we get there in 2 hours? Do a quest. South City. Ha, it's a bit far from our H city. But you can get there in about half an hour, the driver said with a smile, as if and far was no matter to him. After sitting in the car Qin Yi spoke, by the way what's your name? Ha, me, boss you can just call me Night Rock. I wonder what kind of mission you're doing this time. Boss, can I do you any favors? My strength is not bad, Gu A long level. Boss you do not underestimate. I am also considered the middle of the level, now generally not much more powerful than me. Li Yan smiled and replied. Qin Yi smiled after hearing this and spoke, I don't need you. Focus on driving. Holler boss. Chapter 21 The only way to live is to pass. Trial period. Online humble begging. Along the way Qin Yi also looks a little worried. This kind of copy to be honest, is a personal encounter or afraid of fear. He is no exception. Although that person in the previous world hadn't revealed it, from the way people had questioned him at the time, they were able to guess how terrifying it was in the copy. Boss? See you don't look so good? Did something happen? Li Yan inquired out loud through the rearview mirror when he saw Qin Yi not looking too good. Qin Yi was idle and bored, so he immediately gave the general content of his mission. And Li Yan also felt very incredible after hearing it. This kind of copy is among their weirdness he has heard of. At that moment he opened his mouth somewhat and said, Boss, this, said Li Yan, completely at a loss as to how to comfort Qin Yi next. No matter, it's all life. No matter how to go in and talk about it. If I can come out alive, it's a blessing. If I can't come out, it's all life, said extremely fast crazy cab in a piece of silence. A person a weird are not in the speech. 30 minutes later Qin Yi came to the outskirts of the southern city in front of a piece of the side of the Grand Canyon. This place is already full of people, but also one after another constantly rushed to the opposite side of a bunch of bizarre zaps standing there. Before getting out of the car, Qin Yi dumped 100 $000 to Li Yan, causing the latter to be a bit confused. Boss? Nightrock couldn't help but exit and inquire. Take it. In case I can't come back. This is as your compensation. I said I'd let you be my full-time driver. And you quit your job. So if I can't come back you won't still have to find it again? Well, go ahead. I'll call you if I can make it out alive. After saying that, Chini walked towards the crowd. And when the crowd saw Chini coming down from the crazy speed taxi, each of them looked at him with some surprise in their eyes. Li Yan looked at the bundle of 100,000 medieval coins in his hand, and then looked at Chini's back. For a while his heart was mixed. He really did not expect to just meet with his boss twice. He was able to treat him so well. His heart was really moved. Boss must come back alive. In this life I've made up my mind to serve only you. Li Yan swore in his heart and parked his car not far from the side of the canyon and waited. Oh my god. What did I just see? Is that the crazy speed taxi? Who is this guy? I remember when this cab ride wasn't cheap. Was it? I'm not sure. What the heck? Let's think about how we're going to survive this time. You've all seen the hints for this copy, right? I don't know how many more people are coming. When this person finished speaking these words, one of the faces of the people present changed drastically and froze in place for a moment. Chini swept his gaze around the circle, looking at the people in front of him, almost 80 or so, as well as those who came one after another. Chini casually found a place to stand over, waiting for the time to arrive. A total of 91 people. This copy of how many people are not clear for the time being. It is estimated that there are not come, but as for those who did not come, it is estimated that they do not have to come. The time does not come to the designated place rules will be wiped out. At the same time a blood-colored paper emitting a scarlet glow appeared in front of everyone as well as the weird side of the opposite canyon. Undead Canyon Replica, Hell Level. Because of the strange power and the original combination, some accidents occurred. The original sleeping in the depths of the canyon of the souls of the undead mutated, became a terrible monster. Whenever late at night will be transmitted to the wailing of the weeping whale, one to the middle of the night terrible monsters will be rushed out of the canyon. You as an investigation plus security personnel came to investigate the guardian of the reasons for the mutation. The undead canyon has been temporarily isolated by the bizarre power. So guard it as long as you can for a month and investigate the cause of the mutation below. Remember not to allow the monsters below to break out of the canyon, or else it will cause a terrible catastrophe to this side of the world right now, and neither humanity nor creepy will be spared. Note, this copy has no rules, only tasks. The outside world and inside time is different. Inside a month, outside half a day. Your task is to stop the monsters in the depths of the canyon rushed out. Investigate the cause. Canyon cliffs on both sides to provide defense weapons and traps to help you. Maintenance and repair can be carried out during the day. Early in the morning everyday repair materials will appear in the various camps in the sentry towers. 1 month after the alternation will be a new investigation of the arrival of security personnel. The canyon side is just as spooky as the other side, and may have different defenses, but it's all fair. Note, the replica is a large cooperative replica, relatively safe during the day and extremely dangerous at night. Note, the bizarre aura of isolation will gradually weaken. If it is not completed by then, a disaster will occur in this side of the world. After the crowd saw it, the original fearful face instantly stretched, especially when they saw that after a month there would be a new security investigator coming. So doesn't that mean that holding out enough for a month will allow them to safely leave the copy? Provide defense weapons, traps and other things. Hold out for a month to leave the copy. As for the investigation does not matter. Wait for the new people to go not on the line. As long as you can hold out for a month is safe. Yeah, a month isn't that hard to say. I thought it was so scary. Most of the people present instantly loosened their tense moods and walked towards the black light curtain that emitted a rich and bizarre aura. But there were also some who were still fearful and thought twice about following them in. And there were also some whose faces showed a touch of worry as they walked in. Chini's face was also very heavy as he looked at the introduction on the blood-lettered paper. With the experience of his previous life, he could see at a glance how things could be so simple. This was a copy that was known to be almost 10 deaths. No longer want to think so much. Chini walked in. Just went in, he instantly felt bright. Here is the early morning. Then he saw more than a dozen people covered in blood, and even missing arms and legs. At the moment they are the new people in the group surrounded by inquiring non-stop. The former's last batch of personnel were all ashen, one with dull eyes, as if they had experienced something exceptionally horrible and their spirits were damaged. Only to see a tall and burly-looking man from the previous batch stand up and speak towards the later Chini crowd. You are the newcomers who are replacing us, right? There are improved trap weapons on the cliffs on one side of the canyon, and weapons spread around the 4 and 4 sides of the sentry towers. And below is a horrible monster that is very scary. All you have to do is tune into, with the weird whatnot that's going on across the street. Before the burly man finished speaking, Someone from the newcomers interrupted and said, "Hey what's so difficult about this? Just hold out for a month and you're done." The burly man's mouth broke into a contemptuous smile when he heard one of the new alternates say this. "Whimsical, I was going to give you the do's and don'ts. We were too late to write, and now it looks like it's too late. You don't really think you can survive after a month, do you? If you want to live, the only way is to pass through. And to pass through, we must investigate clearly. And to investigate, we must inevitably go down into the depths of the canyon," said the burly man, revealed a look of relief, followed by the crowd's horrified gaze instantly turned into a mass of blood, followed by the last batch of survivors have also burst open. Viscera, blood and water, broken flesh splashed in each in this person's body. At once the scene was in chaos, screaming in shock. Everyone panicked and nervous and fearful, especially the one who dejectedly felt nothing. At this moment he has been drenched into a bloody man, between the legs constantly flowing down the exciting flavor of the liquid. At the same time, a similar situation occurred in the canyon on the weird side, but the side was better, and the surviving weirdness had been transformed into weird breath and merged into the black curtain of light. It really isn't that simple. Investigating the cause is death. Even if you manage to survive for a month and live, Chini couldn't help but think in his mind. Chapter 22, becoming the center of attention. Looking at the panic-stricken crowd, Chini's face was not expressionless. At the moment his heart was also feeling the pressure. Based on the last words left by the last batch of participants, there wasn't much useful information to go on, and probably the reason why he had just spoken out to interrupt people. But now you can be sure that this copy of the abnormal horror of horror, Chini from coming in, has also noticed the appearance of the last batch of personnel, one by one in the eyes of the bleak, as if life and death has not mattered, and even despair did not show a trace, as if the spirit has received a great deal of trauma. Everything is so indifferent. Just as the crowd was making a lot of noise, I saw a calm-faced older man call out, "All be quiet, this is not the time for panic and fear. Since we're here, we only have to complete the duplicate quest and stop thinking about all those has-beens. Now we need to find out what's going on as quickly as possible. Now that it is known that the secrets of the depths of the canyon must be investigated and the monsters below prevented from coming up, the 4 sentinel towers, I think, should be immediately divided up and sent forward to guard and check their equipment and weapons in readiness." With this uncle's shout, the originally chaotic and tumultuous crowd slowly and gradually quieted down, until the last bit of sound completely disappeared, and all looked towards him in unison. Looking at the crowd looking towards him, he cleared his throat and spoke. "Everyone, my name is Chi Hao Feng. I'm just like you, I'm extremely scared inside, but since we've been chosen then we have to accept reality." "Grass, how do you accept reality when you talk so well? Why did we pick us? I don't want to die yet. You saw the last batch of people. They didn't live even after sticking around for a month. They were directly erased by the rules." At this time a yellow hair among the crowd broke into a curse. As soon as his words came out, the originally quiet crowd spoke up once again. "Yes, why are we the unlucky ones? I really don't want to die. I still have a wife and child at home. I don't want to die. I want to go. I want to leave. Hold on long enough to die even in a month." The last batch didn't have a clue about the investigation before they died. "How can this be able to pass?" said several people couldn't take the pressure, during which there was also the yellow hair from the beginning. They walked towards the forest behind the sentry tower, wanting to know a way out. Just as they had just left the distance of 200 meters from the sentry tower, all of a sudden, several people had turned into a bloody mist, dead beyond death. This can be the presence of people who want to escape, instantly scared at a loss for words. Some of the people who have walked a distance are also in a hurry to return in a hurry. The moment the scene shouting even louder. Chini has already changed into a set of tactical equipment from the sentry tower at this moment, but the style is not the same as before the end of the world. This tactical equipment wears an abnormal fit. At the same time, it exudes a bizarre aura on it, and the guns on his hands are all made of skeletons, and it looks as if they should be the product of the rules that created them. Each sentry tower has 2 skeletons oozing blood on the huge artillery as well as 3 machine guns. In the down is the strange shape of the bizarre mine hanging cliffs above the cliffs, has been exposed to the chilling bone. Each equipment, traps and so on, all are filled with a bizarre atmosphere. Instead of crying here, we should change our equipment. Prepare all inside the sentry tower, and then repair as many traps as possible with the machine ambush. A month's time. See if you can investigate the pass. In this crying and shouting is of no use. The investigation is not necessarily able to pass to live, but I know in this crying and shouting, must not live. Honestly, you guys aren't as spooky as the ones across the canyon. Holding a bizarre version of a fully automatic firearm in his hand, Chini's eyes coldly swept towards the crowd and opened his mouth. To be honest, if it wasn't clearly stated that it was a large multi-person cooperative copy, Chini wouldn't even bother to remind them. In his opinion, apart from a few calm and collected people, the rest of these people were simply trash and might even drag their feet. By Chini, so the crowd is also to see Chini's not the same. Originally there are people want to say something, but looking at Chini, a strange equipment as well as indifference, eyes suddenly held back. Yes, this little brother is right. Instead of crying here, it's better to accept the reality, and maybe we'll be able to find the reason to walk out alive. Everyone hurry up and change your equipment. The tip said that it's relatively safe during the day, but it didn't say that it's definitely safe. Chi Haofeng, who had spoken at the beginning, hurriedly called out. At the same time, he looked at Chini with some surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that there would be someone so calm in this situation. However, he also did not say anything more. Will be toward the sentry tower within the front to get equipment to change up. See more and more people to go. The rest of the people do not dare to slow down, especially the remaining people to see the canyon across the side of the side. Over there the bazaar have been divided into clear finished. It wasn't long before the crowd changed as well, and they didn't know if it was the safety of the equipment that made them feel a little safer. What are we going to do now? Someone in the crowd spoke up at this time and inquired. When Chini heard this speech, he was instantly all in two minds, feeling that what he had just said was all nonsense. Little brother, I've observed you several times. You look very calm. Now we are also 6 and no main idea. I wonder what you have in mind. What do you need to do next? Chi Haofeng carefully inquired at this moment. To be honest, from beginning to end, his heart is very fearful, are forced to pretend to self-suggestion themselves to calm down. In fact, he really did not have a very good direction. Just bizarre end of the world came. Nothing is clear. 2 black eyes. But he guessed that Chini is not the same. A few times of observation to see, especially Chini from the crazy speed cab down. He also saw, that time or vaguely feel Chini, this person is certainly not the same like. The fact turned out to be Chini calm and terrifying. That cabs he also heard of. A person can afford to sit in a bizarrely driven cab. How can it be a simple person? To know that the bizarre end of the world has only descended not long ago. Plutonium is extremely scarce. Chini sighed helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that the cooperation copies of these people were useful, he really didn't want to take care of them. Can look at each other bizarre are doing awe? People over there are almost finished. The first distribution of Sentinel Tower number configuration. For Sentinel Tower 4 teams, elected a calm and reliable person as a squad leader. Repair the Craig's organs ambush. There are ladders can go down to repair. Need to SH Sentinel Tower that bizarre black ball in the midst of there. Let's cross over the first night to see what that is in the depths of the canyon before we talk about the investigation in the long run. Right now our first main thing is to get through the first day first. After all, we know so little information. At this moment, Chini had just become the center of the crowd. Chapter 23 Monsters in the Depths of the Canyon. So how should we distribute them? There are about almost 80 of us left now. And the sentry towers are unbalanced in numbers. Yeah, how's this going to be distributed? There's always a sentry tower with less people. And who's the calm one? Yeah, big brother. I think you're the calmest one. Why don't I join your team? Yes. Let me be in a sentry tower with you. This little brother. Brother, let me be on your team. You can do whatever you want to me. Chini finished the crowd present at the uneven number of problems. And to say calm. How to see how to choose seems to be the most calm Chini. All the people present had none of them wanting to follow Chini. Because from the behavior from the moment they came in until now, Chini was the best person for the job. Looking at the crowd that had been murmuring, Chini was also very helpless. And in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly spit out. What a bunch of idiots. But Chini didn't say so. Instead he said in a flat tone, have you guys forgotten the copy quest hints? Teamwork, do you guys think you can be safe by following me? Any of the 4 turrets, any of them are not guarded. Then once there is an opening and the monsters below rush out, who do you think will be able to survive alone? Is it time to think about being on my team or not? After Qin Yi's words were finished, Shi Haofeng also spoke up and voiced out. Indeed, what this little brother said is very true. This is a large-scale replica, and we even need to collaborate with the creeps from the opposite side of the canyon to complete it. Like this little brother said, no one can go it alone if any of the sentry towers are lost, and I could be a squad leader, though I'm not as calm as this little brother, and to put it mildly, better than a lot of you guys in the room. I'll choose a sentry tower, and if someone is calm and undaunted then they can be a squad leader as well. So let's work together to finish this copy. The rest of you can choose to draw lots to choose where the sentry tower is to see with that captain. Shini also couldn't help but secretly look at the other party a few more times after hearing Chi Haofeng's words. He originally thought that the other party would also want to be on the same team as him, but surprisingly chose to pacify the people and act as a captain himself. It could be said that in this environment, the other party's performance was considered calm and good, And in the midst of the weird post-apocalyptic world, only this kind of person could survive. But unfortunately, even Shinee was not confident that he would be able to pass this replica this time around. The people who were all originally thinking of hugging Chinee's thighs also calmed down when they heard Shinee and Shi Haofeng's words, followed by a man and a woman who indicated that they would be the captain. And these two were still considered calm. The man is a fierce-looking bald guy named Yenshir. The woman is a good-looking girl, looks like 27 years old, named Xiaoqingqing. The rest of them each drew lots to choose where their squads would be. At first Shinee also declared his name, then proposed that his side could have fewer people and the other three could be averaged, which also allowed the crowd to get unanimous agreement. It is not that Shinee is kind, just Shinee feels that this copy of teamwork, he has the experience of the last life, is considered to be calm, but also for unnecessary trouble. Save the people lest that group of people complain. After all, human nature is very difficult to guess it. So he made this suggestion. Since you guys think I'm like a lapdog, and you said and agreed at the beginning, you can be on my team if you draw me. But you guys don't have a problem with the small number of people on my side. Facts Shinee. This precautionary shot also proved to be very correct. Someone drew to him here some chagrin. In that person's view, more people are better. More power. To this Shinee directly not accustomed to say, do not want to come to my side, you can find someone to change. People agree, you go. However, there were still many people who favored Shinee's side, and immediately, someone gave that person a direct exchange. After the small interlude after the personnel also assigned, all the people are also along the side of the chute, forward to check and repair the defense mechanism traps. After that, Shinee and the remaining three squad leaders briefly exchanged words with the heads of the 4 sentry towers on the other side. It was dusk at the moment, and almost a day had passed with little happening below the canyon, with a few unusual roars coming from the top. The people present for the day were also familiar with the operation of the various weapons and traps and organs. Dusk, and at the moment the sounds of insects and flying birds were coming from the woods behind the canyon, and the night was drawing on. Behind each sentry tower there were houses available for the participants to rest in, and at the moment each squad was rationalizing their assignments. They were working in groups of 10, resting in the first half of the night and the second half of the night, taking turns replacing each other. Night, silent as it came, was followed by the creepy goosebump-inducing sound of weeping from below the canyon. When listening carefully, you will find what seems to be a baby's cry, and a woman's sob, and an angry hiss. All kinds of miserable cries roared in anger and resignation, even mixed with strong hatred, as if telling a terrible story. The spooky as well as human beings on both sides of the canyon couldn't help but feel chills all over their bodies when they heard these sounds, and the fear inside them rose sharply, until the approach of 12 o'clock midnight, when suddenly those voices faded away to the sound of a chilling hiss. At the same time the depths of the canyon emitted a vibration, followed by the sound of something crawling that the crowd of people eerily felt. The night watchman and Creepy all went on alert instantly after hearing it. Looking downward, he saw that the canyon was shrouded in a layer of mist, but both sensed that some terrible creature was about to emerge from below. As time passes minute by minute, the human side of each hold their breath atmosphere dare not gasp watching, even nervous to the forehead constantly have bean-sized beads of sweat dripping down. Bizarre side is no better. Each and every one of them are also tense. Rustling noises continued to reach the ears of the humans and spooks here, followed by a dense mass of terrifying creatures crawling out of the mists. Their bodies seemed to be covered with an unknown vegetation. Some parts of their bodies were covered with tree-like barbs in strange shapes, and their mouths were full of fangs. They moved quickly and kept crawling up from both sides of the deep canyon. Fire! Prepare for battle! With Chinee's loud shouts, the watchmen present had their firepower output up. The weapons in their hands as well as the artillery shot out black fireworks towards the monsters below. The moment it made contact, the other party let out a miserable and agonizing wail, and yellowish-brown blood continued to erupt from his body. In front of the powerful firepower, those monsters were also painfully loosening their crawling limbs and falling down. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Human-like and inhuman? It's horrible. That roar makes me tremble. What exactly is hidden in the depths of this canyon? This monster is also strangely tenacious, and its resistance to blows is quite powerful. Don't talk so much nonsense. Get a good fire suppression going. Why do I feel like there's more and more of them? Shin-Yi at this time looked at the bottom of the densely crawling towards the monster. His face is not much better. This seems to be a combination of human and plant monsters look exceptionally horrific. As if an army of locusts constantly towards the top of the canyon. A steady stream of as if how to kill cannot be killed. Chapter 24, a crisis that is far from over. Fire suppression. Cam. Why are these monsters getting bigger? What the hell is this? Who knows? I've been living in South City for so long. I remember this canyon. It's considered an attraction. It's undeveloped down there. It's too deep. So who knows how there could be corpses down there. A mutation happened right in the middle of the weird end times. Don't talk so much, it's coming up. Fire. Don't stop. Seeing that more and more monsters kept pouring up, this time the organ traps on the Craig's ruins also began to play a role. For a while, both sides were also feeling the decrease in pressure. Chini kept on pulling the trigger, the bizarre bullets fatally hitting every monster's body, while Chini kept on thinking in his mind, how are you going to investigate during the day when the depths of this canyon are densely populated with monsters? Thinking of this, Chini also revealed a difficult face. During the daytime, although there would be almost no monster attacks rushing out, but if he went down, who knows what the scene would be. Looking at the densely packed frame, really go down, not directly into the tiger's mouth. But the hints also clearly tell that to investigate you have to go down there while it's daylight. Soon Chini also shook his head to throw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Right now, it's better to get through tonight first. Immediately after that, Chini took out the white bone-guile thunder at his waist and threw it downwards. For a while the battle and the hissing of the monsters resounded uninterruptedly in interaction with each other. After about an hour or so, those monsters were also gradually becoming less and less, showing no signs of climbing upwards. At this time both sides of the crowd were secretly relieved. From beginning to end they were all tense and tense. Now they finally had time to catch their breath. It was also at this time that Chini vaguely heard some subtle sounds, and at the same time, he also saw that the opposite canyon weirdos' faces did not relax. Immediately, Chini understood that the danger had not been lifted, but instead, there was a more severe crisis brewing below, only to see him immediately say into the headset on his tactical helmet, "Attention all outpost personnel, the danger has not gone away. All be careful, don't ever let up. It's likely that the next attack will be exceptionally terrifying and ferocious." Hearing Chini's words, the people who originally thought that they were slacking off instantly entered a state of alert. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, no monsters appeared. At this time, a voice full of relief also came from the wireless headset. "No dude, aren't you overly nervous? It's been 10 minutes and no monsters have appeared yet. What are we waiting for if we don't take a breath at this time? We must have killed at least a few thousand monsters just now. Even if we attack again, we must have enough buffer time. What a mental strain. Stop being paranoid." Hearing this voice, Chini also secretly cursed an idiot. Chini is deeply aware that as long as in the bizarre copy, no matter what the difficulty, a slack careless then will be very fatal. Not to mention in the midst of this kind of copy difficulty, especially with the other party's weird look as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, to be slacking off at this time? Isn't this purely looking for death? You have to know that the guile is much more sensitive than humans. The strength itself is strong. Even the wild guile is too much stronger than humans. Not to mention that the other party is almost all in the guile folk, and there are even a few guile soldiers in strength, possibly because of the contract with Luoyinine. Chini was also able to sense the other party's strength, and his sensory abilities were also much stronger than humans. Putting everything aside, you a human, can be more powerful than others bizarre? People bizarre are like a big enemy carefully. You give that leisurely up? This who is an idiot is not obvious. Indeed, little brother Chin is right. It's better to be careful, right? Chi Haofeng's voice came through the wireless headset. Indeed, people are no calmer than you. This brother dearest, you'd better be careful. Don't be slack. The night is still long. I also think it's not that simple. You're hanging on by a thread. So get the hell out of my line. But don't harm anyone. Yan Shi's unceremonious voice came out. This person instantly became a target, and immediately became displeased. Throw the kabaz. What did I say? Why don't you take a break and relax at this time of the day? No monsters have appeared for half a day. There's no need to be so serious during this gap, right? And I mean well. Is there any chance that your good intentions will harm everyone? Don't forget this is a teamwork copy. Do you think that slacking off in a copy is a good thing? You may be unlucky this is your first time participating in a copy. I don't blame you, but you give me to remember. Any copy, even the simplest copy, as long as you dare to slack off a bit, the price is likely to be the loss of a small life. Shinyi's cold voice resounded in everyone's earphones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't it just me switching teams from you? Why do you look down on me so much? Other people think you're a big brother's thigh, but I don't think so. You're even better. Why don't you give me a look at a single pass? Obviously there's an advantage in having more people. It makes sense. I chose correctly. You don't look down on me so much, do you? This person also happened to be the one who had switched away from Chinyi's team. I've seen a lot of your kind of people. Just pure pretend monster. Their face does not change color. In fact, the inner early happy flowers, right? Pretend what 13? Grass. I don't really believe I can. He thought that Chinyi was looking down on him and engaging in targeting him because of this matter. With that said, he also walked towards the edge of the canyon, standing there, looking downwards, even constantly running back and forth, making a series of movements. What? Is something the matter? What's going on? Other than the bottomless canyon and the mist, there's no monsters there? What's the point of being nervous? With that he kept firing downward and then said in his wireless headset with an air of triumph, alas! Hopeless. Sheeny sighed somewhat helplessly. He'd seen a lot of this kind of people in his last life. How can I put it? Some people are just purely sick in the head. Sheeny is also too lazy to argue with him what? No longer pay attention to. The other party is still constantly bouncing passionate open mic. At this time the rest of the people also cannot hear shouted, not buddy. People are ignoring you. You will be peaceful. Even if people say wrong, you prove that you are right. But be careful is always right. Right? That's right. Buddy, don't play off. Don't really encounter any danger you can't run. Hurry to stand inside? It's too dangerous over there. It's right to be careful. If you're giving this nonsense, get the hell out of my team. You're very much not wanted on my side. Yenshur spoke up. I don't want it. I don't want it either. Shi Haofeng and Xia Qingqing said in the same voice. The one who instantly jumped. His face was unusually ugly. He had already proved with his actions that it was Qin Yi who was worried about being redundant. But still, no one was on his side. They all excused Qin Yi. At once he felt like a clown being targeted. He then spoke in exasperation. No, you guys. Before he could finish his words, he only saw a vine-like tentacle instantly sweep around his waist, and with a strong pull, instantly his entire body disappeared above the canyon. Not even a scream came out. When the crowd saw this scene, they also revealed frightened and nervous looks, and the weapons in their hands were gripped tighter. It was true that the crisis was far from being lifted. As Qin Yi had said, it may seem to have calmed down without a crisis, but there is a bigger crisis brewing below. At this time, the people present in the crowd also inwardly admired Qin Yi even more. As for that person just now, I don't know what to say. After all, Qin Yi had kindly reminded and counseled him, but you don't believe it, you questioned it, and you don't have a life. This kind of person's death is not worth it, and living is also bringing trouble to the team. Better off dead. Chapter 25 The Black Night of Struggle. A steady stream of canyon monsters. It was too late to care about the person who had just made a death wish. The crowd looked toward the bottom with nervous expressions, only to see countless vine tentacles continuously coming toward the top from the depths of the mists. Each swipe knocked down debris from the cliffs, and it was a good thing that the entire canyon was shrouded in a weird aura. Otherwise it would have destroyed the entire canyon in minutes. Fire! This damn thing is attacking our traps. Qin Yi saw something wrong at a glance. In fact, without waiting for Qin Yi to shout, some discerning people also saw what was going on and picked up the weapons in their hands to continuously attack towards the vine tentacles. Soon the crowd also saw what the hell this vine tentacle was. It was likewise a horrible monster in the shape of a man, except that it was slimy and naked, as disgusting as it could be, with its 5 senses covered by a layer of mucus, and that the tentacles came from the back of the latter, each of which had a varying number of tentacles. The tentacles on their bodies could extend dozens of meters away, constantly lashing towards their sentry tower crag organs. Behind them crawled countless other monsters from the first wave, some even able to make out wounds. This discovery also caused the faces of the people present to change drastically. They had never thought that the monster that attacked the fallen cliff would be able to appear once again. At that high a height, it was reasonable to fall and die, and the other party even had the power to act. The discovery was particularly shocking to not only the humans, but even the creepy side. At the same time, they also felt the horror of the depths of the canyon. Hell knows how many more of these monsters there are. How many species there are. At that moment, the people present who participated in the copy quest also all understood why the quest's prompt said that once the monsters in the depths of the canyon appeared in the current world, then it would be a devastating disaster. With this kind of intensity, who wouldn't be confused when they saw it? Even those shenanigans were incredulous when they looked at it. It seemed to Creepy that he might be able to kill it himself, but it would take a lot of effort, and fear spread quietly through Creepy. Both sides of the horses and men at the moment are venting the hands of ammunition. Not the slightest bit stingy. Anyway, the next morning the rules will give them to replenish. Ammunition weapons consumption this point do not have to worry. Damn, why are there suddenly more ghostly things over here? Requesting for backup. Yenshur's angry voice came from within the wireless headset. A slight panic in the midst of anger. I'm fine on my side. It's not that much. I'll have my men back you up. Qin Yi also hurriedly replied. It was important to realize that once a place was lost, the entire sentry tower would be all but dead. And there was no room for error at all. My side is fine as well. I'll send someone towards your place as well. Shi Haofeng's voice rang out. My side isn't as good as the two of them, but it's easier than your side should be. I'll have the manpower on my side take a gap and fire a few shots towards your side. Xia Qingqing also spoke up. Obviously a few people who were captains were also very sensible, and all understood that no sentry tower could be breached. And that once that horrible monster came up from below, it would be a massacre. The battle lasted I don't know how long. The monsters below didn't have the slightest tendency to decrease. One by one. Fierce and vicious. Hideous and horrible. Crawling towards the top. It's a good thing that no one here has an intensive phobia, or else they will directly vomit out. Damn. There's too many of them. Call out the rest of them, or none of them can take it. Our two-shift plan probably won't work. Shi Haofeng spoke in some panic. Agreed. 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 Xin Yi and the other two remaining sentry tower captains replied in unison. Not long after the rest of the people were also shouted out. When they saw the monsters below them were all stunned. Well, and Xin Yi and other four captains hastily reprimanded the assignment of fire points. A time below the monsters were constantly being knocked down to the depths. As each minute passed, a sliver of day appeared in the middle of the night across the night sky of this canyon. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the canyon below, followed by the monsters crawling on the canyon cliffs as if they had received some kind of order, and they all retreated like a tidal wave. As the monsters receded, the sunlight shone on everyone's bodies, and everyone's body was covered in sweat. At the same time, one by one, they sat paralyzed on the ground, constantly panting heavily. How they all wished that it was just a horrible dream after a night of tightening their spirits. The loud gasps that rose and fell all around them also made them realize that this was not a dream but a cruel and true reality. At this time these peoples also deeply understand why come in to see the beginning of so many people's eyes are so desperate, full of death. Oh my god. This is horrible. How can we investigate this? How many of these monsters down there ghost knows? Yeah, it says it's safe during the day. But there's no hint that it's safe down there? Is this really a copy that people can make? It's like there's no way to live at all, right? This is a total death sentence. The rested crowd began to stir, and despair filled each man's words. Those monsters look like strength they have seen, relying on the rules to provide a variety of weapons and ammunition, organs and traps, but also difficult to keep. If you go down to investigate, they didn't dare to think about it, because last night's battle was like a haze hanging over the crowd. Not only the humans, this side, even the bazaar on the opposite side of the canyon were also revealing grave expressions. It was evident that last night's battle had also given them a great shock. Looking at the somewhat demoralized and even desperate crowd, Sheenie didn't want to see this. At least not right now. Don't think about it so much for now. Let's repair and perfect the Craig's mechanism traps first. As for the investigation, we'll discuss it later. Everyone doesn't have to worry too much, since the copy directly told us the way to life. I think there should be no problem. As for whether or not the monsters down there are there during the day, there is no doubt that there must be. But there's no need to worry too much. It might be possible to go down and investigate during the day. Otherwise those monsters wouldn't be able to appear at night. And as for the dangers, there are also some, but they shouldn't be that serious compared to the night. Well, after the repairs, take a break to recover your spirit. As long as you're careful and calm, you'll always pass in a difficult copy unless you're told you're bound to die. The crowd also secretly nodded their heads as they listened to Qin Yi's words, having overlooked this point due to their own inner fears. Indeed, the monsters come from below. It's impossible not to have them during the day. They live down there. Only maybe for some reason they sleep or something. But no matter what, at least Qin Yi's words gave them a glimmer of hope. The crowd was also busy in their own way. Time passes, reaching noon in the blink of an eye. When Qin Yi woke up from his rest and walked to the sentry tower, this time he saw a tall creepy on the other side waving at him and pointing to a rope hanging from a side cliff. Humans? Going down to explore a bit? Chapter 26, Inscriptions on the Stone Walls of the Valley Floor. Sheenie looked at the other party's invitation and expressed a nod of recognition, immediately replying that he would wait a moment. Soon after Sheenie greeted the crowd, he told them about the other party's bizarre invitation. Going down today? Would that be too soon? We're not going to find out anymore? God knows what kind of condition those monsters are in down there. Indeed. Why don't we learn more about those monsters after sparring with them? There's something wrong with that, isn't there? It's too much of a rush. Isn't it? There's still a long time to go. For a while the crowd murmured to voice their opinions. They all felt that they didn't know much about the monsters in the depths of the canyon, and didn't recommend traveling down there to investigate so early in the morning. You should fight more to get to know each other, so that even if there is danger, you will be able to cope with it. I think it's a little early to go down there. Or maybe tomorrow? Study each other in a hand-to-hand combat tonight? Xia Qingqing also looked at Qin Yi at this time and spoke. In fact, there was an even bigger reason that the people present they didn't want to go down first for the time being. After all, no one was sure what kind of situation was in the depths of the canyon, and no one was willing to fight this head-on. Sheenie naturally could see some small thoughts within these people, but he didn't say anything. It is true that we know very little, but it is impossible not to go on, and although 30 days is not much to say, it is compact to say little. As you all experienced last night, There is more than one type of monster down there, and it's still one that we're fighting tooth and nail not to let go of our guard. Can you guarantee that you will not slacken off in the next few days? That you won't lose focus? I understand the concerns in your hearts, but remember, since you've entered this copy, the only way is to pass. Do not say that the other side is stronger than us. How to look. That is, the other side knows not to investigate clearly, only to die. I'm not going to force it, so step forward if you're willing to come down with me to investigate. Sheeny swept the crowd in a circle and opened his mouth. Sheeny, he knew very well that the only way to successfully survive in any copy was to overcome fear and dare to explore carefully. The most crucial in his opinion. Since he has been chosen, what can be done is to find a way to live as much as possible. No one wants to die, but we can't all just sit around and wait for death, right? And the one who contributes the most to the most critical successes will have unexpected rewards. What Sheeny intends to do is to get out of the copy alive. The reward, if you can take as much as possible to get your hands on. After all, this is a hell copy of the rewards. Can be worse to wear? Plus, in his last life, through that person said, Sheeny guessed that it is likely to hide the secret of the reason why the weird end of the world came down. Hearing Sheeny say this, all the people who originally had worried faces closed their mouths and lowered their heads. It was honestly natural to be afraid of death, especially after that horrifying experience last night, which made them instinctively fearful. Sheeny also understood this, but he really couldn't just sit back and wait to die. Could he? Cam, brother Chin is right. Since we've been chosen and the only way to get through is to pass, we're all going to die either before or after. So why don't we fight it out? I will go. Yanshi the Hanyu immediately opened his mouth with an angry roar. Immediately after that, Chi Haofeng also stepped forward and said, count me in. Soon one after another, a dozen more people stood out. Their faces were all resolute, as if they had already thrown life and death to the back of their minds. It doesn't take that many people, on the first day, to explore the situation. And there's a need for calm people to command up here, in case something unfortunate happens to the people we go down there. Sheeny said with a wave of his hand, followed by rejecting Chi Haofeng's request. He didn't ask Chi Haofeng to follow him down. Here, besides him, only the latter was more reliable. Sheeny chose Yanshi, along with 5 other youths, and then he and Yanshi also each picked a calmer and less intimidating person from their own team to temporarily replace them as the team leader in case something untoward happened and the sentry tower was unoccupied. After last night's battle, the people present also understood the truth that if they couldn't pass the level, they would die. And they categorically couldn't let the monsters below rush up and take over the place. They have also seen how horrible the monsters below are. Once they rush out to destroy the aftermath of the incoming people are dead. The scene created by the bizarre rules once destroyed, the monsters rush out is a disaster. Although none of the people present thought of themselves as any kind of savior, none of them could be alone, because there were still their own family and friends surviving outside. And even if they didn't die for their own family and friends, even if they knew that it was a certain death, they at least had to die in a decent way, to prepare for the ones who would come back behind them, and maybe the next batch of them would be the ones to solve the crisis by succeeding. Sheeny and the rest of the 6 formed an exploratory survey team, and with enough equipment they headed for the canyon crag ropes. Sheeny glanced towards the tall creep across the canyon. The other responded, and both sides, 7 men and 7 creeps, slid down the rope towards the depths of the canyon in such a courageous manner. Canyon deep, bottomless, layers of fog shrouded, so that people cannot see the specific situation below. More than a few eyes feel as if the depths of the fog hides what terrible monsters, waiting for them to send into the mouth. For a time as sliding down, Sheeny and others have goosebumps. About 5 minutes later, the crowd and creepy were also safely on the ground. The silence around was terrifying. The expected picture of densely packed monsters didn't appear. Only stepping on the yellowed fallen leaves made a sound, and then no other sound. The crowd and creepy looked around and realized that the scene in the depths of the canyon was creepy. The original trees and grass had mutated for some unknown reason, twisted and gruesome, stained with white bone spikes, and the exterior of the trees were wrapped in a layer of mucus, each in a different form. The air around them was unusually humid and unpleasant, and was even accompanied by a strong odor of decay. Ahem! Where did those monsters go? Not a single one in sight? Heavens, it's really terrifying. What secrets are buried in the depths of this canyon? For a moment the crowd, including the creeps, looked shocked and fearful. As they gradually explored and walked around, looking at the scene around them, they could only feel the coolness going straight to the sky. Without advancing a few hundred meters, the mutated monsters seen last night could be seen embedded within the bone-spiked trees, and even contained within the raised mounds of mutated bone grass on the ground. The depths of this canyon were like a huge hotbed of monsters. Well, at this moment they were as if they had lost their vitality, not moving at all, and their originally ferocious and tyrannical eyes were as if they were as gray as death. Just at this moment, Shini's roving gaze seemed to see something, and he carefully stepped over the sleeping monster at his feet so as not to startle it. He then looked towards the stone wall on the side of the canyon, only to see some words carved on it. In memory of the forgotten, the innocents massacred, may the souls of the fallen rest in peace, demons shall not be forgiven. Soul Survivor carved. Chapter 27 Exploration. Encounter a new monster. There was a striking line carved into the stone wall, still visible after an unknown number of years. Seeing Chinese actions, the rest of the people also gathered around. There was only this line on the stone wall, and no other script, and the words left in the above line of handwriting left those present somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? Did something happen in the depths of this canyon? Innocent people who were killed. Demons can't be forgiven? Was this once a killing ground? The crowd speculated as they looked at the inscriptions on the stone wall. That should be it. I feel a strong hatred on these handwriting. At this time the tall creepy who was the leader among the creepy spoke up. Are you guys that the mutation down here could be related to something that once happened here? Yenshur looked at the crowd and inquired. Perhaps? If so, that would be a bit too scary. Qin thought for a moment and replied. After listening to Qin words, the people here are all showing horrified eyes. If there is really a relationship, how tragic events must have happened here. Not only Qin and the others, even the creeps on the side had their eyes slightly changed after hearing this. Although they creeps didn't feel burdened by killing people, they wouldn't kill people for no reason, or kill many people at once. If it was really as they guessed, those monsters were most likely the people who were once killed, and that densely packed simply didn't know how many. Even Guile and the others were somewhat shocked as well as horrified inside. According to their understanding, even if Guile King was angry and killed people, he wouldn't be this crazy. At this time the creeps understood why they could feel the strong hatred in that text. Qin checked once and indeed found nothing more and then spoke. Let's go. Let's continue a little deeper. There are no more clues here. This canyon may have a period of unknown secrets. Today we investigate not to rush deeper. First roughly understand the periphery. Keep an eye on the clock and evacuate immediately at sunset and dusk. Mark the route. In addition to the weirdness, Qin is worthy of being the calmest person involved in this copy. Immediately knowing that there are no clues in this place, and immediately came up with the next program, which is also well thought out. No one or shenanigans had a problem with that. Leaving the stone wall, the more the group walked, the more they felt their sweaty hairs rise and goosebumps spread all over their bodies. They looked at the scene around them. There were monsters sleeping everywhere, even some female-like monsters with their stomachs thrown open, sprouting vine-like branches connecting to a baby-like monster beside them. There were also heads that had clearly fallen off, but had been sewn up by mutated plant roots, and some even seemed to have their arms or legs replaced by mutated plants. As they went deeper and deeper, the crowd also saw a faint grayish-white scent floating in the air, but this scent was not in the least bit like the bizarre scents they had seen, and it also emitted a strong odor of decay everywhere. The crowd guessed that the further in they went, the more powerful these auras became, not to mention the humans like Qin. Even the crowd of Bazaar felt extremely uncomfortable seeing all that gray and white. Some among Qin and the others even coughed loudly. Stop! Just as the crowd was cautiously advancing, they only saw Qin raise his right arm and a hand-clenched fist to signal the crowd to stop their footsteps. What's wrong, brother Qin? Yenshur inquired carefully. On guard. It's as if I feel something approaching towards us. Qin's eyes stared dead ahead, and his hands couldn't help but tighten their grip on the Bazaar firearms. Captain Qin, could it be a mistake? It's so quiet around here? Could it be overstimulation? Someone from the team raised a question, but he truly hadn't heard any movement. Nevertheless his hands were gripped tightly with the Bazaar firearms. The tall creepy of the creepy crowd also closed his eyes tightly when he heard Qin's words, followed by a hint of a grave look. He's right. There is indeed something coming in our direction. During his speech this tall creepy didn't forget to glance at Qin, who was a bit confused as to how he could sense that something would be coming towards them. He wouldn't have been able to feel it at all if the other party hadn't reminded it to seriously unleash its weird power. Hearing that the Bazaar side had spoken up, Yenshur and the others looked at Qin with disbelief, but more than anything else, they looked at him with admiration. In fact, Qin was able to perceive that the probability was due to the reason of the contract signed with Luo Yinyin. It wasn't long before the sound of heavy footsteps appeared ahead of them. Tap tap tap. It sounded like there was more than one. The crowd even bizarrely this time to look at Qin's eyes with a face of incredulity. Creepy was shocked at how Qin was able to know in advance than all of them. Human shocked at why Creepy didn't even feel it first. Qin was able to detect it in advance. And the most crucial thing was that they really didn't hear a sound at all. Qin was now a god amongst the crowd of 6. At the same time, Yenshur and the other 6 people were also secretly resolved inwardly. That is to properly hug Qin's thighs. In their view to follow Qin can see the hope of passing. As the sound gets closer and closer, the heavy footsteps are getting clearer and clearer. The crowd is weirdly on guard with their guns, only to see 3 people walk out from the hanging monster trees in front of them. To be precise, I should say humanoid monsters. They were different from the monsters they had seen before. At least these 3 were humanoid. It was like people who died and came back to life. They are wearing yellow-green clothes covered with dust, as if after years of scrubbing, looks crumbling, but also able to see the color. Feet wearing a pair of high-waisted boots is also after years of scrubbing has been rotten cannot be rotten. And even the boots can be seen under some steel nails as well as rusty horseshoes after palm. Presumably the stomping sound was the sound these metals made when they touched the ground. 3 humanoid monsters, face partially decayed to reveal white bones, some even teeth exposed, without any skin around. There are also hanging rotting broken flesh. More horrifying is one of the chest empty ribs clearly visible, not the slightest bit of rotting flesh hanging. They wanted the same point to have places on their bodies covered with strange mutated plants, constantly writhing, as if the union with the body gave life to the latter. Each of the 3 monsters' eyes emitted a scarlet glow, revealing brutality and ferocity in their eyes, while their right hands were made of slender and sharp white bones fused with mutated plants to form uniquely curved-shaped bone knives. The 3 most critical monsters exuded a substantial grayish-white aura with the smell of decay. Seeing Chin-Yi and the others, the 3 monsters also let out ear-piercing and hoarse screams towards Chin-Yi and the others, with yellowish-brown liquid dripping from one opening. Fire! Can't wait to think about it. Looking at the person who looks like a death resurrection mutation, Chin-Yi immediately took the lead in pulling the trigger on the weird gun. The rest of the people with the weird see which dares to slow down, but also instantly have to pull the hand of the gun. The weird bullets instantly poured towards the latter. Chapter 28 Dilemma. The mysterious figure struck out. Ding, 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 clang. When the crowd of bizarre bullets hit the 3 humanoid monsters, the mutated plants writhing on the latter's body instantly transformed into armor covering the whole body. At the same time the grayish-white aura on the body was a few points stronger, and the aura of the substantial form was seen more clearly. Creepy bullets hit with a clanking sound. In the face of this scene the crowd were all showing surprise at the sight. Even Chin-Yi couldn't help but have the corners of his eyes twitch slightly at the sight. Cam! Trick bullets aren't working. What the hell is this? Rule-provided weapons have no effect? What's the point of playing? How can I play this? Ineffective attack? Perfectly resisted? The human side instantly exploded with emotion, and instantly broke into a fit of rage. They had thought of all sorts, but they really hadn't thought that the other party would be able to resist the attacks of the bizarre weapons in their hands. Not only the human, even the bizarre are a little surprised, especially the tall bizarre. It is very clear that the hands of the power of the bizarre weapon, which if hit in their bizarre body, even his strength, cannot carry a few shots will have to be turned into dust, and now the other side can be perfectly resisted. We must know that stained with the bizarre atmosphere of the things, physical defense cannot be defended. At the moment this is completely beyond their cognition. Grass. Is this copy of hell really for people? I have a feeling whoever gets through, then he's practically superhuman. Chin-Yi's ears were listening to the crowd's incessant tirades. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the trigger-pulling action in his hand didn't stop in the slightest. Strike towards the opponent's head. There's no armor wrapped there. It's not very effective, but at least it's useful to be able to injure the opponent. It doesn't matter if you can't hit the ineligible ones, then hit their bodies. This can limit their movements to be much slower. Keep hitting them. I don't believe that the other side shells can protect them all the time. Observing half a day, Chin-Yi also found some eyebrows and immediately ordered. The crowd in Creepy heard that this would not hesitate to follow Chin-Yi's command and start attacking. Nay, even so, the strength of both sides was not at all at the same level. And even so, the other monster still seized a gap and came in front of a middle-aged man with glasses, only to see the scimitar-shaped bone blade instantly slashing down towards the middle-aged man's head. Instantly the latter was cut off half of his head and fell to the ground. His brains and blood scattered all over the place. What was most alarming was the hoarse, ear-piercing laughter that the monster let out after the kill, as if it was enjoying the chopping and slashing. Chin-Yi also shouted angrily at this time. All be careful. Trick lightning. Blast. Retreat. At the same time, Chin-Yi was also noticing that half of the dead man's brain had grayish breath remaining there, as if it was trying to burrow into the latter's body. He couldn't think much about this phenomenon, because a monster was about to slash at him with a bone blade in its hand. Chin-Yi pulls off a guile and a backpedal plus an outside turn. Bang! With the intense explosion, when the bizarre aura dissipated, only to see that the monster that was originally going to slash Chin-Yi was hissing angrily. At the same time, the plant armor on its body had fallen off, appearing to be mutilated. Seeing this scene, Chin-Yi's heart was also relieved. He hadn't guessed wrong. No matter how perverted the plant armor on his opponent was, it was still capable of being broken. As long as they were able to break it, they were also able to wear each other down by relying on the weapons in their hands, without being invincible. You are able to overcome. Trick minds. Blow them up. The armor on the opponent is not invincible. The crowd sniffed and looked towards Chin-Yi, and also noticed the drop of monster armor not far from Chin-Yi, and immediately also pulled out the trick lightning on their waists and blew it up. The truth was just as Chin-Yi had said. The opponent's armor was not invincible, and although it could withstand their attacks, there was always an upper limit to what it could withstand. However, the consequence of doing so was also to anger the three monsters on the other side, only to see them roar angrily, followed by their figures becoming speedy and charging up towards the person, completely ignoring the damage as well as the limitations that the bizarre bullets brought to them. The other party's sudden suicidal appearance also caught Chin-Yi and the others with creepy off guard, only to see that the two did not react and were instantly pierced and cleaved in half by the other party's bone knife, dying on the spot. There was also a bizarre reaction half a beat slower by the bone knife stabbed in the chest, only to see that Bizarre immediately released its own bizarre power to counterattack. However, the next second the grayish-white aura emanating from the bone blade followed the blade god and merged into the latter's bizarre body. Immediately after the original intention to counterattack, the Bizarre instantly issued a miserable roar sound. It did not die at the first time. On the contrary, that grayish-white breath was like a Tarsus maggot constantly spreading on the body of the latter. At the same time, the hissing sound of the Bizarre also became even more miserable. Seeing this scene of the weird one by one, their eyes were horrified, because they felt that the weird aura on that weird body was gradually dying out. Instead, what replaced it was that grayish-white aura filled with the smell of decay and death, as if it was being assimilated into the transformation. Seeing that it was about time, the monster drew his bone knife and headed off in search of his next target. At the moment the scene on the field, the survivors of the scene as well as Creepy were all a bit overwhelmed. It was completely beyond their expectations. Even Chin-Yi was even a bit nonchalant at this time. He had thought that the hell copy was difficult, and had also heard of the horror of the hell copy, and since he had experienced it himself, he had completely understood why that person would have exuded that kind of expression at that time after he had passed the level. Subsequently, Chin-Yi also quickly adjusted his mind and gritted his teeth. Withdraw. That's it for today for now. From the long run, immediately after that, Chin-Yi and the others fought and retreated towards the direction of the rope they came from, with the three monsters behind them in hot pursuit. Chin-Yi and the others evacuated with the Bizarre all the way, sacrificing another human and three Bizarre in between. At this moment, the trick ammo on their bodies were almost exhausted, and the trick mines had also been used up long ago. Seeing that there was still some distance in the direction of the ropes, but the latter three monsters were about to close in on them. Cam, out of ammo. The is probably going to be stranded here. So am I. What the? Our weird aura doesn't seem to be doing much damage to them either. Humans, maybe we're going to fall today. Tall Creepy also spoke up at this time. For a while the crowd was in despair. Don't say anything demoralizing. Check it out. We're about to get to the rope side. Don't stop if you have ammo. Chin-Yi opened his mouth and chided. For Chin-Yi it's never over until the last minute. It was also at this time, under the crowd's astonished gazes, they saw a figure as fast as lightning, attacking towards the three monsters, and then they saw the three monsters' heads directly roll to the side dead beyond death. Immediately afterward, the three Chin-Yi and the remaining three Bizarre looked at the figure with shocked faces, just as the crowd had not reacted in their shock. Chin-Yi was the first to regain his composure, constantly sizing up that figure. Chapter 29, A Roar from the Depths of the Valley. Only to see that a figure with his back to the crowd, the clothes on his body had been tattered to the point of not being able to see any color, only the heavy age as well as the dusty aura. In his hand he held a machete with red spikes, but because of the time that had passed, that machete had become rusty. On it, it possessed a black eerie aura, and at the same time it also possessed the aura of gray and white death, one black and one white intertwined with each other. Immediately received to the figure turned his head around. The crowd at this time also saw the latter's face, covered with a Bizarre as well as the smell of death. The entire face is rotten and dry. Empty eyes, one exudes Bizarre, one exudes death. Just rushed at Chin-Yi and the others and Creepy to look at that glance, that with a murderous aura of the eyes, instantly let the people present scared as if the liver and gall blown apart in general. Creepy can't help but take a few steps back. Also Chin-Yi is better, but can't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of spit. What's this again? What's with the wolf in front and the tiger behind? You call this a daytime canyon as opposed to a safe spot? I'm afraid it's not the only safe spot up there, is it? Yes, those dense monsters at night. There are also awakened monsters in the depths of the canyon during the day, and these awakened monsters can be killed many times stronger than those at night. Can we not discuss this for a while? What are we going to do now? Do we still want to be targeted by the other party? Yenshur replied with some trepidation even as he looked at the other party's eyes filled with a murderous aura. Humans, what shall we do now? Your people are right. We seem to be targeted. The other party is not simple. Not only does he have the same aura as those three monsters just now, he even has a bizarre aura. It's tricky. The tall bizarre eye stared at the figure in front of him with a heavy gaze as he also opened his mouth. At the moment, Shin-Yi and the others and the bizarre distance from the rope pulley is a few dozen meters short. Even if the evacuation is successful, will inevitably die. For a while the field was at a stalemate, neither side moving a muscle. Brother Chin, this belongs to the most clever of all the messy gourds. What should we do now? I still have some ammunition here. Should we fight? Shin-Yi looked at the figure in front of him and also fell into silence. The other party's strike just now directly resolved the monster that they all found tricky to deal with. There was no doubt that the strength of that figure was far beyond what they could resist. At this time, to tell the truth, Shin-Yi he could not think of any good way. But Shin-Yi looked at the other side. Shin-Yi as if vaguely grasped what key information. I'm honestly not sure what the hell to do anymore, but I have a feeling that the other party shouldn't be able to do us any harm. If they were against us, we would have all separated our heads and bodies long ago, just like those three monsters. Just as Shin-Yi finished speaking, he could only be seen taking a step forward, instantly giving the people present a weird moment of shock. Brother Chin, what are you doing? Don't go. Human, you're being too dangerous. What if your guess is wrong? After hearing Shin-Yi's words, Yenshur and Tall Creepy hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Shin-Yi did not pay attention, but waved his hand to show that do not have to worry. Now Shin-Yi's heart has a great speculation. If all his guesses are correct, then the newly appeared monster is absolutely not hurt them. The truth was just as Shin-Yi had guessed. The figure on the other side did not make any move when it saw Shin-Yi walking towards him, and this also happened to make Shin-Yi situate his suspicions even more. Before Shin-Yi finished his words, only an angry roaring sound could be heard coming from a place deep beneath the canyon, even as the crowd felt a shaking of the ground, as if something terrifying was about to break out of its cocoon in the depths. That mysterious voice heard this roaring voice as if it sensed something, only to see his body become furious, and the dual aura on his body instantly materialized and enveloped itself. Shin-Yi then saw that the latter's face was filled with angry hatred, filled with killing intent, and then under the gaze of the crowd, he quickly sped in the direction of the depths of the valley and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shin-Yi, who saw this scene, was immediately also a bit disappointed. He even felt that he was on the verge of catching the secret of this copy. If one's guess is correct, if this copy is to pass, the mysterious figure just now is definitely the key. Holy, what was that figure just now? How scary is it? Can it be that the depths of that canyon is the final boss that we're going to clear this time? How the hell are we supposed to fight it? My legs are still trembling from that sound just now. At this time someone suddenly spoke with a panicked expression. For this person said the demoralizing words, "There is no one to refute." A spirit of depression. Because this person is right. Not to mention the boss of the pass, even the monsters of the night, have to rely on the rules to provide weapons. The daytime is also down. Also seen, 3 monsters, let them difficult to fight. Who knows this kind of there is no more. At this time the living, or bizarre or not, is also finally understand why it is called a copy of hell. In addition to despair or despair, can pass really is Superman. Looking at the departing figure, Shin-Yi secretly felt pity, but the figure disappeared had already disappeared, so there was nothing he could do with any more pity. Arriving in front of the crowd, Shin-Yi spoke indifferently. Let's go. Go back first. There's still a big battle at night. Well, don't be so frustrated. Maybe we'll actually be able to get out alive through this copy. Looking at the crowd's somewhat depressed spirits, Shin-Yi also clearly knew that this was not a very good thing, and immediately cheered up the crowd with creepy. Alas, Brother Chin really doesn't know if you have a good mindset or if you're really calm and terrifying. You heard that sound just now. It's really too frightening. We can't even handle the monsters of the night, the one in the depths. Speaking here, Yenshur didn't say anymore. Instead he sighed and looked downcast. The living creepy didn't speak either, but their faces were able to tell that they were also desperate inside. Cheer up. As long as it's a copy, there's bound to be a way out. Although the rules have already given us the way out, we just have to find our way through the key factors. That's what the words say. But, odds are that thing in the depths. Can we really overcome it? Yeah, even if we're told the way to life? How can we pass the level? It's not at the same level at all. And even we Guile don't think there's any hope. These monsters are too much stronger than us. I reckon that unless we reach Creepy Chief we can have a fight with those 3 monsters. As for the one in the depths, at least we have to be Creepy Chief or Creepy General. The taller Creepy also voiced his opinion. In their opinion, this hellish copy, if they were able to, they could really call it Superman. The 2 sides were simply not at the same level. Who says the deep one has to be killed by us? Have you forgotten the rules hints? Our job is to stop the monsters from rushing out, investigate the cause. Did the rules say anything about letting us finish these monsters or that boss in the depths? Chapter 30, Some of Shin-Yi's Speculations. Upon hearing Shin-Yi's words, the crowd was stunned and looked at him with puzzled expressions. Oh, Yenshur instantly flashed a glint in the depths of his eyes and kept oh so quietly. I see. You're worthy of being the calmest person in the room. Brother Chin. Yenshur was also becoming excited at the moment. The others, along with Creepy, were all looking at Yenshur with some confusion. No, man, what's wrong with you? What the hell is going on? Yeah man, what do you know? Not human, what the hell is going on? Only to see Yenshur some excitement do not know how to speak. Slowed down a few times he then excitedly spoke. Gu name is Chin brother literally. The rules say our job is to block the monsters from rushing out and investigate the cause of the canyon monsters. They don't say we have to take care of the monsters. Hearing Yenshur's words, the rest of them instantly became short of breath. And one by one, they all reacted. It was as if they all saw the hope of life at this moment. People are always like this. Once they see a glimmer of hope, they will defy all odds and do their best to grab that glimmer of hope. Watching the crowd regain some of their morale, Chin was also inwardly delighted as well. After all, this is a copy of teamwork. Morale is especially important. Well, it's getting late. Let's go up first. There's still a tough fight to be had tonight. And hell knows if any more scary monsters will show up tonight. After listening to Chin's words, the eyes of the bazaar and the crowd present also revealed a trace of heaviness. They came down. 14 people, now only 6 are alive. And everything at the bottom of the valley they also all took in their eyes. The bottom of this valley was like a huge hotbed of monsters. Even some unseen monsters were visible. And no one was sure if new monsters would join the attack at night. They were also clear about what Chin meant by a hard battle. As if every night was a hard battle. The crowd in Creepy didn't mope around. And immediately slid down the rope pulley toward the top of the canyon. Not long after, Chin and the others returned to their respective sides of the canyon with the crowd of bazaar. And they were greeted by both sides of the canyon people and bazaar. Having been waiting for a long time, those who hadn't gone down saw Chin's 7 people but came back 3. Their eyes couldn't help but change slightly. After all, in their opinion, the canyon was relatively safe during the daytime. But this death rate had also reached more than half of it. So it could be seen that Chin and the others had encountered great dangers down there. How does it look? So many people died down there? Is it dangerous? Seeing Chin and the others coming up, with 3 of the 7 remaining, and the other party being weird as well, Chi Haofeng inquired with some urgency. It's dangerous. Those monsters only seem to attack at night. But there are other monsters during the day that are much tougher than those at night. It's not a simple matter for a rule-provided weapon to kill a monster like that during the day. Chin then briefly gave a rundown of what happened below. And none of the people listening to it had their faces dramatically changed, with fear constantly flooding their hearts. It was good that Chin also said that the mission didn't say that the monsters had to be killed, but rather investigated. The crowd was also relieved to hear that. But soon someone spoke with some concern. The words are true, but the daytime below is also so dangerous. And our equipment and weapons are difficult to dry each other. How do we investigate? Not to mention the 3 monsters mentioned. If we really want to investigate clearly, the depths of the valley are bound to take a walk, right? What should we do if we encounter them? This is afraid that even after the people are dead, you can't go into the depths to investigate, right? This word, originally some sea hope excited people instantly as if a pot of cold water pouring from the head to body. One once again reveal ugly look. Cam, can't say something nice? Do you have to say this at this time? Having hope is better than having no hope, right? Yenshur looked somewhat angrily at the youth who opened his mouth and said, Alright, Brother Yen, what he said isn't wrong. This is indeed a problem. Chi Haofeng also came out at this time to round off the situation. This time was indeed not the right time to argue. After all, the youth's words just now didn't have much of a problem. I may have some eyebrows raised, but I'm going to need verification. Just as a layer of haze covered the heads of the crowd, Chin spoke out at this moment. What eyebrows, Brother Chin? Yenshur hurriedly inquired. It's all a guess on my part. We went down there and you saw the carvings on the stone wall, combined with that mysterious monster that came out of nowhere to take out the 3 monsters. I have a feeling that the one that helped us get out of the trap was the same survivor that carved the words at the time. Though I don't know what happened to this place to cause the mutation. It's likely to be related to the eerie descent, causing this place to go beyond the eerie rules for some special reason. Remember when I mentioned the characteristics of those monsters? Forget about their plant armor that looks like it's alive for a moment. That grayish aura is the opposite of spooky. Instead it's more like the aura of death filled with the smell of decay. Like with creepy rules anyway, this copy is like 2 rules checking each other. All we have to do is help the weird rules to get to the bottom of it. But that engraved survivor has the scent of both. And that's what I don't understand. And a lot of it is just conjecture on my part. Which is why I'm going to find the inscribed survivor and confirm it. And I think this engraved survivor is the key figure in getting us through the copy. When the crowd heard Chin Yi's words one by one, their eyes widened as they looked at him incredulously. especially Yenshur with the other or those who had come up. They didn't expect Genie's insight to be so powerful. Why is there such a big difference between the same people who go down there? In that kind of situation can be in danger, not chaotic, even according to some things can see a lot of problems. Although a lot of them are guessing. But this is enough to show that Genie's calm and insight ability. How can this not let a person admire? Brother Chin? Why did you say that mysterious figure is the key to clearing the copy? Isn't he no different from the other monsters? Yenshur inquired with some curiosity and caution. And the rest of the crowd also looked at Genie with puzzled plus curious faces. As far as I can guess, this place must have been the scene of a very dismal and hidden story. What exactly we don't know. Remember the roar? I was going to go up at that point and see if I could talk to the creature, because if he had done it we would have been dead already, but he didn't do it. I wanted to take a chance and see if I could try to ask about it. As a result, as you can see, just as I opened my mouth an angry roar came from the depths, but that mysterious figure monster's body erupted with a strong murderous aura, and the entire aura on its body erupted drastically. So I guess this mysterious figure monster might be in a hostile relationship with that voice from the depths. All we have to do is investigate the cause of the mutation here. And perhaps we also need to fight or even kill that voice in the depths. So why don't we cooperate with that mysterious figure monster? Don't forget this is a cooperative copy. It doesn't say you can't work with monsters. At least that mysterious monster isn't showing any malice towards us. At least for now. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to get up and back to the sentry tower. Chapter 31 The Experimental Base in the Deep. The crowd of people were listening to Qin Yi's speculations, and one by one, their eyes were wide open as they looked at Qin Yi, and at this time, their hearts were in awe. They also realized the gap between people at this time. Qin Yi was able to speculate so many things based on limited clues just by going down for a trip, although all of them were guesses, but that was also something remarkable. At this moment, Qin Yi's power of prestige had become even higher amongst the crowd. No, Brother Qin, is what you said about working with the monsters down there really okay? Would it be too dangerous? Yes, Brother Qin, is it really possible to work with the monsters down there? Do the rules really allow it? It won't be like seeking skin with a tiger, right? For the mysterious figure monster cooperation thing in Qin Yi's mouth, the people present were showing a hint of panic and fear. In their view the monsters below were all one and the same, so terrifying, and now they also had to cooperate with each others. It all sounded simply a bit heavenly. You're all stupid, aren't you? Didn't you hear what Brother Qin said? The rules didn't even definitively say that you can't work with monsters, so that means you can. Besides, even if it's with a tiger, do you guys want to live? Do you want to get through this? Haven't you heard of that saying? An enemy's enemy is a friend. Even if we are seeking skin with a tiger, at least for the time being the other party has not shown any malice towards us, or else we wouldn't be able to come back. Yenshur looked at the people present cowering was also angry. He also really cannot understand such a simple reason why they cannot turn around the circle. Indeed, what Brother Qin and Brother Yen said are both reasonable. Right now we have no better way than this. What we need to do now is to guard the canyon defense line in case the monsters below rush out, and at the same time take advantage of the daytime to go and verify Brother Qin's guess. And by the way, investigate again what exactly happened in the depths of the canyon at one time, leading to it becoming what it is now. Shi Haofang also stood out and spoke at this time, comforting the crowd in the process. Well, don't be so intimidated. One of you don't have a good idea. Now there is a thigh band. Just listen honestly on the line. Anyway, everyone's purpose is to live. For the time being, it's best to overcome the fear in your hearts. It's not scary to be incapacitated. It's scary to be incapacitated that things are still so many. Xia Qingqing also looked at the cowering people and chided. Qin Yi looked at the rest of the 3 sentry tower captains. Eyes also cannot help but slightly more than a glance. Yenshur need not say more. Go down Qin Yi is also seen. As for the Shi Haofang, although fear, but still able to calm and good at comforting people. Xia Qingqing this woman. Although the two aspects of the Yenshur and Shi Haofang then cannot be compared to, but this woman know what to do. At least the brain know what to do what not to do. As for the others, Qin Yi really just didn't bother to say anything. The performance was too disparate, and although fear was said to be a human instinct, restraint wasn't actually that scary. But apart from Yenshur's 3, the rest of them couldn't do it. Well, these are all my guesses. A lot of them need to be confirmed. I'll go and verify them one by one when the time comes. Even if I'm wrong, you guys still have a chance. Now get ready for tonight's battle. I'll give the canyon opposing creeps my guesses as well. After all we're all on the same rope now. With that said, Qin Yi called out towards the other canyon, followed by an exchange between the two sides. At night, the cries of babies, miserable and desperate crying sounds once again. Every time you hear it, it can make people instantly creepy. Goosebumps flooded. The canyon was eerie with the crowd understanding that it was a warning before the big battle. As soon as 12 o'clock midnight arrived, the great battle began once again. Successive half a month long. The crowd every night all the time do not dare to relax a trace of vigilance. Every night is highly tense through. As time goes by, the types of monsters attacking below is also become more. There are even white bone monsters with protruding bone spurs that can stretch and kill people. And there are also baby-shaped monsters that can be thrown from a distance to kill people. And the baby monsters can be thrown with plant-like roots sprouting out of their bodies, instantly protruding to pierce people's bodies as well as destroying traps and organs. During the day Chin-ee and the others in Creepy also didn't forget to continue to go below to investigate, but unfortunately the mysterious figure seemed to have disappeared, which also made them very frustrated. Meanwhile, the deeper they advanced into the valley, the more horrifying they felt the tragedies that had once taken place here, with all kinds of grotesque corpse monsters popping up all over the place. Time has passed more than half a month. Whether it is weird or human side or more than half dead or wounded, almost all of them left more than 20 people. The monster's means of attack is also more and more strange and powerful. Every night is barely hold. If not, the rules have day suddenly provide a more powerful weapon. Perhaps they have already been killed in the fountain. Brother Chin, today can we find that mysterious figure today? It's simply impossible to find it after these 10 days. Not only the mysterious figure, even the 3 kinds of monsters we saw at the very beginning have not been seen. We may be approaching the deepest part if we go further. Yenshir's eyes are filled with bloodshot and somewhat tired as he looks towards Chin-ee and opens his mouth. After half a month of successive high-tension battles and having to come down during the day to investigate, he was getting a bit overwhelmed. Not only him, even the monsters were looking depressed. Chin-ee was no better. Look for it, and today we will investigate it in depth. On the way here is the body of the humanoid monster we saw at the very beginning when we came down, and I think we may be able to get a clear idea of the secrets of the canyon today. Just as Chin-ee was talking, suddenly Chi Haofeng exclaimed, "Come on, look what I found." The crowd in Creepy rushed forward to hear this, only to see a broken beaker half covered and buried in the dirt, along with a variety of broken test tubes as well as some dried out plants next to it. There were also some yellowed, torn and damp papers scattered around. Most of the writing on it has blurred or even disappeared with age. One result the crowd got from the scattered and limited handwriting was that it was as if it was some kind of experiment. After a small interlude, the crowd once again delved deeper towards the depths, and along the way lay the corpses of the humanoid monsters that they had seen at the very beginning. At the moment their heads were separated from their bodies, and they couldn't be more dead. Chin-ee recognized at a glance that this must be the handiwork of that mysterious figure. It looks like the mysterious figure we're looking for is inside. Chin-ee looked at the corpse and spoke. Immediately after that the trio and the 3 creeps followed the bodies onward to a constructed makeshift house, the latter attached to the canyon's stone walls. Supposedly a house created by the carved-out space. Not far into the room, he saw the corpses of many monsters with their heads and bodies separated, and the ground was filled with indescribable yellow-brown slime and thick black liquid, while the surrounding area was vaguely filled with a dangerous aura. As the crowd explored, they felt that the temporary base in front of them as if it was a secret place to study something. Many dilapidated rooms, some of which looked like holding cells, some of which looked like places for research. Scattered everywhere with a variety of experimental equipment, figures and some torture devices. Chapter 32, Encountering a Mysterious Figure Again. Grr, the smell. It's awful. Vomit. I can't do it. Cam. I can't either. Vomit. Saying that, Chi Haofeng and Yenshir both bent over and vomited continuously. Vomit. The air was filled with the sickening odor of decay. Chin-ee was still better, although his face was also slightly twisted, but fortunately did not vomit. The smell here is really, it's hard to describe. Even Creepy's face changed slightly, so it's obvious how disgusting the smell inside is. To be honest, Yenshir and Chi Haofeng both felt that going to a pit and taking a deep breath was fresher than the smell here. Chin-ee pinched his nose toward a room door open, only to see inside the room everywhere filled with dried blood, has long been air-dried into black printed on the wall, while a body was tied, hands hanging on the wall. Below scattered rusty chains and a variety of rusty torture instruments. It was not known how many such scenes Chin-ee and the others had seen when they pushed the door open, just as they were planning to leave without finding any clues. Suddenly Chin-ee seemed to sense something, only to see his gaze change slightly as he shouted, "Be careful!" As he spoke, he snapped the trigger in his hand, only to see that the hanging corpse did not know when from the abdomen grew a 7-colored strange and peculiar flowers, which were full of fangs, at the same time yellowish-brown viscous liquid constantly dripping down, sticking out a tongue full of spikes towards Chin-ee and others with the bizarre direction. Yenshir and Chi Haofeng with the crowd of shenanigans also ducked at the first opportunity when they heard Chin-ee's reminder, but one of them was bizarrely a step too slow, and was instantly caught by the barbed tongue, and instantly a grayish-white aura quickly invaded the latter's body. No matter how much Chin-ee and the others and the tall creepy fired with the other creepy, the latter didn't show the slightest sign of letting go, only to see the swept and entangled creepy looking at Cheney and the others with a face of horror and despair. It wanted to open its mouth to make a sound, but at the moment it was unable to open its mouth at all. Its body was being eroded by another force. He then transformed into another appearance under the eyes of Cheney and the others, only to see that the original bizarre aura on his body had disappeared a bit, and was replaced by a grayish-white aura. Its pair of eyes also turned into white dead fish eyes. A grayish-white aura emanated from its body, and immediately after that, something that shocked Cheney and the others even more happened. That is, the latter moved and attacked quickly towards them. Cheney and the others were also on immediate defense. Evacuate, Cheney immediately urged, and immediately after he saw that all had withdrawn, he instantly closed the door of the room, followed by a loud thud, and the metal-like iron door was instantly bumped up. Go, this door can't take it for long, Cheney shouted, immediately leading the crowd towards the front. There's a room there, hide for a bit? Chi Haofeng saw an open room door not far away and spoke urgently. Old Chi, how dare you enter the house? Did you just forget? That's not in every room, is it? That door in the back can't withstand it for long, and there's an endless corridor in front of it, so what do you think should be done? Chi Haofeng couldn't care less at this time and directly retorted, for the sound of a metal gate being slammed open had been heard behind it. Go on in, old Chi is right, it can't be in every room, and nothing happened before. Cheney also spoke. With that, several people immediately went inside, closing the door in the process. Old Chi, I'll throw your mom. Yanshi was the first to come in. When he saw the picture in front of him, instantly the whole person was dumbfounded, only to see a figure squatting on the ground not knowing what he was doing. When Cheney, Chi Haofeng and the remaining two Bazaar came and also saw the picture in front of them, all of a sudden the hearts of the crowd were cold. Scratch that. Who knew we would be so unlucky? Chi Haofeng swallowed a mouthful of water and spoke with difficulty. It was also at this time that the crouching figure, as if sensing something, slowly stood up and twisted his head. Hold your fire. Don't move. Cheney was the first to see the latter's appearance, hastily voiced out to stop him. Yanshi, who was nervously planning to shoot at this time, was also relieved to see the latter's twisting head. The figure in front of them was the same mysterious figure that they had been trying to find for so many nights. It was also at this time that there was a crashing sound from the iron door behind them. Even as that much barbed tongue came through the gap, the mysterious figure saw instantly bypassed Cheney and others, instantly raised the machete hand knife down. Suddenly slimy mucus splashed all around. Immediately after, the mysterious figure lifted the machete and kicked open the iron door. And in just a few seconds, a scream came from the outer door, and then there was no more sound. Cheney and the others then saw the latter come in with his sword, the latter's blade still dripping with sticky yellow liquid. For a while the crowd and creepy were all standing in place without daring to breathe a word as they stared blankly at the mysterious figure in front of them. Even Cheney didn't dare to make a sound at the moment. Humph! Only to hear the latter let out a dull sound, then half kneeled on the ground. Immediately after that, the crowd and creepy saw that the grayish-white aura on the latter's body instantly erupted in a big way, while the creepy aura on his body was continuously becoming weaker and weaker. This sudden scene also left the crowd at a bit of a loss. Chi Haofeng wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. That aura on the latter's body made them all feel incomparably intimidated. And at this time, Cheney forcefully endured his inner fear with the intention of going forward to talk to the other party. The moment he had just raised his leg, he heard a hoarse voice speak. Don't move. Stay away from me, or you will become the living dead, corpses with only husks. Hearing the mysterious figure's words, both the crowd and creepy were greatly shocked, and Cheney slowly put his foot down, no longer intending to advance. That you seem to be out of sorts. Is there anything we can do to help you? Cheney looked at the latter, who appeared to have some kind of problem himself, and opened his mouth to try and inquire. Oh, you guys can't help me. I do have a bit of a physical condition that requires a powerful and weird aura. Even if I give those two a kill, it won't help. Plus I'm not a person who kills indiscriminately. Wouldn't that be no different from a demon? At these words the tall creepy and the other creepy instantly looked tense, but fortunately the latter's words made them feel relaxed. Hurry up and leave, before it's too late. You'll only die here. I can't control myself any longer. The mysterious figure lifted his head with difficulty to look at Cheney and the others. A powerful bizarre aura? Cheney was a bit puzzled inwardly, but he quickly realized what the other party meant. If you pull out all the medieval coins and medieval treasures on your body, not to mention whether or not it can fit in here, just that weird aura is so strong that it has no boundaries, right? Cheney couldn't even help but smile at the thought. Not Brother Chen. No, you're my brother. How can you still laugh at this time? You have a damn good heart. Yes, Brother Chen. I didn't hear the other side telling us to get out of here. Hearing Cheney's laughter, Yanshi and Chi Haofeng also felt extremely helpless. After all, what a time it was. Chini could still laugh out loud. Even Tall Creepy and the other Creepy were a bit puzzled when they heard Chini's laughter. Especially Tall Creepy, although he had been in contact with Chini for more than a few years, knowing that the other party was calmly terrifying and smart-minded. But the situation at hand, the other side are letting the feeling go, and the body of that grayish-white breath is still spreading. In the not go to come to the urgent. How can you still laugh out loud, ah, human? I know that you have a very strong inner quality, and I understand that the opportunity is not easy for you to ask what you want to ask, but right now it has to go. Powerful creepy aura we really don't have, ah. All just a few thousand plutoniums doesn't even qualify as powerful. Tall Creepy opened his mouth. It's just a weird vibe, isn't it? Who says I don't have it? I'll bring it out in a minute. Chini asked a direct rhetorical question after hearing this, not forgetting to make a domineering statement in the process. At the same time, Chini's heart was also excited. Originally thought that this copy could not be used for plutonium, but did not expect to be able to use it. Then he would have to load it up. There is no way. There are really too many. It just so happens that there is an opportunity now. This sentence caused the people present with Creepy to be instantly confused. And even that mysterious figure couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chini. His eyes filled with a bit of doubt as well. Chapter 33, is that enough? Not enough, I have more here. Extra. Brother, stop it. How come you have a powerful eerie aura? It can't be a plutonium, can it? How much would that have to be considered powerful? Yenshur looked towards Chini's and spoke with some anxiety. The remaining two Creepy nodded secretly when they heard Yenshur's words. The medieval coins did contain a creepy aura, but really counted on the powerful at least need 1 million to start. Tall Bazaar is also aware of. Once he medieval money more times. A few years also only saved more than 200,000 only. Not to mention this time now. Bazaar hands are almost nothing. Not to mention the human being. Chi Haofeng on the side also revealed a touch of excitement at this time. Grass. Old yen. You don't say. You don't say. When Brother Qin came, I don't know if you observed it. What, ah? Yenshur was confused by Chi Haofeng's words, only to see Chi Haofeng jumping to his feet with some excitement. Oops. Old yen. You've forgotten that Brother Qin came in the extreme crazy taxi. You've heard the rumors about that cab, right? Brother Qin reckons there's a lot of plutonium. Hearing this, Yenshur was first stunned, and then he had a look of sudden realization. Right. So it looks like Brother Qin is actually able to take it out, right? Tens of thousands? Or even hundreds of thousands? Maybe even. In the eyes of Yenshur and Chi Haofeng, perhaps hundreds of thousands of them in their eyes are enough. The two are also seeing the medieval currency. $100 of medieval currency contains a bizarre breath for them is already very powerful. If hundreds of thousands of stacked together, is not a powerful bizarre breath. A side of the tall bizarre figure looked at the two excited look also cannot help but sigh, slightly shook his head and said, not enough. Far from enough. Hundreds of thousands for a bizarre soldier like me if cultivation to enhance the strength of the or enough. If it is a bizarre long and even higher, that is an incremental growth. To put it mildly, that powerful grayish aura on the other party is at least on the same level as the Guile King. If it still reaches the balance it once had, at least tens of millions of metals for the other party to absorb. Yenshur and Chi Haofeng heard the words and immediately stood in place as if they were dumbfounded. Hearing those tall and bizarre words, the two of them were also refreshed in their perceptions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the point of waiting then? Brother Qin, old Chi, let's go. Yenshur reacted and also shouted in a hurry. By this time he also recognized that he had just acted naively. Come on, you guys, hurry up. I can't hold it down any longer. Go! Just as the crowd was persuading Qin, the mysterious figure half kneeling on the ground to the side let out an urgent shout. At this time, his face was pained, and he was trying his best to suppress the spread of the grayish-white power within his body. Go! Brother Qin, don't engage. Go back and think of another way. By then maybe he'll be able to solve it all by himself. Chi Haofeng also hurriedly urged at this time. By this time the people present with Creepy had decided that they wouldn't care if Chini didn't leave again. Only Chini said with a slight sigh. Ugh, how can you guys be so sure that I don't have it? Said Chini without further ado. Piles and piles of plutonium instantly fell to the ground. Immediately after Chini smacked some slow. The mind moved, only to see in the bazaar and Yenshur Chi Haofeng shocked eyes. Their houses out of thin air about to stack stacks of plutonium banknotes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yenshur couldn't help but blurt out at this moment. He had never seen so many medieval banknotes. He only had a few hundred medieval banknotes on him and he thought he was pretty good. But he didn't expect Chini to come out with just how many medieval banknotes he didn't know at all. Not only was Yenshur Chi Haofeng viciously shocked, even the tall bazaar and the other bazaar eyes were glaring out, staring dead ahead at the stacks of medieval banknotes that were releasing a powerful bazaar aura. To be honest, they had never seen so many medieval banknotes in their entire lives, and even if they were sold to them, working 24 hours a day non-stop. They probably wouldn't be able to earn 1,000 years on their own. Immediately after the two bizarre looks were synchronized towards Chinee, their eyes filled with unbelief, as well as confusion. Chinee ignored the two with the two bizarre gazes. Instead his eyes looked towards the mysterious figure half kneeling on the ground in extreme pain and softly inquired, "Is it enough? Counts as a powerful creepy aura, right? If it's not enough, I can take out more from my side. You can use it first. This room is not enough to put it in. It's not impossible for me to take out a more advanced one if it's really not enough. It's not impossible for me to come up with a higher grade." To be honest, when Chinee took out so many medieval banknotes, even that mysterious figure was shocked for a moment, even forgetting to desperately suppress the pain brought about by that surge of power within his body. Only after hearing Chinee's inquiry did he return to his senses and reply, "Enough, enough, this should be enough. Even if it's not enough, there shouldn't be any problem for a short time. Enough is enough. No problem if it's not. Just ask and I'll fulfill you. Thanks." The mysterious figure gave a thank you and with difficulty stood up with the machete in his hand, using his strength to walk over to the stacks of plutonium banknotes and put his hand on them, absorbing the eerie aura on them in a frenzy of greed. Immediately afterward, he saw that the bizarre aura that was originally about to dissipate from his body was continuously growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was also at this as when a mouthful of cold air was heard in the middle of the quiet room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old cow, what the hell are you doing? Scare me a deuce. Yenshur looked at the tall creepy aside and opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For a while now, I can't tell if Brother Chinee is a human or a powerful trickster pretending to be a human. Even the creepy king has to be damn near not so much now, right? Did I hear that right? There's a higher level? That's an underworld treasure. This said the tall creepy bull, running the whole person excited. His side of the other creepy is also a face of stupidity. 5 fingers constantly counting something. Immediately after he counted, he let out a strange scream and suddenly fainted. This could give Yenshur and Shi Haofeng a dumbfounded look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As far as that goes, what's a Hades Yuan Bao? Yenshur inquired with some uncertainty. Plutonium exchange Billy 1:1 000 Ha, ha, that means Brother Chin possesses the underworld treasure still, and by the look of Brother Chin there's a lot more? It was Yenshur and Shi Haofeng's turn to be silent at this time. However, the two of them looked at each other and then at Chinee after a long period of silence, and both of them could not help but sigh slightly. At this moment, the inner thoughts of both of them are just bizarre advent. Why is the gap between people so big? Is this in a world? At the same time, the two of them had made up their minds within themselves that if they could get out of this copy alive, they would directly embrace Chinee's thighs. Even if they become a dog's skin, they have to stick to let Chinee take them. Chapter 34: The Once Unknown Secrets of the Canyon. As the mysterious figure greedily absorbed it, the medieval banknotes that filled the house dissipated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The latter's grayish-white breath that was originally rioting and frenzied on his body was also gradually smoothing out. When the medieval banknotes in front of him were completely absorbed by the latter, the mysterious figure's breath gradually became balanced. Thanks. The mysterious figure thanked towards Chinee. You're welcome, and since you've recovered now, I'd like to ask you some questions? Yes, feel free to ask whatever you want. I've seen many people like you with your scent around you before, but unfortunately they seem to be afraid of me. You're the first one who isn't afraid to even seek me out. The mysterious figure replied. I want to know what the hell is going on here. Why is it like this? What the hell are those monsters and these grayish-white scents on you? After Chinee asked. Yenshur and Shi Haofeng as well as the tall and bizarre Ox Ben also looked at the latter with some anticipation. Upon hearing Chinee's words, the mysterious figure's terrifying face revealed a hint of reminiscence, followed by a constant alternation of pain, anger, and hateful expressions surfacing. He then sighed and spoke. This place originally went through a war. I was a warrior defending against an invading country when I was captured in the midst of a battle and brought to the depths of this canyon. Those invaders are actually secretly researching horrible inhumane biochemical genetic human experiments deep underground in this canyon. Innocent paupers and prisoners of war are sent here every day. Usually those demons also kill for fun. They cut off the heads of innocent civilians, or limbs, or with inhumane and indescribable torture for fun. Even women, children, old and young are not spared. The most abominable is pregnant women are not spared. Our POWs from all over tried to resist, but the place was heavily guarded and quickly suppressed. One day the experiment here appeared to have a sudden accident. Poisonous gases filled the entire canyon. Explosions occurred everywhere. Fires raged, and soon the place became a hell on earth. And the flames lasted for days, as if to burn and purify the place of its evils. I was lucky that the last of me survived. I carved on the stone walls of the canyon. and I didn't want anyone to be able to know to find out. I only asked that these innocent and tragic dead souls could rest in peace, and after doing everything, my life came to an end. Shin-Yi and the two people present with the two shenanigans all had their faces changed drastically after hearing this, while their hearts were filled with anger at the same time. Just by listening to the mysterious figure's narration, they could visualize what unconscionable and heavenly evils the invaders were committing at that time in the depths of this canyon at that time. It is also a glimpse into the depths of the canyon where historical truths have been buried over the years. And then? This time Chi Haofeng couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. The mysterious figure glanced at the ladder and continued. Waking up once more I realized that I seem to have been resurrected, just like those two beside you, though I don't know what for. Before I could react I heard a voice deep in the valley, a voice I will never forget. That's the one who started everything in this sinful place, Kutu Ayukawa from Neon, the issuer of that horrible biochemical genetic human experiment. Those tragedies he created I'll never forget. I was in my head and I saw the machete beside me and I carried it and rushed in. Along the way it gradually became clear to me that I should have been resurrected by a mysterious force. It's very weird, but since I was allowed to be resurrected, and that Ayukawa Kuzu was resurrected as well, in that case, I'm going to behead him. Then after I met him, we fought a great battle, and it was as if he had been subjected to a mutation. Even with a completely different, I exuded his eerie aura, while he had a grayish-white eerie aura. At that time, I did not think much about it. The hatred of pain and anger filled my mind. I fought with him for a day and a night. I did not fight. That grayish-white breath on his body, once contacted for a long time, as if it wanted to transform me. But just when I thought I was going to fail, the wooden hilt in my hand suddenly sent out a strong power of absorption. My breath felt the other side of the body's grayish-white breath through the body of the knife into my body, so I was also lucky to survive. But that grayish-white breath I was able to move however on my own is also caused no small damage. Subsequently, I also gradually investigated clearly, and also got some information from the mouth of Ayukawa Kutu. The mysterious weird power descended and caused the resurrection of the undead in our canyon, but Ayukawa Kutu was resurrected for some unknown reason. Perhaps it had something to do with the grayish-white aura on his body and his resurrection coupled with the mysterious weird aura descending also fused with a biochemical genetic virus. It's the kind of flower you just encountered is a type of virus. What about those monsters we saw? Yen sure couldn't help but interject at this time. Those were innocent people who died horribly and were revived by the resurrected Ayukawa Kutu using his powers in combination with a biochemical virus, as well as his henchmen. But his henchmen were no longer killed by me. Those innocent people, I can't lay my hands on them. But taking out Ayukawa Kuzu might solve all this, and I must stop him, because I've vaguely heard more than once that he's going to become some kind of god. It borders on insanity. But that's what people from Neon are like, so killing him is inevitable anyway. So maybe this is the one chance God has given me. That would be to finish him off. Said here the mysterious figure's eyes became firm, while at the same time his body exuded a powerful killing intent from time to time, which could be seen how angry the latter's mood was at the moment. After listening to the mysterious figure's narration, Shin-Yi and the others' hearts were shaken in addition to anger, not realizing that such an untold story was buried deep within this canyon. At the same time, Shin-Yi was constantly grasping the key information in the latter's narration of the matter. Also secretly feel admiration for the other person fighting alone. Not only Shin-Yi, even Yenshur and Shi Haofeng even with the two bizarre listening to the latter from the heart sincerely issued respect. For a long time the room did not have anything. This time Shi Haofeng frowned and spoke in a small voice. We are probably able to run through it for the time being, and we also clearly know the secrets of the depths of this canyon. So are we able to pass the level? When these words came out, Yenshur and the two tricksters also revealed a flash of excitement. Right, didn't the copy say that guarding and investigating the secrets of the deep canyon would be enough? Doesn't that mean that we only need to guard for another 10 days or so? And won't we be able to pass the copy? Yenshur also spoke excitedly at this time. It's not that simple. If that's the case, this copy of hell seems a bit simple. At that moment, Shin-Yi's words were like a pot of cold water poured over their heads. Chapter 35, Him. What? Ha? The two bizarre full not are all looking at Shin-Yi with a dumbfounded face, completely not understanding what Shin-Yi meant by what he said. No, shouldn't that be the case according to reason? Yenshur kept scratching his head with some impatience. He didn't understand why Shin-Yi would say that. According to the rules it said to investigate and guard against the monsters pouring up from the depths of the canyon. Wouldn't that be the end of the matter? Looking at the four people's puzzled appearance, Shin-Yi also patiently opened his mouth and explained. Did the rules mention that you can't cooperate with monsters? Didn't say that, did it? We found this one and learned the ins and outs, and it does stand to reason that we will be able to make it through after keeping it for enough 30 days. But, will we really be able to pass the level that way? If that's really what it looks like, Wouldn't just any random mentally strong person be able to realize that? Is that right for a hell copy? Since they're all hell copies, that's what makes it hard to keep calm in despair. How can the intensity be so low? If this is the second time you've entered a copy or a weird scene, you should know what the rules say. You have to go deeper to find a truly foolproof way to live, even if the way to live is told to you, but he won't give you the other conditions. Of course, you can also go to bed on the rules tell you absolutely correct without any additional, but once you lose that the result is unbearable. Hearing Chinese explanation, the two bizarrely fell into contemplation, followed by the original excitement of the face. Instantly as a mother of death, the face pulled long. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Doesn't that mean we have to take out that guy in the depths if we want to clear the level and get it? Yenshur opened his mouth somewhat depressed. That's about it. No. According to what Nyo Ben said just now, the strength of the next one is at least the Gue Wang. Even he is difficult to resist the depths of that. What can we do? We're just a human. Ha! Can't even beat creepy. Ha! Shi Haofeng's face was no better at the moment, and he was also extremely depressed. On the side of the bull run and the other creepy were also extremely speechless. This past condition, this is not clearly letting them die? They were all too aware of the Guile King's strength. Look, it's urgent again. Have you forgotten? Cooperative copies? Saying that, Sheeny smiled and pointed to the mysterious figure on the side. It's true that we don't have any chance of taking out that guy in the depths, but this one does. And don't you guys feel angry after hearing that? Don't you guys react to something at this point in Neon's life? As soon as Sheeny said this, Yenshur and Shi Haofeng seemed to have thought of something, and a memory of history appeared in their minds, followed by a firm look in their eyes as they said, "Grass, do it!" Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said how familiar. Just didn't pay attention. Mother asterisk 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 ing Neon. Then looked at the side of the mysterious person's dress and weapons, also suddenly feel the latter image tall and majestic up. Even the face is not so terrible. Although Nyo Ben and the other creepy didn't know what had happened, and the two of them had a big change in attitude. After hearing Chinese words, they also understood that there was no other choice now. And as for betting, the two of them really didn't dare to do so. The most crucial being bizarre. Hearing the mysterious figure narrated things, they all feel excessive. Although they bizarre like to look at each other fearful, at least will also give a pain. Rather than torture, the former is simply pure and simple. We can work together to help you defeat that guy in the depths together. Asterisk 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 him. On the one hand we need to get through, and on the other hand since it's Neon then it and be done with it. We're not very strong, but we can contribute a few points. The weapons provided by the rules can still assist in distracting the other side. Okay, fine. But I want to know what the world is like and what's happening right now. The mysterious figure inquired with some curiosity. Sheeny listened and also explained once more. After the mysterious figure heard this, a smirk appeared on his ghastly face and said, "Very good. Regardless of the weird post-apocalyptic world or whatever, I was meant to be the one who deserved to die. And now that I've come to life once again, I'm going to fulfill my destiny. Since Ayukawa Kotu will bring great harm to the current world if he gets out of the trap. Even if I fight to the death, I will decapitate the other party. It's also considered my mission as a warrior." Listening to the mysterious figure's words, Chinyi and Yenshur and Shi Haofeng also stood in awe. It was also at this time that a furious roar came from the dark and bottomless endless corridor. Buchuan Kutu, this guy is estimated to have recovered from his injuries. Let's go. I'll go and cut him a few more times. This guy is always shouting that he wants to become a god. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I can't let him have his way. You guys go back and get ready first. Come back to me when the time comes. The biochemical gene virus he carries fused in his body is nothing. But you guys remember to never, ever, 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 ever. Wait, let's go together. Let's see what the other side looks like first. Go back and shake people. We still have people above us. Let's explore the other side's realities first, and cooperate with you to have one more person for one more hope of victory. Sheeny opened his mouth. You may, but when the time comes, you'll have to leave as early as possible when I tell you to evacuate. I can feel that the other party's strength is getting stronger. I'll try my best. If I can't, it's fate. The mysterious figure let out a helpless sigh at the end of his words. No, we're going to win. Sheeny finished. Backhanded again, stacks of medieval banknotes appeared all over the house, instantly shocking those present once again. Yenshur and Shi Haofeng were eager to inquire. But the two of them were also more sensible and understood that perhaps this was Chini's little secret. And for the sake of unnecessary trouble it was better not to ask. The two creeps saw that full of plutonium banknotes halal was flowing down. The eyes constantly flashed with the essence of light. But at this moment the two creeps are also understand that they dare to move dry greed. Chini may not hesitate to pick up the hands of the bizarre weapons to shoot at them. The mysterious figure was a bit puzzled and more surprised. He didn't expect Chini to still be able to take out so many medieval banknotes with a bizarre aura. He had always thought that the other party was joking. Just taking out that much was enough of a surprise for him to think that it was a comforting remark. But he didn't think that Chini was coming for real. I said not enough to say. I have more than enough. We will win. I see that you should special absorb very quickly as well. So why don't you boost your strength before going to each other? Mainly even if I give the creeps to use they won't be able to raise their strength and won't be able to solve the predicament at hand at all. By the way, I still don't know your name? My name? Never mind not mentioning it. Ben is the one who died. Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll just laugh it off. With such a powerful and eerie aura, I should still be able to get stronger. Maybe we'll actually be able to decimate each other. Chapter 36 Death Rule Power. Q Read Collection Plus. As the mysterious figure listened to Chini inquire about his name, he thought for a moment then shook his head and refused to answer. Soon the mysterious figure finished absorbing the medieval banknotes in front of him then advanced towards the depths of the valley with machete in hand. Chini and the others followed behind with guile. As they passed through the endless corridors, they only saw a room with more space inside, and the floor around them was filled with sticky yellow-brown slime. Sitting in the very center of the house was a relatively short figure, and the grayish-white aura that glowed from his body was many times stronger than what Chini and the others had seen. At the same time, his body was covered with plant-like armor, while there were white bone spurs protruding from his body, and a pair of faces had long since dried up and rotted beyond recognition. Sensing someone's entry, the short figure also slowly raised its head. When he saw the mysterious figure as well as the person behind Chini instantly glared a pair of white eyeballs, followed by an angry voice. It's you? Surprisingly, nothing happened to you? Just as well. By killing you, a part of the rules that belongs within my body will be able to return. The descent of the new world. Ayukawa Kutu, will finally become a new god. Generally speaking, Ayukawa Kutu slowly stood up, only to see a specially curved katana made of steel that was covered in a grayish-white mist, flashing with a glint. As Ayukawa Kutu rose, his eyes moved to Chini and the others. You are the ones who stopped my undead army? I can clearly sense that there are rules binding me here, and maybe for some reason it can't make a move, but I can clearly sense it doesn't want me to break out, and even help the damn captor steal my powers. But it ends here. I've taken control of most of the Rule of Death's abilities. Soon I will be able to break out of this world, and as for the rest of you, since you are in such a hurry to die, let the great Ayukawa Kuzu, personally send you on your way. It is, and will be, your honor to witness my path to godhood, and rest assured that you will be part of the undead army under my command when you die. Chini and the others in Guile were also stunned at the sight of that one figure, especially since Chini could clearly sense that the other party's strength was not below Luo Yin's. At the same time, Chini also heard the other party's arrogant words, and also sensitively captured the key information, vaguely like he was talking about this bizarre end of the world. At the same time Chini's heart he was somewhat curious about the weird end times coming. Forget it, we'll find out one day. Chini also stopped thinking too much. It was better to focus on the matter at hand at this time. Crap your mom. Without saying a word, the mysterious figure's aura soared, and instantly lifted and charged up towards Buchuan Kutu. Seeing this, Ayukawa Kutu also did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and picked up his katana to meet it as well. Isn't it nice to be lucky enough to be alive again? You captive? Preferring to come to your death? If it weren't for that mysterious rule, do you think you'd be my opponent? Taking my ability, I'll let you give it back to me today. The aura of the two people at this moment both erupted. Both sides of the speed is extremely fast body shape is also constantly in each other change. Stay away. The mysterious figure that was fighting couldn't help but open his mouth, only to see a grayish-white aura spreading out from the heart where the two were fighting. Chini and the rest of the two with creepy also did not dare to slow down in the slightest when they saw this, and immediately backed up. Do it? At this time, Chi Haofeng watched as the mysterious figure suffered a dark loss and immediately reminded. Do it, him. Chini also replied. Immediately after the bizarre weapon firepower towards the Ayukawa Kuta crazy output up, but hit on the other side of the body does not hurt, the body writhing as if a live plant armor perfectly resisted. Cam. It's completely useless. Yen sure couldn't help but break into a curse. It's okay, don't stop, continue. Although you can't break his defense, you can at least harass and influence him a bit. Chini couldn't help but speak even as he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Just as Chini said, Although it could not break the latter's defense, it played the role of harassment. And it was precisely this kind of harassment that Ayukawa Koto made several mistakes in a row and was cut off by the latter using a machete to cut off several bone spurs on his body. Ah! Baka! A few of you over there, when he dies, I'll never forgive you. Ayukawa Koto's mind exploded at the moment from the whole harassment of Chini and the others' firepower. A few misses in a row were also making him furious. For a long time, the mysterious figure seemed to have a dominant upper hand, and it was at this time that Ayukawa Koto's ghastly face revealed a touch of ferocity. Aha! It's so damned! Damn you all! Let you taste the wrath of God! Ah! Only to see Ayukawa Koto pull away a body position at once with his katana trembling in his hand and roaring in anger. You damn howling you paralyzed ah! Yenshir saw this and opened his mouth, especially knowing that the latter was a neon. He was even more devoid of any good feelings and full of disgust. God Nima! Only to see a bizarre bullet instantly hit Kawakuto's exposed throat. The latter instantly covered in dry heaved in pain. Well done! Well said old Yen. Shi Haofeng couldn't help but applaud at the sight. At the same time the mysterious figure is also afoot to the latter kicked to the ground. Suddenly careless did not flash the step of Sichuan Kutu suddenly fell eat a dog. Immediately following the mysterious figure's greatsword also followed, immediately slashing towards the latter's neck, rather like a greatsword slashing towards the head of a ghost, right in the middle of the crowd's eyes that were planning to scream in anticipation. They only saw the plant armor on Ayukawa Koto's body that seemed to be alive all of a sudden extend out tiny root-like tentacles to protect his neck. The slash did not cause much damage to the latter. Ayukawa Koto also took advantage of the gap between the biochemical gene virus on his body to resist to stand up, a face of hatred and anger to look at Yenshir, as if the eyes are able to kill people. Yenshir did not know how many times he died. Yenshir was also so frightened by this look that he forgot to pull the trigger in his hand. Very well, you have completely angered the gods. And you are all going to die. I can't wait. I can't wait any longer. I want to be a god so bad. All of you die for me. And that damned captive that half of the rule power you have on you. Sooner or later I will take it. Ayukawa Pants head saw the situation, eyes ferocious swept over the presence of all the people, bizarrely angry, open mouth. Said only to see Ayukawa Koto hand katana violently stabbed towards the ground. Immediately after the body plant armor instantly wrapped around his hand holding the sword arm. The crowd then saw a powerful grayish-white aura spreading out continuously from his body along the blade on the ground. Awaken, my undead biochemical gene army! Seeing this scene, the mysterious figure also hurriedly opened his mouth towards Chin-Yi and the others. Leave quickly. He's going to wake up the dead innocents. Don't get tainted by the grayish-white scent of death, or you'll be one of them. Chin-Yi and the others actually didn't need the mysterious figure's reminder to know that it was time to evacuate. Immediately after the mysterious figure broke the back, Chin-Yi and the others were in the front as they continuously withdrew towards the outside. At the same time a low hissing sound gradually came to their ears. Chapter 37 Running Wild in the Valley. Moment of life and death. Boom boom boom. The research base was constantly shaking. Even the entire depths of the valley. All around them huge plants were constantly growing out of the underground walls, covered in barbs as well as fangs, and in different and strange shapes. At the same time the hissing sounds around them kept ringing out, as if the dead undead were hissing silently. As several people withdrew, they could see monsters reviving along the way. Seeing this, Chin-Yi and the others did not hesitate to shoot back the monsters as well as the biochemical mutant plants that blocked their way out. The moment they escaped from the research base and saw the outside, they all sucked in a mouthful of cold air in an instant, only to see that the originally calm outside was now gradually becoming lively. The plants that originally carried a grayish-white aura of death seemed to come to life at this moment, stretching out countless tentacles similar to vines and wriggling continuously. Those monsters that were hanging and wrapped up were also revived at this moment. When they saw Chin-Yi and the others, the monsters seemed to sense something and turned their heads towards them in unison, while a metallic, raspy friction sound was emitted in the air. Even the mutated plants were squirming and attacking towards them. Can't run away. All ing alive. Yenshir roared in despair as he saw the scene in front of him. Are we going to die here today? Shi Haofeng's eyes were also filled with despair as he looked at the mutated plants as well as monsters that had come to life in front of him. Tall creepy Bull Run and the other two creepy faces weren't much better. They were all completely surrounded now, and they couldn't escape at all by relying on the weird weapons in their hands. There were just too many of them. Anyone else would be filled with despair. Cut the crap. Run while they're still gradually awakening. Chin-Yi looked at everything that was gradually and slowly awakening, and also hurriedly shouted. Until the last moment, Chin-Yi, the man, would not give up. Taking advantage of the mutation at the bottom of the valley and the fact that the monsters had not yet fully awakened, the three of them and the two spooks also kept running towards the rope slide. During this time, the constant mutated plants kept attacking Chin-Yi and the others. The good thing is that the other side of the valley will take some time to completely awaken. As for the mutated plants, the bizarre weapons in their hands attacked them quite well. Once the latter was hit, the mutated plant also let out a wailing and strange cry and shrunk back. With such a chase going on, Shinee and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the rope slide. Hold on a little longer. We'll be able to go up soon, Shinee said as he boosted his morale. At this moment the rest of the people with creepy hair also quickened their pace, because the metallic, raspy sound around them was also getting closer and clearer. This indicated that those mutated monsters were about to finish awakening, and remembering the densely packed monsters, several people were extremely fearful inside. If they are really surrounded and tied up, with a few of them is completely break out, not to know that the guard is also relying on the powerful bizarre weapons. Fire traps are barely guarded. Relying on a few of them, how can be the opponent of this group of monsters? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's with the monsters on the other side of the ropes? What now? Yen Shi, who was running, looked at about a dozen monsters hanging there next to the rope he was about to reach, as if they had just awakened from the middle of the ground. Don't stop. Trick throw. Shoot. You can only fight if you don't want to die. Shinee also saw the mutated monster at this time when he immediately opened his mouth. Three people in Bazaar is also not the slightest dare to slow down, and even behind them do not care. Toward the front is greeted on the hands of the fire, trying to open a road. Sit on the rope, shoot, escape. After a fierce battle, a path was also opened up, and Chi Haofeng also hurriedly shouted, "Ha ha, go quickly, take advantage of this." When Chi Haofeng came to the rope chute, at once the whole person's face changed dramatically. The face of thick despair appeared. "No, old Shi is at this time. Why are you still frozen there? If you want to get excited, why don't you go up and get excited again? Hurry up or the monsters should be surrounding us again." Yen Shi couldn't help but spit out as he looked at Chi Haofeng, who was flabbergasted, thinking that the other party was a bit agitated at this time. Also this return from the dead, so exciting. Change him, he also excited. But Yen Shi also know that the excitement also have to go up and then excited. Qin Yi's remaining light skimmed over Chi Haofeng, and instantly, his heart instantly cooled down. This was because Qin Yi saw that the original rope slipped too and was destroyed just now in the middle of the battle. It's over. Everything is over. Going to be buried at the bottom of the valley. Chi Haofeng touched the shoot device, and the entire person lost his mind as he spoke to himself in a na-na-na. Yen Shi walked over in disbelief, and instantly covered his head with both hands and couldn't help but open his mouth and break into a curse. Kam heck. Why is that? Ah! It was also at this time that the tall creepy bull Ron and the other creepy also came over with their heads hanging down and lost in thought. No doubt the ropes on the other side were broken as well. Qin had originally planned to go to the other party's side, but now it seemed there was no need to do so. Qin Yi's gaze looked at the ever-approaching army of monsters as well as the mutated plants in the rear, and a trace of fear flooded his heart at this time. Is it true that I'm going to die here? Is this the only way to go? The always calm man couldn't help but feel despair at this moment. The current situation was completely beyond their ability to resist. Is it really true that time is of the essence? The densely packed oozing mutant army at the back as well as the biochemical mutant plants. Qin Yi's trio and creepy seemed as if they had completely given up at this moment. At this time they had no way to escape, and they were also very lost inside. Obviously everything was all sorted out, but now they were stranded here. There was no way, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and the only way to escape the valley was gone. Grass. Die with dignity, Qin Yi said as he raised his bizarre weapon. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would fight first, while the bizarre mines on his body that he wouldn't use until the critical moment were also swished and thrown outwards. Looking at Qin Yi's appearance, the rest of the two and creepy were also instantly infected. Yes, die with honor. Damn it, kill one for profit. Also, if you're going to die anyway, why not die a heroic death? Seeing that the monster mutant plants could no longer resist, and that Qin Yi and the others had consumed almost all of their ammunition, the three of them and the two creeps were all showing relieved smiles at the moment. It was also at this moment that they saw the bizarre aura and the death aura merged into one coming towards them at great speed. They then saw the mutated plants instantly being destroyed and crushed, and the mutated monsters being sent flying and rolling down towards the sides. The breath of that merged into one hard in the vast army of monsters to kill a road. Immediately afterward, the mysterious figure responsible for breaking the back came in front of Qin Yi's few people and pointed in a direction. Go that way. I've carved out a cave over there. I usually ferry the undead hordes to resurrect me in that cave. They won't dare to come over. Take cover for a while. Chapter 38. The upper defense line breaks through, and the battle below is white hot. Qin Yi and the others didn't dare to be slow, and immediately followed the mysterious figure out of here. Right after they left, the mutated monsters, as well as the mutated plants, began to attack towards the sides of the canyon in a constant crawl. At the same time, The bizarre and human beings on both sides of the canyon were waiting for Chini and the others to return. It was at this moment that the creepy and the human, who were observing the patrol, suddenly realized that there was something vaguely audible in the canyon's foggy layer. Immediately afterward they saw a mutant plant with barbs and fangs in front of it break out of the fog. The creeps and humans patrolling on guard immediately paled. Monsters are coming. There are monsters rushing out. Fight, fight, fight. Soon both sides rushed out from the rest area of the sentry tower when they heard the news. What's going on? Isn't it time for the monsters to attack yet? I'm not sure. Why are there still mutant plants this time? What the hell is going on down there? Who knows? Could Captain Sheen and Yenshur and Captain Shi Haofeng have been killed? Looking at the densely packed monsters below, the crowd is also flooded with a bad feeling. Some people cannot help but ask up Chini and others. It's not going to die, is it? Someone spoke softly after a long slow moment. No one replied to this, but instead a look of despair appeared on every face. How many pounds they have is also very clear in their hearts. If they have the ability, will not stay up here, dare not go down once. To know that Chini is their backbone. Knowing that there are a lot of exploration and investigation. Once Chini has an accident, then it can also be declared that they don't need to pass this time's copy. Cut the crap and solve the immediate crisis first. Maybe this time the monster's abnormal behavior was all created by Captain Sheen and the others. Xia Qingqing chided as she looked at the crowd in front of her, who were gradually revealing a look of despair and panic. She had originally planned to go down as well, but there was always someone who stayed up there, so she naturally stayed down. In fact, her heart was a little frightened at the moment. She really didn't want anything to happen to Chini and the others, but right now she had to forcefully pretend to be calm and solve the crisis in front of her first. Although she didn't know what was going on down there, Xia Qingqing was now very clear that if the morale was low and none of the ones in front of her were solved, then that would be the only thing that really didn't have any hope. Hearing Xia Qingqing's rebuke, the crowd also put aside all thoughts and concentrated on beginning to defend themselves against the monster's attacks. No matter what happened, first live before there was a possibility of finding hope. The big battle continued to play, but this time the monsters in the depths of the canyon seemed to become even more tricky and difficult to deal with. Especially the mutated plants joined in, and gradually people on the side of the humans and the weird were pulled down by the mutated plants. Amidst the stone walls on the bottom side of the canyon valley, Sheen, the three of them, along with the two creeps, also breathed a sigh of relief that there weren't any mutated monsters or mutated plants here. Just as they had just come back from the dead to relax their spirits, a roar came from outside the cave entrance. Found you guys. I told you, not a single one of you is going to run. The angry roar of Ayuka Wakuta came from outside the cave. The mysterious figure lifted his machete at the sight and charged out, followed by the sounds of a fight. Seeing this, the three of them and the two creeps also followed behind and looked outward. Brother Qin, now what do we do here? Shi Haofeng said, somewhat at a loss for words. I'm not sure. We can only rely on that mysterious monster now. The gap between us and the other side is just too great. And it's also clear now that the only way we can pass this copy is to decapitate that Ayuka Wakuta guy. All we can do now is pray that this mysterious monster wins. Chini watched the fight between the two sides and gave his opinion. The two men and the two creeps also understood Chini's meaning after they heard it, and they all watched the battle between the two sides in succession, inwardly praying that the mysterious monster would be able to triumph, and also constantly cheering for each other in their hearts. The battle lasted for an unknown length of time, and now that it was night, all that could be seen was the constant rise and fall of the breaths of the two men against each other, as well as the sound of metal clashing. Since the line of sight wasn't that good, it was hard for a few people to see anything, and they were all anxious inside. It wasn't just Chini and the others who were anxious. The humans and the bazaar on both sides of the canyon above were also anxious because of this sudden situation, the uninterrupted attacks from the monsters below, and the assistance of the mutated plants, which instantly increased their pressure dramatically. Only in the afternoon till now they had no more than 1/10 left from their original number. That mutated plant attack made their hearts gradually fall into despair. There was no way around it. The mutated plants always had a way of bypassing the traps and mechanisms of attack to grab and pull people down into the canyon below. As time passes, the sky gradually flooded with fish belly white. There are still 7 or 8 humans left with 11 or 12 bazaar alive. And at this moment they are also showing a hint of a smile, because they knew that if they held on for a little while longer the monsters below them would be able to fade away as if they were a tidal wave. Hold on. Immediately these monsters will fade away. Xia Qingqing also encouraged at this time. It was also at this moment that a thick, fanged mutant plant passed through her chest, and was instantly pulled down by the latter amidst her unbelieving eyes. The rest of the group saw it was too late to hurt their feelings, and the fire kept up the assault. As the sky became brighter and brighter, the monsters below did not show any signs of fading, which also made the humans and creeps in the canyon greatly shocked, and immediately afterward, All of them one by one were plunged into panic and despair. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is going on down there? Why aren't these monsters fading in the slightest? What's going on? Shouldn't it have faded by now? Why does it feel like these monsters are attacking harder and harder? We're going to die here. For God's sake. I really don't want to die. A time of screaming and terrified voices rang out. And even they were all at this moment shedding tears while forcing the fear in their hearts to resist. Some even began to pray. But all was for naught. For the monsters had already breached the defense and began to slaughter up the remnants with impunity. Soon all the spooks and humans were all killed in the mouths or hands of the latter. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. After resolving the resisting creeps and humans, the mutated monsters and plants kept attacking towards the light curtain of the creepy aura. The black bizarre aura light curtain was also emitting a bizarre aura halo, and it looked like it couldn't be breached for a while. Shin-E and the others were not the least bit aware of the situation above them, and the battle on their side was in white heat. Both sides belonged to the immortal and immortal, and their moves did not hold back in the slightest. Both of them had varying degrees of injuries on their bodies, and their breath was shriveled. Both of them seemed to be at the point of running out of gas. Do you think that mysterious monster can win? Yen sure couldn't help but. Don't worry, I should be able to win. I still have a backhand, Shin-E replied. At this moment, Shin-E watched the battle between the two sides, and his heart became tense. And at this time, he was ready. Once the mysterious figure did not win, the other party was also bound to reach the point of running out of gas, and at that time, he planned to go and make up for a damage. He hadn't forgotten the means Luo Yinyin had given him to save his life. It would be just right to use it when the time came. Of course it would be even better if the mysterious figure was able to win. For the latter's deeds, Shin-E was also more respectful and naturally hoped that the latter was fine to defeat the other party. Chapter 39, I really want to become a god too much. If the other party was that close, Shin-E would not hesitate to add another fire. The strength of the two men are now probably in the Guile King. He is also on the body but can be able to fully hit the Guile King a means of attack. This is very critical. Once the use of good, this copy will be a stable pass. Damn, why did you have to cross me? Isn't it good to watch the birth of a god? Why do you challenge me again and again? Isn't it good to be alive? Why did you have to seek death when you could have lived? Ayukawa Kutu was currently half kneeling with all of his plant armor in tatters, and the mutated plants on top of it were trying to repair it, but they were being blocked by a black and a grayish-white aura. Meanwhile, there was not a single intact place on Ayukawa Kutu's body. All of them were wounds made by the great sword, and the wounds were constantly emitting a grayish-white aura of death. The mysterious figure's side wasn't much better. His body was also covered in dense wounds. The two just stared at each other. The point of you living is to kill you. Invaders, get out or die. Since God has given me another chance to live, I'm going to cherish it. What do you say about me seeking you out again and again? How many innocent people did you brutalize while alive? Resurrected dead or alive, you still won't let go and continue to disturb their slumber? Do you think you deserve to die? You realize how many of those undead are my compatriots? You damned invaders. The mysterious figure looked at the enraged Ayukawa Kutu with eyes filled with sadness and hatred and roared. Don't you think it's a blessing for them to have sacrificed for great research? Don't you think it's such an honor to be under the great gods? That wasn't me disturbing their slumber. I was giving them a new life. They should thank me. The great god, Ayukawa Kuta said as he stood up and stretched out his hands in an excited speech. Shin-E, three people with two bizarre steps. Chuan Kutu. This appearance also cannot help but reveal a contemptuous look. To be honest, really have not seen such a breathless person. No wonder it is evil. It's all some kind of quackery. Torturing people before they die is fine, but after death, they still don't let them rest in peace, making them look like humans or ghosts, and they still think they are great. Ha, spit. Disgusting. Invaders deserve to die, and to say you're is to lift you up. I said I live to fix you, to save you from wreaking havoc once more. With that, the mysterious figure stood up and brought up his machete, ready to attack once more. Ayukawa Kutu's eyes showed a flash of contempt at the sight. Humph. Really think you can fight against me just because you took half of my abilities? You can't suppress a power that doesn't belong to you soon, can you? No matter how much you insult me, whether it's questing or becoming a god, there will be no lack of sacrifice and prejudice on that path. It seems perfectly normal to me that the price of everything is essential. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'm reclaiming the other half of my power and I'll let you watch me ascend the ladder of godhood step by step. I admire your spirit, and I would love to be friends with you if we weren't on opposite sides. It's a shame. Into you paralyzed. Once again I live to kill you. All kinds of hatred is not shared. There is no solution. Don't use your crooked reasoning to cover up your sins. Boom. The great battle was triggered once again, and both sides once again fought together, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Damn. You are forcing me to do this. I wasn't going to use it, but it doesn't matter. When I become a god, I'll have as many undead armies as I want. Undead, fall into my arms. Ayuko Wakuto was knocked to the ground by the mysterious figure. He stood up and looked viciously at the mysterious figure while a hint of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. Immediately after that, only to see Ayuko Wakuto thrust his katana into the ground instantly, followed by the grayish-white aura of death instantly bursting out, forming a powerful magnetic field around him. The mysterious figure saw this and instantly sensed that something was wrong, wanting to stop it, but the machete was rebounded and flew backwards the moment it slashed up. Looking at the latter who flew backwards, Ayuko Wakuto's ugly face emerged with a strange smile. Cluck 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 cluck. It's useless. Feel the despair. I told you I admire you and I'll let you watch me become a god, but for now I'm going to take care of you as quickly as possible and get back the other part of my power that belongs to me. Paying a little price is something I recognize. I just want to become a god so badly. As Ayuko Wakuto finished his sentence, Shin-E and the others witnessed the gray shadowy figures continuously converging towards the katana in the center of the ground. From the direction it looked like the sides of the canyon followed the top and converged. What makes Shin-E and the others surprised and feel creepy is that those gray figures constantly emit all kinds of screams. Babies crying, women cursing, etc. It was as if the dead man had wailed in agony and despair before. Hiss. This. For a while Yan Shi and Shi Haofeng and even the two tricksters looked ahead with wide eyes. It should be the souls of those who died in life that were absorbed by the latter. That is, those monsters. Shin-E spoke with some anger. To be honest, Shin-E was really a bit angry at the moment. Torturing people in life and dying and not letting them rest in peace, and now letting them die again. Shin-E felt that if he was bad like what, but also absolutely not like this. The hatred of life before life to report, no matter how tortured or how to stop. People died death elimination. Turn the page. In Shin-E's view, Buchuan Ku Tu pure. No, not even can be counted. But on second thought from the neon, Shin-E also relieved. Ing neon not a good thing. One of the inner perverts. The mysterious figure didn't give up on the attack when he saw this. The aura in one black and one grayish white eye soared as if they were two balls of angry fire. Full of rage. Ayuko Wakuto, you are pure ing. Ha ha, curse it, curse it. They didn't have to die in the first place. But it can't be helped. I can't wait on the path to becoming a god. Looking at the mysterious figure that was doing useless things, the color of mockery at the corner of Ayuko Wakuto's mouth became more and more intense. What do we do now? Just watch? Yes, a Chin brother now have any good way? This grandson is really Nima. Yan Shi and Shi Haofeng looked towards Shin-E with somewhat anxious faces. At this time, the two of them also really couldn't help themselves and couldn't stand to watch. The latter's approach was so hateful that it would make the two of them go up and fight for their lives. Yeah, humans. I can't even look at a creepy. It's so sick and twisted in the heart. That's ing scum in the bizarro world too. Should we do something? Shin-E, hearing the words of the two with the two creeps also hastily blocked. Don't be impulsive. We are now going out as to send. We can't do anything. We can't use our weird weapons. We don't have any bullets. So going out is death. Wait and see. See how the battle goes at that time. I still have a killer weapon here. I can't use it as a last resort. If we can't do anything even if we use it at that time, then it means we deserve to die. Chapter 40 Mysterious Figures Undercover Means. Shin-E, sleight of hand. When they heard Shin-E speak of the killer, both the two men and the two creeps looked towards Shin-E in divine synchronization. Their faces shocked. They never expected Shin-E to have a killer weapon. They even wondered if Shin-E was joking. Three people, two bizarre experience. I do not know how many life and death. They deeply know Shin-E what kind of character in people. Knowing that Shin-E was a calm, insightful person and was very cautious in his actions. This kind of people were usually deep in their pockets, but they were still a bit tense the moment they heard Shin-E say the killer weapon. That's a lot of hiding. That plutonium shook them up once. And now you're giving me a killer? No, man, why didn't you say so? That's a good way to hide, isn't it? Looking at the two with the weird eyes, Shin-E also raised his hand helplessly and said, don't look at me. You guys didn't ask. And whether or not this undercurrent of mine can survive this crisis also depends on how far that mysterious figure goes. If we don't reach the level I want, odds are we'll still die here. Hearing Shin-E's explanation, the two men and the two bizarre once again shocked. That step Chuan Ku too, even though the abominable perversion, but the strength ability to put it there in real terms. Listening to Shin-E's meaning, as long as the other party still has a breath left, it will be able to solve the latter. Even that shocked them. For a while the two men and Creepy were also in deep thought. Obviously Creepy Doomsday had just descended. Why was the gap between people so big? Let's not start with the calmness as well as the insightfulness of people. That shocking thing one after another. Is this surely in a world? Just at this time, a smile filled with dementia came from outside the cave as well. From Ayuko Wakuto. Ha ha ha, It's a done deal. I've become one. Take back the other half of the power that belongs to me. And give me some time, and I'll finally become a god. Shin-e and the others with the bazaar followed the gaze, only to see the katana in Ayuko Wakuto's hand at the moment emanating a grayish-black aura. And from time to time there were all sorts of wailing screams of misery and pain, roars vaguely emanating from the sound. And the aura on Ayuko Wakuto's body at this time was also enhanced by an unknown number of points. Now I'm going to give you another chance. And for you personally, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. I know you were once a warrior. You've done a great job already, all of which I can't help but admire and honor. It's a new world now. All you have to do is defect to me, and I'll be able to make you my most capable subordinate. Give me back the other half of the power that belongs to me, and then, you will be below me, but above 10,000 million people. The mysterious figure didn't reply, just gripped the machete tightly and kept attacking towards the ladder. Humph. Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. I'll still be able to resurrect you after you die. At that time I will reply to you. I will make your life worse than death. Ayuko Wakuta said as he raised his katana, which emitted a rich gray-black aura, and swung it towards the mysterious figure, only to see a grayish-white blade gas slash towards the mysterious figure, and within the blade gas, one could vaguely see the twisted and hideous human face continuously wailing. In just a single glance, the mysterious figure instantly flew out backwards. His body's aura was somewhat disorganized, and a great wound appeared on his body. This is also terrible. Shin-e and other people look at the heart of the sudden beating. Their pass really depends on the mysterious figure. If the mysterious figure cannot defeat the other party or give the other party to fight not seriously injured, they also really shelved this copy. Briefly exchanged a few times, the mysterious figure's body's breath became more and more atrophied, as if the candle in the wind gently blowing will be extinguished. Even so, the mysterious figure's back was straight, holding the machete in his hand, and his eyes were not the least bit fearful as he looked at the ladder. Immediately afterward, he gently looked to the hilt of the blade he held in his hand, as if some sort of determination had been made in his eyes. However, this action looked as if the mysterious figure had given up in Ayuko Wakuto's eyes, so he spoke once more. What? Have you thought about it? See, this is the power of God. Submit to me. You are not ashamed. What I say still counts. The mysterious figure didn't speak, only looking at the hilt of the blade in his hand. You don't deserve it. I told you I'd live again just to kill you. After the mysterious figure finished speaking, he only saw a mutation occurring all over his body, only to see his body filled with a green patina that quickly covered his entire body. This sudden scene caused Shin-e and the others with guile to look dumbfounded, especially when Ayuko Wakuta saw this. His face instantly changed drastically, and his original complacent look was instantly filled with anger and hatred. Damn! It's the other force that helped you rob me of my powers. Aha! What the hell? You think I'm just going to be afraid? I'm meant to be a god. Even if there is a god behind this force, it can't stop me from becoming a god. How dare you use this power? You can't withstand it either. You'll die as well. You are clearly a pawn of that power behind you. It can't make a direct strike. So are you willing to be a pawn? At the end of his words, Ayuko Wakuta clearly showed a look of horror. I told you. Once more I live to kill you. I was originally all set to die. To finish off this scourge of yours before I die once more is also a way to settle my heart. The mysterious figure spoke while walking towards the ladder with his sword, a large amount of patina scattering from his body as he walked, while his entire body was still being continuously corroded by this force. Judging from the mysterious figure's face, the latter was also suffering great pain, and he himself was fast and gradually turning into a bronze-green patina man. Fine. Satisfy you. Then you can go to hell. No one can stop me from becoming a god. As Ayuko Wakuzu looked at the mysterious figure, he also raised his own katana and charged. At once the two knives clashed, and the miserable cries and patina kept resisting each other. Shin-e looked at the battle in the field, also knew that it had reached white heat, the time to decide the winner, and he was always ready at this moment. Right after a sparring session, a variety of auras wrapped around the two filled the air, when all the breath dissipated down, only to see the mysterious figure half lying eyes some regret to look ahead. At this moment he has been green patina has corroded almost cannot move, and Ayuko Wakuta is no better. Originally divine. His body is also full of all kinds of patina constantly corroded. Even the body of the mutant plant armor are eroded and withered, if it is not the gray-white breath resistance. At this moment he is also the same as the mysterious figure, but his ugly face at this time to show a touch of smile. Ha ha ha, I said no one can stop me from becoming a god. Look at you. You can't move anymore. While I still have a breath, I win after all, said Ayuko Wakuta as he painstakingly raised his katana towards the mysterious figure. It was also at this moment that Yen Shi and Shi Haofeng as well as the two creeps suddenly heard a low voice. Terrify. Then, In the gazes of surprise and shock of the two men in the two bazaar, they saw Chin-E, who was emitting a cold and bizarre aura, rushing out. Ward hair. Oh mecha, is he creepy or is he human? In a burst of amazement, the two were left behind with the bizarre 8 eyes facing each other. Each other's eyes were filled with a shocked look. Chapter 41. The two bazaar have both felt greatly shocked, because the two clearly felt the cold and bizarre aura emanating from Chin-E's body, completely unlike the aura that a human should have. The two creeps instantly had their brains go straight down. The humans they'd been fighting were suddenly their own kind? Anyway, the two men with the two creeps are just completely confused about what's going on. No, it just scurried out in a watery manner? Is Brother Chin a human or a trickster? Chi Haofeng opened his mouth wide in surprise and spoke. Cam, what the hell am I going to ask you guys? I've been alive for so long, and I've never seen anything so evil. The great living became creepy? Nyo Ben Ben's mouth was also wide open at this moment as if he was able to put down an egg. The change that had happened to Chin-E was also something that had really made them completely unable to react. Immediately after, the two people who couldn't figure it out and creepy followed their gazes. They only saw that Chin-E had quietly and quickly rushed to the center of the battlefield. For Chin-E to suddenly rush out, the mysterious figure and Buchuan Kutu had come to a moment of absolute life and death, and were not concerned. Just as Chin-E was fast approaching Buchuan Kutu, the latter also sensed that something was wrong, only to see him quickly turn his head to see Chin-E sprinting towards him at an extremely fast speed, exuding a bizarre aura. He had seen Chin-E before. He was clearly a human, but for some reason he had now become a creep? Even the mysterious figure that had fallen to the ground half-supported was a bit confused when he saw Chin-E in this state, unable to care about the pain of the corrosion on his body. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Chin-E. Although he had always felt that Chin-E was not a simple person. How could a human who could casually pull out so many medieval bills be a simple person? But now this situation was also completely beyond his expectations. Boy, isn't it nice to be alive? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill you. Although Ayuko Akuto wasn't sure why Chin-E had suddenly become bizarre, his eyes were puzzled for just a split second, and they were soon filled with a look of contempt. Regardless of whether Chin-E was human or bizarre, killing the latter was easy for him. Even after a glance, he no longer looked at Chin-E, casually waving out a blade energy. He continued to plan to walk towards the mysterious figure. In his opinion, now finishing off the latter to get back a portion of his own power is the most important thing. As for Chin-E, it's just a little karami. But just as this thought flashed through him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. In a flash, he hurriedly used the mutated biochemical plants to continuously squeeze power to form armor for himself once more. At the same time, he looked backward with a horrified face. Immediately after that, Chin-E's cold voice came from his ears. You neons, always so cocky. What makes you think I'm not waiting for my chance but to die? If you don't die, I won't be able to pass this copy. So I'm not sending you to your death. Rather, I'm sending you on your way. Buchuan Kutu then saw the bizarre aura on Chin-E's body flourish, a bizarre aura that did not belong to him at all emanating out, only to see that the bizarre aura was completely different from the usual bizarre aura. The bizarre aura was as black as ink and emanated from the place where Chin-E's heart was. The rich black bizarre breath at the moment converged as if to become a poisonous snake in the darkness towards him as to attack. Ayuko Akuta felt the aura on the latter's power, and the horror in his eyes was not concealed at all. The latter's aura he sensed was not weaker than his own at all, and felt the same flavor as the patina power. Seeing that immediately the latter's attack was about to hit, he also obediently raised his own undead katana to ward off in front of him. When the two collided together, those present saw that the bizarre aura that was like a poisonous snake instantly covered Buchuan Kutu's entire body, as if he was going to devour the latter alive. And Ayuko Akuta's body was also resisted by the constant emanation of grayish-white aura. Chin-E also revealed a hint of nervousness as he watched the scene in front of him. He now belonged to a desperate attempt. If Luo Yinyin couldn't dry out her opponent with this powerful strike, then it really would be over. Even Yen Shi and Chi Haofeng as well as Nyo Ben Ben and the other bazaar were looking at the battlefield at the moment, also not daring to breathe for a moment, staring there with dead eyes. At the same time, their hearts kept praying that they would definitely be able to kill Ayuko Akutu, because they knew that if Ayuko Akutu didn't die, then it would be them who would die. Even if you escape by chance, death is just a matter of delay. After all, they were also deeply clear that Chin-E could only strike this blow, the killer, that was used at critical moments. Ah, bloody hell. How come? Why is there another force like this? I want to become a god. No one can stop me. Not even God can stop me from becoming a god. Ayuko Akuta let out a miserable roar at the moment, as well as an unwilling roar. As the latter's voice changed down, Ayuko Akuta also fell to the ground with a loud bang. The power of the two against each other both dissipated at this moment. By this time the mutant plant armor on Ayuka Wakoto had long since dried up and turned into pieces scattered around his body. At the same time, the latter had a strange aura that Chin-E had struck out on his body that was constantly eroding his body. Just as Chin-E and the rest of the group felt steady, Ayuka Wakoto suddenly moved his dry, rotting fingers. And with that slight gesture all the people present at that moment were plunged to the bottom of their hearts. Even the calm Chin-E became nonchalant at this moment. This isn't even dead? Yenshur also cursed out of his mouth at this time. Cam, will anyone really pass the hell copy? Is it really for people? Isn't this playing with people? Shi Haofeng also couldn't help but curse angrily. The latter are that way, and resisted a big move still do not die. At this time they even suspect that this hell copy simply has no way of life. Cannot pass. What they should have done has been done. And Chin-E is paid to do so much. Especially since that mysterious figure has already put his life on the line. And your damn final boss can still live? I'm afraid this copy isn't for Superman. Is it? Ayuka Wakoto slowly stood up with great difficulty. At this moment, the breath on his body was even weaker and more fragile. As if a fire candle struck by rain. As if it would be doused in the next second. Ha ha ha. I told you. No one can stop me from becoming a god. Not even a god. Kid, I really underestimated you. And almost got caught in the gutter. But it's all over. Die. Step Chuan Kutu said while raising his own undead katana. Eyes full of hatred toward Chin-E as to hit a blade gas. With the miserable wail of the souls of the dead. After all this the latter seems to have exhausted the last trace of strength. Can no longer support the half kneeling on the ground? That blade chi was so fast that Chin-E couldn't even dodge it. And just in the nick of time, he only saw the mysterious figure swooping and appearing in front of him. And the original terrifying face also revealed a touch of kindness and relief. It was as if it wasn't that scary either. I'm counting on you next postulant. I've done all I can do. The other side is probably just a breath away. Be brave. Immediately afterward, Chin-E watched as the mysterious figure covered in patina was instantly chopped into dusty flight by the blade chi, dissipating into this space. At the same time a crisp voice rang in Chin-E's ears. It was the sound of a machete with a double breath covered in patina falling to the ground. Chin-E looked at the machete that had landed on the ground, and many images of the mysterious figure came to mind. Chapter 42, Life and Death Crisis. Successfully clearing the hellish copy of Undead Canyon, the mysterious figure shedding his body and dying was not only Chin-E. Yenshur and Shi Haofeng with the two shenanigans also saw it clearly. When the latter turned into dust and flew, the two Bazaar also could not help but tremble inwardly. He died, and there was completely no one present who could resist Bu Chuan Kutu anymore. At the same time, their hearts were also feeling sorry for the loss of the mysterious figure's death. And what the mysterious figure had done was something they admired greatly. Alas, good people don't get good karma. Why does the heavens always favor the bad guys? Shi Haofeng couldn't help but lament as well. Cam, don't get emotional. You guys look at Brother Chin. At this time Yenshur was somewhat agitated and shouted with a fluttering brow. Following the direction of Yenshur's finger, they saw Chin-E picking up the machete on the side at the moment, as if he was going to do what the mysterious figure had left unfinished. Just as Chin-E picked up the machete and held it for that instant, the two strands of the blade were suddenly in constant disarray in him, the grayish-white power of death and the famous patina power strand constantly destroying his body in a frenzy. In the eyes of Yenshur and the others, at this moment, Chin-E's body was also covered in patina, just like the mysterious figure's situation at that time, and there was also a grayish-white death aura constantly emanating from his body, and his torso was vaguely mutating towards a grayish-white color. At this time Chin-E only felt like he was about to die and was in agony. Even walking around is a luxury. This, Brother Chin. For a while, Shi Haofeng and the others couldn't help but sweat for Chin-E when they saw his appearance, hoping that he would be safe and sound. However, they only kept praying. In fact, they had an answer within themselves as they looked at Chin-E's state. Moreover, the way they looked at Chin-E was filled with admiration and awe. In their place, they thought to themselves that they wouldn't have thought of that, and even planned to be ready to die. Chin-E's agonizing wail was also what startled Chuan Kutu's attention, only to see the latter lifting his head with difficulty to look at Chin-E. Ha! I didn't realize that guy had blocked the fatal blow for you. I didn't think you boys would dare pick up that machete either. Well, how does the power of death and patina taste? The power of that patina is something even the current me wouldn't dare to be careless about. I must say you have a lot of courage, but what can you do now? It's true that one more slash could kill me, but can you take a step? Ha. I will eventually become a god. I'll watch as you brats are worn down to death by these two forces step by step. The agonizing Chin-E naturally heard Ayuka Wakoto's words, but he couldn't care less at the moment because he really smelled the power of death. Those two forces he couldn't manipulate or control at all, letting them run wildly around in his body. Just when he felt despair and it was all over, suddenly the mark on his heart in the middle of his chest suddenly erupted with a thick black bizarre aura, as thick as ink. At this moment, Shinee clearly felt that the two forces were continuously converging to be pulled by the black bizarre aura that erupted from the heart, and to be precise, they were being pulled over and assimilated by the bizarre black aura attached to them, and Shinee gradually felt the pain dissipating. This sudden turn of events also caused Shinee to be a bit puzzled within himself, but he didn't bother to think too much about it as he felt the control of his torso being slowly restored at the moment. Not long after, Shinee felt his body fully recover and move freely. At this time, he exuded an inky, thick and bizarre aura, and Shinee clearly felt that he was able to manipulate and use three kinds of power at this moment. One from Luo Yinyan's ability, a patina power, and a grayish-white death power. Tear away. The sound of metal grinding across the ground rang out, and Ayukawa Kutu also raised his head once more, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, because he was currently looking at Shinee who was dragging his machete step by step towards him. He was also so frightened that he hurriedly stood up with difficulty. How can you? No, this can't be. I can't feel the other half of my power. What did you do? Why didn't you die from the power of the patina? No, don't come over here. I'm going to be a god. The existence. Go to hell and be your god. No, your kind is not even qualified to travel to hell. You might as well annihilate. Shinee's eyes were filled with black and his voice was as cold as an ice cellar as he opened his mouth, only to see him arrive in front of Ayukawa Kutu. His hand rose up and slashed towards the latter's neck. The latter tried to raise his tightly gripped katana, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift a single ounce of strength. The long battle had long ago exhausted all his strength. In Ayukawa Kutu's horrified and unwillingly angry gaze, he watched with his own eyes as the machete filled with an inky black thick eerie aura slashed towards him. Swish! Knife light flashed. Head separation. Step Chuan Kutu's head still want to say something, only to see the knife body drilling out a stream of inky black thick weird breath drilled into his head, followed by gray and white breath was wrapped by the inky black thick weird breath drilled into Chinee's body, and gradually converged to the heart of the seal. Yanshi Chihaofeng and the two weird ones who were watching from inside the cave were shocked by Chinee's operation, and their jaws dropped, their eyes glaring at Chinee, their mouths open as if they couldn't close them. Chinee, who was originally thought to be surely dead, suddenly seemed like a different person and chopped off Ayukawa Kutu's head immediately afterward. None of them actually held any hope, and now that the contrast had come so great, they were completely at a loss for what to say for a while. The Chinee they saw in their eyes at this moment was like Superman. Brother Chin looks like Superman. What the hell happened to him? I don't know. What do you mean it looks like Superman? It's clearly Superman. How on earth did you do that? I clearly saw that Brother Chin was on the verge of becoming a bronze rusty man, and suddenly he can move? Are you sure that Brother Chin is really one of you humans? Nyo Benben couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire at this time. I don't build it. I also don't know if Brother Chin is human, but Brother Chin must be superhuman, or else it's really hard to explain. Just as the two were shocked with the two bizarre, Chinee fell into deep thought. What happened to himself was really a bit strange, but it should not be unrelated to Luo Yinyin. When it's time to go out, maybe ask. Just as Chinee was thinking, a line of bloody characters appeared in front of Chinee and the rest of the surviving living people. Congratulations guys, passed the Undead Canyon Hell copy. Chinee ignored the first line and instead looked downwards. After all, Chinee is the one who remembers that the one who contributes the most, weird, can get unexpected abilities. By all rights, putting aside the mysterious figure, he should be considered the one who contributed the most, right? Chapter 43, Rusty Wooden Branch. Undead Blessing Greatsword. Extra. The mysterious figure was originally a character inside the replica and a very crucial task that naturally could not be counted. Putting aside his words, there is no doubt that the person who contributed the most to this copy is inevitably himself. Follow your gaze, there is still blood-colored writing underneath. Since you are the person who has contributed the most to this copy, you will receive an additional item in addition to the props for this copy. Undead Sword. A weapon made from the grudges of the undead. Born from an accident containing the rules of death, the owner can not only use it as a weapon, but the power of the grudges can be used to offset any copy of the rule violation once. If triggered successfully, the copy will end automatically. Cooldown time, 3 months. Special reward item, given to the person who contributes the most to this copy. Copper Rust Wooden Branch, contains the power of copper rust. From the ability of the World Tree Kenwood Een, can be used 10 times. Note, collecting the rest of the Jinmu wooden branches will lead to unexpected things. Looking at the blood prompt, Chinee immediately felt 2 items appear in his hand. The original machete cracked and shattered. Only a handle full of patina corrosion into the shape of a tree branch remained. And in the other hand the katana of Ayukawa Kutu appeared suddenly. The power within that patina-corroded branch Chin-E could clearly feel that he was able to manipulate it. However, for this ability Chin-E did not think nothing of it, now that the time for his tricksterization was over. But Chin-E knew very well that he was able to use 3 kinds of power once he was tricksterized, and this particular item did not seem to be relevant to Chin-E. But the sentence behind it that there would be something unexpected aroused Chin-E's curiosity. Looks like we'll have to pay more attention to the copies after that. I guess this thing just appeared in the hell copies. At the same time this time Chin-E was also getting more and more curious about this bizarre doomsday, because in his last life, he had only been concerned about how he could survive and hadn't cared about this. But this special reward today was also something that made Chin-E think about this, especially the introduction of the rusty wooden branch, the world tree Jianmu. Chin-E also vaguely familiar, as if I remembered to have seen the record in a book. The ancient myths of this tree seems to be the pillar of the world, but Chin-E also did not think more on this matter. After all, now he wants to think of such far-reaching things as not realistic, but the good thing is that there is also a brow slowly on the line. Perhaps there will always be a day to be able to figure out the real reason for the bizarre end of the world. Now do as live and become stronger on the line. Chin-E clearly remembered. With the bizarre world end of the descent erosion, more and more bizarre things seen things and so on will happen. The question that most intrigued Chin-E right now was the series of things that had happened after he had picked up the machete after his shenanigans. He also planned to find Luo Yin and ask for clarification the first time after he got out of the copy. It was too unbelievable. Could this be Luo Yin's ability? Thinking of this Chin-E also shook his head. No longer think about it. Instead of shelving this thinking, it would be better to go directly to ask Luo Yin when the time comes to be fast and understand. Soon Chin-E began to survey the undead katana in his hand. Have to say, Chin-E for the undead katana last introduction that is very heartfelt and excited. This passive skill is equivalent to being exempted once. Although one has a contract with Luo Yin, the copy does not worry about anything. What about with the deeper erosion of the bizarre world? After that it is not easy to say. The most crucial thing was that any copy, that is, even a copy of hell was able to offset it. Can this not make Chin-E excited? Even the most careful people sometimes make mistakes. With this, you'll be able to avoid death once every 3 months. However, soon Chin-E's heart began to tangle. His mind flashed through the mysterious figure's appearance, as well as the latter's various experiences and past, while at the same time remembering the inscribed words on the stone wall at the bottom of the valley. After a moment's thought, Chin-E also let out a slight sigh, and then immediately picked up the patina wood branch to utilize the power within towards the undead katana. Soon the undead katana was soon covered in a green patina from the lack of power being poured into the blade. Not long after the click a crisp sound rang, followed by a sky full of red resentment from the shattered body of the knife constantly fled, accompanied by miserable crying and wailing in pain, as if constantly telling that once miserable and painful scene. And this image has also let the cave intends to come out to find Chin-E too bizarre suddenly stopped. I somewhat alarmed at the roiling resentment. At this time they were all confused inside. Obviously the copy has been cleared. What's going on here? The excitement that had just flared up was instantly doused. The advancing footsteps no longer dare to move a bit, for fear that if they move a bit, the resentment will find a target. Chin-E had great respect for the mysterious figure's past and what he had experienced during the encounter. Moreover, the latter had saved his life at the time of the greatest crisis, and the latter's wish was to kill Ayukawa Kutu, as well as to let the innocent undead who had died tragically rest in peace. Chin-E was indeed very eye-catching about the ability of this undead katana. But the mysterious figure's sentence about being a descendant was also a way for Chin-E to ascertain what era the other party was from. Chin-E could even honorably refer to an ancestor. The Summer Kingdom did have a period of history, and perhaps the unknown side of this canyon took place during that period of time. In the end, Chin-E still chose to fulfill the mysterious figure's wish and let the innocent and tragic dead rest in peace. Looking at the grievances roiling the sky, Chin-E was at a loss for words. After a long time he calmed down a bit and shouted to the resentment in the sky, "The demon has been cut down. May the innocent and tragic dead rest in peace." As if the resentment had heard Chin-E's words, it first kept squirming as if to determine if the person who had mutilated them was really dead. Soon the grievances also gradually dissipated, and then turned into stars of fluorescent light, constantly rising through the black eerie breath of the light curtain to form a beautiful landscape. At the same time, each starlight glow point split off a ray of light to merge into the shattered red spike machete at Chin-E's feet. Under the dots of fluorescent light, the shattered machete gradually recovered and became incomparably sharp. At this time, a line of bloody characters appeared in front of Chin-E once again. Undead Blessing Dagger, a good and merciful man liberates the souls of the innocent and the miserably dead. He dissolves the grievances of the miserably dead and receives the blessing of the undead. The blessing of the undead counteracts the rule death once, with a 1-month cooldown. Because of the blessings of the undead, This sword is reborn. Only the good and merciful may utilize it. It can be used according to one's ability, and can be used with a good blend of power play. When Chini saw the words in blood in front of him, immediately the original somewhat lost emotions were swept away. In an act of kindness by myself, I thought I had lost a powerful prop, but I didn't realize that I had gained an even more powerful one. Cool. This wave of maneuvering down actually made Chini a bit surprised. Also at this time, the black bizarre light curtain in the sky is also gradually dimming and dissipating. Two people with two bizarre see the resentment into fluorescent light to confirm that there is no danger, is also towards Chini's. Chapter 44, If Brother Chin opens say so. It's okay, starting point collection plus more. To be honest, the role of that undead katana Chini is really moved although this weapon is indeed a bit diaphragmatic. But under this bizarre end of the world to live is the most important thing. Really Chini is also struggling for a long time. And finally still can't argue with their own inner depths. But never thought that it is their own inner compassion and sympathy let him get a more powerful props. It's true. Having a good heart always pays off. Just as Chini was pleased with himself, a sudden voice from his side startled him. Hiss. Brother Chin is simply superhuman. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This isn't Superman. This is more Superman than Superman. Chini looked along with the voice, not knowing when the two men and the two creeps had come to his side. Their eyes all filled with incredulity and shock, constantly sizing him up. It was as if the eyes looked as if they had seen something strange. Cam, is there really nothing going on? No. How did this happen? Weird. Is this really human? My old creepy master. This is even more evil than us creepy. Hiss. You two are still being conservative when you say he's superhuman. If I were to change my words, I would have died earlier. This Chin brother is not only fine but also intact. It's outrageous. The other bizarrely sized up Chini after his hands were spread out. With a face that was hard to describe expression opened his mouth. Chini listened to the latter's discussion and instantly felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. No dude. What do you guys mean by this? Like so expect me to have to what a bit? Chini opened his mouth somewhat speechlessly. As for a few people shocked and curious Chini naturally heard it. Indeed. Even Chini himself felt incredulous. Let alone them. That's not true. But are you really not Superman? Brother Chin? Brother Chin, if you open it say so. It's fine. I'm not surprised. After all, the bizarre end times are amazing enough. If you open it I'm bound to not be surprised now. Yenshir looked at him seriously when he heard Chini's words and said. The eyes of the rest of the people looked at Chini with the same curiosity, as if they were saying again, Brother Chin, if you are, just admit it. Chini was completely speechless at this. It would be great if he was Superman, but he really wasn't Superman. Well, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it might be because of my contract with Creepy. Chini didn't know how to explain it at this time, and also stated his guess. Save these two with two bizarre again were brainstorming guess up. When they heard the word contract, Yenshir and Shi Haofeng revealed expressions filled with question marks. Nyoben Ben and the other two bizarre hears on the other hand were shocked and their eyes were wide open. The two creeps were different from Yenshir and Shi Haofeng. They had a much stronger perception ability and knew more about creeps. If Chini was talking about the contract, then the contract was bound to be the Guile King. If the Guile General, then the Guile Breath simply couldn't have been so strong at the last moment. It could only be the Guile King. At that time, the way they looked at Chini became instantly respectful, and even revealed a hint of vague fear. Brother Chin, what is a contract? Shi Haofeng inquired in a somewhat puzzled manner, while Yenshir on the side also blinked curiously at Chini. Chini looked at the two curious look, also did not do more to hide. In this copy of the exploration and investigation, the two people for people Chini is also in the eyes, but also each other do not leave any room to help. Chini also understand each other is what kind of people. With that, he told them both, giving both of them the benefit of the doubt. Asterisk 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 awesome. Brother Chin, Trickster King, my day. I can't even think about it. Yenshir couldn't help but stick out his thumb. Shi Haofeng also had an envious look in his eyes. Chini looked at the two enviously shocked eyes. In fact, inwardly would like to say a saying. In fact, my contracted Gui Wang is a great beauty, and even gave me, over it, holy, it can still contract with weirdness. Am I really in the same world as Brother Chin? If only I could contract one. Alas, me too. It's really enviable, but surely contracting isn't that easy, right? This makes me also want to contract one. Not to seek Brother Chin like that. At least strength okay can also In that case, the probability of surviving in this weird post-apocalyptic world is also greatly increased. Yenshir Chi Haofeng, two people set a face of yearning envy look, while constantly lost. Listen to Chini said so easy, but use your brain to think about it will not be so simple. After all, it is not possible to be like Chini, like a Superman. The two men looked at Bull Run and the other two creeps in unison as they spoke. This gaze instantly also let that remaining two bizarrely froze. Followed by Nyo Ben Ben was the first to open his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Yen. Old Chi, you two stop. Don't use that kind of eyes to look at me. No way. Dagba. Don't think you can kidnap me just because you've been through life and death. Dagoba. No way. I'll do the same. Da ba no. Looking at the two weirdly determined gazes as well as Yenshur and Shi Haofeng who shook into a rattledrum, a sense of loss immediately surged up. Alright, let's go. Let's see if we can fix it to go up. Or we'll be in trouble if we're trapped underground here. Chini also opened his mouth at this time and reminded. Several people then made their way to the rope slide, which wasn't too badly damaged and was quickly repaired, and the group rode down to the bottom to the top of the canyon. When going up and seeing the messy blood all over the ground, shredded flesh and broken limbs and guts were scattered all over the place, as well as the bodies of monsters. There is no need to think about being broken through. All the people who were alive up there were killed, and the eerie black curtain of light in the sky disappeared. It was also when Chini and the others were silent as they looked at the tragic situation all over the ground that two figures arrived in front of Chini, one after the other. When the first figure appeared, Nyo Ben Ben as well as the other bazaar instantly felt a sense of fear born from within their instincts. They even lowered their heads and couldn't help but tremble all over. Yenshur and Shi Haofeng could not take their eyes off the figure that arrived first, because that one was a stunningly beautiful figure that made people look as if they were attracted to each other like magnets at a glance. Master, are you alright? That figure was no one else. It was none other than Luo Yinyin, and for some reason, she suddenly appeared here. Chini was also very surprised by Luo Yinyin's arrival and couldn't help but say, Yinyin, why are you here? I sensed a change in the seal of our contract. You used the power I gave you, and there seemed to be something more in the seal of the contract. I was a little worried so I came, and when I arrived I saw you come out, master. Nah, I'm not sure why I have two extra powers, Luo Yinyin said with a puzzled face. Two kinds of power appeared on the body respectively. One is the death rule power. One is the green patina corrosion rule power. Luo Yinyin, this operation Chini are a bit confused. I wanted to ask the latter if he knew what was going on, but looking at the latter's puzzled look, well, no need to ask. The latter was probably confused as well. Before Chini could talk about the problem with Luo Yinyin in depth, another figure arrived, while an eager and excited voice came. Boss, you finally came out. Are you okay, boss? Did you hurt anything? Boss? Chapter 45, Righteous Father is above. Receive my child's obeisance. Seeing Qin Yi's appearance, Li Yan, who was also Qin Yi's exclusive driver, immediately ran wildly. Since Qin Yi had gone in, Li Yan had been waiting anxiously outside. If it wasn't for the black curtain of light that prevented him from entering, otherwise he would have rushed in long ago. Although the time between the outside world and the copy is not the same, Li Yan still feels that the days are like years. On the one hand, such a good boss in the bizarre world simply does not exist, and now it is difficult to meet with whatever human or bizarre. Anyway, the two worlds are gradually merging. The second thing was that Qin Yi, the boss, was really too generous, and Li Yan hated the fact that he couldn't wait to die for his friend. In addition to the fact that Qin Yi was able to contract with the Guile King in such a short period of time, it is evident that I have more or less something in my possession. Leaving everything aside, on Qin Yi's attitude towards employees, that is really weird to see. And open the pay, think not even dare to think. In your place, will you work well? Will you work well? Will you be on when you are needed? Nightrock would. And very much so. Even knowing that he was sent to his death, Nightrock wouldn't hesitate for a second. How many times a month can Chini take the bus? How far can he go even if he rides every day? With the salary he was offered for a month, he would probably have a hard time earning a year's worth of extra car rides. Can he not worry about Chini's safety? Chini also couldn't help but secretly smile as he looked at Li Yan's excited and worried appearance. I'm fine. It's good to be fine. It's good to be fine. Li Yan looked at Qin Yi's good appearance, also put down his worried heart. But here the remaining four or something. Bull Run Creepy and the other Creepy were terrified to see Luo Yinyin, and then they saw Qin Yi's exclusive driver, which was a rare Creepy in the Creepy world. Extremely fast and crazy cab driver. And now he's actually working as an exclusive driver for a human. Owner? Boss? These two words were coherent together, completely giving Yenshur and Shi Haofeng two small brainstems that shriveled up. That extremely fast and crazy cab, Yenshur and Shi Haofeng had heard about it and naturally knew the gold content of it, and now they even shouted boss towards Qin Yi. Wouldn't it be Qin Yi's exclusive driver? How much plutonium could one afford to hire this? This was the bizarre end times that had just descended, but thinking of the plutonium that Qin Yi had shelled out for his copy, the two of them were relieved. But for Luo Yinyin shouting master, the two are really completely taught. They also know from Qin Yi's mouth some things about the contract bazaar, generally belonging to help each other. Almost equal. In Chinese here but turned into a master-servant relationship? The two of them were shocked for a long time and looked at Chinese with a stunned expression. Asterisk 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 I thought he said that even the contracted trickster king was powerful enough. I didn't realize it was still a female trickster king. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So much for the female trickster king. What did I just hear? Master? Are we really in our world? Old yen. Hit me. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Grass. It hurts me to death. Don't you know to be gentle? Damn you. Brother Chin. You said it's the king of guile. Why didn't you say it's the female king of guile? Why did you call her master? Why is this female guile king so good looking? Shi Haofeng's heart broke down a bit at the moment. Comparing Qin Yi, it was simply a case of people being more angry than people. Grass. Old Qi. I've whispered it all to you. It's definitely open. For sure. For a while Yan Shi and Shi Haofeng both completely collapsed inside. They didn't even want to look at Qin Yi again. It was really just a case of people being more angry than people. Both of them were on the verge of collapsing. Luo Yin's cry of master directly gave the two a dry break in defense. The corners of Qin Yi's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile as he looked at the somewhat amused two. Well, it's all a matter of chance. And in time there will come a day when you two will contract the spooky. Qin Yi spoke out to comfort him. This comforting, and the two men's hearts grew harder. The fart of chance and coincidence. Killing them all do not believe. Believe in chance and coincidence. Rather than believe that Qin Yi opened to the actual point. However, the two of them didn't ask more questions. Instead, their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Qin Yi. Also at this time Qin Yi's sentence instantly gave the two dry confused. Directly 4 eyes. Wide-eyed stare. Stop. No disciples. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did you say? No, you did? I didn't? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really pisses me off. How can you be so pretentious? Looking at the stifled two, Qin Yi also couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So this is what it feels like to pretend. It's awesome. It was also at this time that Yan Shi and Shi Haofeng exchanged glances, both seeming to understand the meaning of both sides from the other's eyes. Then I only saw the two men walking towards Qin Yi in unison, and just as Qin Yi looked puzzled, the two men knelt down in unison and said, Liao, please bring. Qin Yi was dumbfounded, not expecting the two to pull this whole stunt. Just when Qin Yi thought that the other party was joking to disgust him, he saw unrivaled determination in the latter's eyes. Not like he was joking. The fact is indeed, the two are also deep thought, privately discussed. They both have family. In the end of the world they also just want to live. Experience this time they also is to see Qin Yi's extraordinary. They also want to tightly grasp this opportunity. Perhaps miss it will never have the opportunity again. Qin Yi looked at the appearance of the two. Also began to think inside. To be honest, copies of several people have experienced a lot of. For people Qin Yi also see. Yan Shi character greatly grinning righteousness. Courage. Shi Haofeng for people more cautious. Brain even in the case of extreme fear can be suppressed to quickly recover their sanity. And together when the fight also for Qin Yi to defuse a few injuries crisis. After thinking for half a day, Qin Yi spoke in a slightly serious manner. I can take you guys, but you still need to rely on yourselves. Relying on others will not last long in this post-apocalyptic world after all. I can take care of you for a while, but I can't take care of you for a lifetime. You can work in the industry in my name and I'll pay you a salary. Plutonium. Copies as well as life and whatnot still needs to be on your own, understand? Understood. The two men also revealed a delighted look when they heard that. They naturally knew what Qin Yi meant, but when they heard him say that he would issue medals, they were happy as hell. It is important to know that medieval coins are exceptionally important in the weird post-apocalyptic world, and it can be said that without medieval coins, it is difficult to move an inch. Okay? I'm not much of a social animal person. You guys aren't like creepy. They're 18 hours. You guys work 8 hours. No early arrivals or late departures for overtime. Double time off. With all sorts of subsidies, year-end awards and other incentives. A base salary of 6,000. Depending on what you do. If you perform well, you'll get a promotion and a raise. When the time comes, go to the Misty Inn Hotel and ask for Mr. Run, and tell him that Qin Yi told you to look for him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him to contact Luo Yinin. Or if you guys don't want to work at the Grand Hotel, you can work at the Silent Cafeteria. You can go to Huang Xiaoxia, Manager Huang. When the time comes he just contact Luo Yinin. These are the two places for now. There will be more in the future, but you will have to go to my city for work. My industry is not in South City for now. Luo Yinin is also known as my contractual partner. Your supreme leader, Qin Yi said, and didn't forget to introduce Luo Yinin. Yan Shi and Shi Haofeng had been completely surprised to the point of speechlessness after listening. And even Qin Yi had not listened to much of what he said afterward. The two men kept repeating under their breath. 8-hour workdays? Double breaks? No overtime work? Early arrival and early departure? Various subsidies and bonuses? Base salary of 6,000. Good performance promotion and salary increase? After a long time just stood up not long after the two back to Godflop once again kneeling on the ground. Righteous Father is above. Receive my child's obeisance. Chin E, ha? Luo Yin's surprised jade hand covered her mouth. Night Rock, ********, how can there be more than me? Chapter 46. You peeked again. The two of them this action to Luo Yin are looking stunned. Even Night Rock to see it will come straight to the affair. In fact, I really don't blame Yanshi and Chi Haofeng. When the weird post-apocalyptic world didn't come, the two of them were pure and simple social animals. 9 in the morning and 6 in the evening? No. Double holidays? Doesn't exist. Overtime compensation bonuses? Does not exist. Social security? Does not exist. Promotions and raises? Doesn't exist. The base salary is 4,000. You can't be late. You can't take leave. You can't leave early. Anyway, you can't do anything. Or you'll get 500 less for perfect attendance. And there's a part of the base salary that counts for performance. Not finished? No, it's not. Anyway, this buckle that buckled desperately roll a month to death to last more than 6,000, and even still tighten the belt to barely make ends meet. Hearing what Genie said, let's not mention the importance of the weird end-time plutonium. How many of them abide by labor laws in this day and age? The question is that the company is very sleepy and also has a hard time. On the contrary, Genie was even able to abide by the labor laws in this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, treating people like human beings and looking at the bizarre as bizarre. Too damn conscientious. Even Chi Haofeng and Yanshi wanted to be Genie's dog for that moment. Okay, get up. Go get ready. I'm also lacking manpower here right now. Just follow what I say when the time comes. I'm leaving too. The two men left the place with a promise of thanks and some excitement. It was also at this time that one could only see Niu Benben and another bizarre gaze looking at Genie with some anticipation. When Genie saw that the gazes of the two men were not far from Yanshi and Chi Haofeng just now, a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Seeing that the two were about to step forward, hands clasped, one knee ready to kneel when Genie immediately blocked. Stop. Fold your life. I don't have a penchant for accepting righteous sons. You two go. 2. Niu Benben and the other two creeps also showed excitement when they heard Genie's words. Thank you, boss. I, Niu Penpeng, will set myself up as Boss Chin in the future to bow and scrape until I die. Boss, what do you think about me working in your cafeteria? I know a few dishes that I'm good at. Boss, my name is Lu Danang. Coincidentally, I know a few dishes that I'm good at. Is it okay if I work in the cafeteria too? Go. Find the cafeteria manager Huang. She'll look at your handiwork before arranging for you. Genie waved his hand. Inside though, he was still a little happy, and he had never expected that both of these creeps would be able to cook the dishes that they were so good at. It was the time when the cafeteria side was short of manpower. One day later, Genie remembered today, but also for their own decisions to feel lucky, because the Cao Ben Ben and Lu Danning in canteen and other cook 3 bizarre constantly innovative fusion dishes, so that his canteen constantly upgraded, and even dry to the big hotels. People either bizarre or is a steady stream of 3 bizarre once the launch of the new dishes popularity is absolutely super high, whereas Yanshi had contributed great achievements to his security piece. Chi Haofeng had also trained an unknown number of excellent service industry personnel along with bizarre personnel for Qin. Of course this is all an afterthought. After thanking Qin, the 2 bizarre transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Let's go. Go home first. Okay boss. As the extremely fast and crazy cab arrived at the entrance of Qin's villa, he held Luo Yin's hand and walked into the entrance of the house. Qin didn't forget what he had to do before the copy didn't start, but he always remembered this matter. Even in the car Qin kept teasing and fondling Luo Yin. What a blessing for the boss. Cam. The whole thing is making me a little bit more excited. I remember there seems to be a massage parlor on that street on the west side of town, right? I heard the quality is very good. It's also very formal looking. Whatever, relax. Follow the boss. I'm ing mega rich right now. Let's order 5 first. Plus 5 or 6 ing clocks. If you question me, I'll throw a ing fortune cookie in his face. Hey, Li Yan said with a foot of gas directly toward a street in the west of the city. Inside the villa, the steam from the hot water covered the entire bathroom. Genie's 10 days in the replica, not to mention how bad it was. His body was covered in dried sticky liquid, dried blood, and dust. The clothes were changed and thrown away straight away, and a nice hot bath was taken to wash away the filth. I love to bathe my skin well. Genie's magnetic voice came from the bathroom, and suddenly Genie's singing stopped and the door to the shower room was instantly pushed open. Immediately afterward, Genie's evilly smiling voice rang out. You look, peeking again? How is it that you just don't remember? Remember not to make a sound next time you peek. Ah! A startled sound of the bath door closing rang out, and the sound of the water running was louder by the moment. Vaguely, Chinyi's voice came from the bathroom. Crouch down. Please help me clean up the filth. Yes, that's it. Rest your hand on it and rub that spot. Yes, that's it. Comfy. How come your stockings have become even more tantalizing with water? Come and call me Khan. Hiss. Strange touch. After about 40 minutes or so, Chinyi came to look at his bed and couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the blindfolded Luo Yinyin. When he thought of the cool, tingly, refreshing sensation, he was suddenly inwardly apoplectic once more, and lifted the covers as soon as he could. Looking at Luo Yinyin with a wet head after the scented bath, Chinyi couldn't wait to get on your bed right away. Especially looking at Luo Yinin's jade body is soft, high breasts, golden lotus. Remembering what is going to happen is just like being in a fairyland, enjoying the ultimate happiness on earth. Inky, do you know what is Arctic grass steak? Chinyi asked in a bed. Leaned over to look at Luo Yinin's magnetic voice. Arctic grass raking? What's that? The name of a grass? What kind of grass is it? Does it have some special meaning? Luo Yinin inquired with some confusion. She was a bit perplexed by Chinyi's inquiry and didn't understand what it meant, but she remembered that some of the flowers and grasses among the humans seemed to have some sort of meaning. Chinyi looked at the somewhat puzzled Luo Yinin with an impish smile and said, yes, he has a very special meaning. What? It's the Arctic grass rake. Before Luo Yinin could react, all of a sudden she felt a scorching heat. Da ba, kwai, too kwai, so bloated. Slander Shufu Ki is here. Inky, come on, put on the stockings, give me a buff. I don't know how long it took, but Chinyi only felt that his waist was in great pain, as if he couldn't straighten up, and pieces of toilet paper on the ground were scattered all over the place. Meanwhile the air was filled with the smell of sweat as well as some strange odors. Chinyi at the moment lit a cigarette, constantly swallowing smoke up, remembering just in the activities of the Sinu's activities, really is like falling into the heaven on earth. Enjoy the extreme pleasure. Chapter 47, Master please stop going. Chinyi finished smoking the cigarette in his mouth, snuffed it out and threw it on the ground, followed by turning his head to look at Luo Yinin whose chest was heaving on the bed. Once again, he was reminded of the image that was like an earthly paradise, only to see a bad smile on the corner of his mouth as he walked towards the ladder. Luo Yinin was also so frightened at this scene that she instantly covered herself with that kind of bed sheet. To be honest, she's scared and really kind of overwhelmed. Daba. No more. Chinyi looked at the frightened Luo Yinin with a bad smile and said, Daba? No. I think I can. Hearing Chinyi's words, Luo Yinin immediately changed her face dramatically, and her heart couldn't help but cry out. No, you can. I can't. This time a swelling and unpleasant sensation came from one of the places in her torso. As she watched Chinyi walk towards her with a bad smile on his face, Luo Yinin's fair and stunning face also revealed a touch of panic. Really don't, master. Let me go. Noisy, queue up. I have to say that this is like a paradise on earth, and enjoying extreme pleasure is simply addictive and intoxicating. It was a coincidence that for 3 consecutive days Chinyi had been indulging in Wonderland. It was also on the 4th day when Chinyi was planning to continue that he only saw a line of blood-colored writing appear in front of him. The clock strikes 12 midnight. A new semester begins at Scarlet High, and students come to class. The moment the bell rings, various shenanigans send their children to class. You are a security officer. For a period of 7 days, your duty is to be responsible for the security of the entire school, as well as daily patrols to inquire about safety hazards. There are always naughty students in colleges and universities who think about sneaking out without attending classes. And as a security officer, the school is also under a mandate from above not to let any student slip out. The teachers in the school and the rest of the staff were a little bad to talk to, especially the principal. Remember, you are a security officer. Make sure you do your own job. Today is the first day of school at Scarlet High, so please make sure you get to your workstation by 12 o'clock. Chinyi looked at the bloodstained note and knew that the weird mission had come. The moment he saw the Scarlet Collegiate, a glint of light also flashed in Chinyi's eyes. In his previous life, he remembered very clearly that the development of Scarlet High School was exceptionally rapid, and according to that speed trend, it was very likely to become an iconic school in the weird world, and those who would come to school at that time would inevitably be the children of some dignitaries in the weird world. Chinyi also had plans to buy Scarlet Collegiate, so someone came to deliver a pillow when he didn't doze off. As for the copy quests, Chinyi still planned to do them. Although now that his strength was here to stay, he probably didn't need to do the quests at all, but for a long period of time, if he slacked off, he thought that it wouldn't be a very good thing to do. This was something Chinyi still understood very well. Only by constantly exercising himself would he be able to survive like a fish in water in the midst of this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, ensuring that he wouldn't capsize in the gutter. Luo Inin, whose bedsheet covered her body, looked at Qin and spoke in a small voice. The weird mission is here? Do you need me to go with you? No need. You pay attention to the industries under my name in the next few days, and when the time comes, I'll call out to you to take over the Scarlet High School. You're buying it? I remember the school isn't exactly a very prestigious private school. Is it? Now it is. Maybe not afterward. Qin laughed towards Luo Inin. Well, then you pay attention. But there shouldn't be anything that can move you. The silent cafeteria is also within the Scarlet High School. If there's anything going on, Huang Xiaoxia and the others probably won't sit around and do nothing. Luo Inin said softly after thinking. Immediately afterward, her face changed drastically and she said with a panicked expression, Master, what are you doing? Qin looked at the panicked Luo Inin and said, Don't think too much. I'll explain something to you, regarding the development of our group. When the time comes for the staff side you first, and then, okay master, you've memorized everything you said Umbreon. But master, can your hand not? Master, don't KO anymore At the end Luo Inin's body slightly trembled as thin as a mosquito voice with a pleading tone. Well, remember what I said about group planning. I'm off, and before you go, please wash the soaked sheets and covers for me. Thanks. Luo Inin looked at Shu Weizi on the bed after hearing this and lowered her head somewhat shyly and said, Understood master. When Qin arrived outside the villa, Li Yan had already been waiting for a long time. I only saw him say somewhat breathlessly, Boss, you came out? Qin looked at the somewhat weakened Li Yan, thought that something had happened to the other party, and his eyebrows could not help but wrinkle slightly in concern. Little Li what's wrong with you? Who injured you? For Li Yan now this appearance. Qin is really some worry. A city crazy speed cab drivers are so few. A palm can count over. Even less. This Li Yan if something happens, can still find the next is still an unknown quantity. The most critical. Now Night Rock is still working under his own. That is also his own people. If someone moves his people, Qin the first not happy. Their own this one the boss must be ruthless to help their own employees backing. Li Yan looked at Qin's worried appearance and felt warm inside. Just for a moment he had decided to follow Qin with his heart and soul for the rest of his life. Even if Qin asked him to die he would do so without hesitation. I, Li Yan, have lived for so long and finally met a bright master What else can I do if I don't work for this kind of boss with my liver and brain on the line? Boss Qin is really treating Creepy like a human being. Thinking of this, Li Yan was also moved to secretly wipe his tears. This action seemed to Qin as if the latter was greatly aggrieved, and immediately spoke sternly. Xiao Li it's okay, boss, I'll back you up. If you can't beat me, I'll let Luo Inin on. If not, boss, I'll take the plutonium banknotes and smash him to death. I must give you a fierce breath of air. Don't they realize that my employees are the only ones I can bully into counting? Looking at Qin's serious and angry appearance, Li Yan's heart could not be more touched. No boss, it's not what you think. I was because I went to a massage parlor over on the west side of town, and you have no idea how decent it was. I fight 5 phoenixes by myself. That's called said Li Yan. Colorful eyebrows danced up, and even said to the excitement of the whole person her hand dancing coloring compared to the up. This could have petrified Qin, who was on the sidelines. In place, after a long time, Qin said somewhat breathlessly, Alright Xiaoli I know. There's no need to describe it in such detail. Let's go. Scarlet High. And that kind of place is rare. It's unclean. It's okay boss. We spooky don't have the same thing you humans do. Qin was also very speechless as he looked at the reminiscing Li Yan, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Alright, you're really invincible kid. Chapter 48 Scarlet High School. Students start school. Soon after a few kicks on the gas from Li Yan, Qin appeared at the entrance of the Scarlet High School. At the moment a middle-aged, bald, lewd and creepy was already standing there waiting for them for a long time. After Qin got out of the car, the middle-aged bald man spoke in a lewd and bizarrely indifferent manner. You're the new security officer, aren't you? Just wait a bit, there's someone else. After saying that, he didn't even look at Qin. A dead fisheye expressionless looking ahead, just like an NPC in the game. Qin looked at his watch. It was now after 11 o'clock. He was not the only one who participated in this bizarre scene copy. He was also bored and waited. Immediately after that, 5 more men came. That middle-aged bald creepy saw this and also opened his mouth. Since everyone is here, I'll introduce myself first. I'm the director of the Scarlet High School's logistics department. You guys can call me Director Zhu. Director Creepy Zhu finished in the presence of someone who could not help but laugh. The latter's face immediately grimaced at the sight, and a gust of coldness emanated from his body. A pair of dead fish eyes filled with scarlet looked at the man who made the laughing sound. That man was a youth, about 20 or so points, and at the moment was still tautly snickering there. Director Chu? A pig? Haha, it looks like the director of that habibi I went to school with. What are you laughing at? Just as he was snickering and chattering in a small voice, at some point Director Creepy Zhu had come behind his flank and let out a low voice that said, all of a sudden that young man felt as if he had fallen into a cold and bone-chilling snowy day. He could clearly feel his veins freezing and his body was about to become an ice sculpture. At this time he also realized his outburst and hastily apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry. You look a lot like one of my directors during school. The one I had was really comical. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The youth kept bowing while apologizing. Seeing this, Director Creepy Zhu also gradually withdrew his own coldness. It's not going to happen again. That's the only time you've met someone as nice as me. If it were any other teacher or principal in the rest of the school, you'd already be dead. After saying that, Director Creepy Zhu swept his gaze around the crowd and said, what happened just now I think is very egregious. I'd better give you a heads up first about the rules for similar things just now. Scarlet High is a private aristocratic school, very strict. In fact, to put it bluntly, if you pay enough money, you can come and go. The teachers here as well as the principal don't have very good tempers. Except for me, of course. If there's anything you can do, you can just come to me. You'll be paid 1,000 plutocrats for 7 days. In order to ensure that you work smoothly as well as unnecessarily. It is very important for me to give you the rules now. When he said this, Director Creepy Zhu's afterglow looked towards the youth who had just laughed at him, just naming the latter to listen properly. The youth saw this perhaps also because he had just graduated and hadn't faded from his bookishness. He also lowered his head in shame. 1. You work 7 days. The school silent cafeteria has staff meals 3 meals a day. Your working hours midnight to 12 o'clock during the day. Please ensure that at least 3 people on duty. The school has only 1 gate. 2. The teachers in the school and the rest of the staff are a little hard to talk to, especially the principal. 3. Your task is to be responsible for the daily safety order of going to and coming from school, patrolling and inquiring about the safety hazards on campus, as well as preventing students from escaping from school by climbing over the walls. Because of the school's residential system, students are on vacation every Friday. For, if anything happens, you can reach me first. I'll be there in no time. 5. The principal is a difficult person. Even I do not dare to offend more. You see, please be careful and serious. The principal is a woman. 6. Remember you are security personnel. Remember your professional conduct. After saying that, Director Zhu led Qin Yi and the others towards a luxurious pavilion at the main gate. After pushing the door to enter, the surveillance and other facilities inside were very comprehensive, and there was a patrol car parked outside with complete equipment on it. Director Creepy Zhu pointed to the equipment clothes laid out on the side and said, change into your clothes. Contact me with the creepy walkie-talkie in time if anything happens. Soon the students will be here, so get ready to open the door. Giving the crowd another lecture on the do's and don'ts after that, Director Creepy Zhu pushed the door and left the place. Soon Qin Yi and the others had changed their clothes, not to mention that the clothes were designed to fit very well, not at all like security uniforms. The hats and sticks were complete. Not to say, really not to say, this is placed in the security industry. This school absolutely thumbs clothes are so advanced. At this moment, the youth who began to ridicule Director Zhu opened his mouth and said cheerfully, after the crowd had completely changed, a group of people all stared at each other wide-eyed in a somewhat confused manner. They have absolutely no idea what to do now. This time in the middle of a non-mainstream dress, spiritual boy opened his mouth. I thought this bizarre scene how scary. He ing skin. The original is called to be a security guard. There's still plutonium to be had. And it's not as horrible as my fellows make it out to be. Guys, what are we doing now? Spirit guy, who didn't care if he knew each other or not, but was just a familiar face, was the first to break the silence on the field. I don't know. And also I'm not a tender fellow. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 30s, spoke up, his face slightly disgusted. Just at this time a middle-aged man in his 40s opened his mouth with a slightly proud demeanor. Before the bizarre end of the world came to pass, I was a security captain. My name is Wang Wu, and I propose that I temporarily be the captain of our several people. I understand the industry better. That rule what also heard. In fact, very simple. We just do their own job on the line. If it's okay, I'll be the captain for 7 days. I'll organize the work. Let's try to finish ending this copy properly. Sure. I'm fine with it. Just do what you say. Captain Wang, the spiritual boy directly spoke up in agreement. I don't have a problem with it either. Since you have experience, you do it, Brother Wang. The youth also chimed. No problem. Me too. Could be. Casual. Qin Yi replied casually, while a trace of undetectable contempt flashed in his eyes. In Qin Yi's opinion, this is called Wang Wu people are a bit arrogant, or this time the mentality of the people are a bit too good. Bizarre scene of the task. Even if again simple, how can it be so easy? As for this captain, what? Casual. That Wang Wu has experience, let him be. Indeed. People also have experience. For Qin, he specializes in things that will be handed over to the professionals to do. Soon Wang Wu is also assigned the work of the crowd. Indeed, there is no fault. Is the kind of experience has done a long time. Okay, let's go ahead and open the gate. And we'll take each side to patrol and maintain order. After the distribution, Wang Wu also acted immediately. The crowd opens the door to the creepy style school while the clock strikes midnight. Various noises came from outside the school gates, only to see a dense and bizarre appearance in the sight of the crowd. Chapter 49, Grace, the Vampire Noble. Only a steady stream of creeps with their own children kept coming towards the entrance of Scarlet High. They were wearing college uniforms. The upper body was basically very different, but the female creeps wore pleated skirts underneath, while the male creeps had pants underneath that were not the same as the human society kind in the slightest. The overall look are very well-fitting and good-looking. The men bizarrely wear it to look shady and cold, very consistent with the temperament. The women bizarrely wear it to show their respective temperament. Upon seeing so densely packed with much weirdness, Wang Wu and a host of other security personnel couldn't help but freeze in place, and for a moment they all felt a numbing sensation in their scalps. Even both feet are out of control and I can't lift my feet, except for Qin Yi, of course, who was only seen standing unhurriedly at the gate inspecting it to see if any accidents would happen. As for the rest of the people who froze in place, Qin Yi was also too lazy to take care of to remind. This is not like the Undead Canyon as a teamwork copy. Qin Yi also very much to keep abiding by the conditions of the survival manual of the Doomsday. He is neither the Virgin Mary nor their nanny. Qin Yi has no obligation to help them. As for this time to participate in the bizarre rest of the few people this look, Qin Yi only want to say a sentence. That is, dish on more practice. In Qin Yi's opinion, that even if more bizarre, simply do not need to be afraid of. In how to say you are also Scarlet College security personnel. You now only college side can do something to you, but also you violate the rules of the case. The rest of the bizarre how the other side may be able to do something towards you? Dare to do it, perhaps he is high-minded, thumbs up. The rules if not out to get him that it is down to the thumbs up, so there was no need to be afraid at all. And looking at the performance of the several people, and then remembering Wang Wu's confident appearance at the beginning, Qin Yi also shook his head slightly, as more and more shenanigans came to school as well. Order was slightly disorganized for a while. The gate was that big and there were more students. Qin Yi looked at the few people who were filled with fear and didn't dare to move and shouted, "Don't look! Hurry up and help maintain order. There are more and more students." Hearing Qin Yi shout, the young man and the spiritual boy were the first to come back to their senses and hurriedly followed Qin Yi's example of maintaining order. The rest of the people saw this and gradually reacted, trying to overcome this inner fear to join the ranks of maintaining order. Wang Wu was the last to recover, and his face was a bit ugly when he saw Qin Yi and the rest of the group constantly commanding and maintaining order. He had just finished arranging things himself and came out to see so much shenanigans. To be honest, his mind went blank at the time. In the recovery to see Qin Yi and which began to maintain the command on the order, and the rest of the few people are also very listened to Qin Yi words or with Qin Yi. He felt like a joke at first. Naya, are you the captain or am I the captain? However, he was angry to be angry, but his own fear to the brain blank there is nothing to say. He soon did not care. After all, at least Qin Yi first maintained the order did not happen. Otherwise the consequences really do not dare to think about. Only their own opportunity to establish the prestige did not get. Near the time when the school gate was about to close, a Western-style luxury noble decorated carriage appeared in the sight of Qin Yi and the others. Driving the horse was an old man with white hair, like a butler in a Western noble home. He wore a suit and tie. The whole person looked like a kind of noble and elegant temperament all in one. As the eerie blood-colored horse slowed to a stop in front of the school, the butler got out of the car and gracefully opened the door. "Miss, we're at school. Come down. I don't want to go to school. I want to go home." "Roger Butler, I don't want to go to school. My dear lady, I don't think that will do. The Lord Earl said you must be educated. You'd better get down to school quickly. The gates will be closing soon." A conversation from the luxury carriages down a beautiful girl. First a pair of wearing black lace-edged stockings plus fire red shoes with bat wings on the heel of the small leather shoes. Bare absolute area were exposed white delicate skin, only to see that she was wearing European medieval style lace inlaid with jewels of the skirt just to cover the buttocks. The whole person a head of golden curly hair double ponytail, features exquisite with fine makeup, while the fire red lips bear two-pointed small teeth, a pair of eyes pupils blood red, the whole person all over the rest exudes a noble and elegant temperament. The security personnel present to see this scene when the sight cannot help but look toward the latter's gaze, especially the youth and spirit of the young man. Perhaps the two are just the age of the blood. That look called a down head. and even close to stick up to see. Steward Roger, I really don't want to go to school. Can you give my father a piece of your mind? MS. Grace, stop it. School will be closing soon. Or did something bad happen to you at school? Steward Roger opened his mouth to inquire after a moment's thought. No. Remember to pick me up early on Friday, Roger Butler, Grace said, looking a little flustered, as if subconsciously avoiding something. But this subtle expression was not far away. Chini keenly captured. Grace just appeared when, to be honest, Chini's eyes were attracted to the past. After all, the fair lady gentleman. And looking at the appearance of Grace, Chini is very sure that the other party should be a vampire. It's normal that as the spooky world intrudes, more kinds of spooky will also appear, such as talking stones, spooky trees, and other various styles of spooky. But it was just such a look that Chini could see some clues that the vampire chick was obviously lying. But Chini didn't reveal it. Really? Miss Gressa? I hope you won't deceive me. If anything happens that makes you unhappy, the old slave will definitely take care of it for you. No. You go back, Roger Butler. Come on. This student, take a quick step. The school will be closing soon. At this time Chini shouted towards Grace. I'm off, Roger Butler. Remember to pick me up early on Friday. Looking at the trotting Grace, Roger Butler was a little puzzled. He always felt that his memory was a little less good in his old age. Strange? Ever since young lady transferred here, why do I feel that there's something wrong with young lady? Hey, it really is getting older. I can't even tell where it is, Roger Butler said to himself, then drove the carriage away. Grace ran all the way past Chini's side, unable to help glancing at him with her afterimage. The one who had prodded him. Thanks, Grace, he said quickly, and then the campus rang once more with the bell. The preparatory bell for the upcoming class. You're welcome. Chini was a bit confused, but he quickly reacted to why the other party was so polite. Nobles have a lot of manners. Chapter 50. Strange sounds coming from the principal's office. Seeing Gressa thanking to greeting Chini, the rest of the crowd were showing a look of incredulity. Asterisk, brother. You're awesome. The spiritual boy couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Chini. 666. Man. You're good. If only he could even talk to me. The youth on the side also bared his teeth at this time and said with a smile. Chini didn't pay any attention to these jokes and instead closed the door. After everything was done, the two remaining men in their 30s were noticeably more stable than the mental boy as well as the youth. I saw them come to Chini's front and said, little brother, the heart can be well. Just now that situation we are scared to the brain are blank. You are able to be so calm and unmoving to maintain order. Yeah, man, awesome. Man, you sure are good. I was almost pissed. The youth and the spiritual boy also joined in to praise Chini. To be honest, if it wasn't for Chini reminding them, maybe they were still too dumbfounded and scared to move. This in case if the weird director Ju found cannot be good. After all, now their identity is the Scarlet College security personnel. Let you come to work. You give that days is what kind of thing? For the compliments of the crowd, Chini also smiled a bit embarrassed and said, it's actually nothing. That creepy, no matter how much it is, wouldn't dare to harm us at will. After all, we belong to the staff of the Scarlet Collegiate Institute, and there's no way for the rest of the creepy to do anything to us. Hearing Chini's explanation, all four of them secretly admired Chini's calmness in their hearts, and praised him quickly without mincing words. This scene is also the side of the Wangwu was angry. Originally he was going to put his own persona to set up, good as a captain, and even if their performance is good, then in case to stay to be able to have been in this part-time job is also quite good. He did not forget that the end of the paycheck, good behavior during the period. In the event that you can really stay, then there will be a shortage of plutonium? That's what he had in mind at the beginning, or he wouldn't have been so forthcoming as to offer himself as security chief. But now things seem to have taken a bit of a turn for the worse, and he'd have to reverse it in a hurry. Ahem. Indeed. We really have to thank this little brother this time. It's also a dereliction of duty as me, the captain. No way. Really haven't seen this kind of scene. What's your name, little brother? It's really rare to see such courage at such a young age. Wangwu also hurried over to praise Chini, but although he was smiling when he said it, he said the word captain very heavily. The youth and the young spiritual guy didn't hear anything wrong and still kept on praising Chini. Only the remaining two men in their 30s looked like they heard something and stopped talking. Well, since the matter has already passed, without further ado, let's go eat first. I'm really a little hungry too, but we've got a bit of a lot on our plate. We've got patrols and stuff, and we're not going to have a good time if we don't complete our tasks properly. And there's even a high probability that we're going to die. Tell you what, I'll make a run for it. I'll bring you guys a meal and we'll eat directly in the security room, so we don't all go one by one. Tender 3 patrols, you 2 security rooms watch the shenanigans, so we alternate. May I? After Wang Wu inquired and looked at the crowd who didn't say anything, he continued to speak. Okay, Since everyone has no opinions, then it's decided. I'll go get dinner and start moving, doing our jobs, meeting each other if it's meant to be. I hope we all play nice with each other for the next 7 days. That rule look isn't much harder. Go for it. Chinee and the youth spirit boy assigned to patrol. The school said big and not big, said small and not small. It did not take long for the 3 people respectively row patrol are completed. Intends to go back to the patrol car rendezvous. Just as Chinee went downstairs and passed by the principal's office, it instantly caught Chinee's ear. Chinee listened carefully to that sound for a moment. This also can't help but make Chinee feel a little strange. In listening carefully, the room seems to be just one person's voice, and it's not what he thought it would be. Thinking of this, Chinee also no longer more intends to leave. I hope I'm the one thinking too much. Chinee throws away the strange thoughts in his mind, no longer paying attention to go forward to the rendezvous. It wasn't that Chinee was thinking too much. It was that the voice was really similar. It was really easy for people to think in that direction. 3 people patrol check is also toward the security room back, just to the door to hear the inside of the spit. Good boy. This is a person to eat the meal at? I Brown called Fong has foo. Damn. Is the cafeteria that bad? We're here to work. And Director Zhu said he'd take care of the food. What does that mean? People eat? Is that really what he said? What the hell? When Chinee and the spiritual boy youth went in, they also realized what had happened, only to see a few bowls on the table, which were full of water and rotten vegetable leaves. It was also clear what was going on when asked. Holy, they weren't going to call wait, guess tomorrow? Then we will starve? Spirit guy saw also instantly came to the gas, directly cursed up. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? What's wrong with this cafeteria? We're here to work. The youths also rose up in indignation. Well, on this to make do to top the hunger, there is always better than nothing. This is the beginning of the school cafeteria busy point to understand. After all, people serve is weird. In the case of Wang Wu's kind words, the crowd was also really hungry and couldn't eat, so they had no choice but to eat in. Finally seeing that Chinee didn't eat, Wang Wu also opened his mouth. Little brother, you make do. Understand, but you don't eat the top? Cooperate and cooperate. After these 7 days will be fine. Tomorrow if still not prepared I will directly respond to the higher-ups on your behalf. I just don't believe it. Forget it, I have no appetite. Chinee waved his hand expressionlessly. Look at you, this child. Why are you like this? That cafeteria people also said, do not eat all. Waste but to be punished, with a little tolerance. We do not all eat. Since you guys elected me as the captain I also have to be responsible. Don't worry to endure today. Tomorrow if it's still bullying, I'll directly give that Director Zhu to react to this matter. Hearing this, Chinee brow some slightly wrinkled. Honestly, with the ing slop, how to eat in. Besides, he is the owner of the silent cafeteria. If he really wanted to eat that he would eat this. However, what makes Chinee unhappy is the way Wang Wu speaks. Looking for their sake, bitter, but opening his mouth and shutting his mouth away from the way he is the captain. Make it sound like because he's the captain he has to listen to him and his preaching is right. The most critical ing at this time is to do bazaar scene mission. Although there is pay meditation money to take, really think of themselves as invited to work, and he went to reflect the problem? You should be thinking about how to pass the mission safely, right? Do you really think you're here to work? Moreover, Chinee was annoyed that this Wang Wu intentionally or unintentionally intended to pull and step on him. This is not to say that the rest of the people who heard this also hurriedly agreed. Yes, little brother. Eat it. Eat it, brother. I heard my friend say look at that creepy, you're not making sense. Young man, eat it, don't because of you won. What if we all peace with you to be punished? Chapter 51, Who destroyed my silent cafeteria items? Extra. As Chinee listened to the words of the rest, he couldn't help but scan the circle. Their faces all filled with a look of urgency. After turning his head to look at Wang Wu, he only saw that he had a helpless look on his face at this time. In fact, Wang Wu's heart is very happy at this time. The original Chinee instead of his command let him face some over. Although there was nothing wrong with what Chinee did at that time. But on the contrary, comparing himself appeared like a clown. This breath, always is not good. I did not expect to doze off on someone to send a pillow to. This time do not take advantage of the topic to play a little cannot be said. If Chinee really didn't know any better, wouldn't he have a chance to perform in front of Director Zhu by then? Little brother, don't embarrass us. I advise you to eat quickly. The manager over at the cafeteria doesn't allow waste. Although he didn't say what the punishment is, but in case we're also punished because of you alone that. Seeing that the scene was not hot enough, Wang Wu also added another fire. As expected, the rest of the people who saw this at this time were all trying to dissuade Chinee from drinking the soup that was like slop. Especially that youth once heard what Wang Wu said is also a crazy output, buddy. Really? Drink it? You good or we good? Just like our captain said, do not let us all suffer because of you alone. Yeah, little brother, get it over with, close your eyes, pinch your nose, one bite and you're done. Nothing more. Young man, don't ink. Captain Wang is still anxiously waiting to deliver the dishes. Just when the crowd was having a word with you and a word with me, the spiritual guy who had been silent all this time took the initiative to open his mouth and said, "Ha, tender all right, almost got it, this fellow doesn't want to drink. Tender all don't force him, not just a bowl of rotten vegetable leaf soup. Our shelved buddy a piece of mission, don't make the relationship so stiff. Here, I'll drink it for him." Saying that, the spiritual youngster immediately picked up the rotten vegetable leaf soup in front of Chini intending to drink it all in one go. At this time Wang was slightly indifferent voice rang out. "Don't move, put it there and just let him drink it for me. You have no problem with my election as captain. There are some things that must be cleared up, or how else can we work in the future? If he's like this, how can we work afterward? If he's too tired, do you have to do it for him? What will people think of him?" Looking at the spiritual youngster who intended to help Chini out, Wang Wu was also nonchalantly posing as his captain. This time Wang Wu heart at this time is also very happy. This spirit boy unintentional operation is also considered to help him to establish prestige. Looking at Wang Wu's appearance, Chini could not help but laugh a little. Wang Wu heard is also a little impatient said, "Not little brother, good to say how you just do not listen to it? It's hard for me when you're like this. It's hard for everyone too." At these words, the crowd, except for the spiritual boy who didn't utter a word, all chimed in. "All right, young man, make it whole. Don't embarrass us. Let's cooperate well with Captain Wang. People have experience. These 7 days we pass, we don't all drink. It's all. Little brother dislikes it. Hurry up. Don't ink it. Really, little brother. If you don't serve me, if you have any opinion about me, no, we re-elect the captain. But you're first to drink this soup. This is likely to also concern us." Wang Wu saw almost, then once again opened his mouth to add a fire, but also to pick himself out to make himself very aggrieved like. "Why don't you call the manager of the cafeteria meal and see if she dares me to drink in front of me?" Chini can naturally see that Wang Wu is intentionally targeting him to take him to stand up. He does not intend to spoil the latter. Hearing Chini's words, all the people have increased horsepower and even accused and scolded. "Damn, you kid crazy, right? You can't even listen to what I'm saying, can you? Do you believe that I will press you down that dunk you?" A chubby man in his 30s with a face full of horizontal meat boomed and shook viciously at Chini Kai. "Forget it, I'll do it. Don't get angry. We're all on the same team for the mission. There's no need to be so stiff." The spiritual boy rounded off the conversation. Asterisk 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 off. "You little brat, don't give me your spiritual boy routine. Look at you," said cross-fleshed man pushed away the mental boy as he angrily walked to Chini as if he was planning to be nonchalant the next second. Wang Wu saw that it was almost time, and immediately stepped forward to block it. "Forget it, it's better for me to drink it. As your captain I'll do it. Just this once. Don't make a big deal out of it. We've all been on missions together. I'll drink. Little brother, I hope next time you won't be like this. You're still young. Forget it all this time. I'm not that kind of unreasonable person. My intention is also good. Just want everyone to cooperate with each other over the mission. In the future, no matter to give that. Cannot dare to be like this. Young people have a temper is good. But do not be too argumentative." The words out, in addition to the spirit of the guy with Chin E, the rest of the eyes looked to Wang Wu or more recognized. The heart feel Wang Wu or good. No white let him win the captain. In contrast to Chin E, simply a world of difference. At the loss of that time also think that this young man is more calm good low. Did not think so argumentative. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Wang Wu could not help but feel secretly happy in his heart. Gain strength. This wave, hearts and minds prestige are erected. By then arrange them all much simpler. Estimate will not have any opinion. Finally see if you can have the opportunity to give this college has been dry. What a couple of tools. I've taken all the advantages and fame. At this time, Chini was also seeing a hint of cunning flashing in the depths of Wang Wu's eyes, and he also knew that Wang Wu had been sympathizing there. At that moment, he thought of something in his mind, and as soon as he snatched Wang Wu to pick up the bowl of rotten vegetable leaf soup, only to see Chini lifting it up and just dropping it to the ground. This scene all made the people present completely unprepared. Also at the moment when the bowl broke, only not long after a figure appeared outside the security room, opened the door and a beautiful sexy figure walked in, and at that moment, all the people present felt an inexplicable chill. Who broke the items in the silent cafeteria? Don't you know you need to pay for damages? The one who came was no other than Huang Xiaoxiao. He continuously scanned the crowd, and then when he saw the broken dishes and chopsticks as well as Qin Yi, she, who was instantly furious, instantly revealed an excited expression. It was also at this time that Qini made a wink towards Huang Xiaoxiao, followed by a slight shake of his head. The latter immediately understood, and although he didn't answer, he continued angrily. What? No one said anything? Not only did you break the dishes but you even wasted food? Have you forgotten the rules I told you? Said she will be angry to look at Wang Wu. At this moment Wang Wu's eyes on the face of Huang Xiaoxiao. Angry people are almost scared to pee. No. Not me. Didn't forget. It's him. Wang Wu looked nervous and hurriedly pointed towards Qin, fearing that the charge would be pressed on his head. Chapter 52, 100 plutonium? I compensated. The rest of the people in fear. The rest of the people looked at Huang Xiaoxiao's appearance for fear of being affected, and one by one, they were all pointing towards Qin as Wang Wu did. Just at this time the spiritual guy on the side saw the scene in front of him and stepped forward. Misunderstanding? There might be a misunderstanding here. Before the spiritual guy finished his words, he only heard Wang Wu hastily open his mouth to interrupt. Shut up you trashy thing. What kind of misunderstanding can there be here? You dare say he didn't break the bowl? We all clearly saw that it was this man who broke it. What kind of misunderstanding can there be here? That's it. Kid advise you to mind your own business. Dare you say it wasn't this guy who broke it? Older brother. Don't step it up at this time. Don't let us have to be punished because of this guy in a while too. The youth also came to speak in front of the spiritual youngster at this time. Just as the spiritual guy was preparing to say something, Wang Wu spoke up once again. Manager, it's really him. Don't believe me. Ask him if he broke it himself? Yes, manager, it's really them. We're not lying. The people were all pointing at Qin as you spoke and I spoke, and everyone's expression was tense as hell. Just at this time the spiritual guy couldn't hold his tongue any longer and spoke. If you guys hadn't forced people to drink that, would they have gotten angry and thrown the dishes? At first, I said I'd drink for them, but you were all reluctant to do so we must have a conscience. I know I'm no good. I'm not even different from the scummy pups of society, but there should be right and wrong in everyone's heart, right? I know I'm a spiritual guy, but not all spiritual guys are bad, right? What's wrong with me liking this personality? It's still better than one of you, right? Weed. I'm just asking, would this have happened if you guys hadn't stopped me from drinking in the first place? What are you guys talking about? Are they all mute? One looks like a human being. How is it like this? And you look like a bookworm. You're no good either. Spirit boy this word out. The people present are silent up. Indeed if not Wang Wu's block, perhaps really do not have now this thing happens. If they choose not to watch at that time, neutralize and say something good is not this way. Right at this time, Huang Xiaoxiao walked towards Qin and spoke in a somewhat icy tone. So, they were right? You're the one who broke the dishes in my silent cafeteria? Although the tone was icy cold, in Qin's perspective he was the only one who could see it, and that was Huang Xiaoxiao. Although her tone was icy cold, her entire face was on the verge of tensing up and wanting to laugh out loud. In Huang Xiaoxiao's opinion, it didn't matter if Qin, not to mention hitting a bowl and chopsticks, even if he knocked over the bowls and chopsticks of the silent cafeteria, which was originally Qin's. It's me. Qin opened his mouth indifferently and also admitted it graciously. Well, in that case, please make up the 100 plutonium coins as a way of breaking my silent cafeteria's bowls. The moment these words came out, the rest of the people looked at Huang Xiaoxiao with a look of horror on their faces. No matter what, in their opinion, nowadays the medieval banknotes are very rare. This one bowl all need 100 medieval coins. This gives them to sell all can't get out. Otherwise, hearing this school payroll Wang Wu will not be so excited. They have heard, if you cannot take the plutonium some bazaar will not hesitate to kill you. Naturally, they couldn't possibly think that Qin would take out the plutonium. At this point in time, the bazaar apocalypse had only descended for more than a week. How many people could have them? It's not even clear where to get the channels. Not one of your bowls made of gold. Ha? So expensive? Spirit boy heard this price immediately shouted out with a shocked face. Just at the moment he finished his words, Huang Xiaoxiao a cold eye look. Suddenly the latter directly flew out backwards and hit the wall. That. So what if I say it's as much as I want it to be, and I can price it at 1,000 or even 10,000 if I can? Huang Xiaoxiao's strike was also a stay of hand, and it was also for the sake of him speaking up for Qin, or else the latter would have been dead long ago. This unreasonable strike also gave the rest of the people so much fright that they didn't dare to move and lowered their heads, fearing that the latter would stare at them. At this time Wang Wu was also excited inside. He was certain that Qin naturally couldn't take 100 medieval coins. This is better if Qin is dead, and the rest of the people in command of themselves on the next date are bound to cooperate very well. But while his thoughts were certainly good, it was not to be, and immediately afterwards something happened that surprised them. Only to hear Chini speak indifferently. 100 medals? Compensated, said Chini as he pulled out $100 plutonium coin and handed it to Huang Xiaoxiao. It's not fake. It's a plutonium bill. You're okay. But I'm going to talk about waste now. Did I say no food should be wasted? Don't you guys realize that it's very hard for us creepy to get human food these days? And there are very few chefs who can cook human food. Remember when I told you what happens when you waste food? As soon as the words turned, Huang Xiaoxiao's face suddenly blazed with veins, while crimson blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes and mouth, his eyes staring at Wang Wu in death. In an instant, Wang Wu was instantly farted by Huang Xiaoxiao's look, and for a moment, the latter was scared to the point of direct incontinence, and a foul odor wafted through the security room. Wang Wu felt the aura of death by the look in Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes, and there was no way he could restrain himself from fear. Immediately afterward he spoke in a trembling voice, "Waste of food and death to all. Our boss has said that a porridge is not easy to come by, and that you should not waste it at any time or place, and that you should eat as much as you can hit. Now you guys are even wasting it. Are you aware of that too? Why are you still wasting it? Remembering your first time. I don't want to count so much this time. Now pay 50 plutonium per person. And this matter will end here. I hope you won't waste any more food after that. 50 plutonium to buy a lesson. It's well worth it." The moment Huang Xiaoxiao said this, all the people present were dumbfounded, and one by one, all of them looked at Huang Xiaoxiao in fear and awe. "What? Don't you guys think it's worth it? Then you will be the ingredients." Once they heard this, the fear inside them grew a few points bigger. Where to get the plutonium at this time? They wouldn't be able to get them even if they were given them to kill. "Fine. Here's 100 plutonium for me and that young man." Just as the rest of the people were at a loss for words in fear, Chini pulled out 100 plutonium and handed it to Huang Xiaoxiao. In passing, he emptied it out for the spiritual lads. When Wang Wu and the others saw this scene, it was as if a drowning person had grabbed a life-saving straw. At this time, they didn't care about anything, and they all opened their mouths to Chini. ********. Young man, help us out and pay our fines as well. You see, this is also caused by you. Yes, lad, just take it out for us. After all, it was you who broke and wasted it, or it wouldn't have happened. That's right, quickly pay us out. It was you who caused it in the first place." The youth also chimed in anxiously. "Little brother, perhaps there may be some misunderstanding here. I apologize to you first. Perhaps at first I was wrong, but I also really for our consideration. If you do not obey, after the work is not good to start, can't cooperate. I also want you to remember. I did not expect you will be so stubborn. Let me apologize to you here first. Look, it's true that you're also the one who broke it, and you're also the one who wasted the meal. You can't ask us to follow you around and take the punishment for you, can you? Surely you can still pull out the plutonium?" Chapter 53 Highly Arrogant and Indifferent Headmistress. Chini looked at the crowd's appearance to say that they were apologizing and begging him, but everyone's face was a powerful coaxing look. "Meaning that you broke it? You fix it. We can't be punished with you. You have to fix it for us." At this time the spiritual guy who was in a dumbfounded condition also recovered, and immediately rushed to the crowd and spoke. **********. Each and every one of you is really shameless. Is this the attitude you have when you beg? Would I be where I am now if you hadn't stopped me in the first place? If you ask me, you all deserve it. No less. Now you're scared? What did you do? I'm on morning 8. Look at you. If you talk nicely, maybe they can help you and solve the misunderstanding. But look at you. If it were up to me, I'd give a damn about you. Is this the way to ask for help? You guys are afraid that you don't really know that there's a misunderstanding about being wrong, right? You guys are scared because you know you're going to die," said the spirit guy. Also took out his cell phone and started recording a video. Under the output of the spiritual boy's meal, Wang Wu and the others' faces were cloudy, as ugly as they could be. Indeed, the last words of the spiritual boy were like a thunderbolt striking them in the heart, and they really spoke to their hearts. They really don't know it's wrong. They're scared. ********. Shut the up, asshole. Say it again to death. The two 30-something men were a little short-tempered, perhaps being dismantled inside the idea. Furious up immediately to the spirit of the young man roared. At this time, Wang Wu also started to glare at the spiritual boy. "Shut up. What's the matter with you, little brother? You see, it was really you who broke it. If you don't fix it and watch us die, won't your conscience hurt? Even though we're all at fault, the whole thing lies with you. That's right. You hurry up and pay for it. In the end, you're the one who broke it. Yeah, you're the one who broke the dishes. So why should I be held responsible? Ha, look at the faces of these guys. Damn, I can't stand to watch. Let me tell you about the spiritual guy said as he looked at the shameless crowd taking video recordings. Looking at his aggressive Wang Wu and others, Chini also cannot help but laugh out loud. Originally he also thought of doing bizarre tasks to improve their insight ability. It seems that there is no need. This cafeteria manager? May I ask if there's a problem with breaking your own stuff? And is it a problem for me to be wasteful? Is it human food? When Chini said this, the crowd was confused, not knowing why Chini spoke in this manner. But the next second they subvert their cognition. Their brain is like a thunderbolt flashing by, only to see Huang Xiaoxia speaking to Chini with a smile on her face. Boss, there's certainly no problem with breaking your own things. And you, boss, have set an example of compensation, which tells our employees that even if the boss breaks it, it's still a matter of compensation. And you made up for wasting food, boss, even though it's literally not human food. Leading by example is very admirable to us employees. Boss? A thunderbolt instantly flashed through the minds of Wang Wu and the others present. Everyone was looking at Chini with their mouths wide open in disbelief. And now things were happening that were completely beyond their cognizance. This silent cafeteria is run by this ING guy right in front of us? That was the thought that ran through everyone's mind. Just as they were getting a little excited inside, artificially resolving the matter just now for good, they heard a voice that made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Well, there's no need to praise me. As a boss it's natural to lead by example. But your boss is in a bad mood at the moment. Slop, these guys have to force me to eat? What to do? Good talk, boss. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled at Chini, followed by her snapping her fingers, followed by a tall and pudgy cook patting with a meat chopping knife instantly appearing behind Wang Wu and the others. Several people felt the chill behind them, were about to turn their heads to look. Instantly saw a cold light flashed, followed by several people can no longer feel any of their own physical sensations. The last sight picture is fixed on looking upward. A chef bizarrely stooped down to pick up something. Well, the boss has finished settling. They're all ready ingredients. Let's go and eat. The cafeteria side has prepared the meal for you. Aha! Let's go. At the moment the security room was left with only the mental boy staring blankly at the blood on the floor, completely unaware of what had happened. His entire spirit was in a trance. To be honest, if Wang Wu did not have so much to do in the beginning would not have happened now this situation. Perhaps even to the end if they apologize properly. Serious attitude to say that the misunderstanding will not be this way. Although it's not a misunderstanding at all, but you should at least have a proper attitude when you're begging, right? Furthermore, Chini was at least someone who had lived 2 lives, and this was the second bizarre end of the world, and he was unable to see that the latter was intentionally targeting him? As for the others, can only say that it is a pity to stand on the wrong team. This bizarre post-apocalyptic world cannot be merciful, perhaps because of your momentary weakness? The target of your weakness will become a fatal reason to kill you. Arriving at the cafeteria, Chini was also brought to the 3rd floor to eat by Huang Xiaoxiao, only to see the 3rd floor at the moment is sitting in a better-looking face of the bazaar. Black hair, shoulders, body has a heavenly mature woman temperament, about just turned 30 years old, with a coat jacket draped over her upper body, a shirt uniform inside, a black silk wraparound skirt plus a red-soled high-heeled shoe underneath, her legs crossed in place together, and a gold-rimmed eyeglasses on her face. She was taking small delicate bites of her food at this time. The moment Chini appeared, it was as if she had sensed something and slightly raised her eyes to glance at him. Immediately after the whole person spoke indifferently in a condescending and uninviting tone. No, how did your cafeteria become like this after you changed the boss? Security can even come to the 3rd floor? Don't you know this is my principal's exclusive floor? Huang Xiaoxiao was just about to say something when she saw this, when she saw Chini hastily waving his hand to stop her. You are the principal of this school? Indeed. As the legend says, not nice to talk to, eccentric temper. How come the 3rd floor? How come it's your exclusive floor? Humph, how dare you? A tiny security officer. Speak to me like that? I'm a principal who you can also question. It's always been like that. What's it to you? Today I'm in a better mood. I'm too lazy to bother with you that much. You're so much. I'm not even in the mood for this meal. Manager Huang, I hope that next time you won't bring any cats or dogs here. The principal said with a contemptuous and very disgusted look towards Chini, as if the latter's status was not worthy of entering this place at all. Chini didn't get angry when he saw this, but instead spoke smilingly. Then, Mr. Principal, why don't you come and take a look to check out the safety hazards of this cafeteria? Can I not go up to this 3rd floor if that's okay? Hearing Chini's words, the principal first froze, as if she was asked not to answer. Then she stood up and looked down at Chini contemptuously. Do your own job. I'll eat at this point later on. Go and line up somewhere else first. After saying that, the principal went down towards the stairs without looking back. When passing by Chini vaguely heard tiny sounds, the kind that could not be heard at all without careful listening. Chini didn't pay attention to it either, but he inadvertently skimmed his afterglow to find a few drops of water stains appearing on the ground without knowing what was going on. Chapter 54, The Weeping and Aggrieved Grace. For this discovery, combined with the sound he heard the last time he passed by the principal's office, Chini's face once again became odd, as if he had discovered some unimaginable secret. It can't really be what I think it is, right? Thinking of this, Chini also couldn't help but mutter in his mind, "Boss?" Just as Chini was deep in thought, Huang Xiaoxia's voice pulled back his thoughts. "Boss, you're here for the tricky quest trial? It's logical that you don't have to do it, boss." Chini smiled when he heard Huang Xiaoxiao's words and said, "It's fine. It's just idle. So I'm looking for some fun to have some fun. And by the way, I can also improve my inside ability. By the way, have 2 creeps come in the last few days to apply for a job as a cook?" "Yes, boss. It's already been arranged." 2 creeps does have a couple of tricks up their sleeves, and the pop-ups they put out are very popular indeed. Chini nodded slightly after hearing this. He didn't expect that Niu Ben and Lu Danning really didn't brag. They did have 2 brushes. By the way, Manager Xiao Xiao, how do you feel about the female principal of Scarlet High School? At this time, Chini looked at the latter and inquired. Huang Xiaoxiao did not know why Chini inquired about this issue. After thinking for a moment, she opened her mouth and said, "The female principal of Scarlet High School. This bazaar is very special. Her temper is very eccentric. She is very bad at talking. The whole bazaar is relatively high and cold and even a bit arrogant. The overall look belongs to a more noble bazaar. Daily meals and what a category are very delicate, especially for the low-level weirdness, or some humans are more unattractive and disgusting." Chini listened to Huang Xiaoxiao's words to gain a tiny bit of knowledge about this female principal of Scarlet High School. At the same time he continued his inquiry. "And do you know something else? Boss, are you planning to buy Scarlet Collegiate?" Huang Xiaoxiao asked Chini rhetorically without answering. "Pretty much. There is this plan. So I came to ask you about this your female principal thing, so that when the time comes to negotiate we can be prepared." Huang Xiaoxiao also revealed a full smile when she heard that Chini was certain that he was going to buy Scarlet Colleges. "Boss, you've picked the right time to buy Scarlet Collegiate at this time." "How?" Chini was a bit puzzled when he heard Huang Xiaoxiao's words and immediately inquired. "Boss, this Scarlet Collegiate Institute. There were actually 3 school board members who invested in the beginning, but one of them was a bit strong at the time and bought the other 2 school board members' shares of Scarlet Collegiate Institute. And that school board member is the husband of the principal. But because of a chance incident, this school board member indulged in trick table gambling. In the end, he owed a bunch of loan sharks, and even all the plutonium of his family couldn't make up the whole. In the end, the door to the debt of the bazaar and the current principal reached an agreement. Interest temporarily stopped for 3 years, relying on the money earned by the Scarlet College to pay the debt. The principal is also poor. Just a few days after the marriage happened this kind of thing. If it hadn't been for her strength, maybe the Scarlet Collegiate would be gone. Debtors come to the door once a month. We know all these things. Boss, if you want to buy Scarlet Collegiate this time of year is absolutely fine. The most crucial 3 years of interest is over. I heard that interest is very high." Hearing this, Qin also secretly nodded. If what Huang Xiaoxia said was really true, then his own purchase of this Scarlet Collegiate would inevitably belong to picking up the pieces, and he would probably take it down easily. As he spoke, the meal also came in front of Qin, who happened to be a bit hungry and slowly savored the delicacy. "You don't say. You really don't say. It tastes really good. It seems that your own silent eatery belongs to the stage of prosperity. Boss, it's fine if you don't do this weird quest. I can lead you to the principal to talk about acquiring the college. If I knew that you are the owner of the silent cafeteria, I'm sure it would be a big surprise." Speaking of this, Huang Xiaoxiao also laughed a little, remembering how that female principal looked just now. Huang Xiaoxiao really couldn't hold it together a little bit. "There's no rush. I'm inspecting this school before I acquire it to see where improvements need to be made to make this school better. It just so happens that there's a mission too. Just to inspect the school to see the pros and cons of why there aren't many people." Qin, however, knows that in the last life, Scarlet High School was really not that great at first, and then it became more and more famous after it was purchased and reformed by a mysterious person. The Scarlet High School was indeed as he had seen it. There were few students here, and it always felt like the teachers weren't paying enough attention as he made his rounds. So he wants to examine some, to see the school this way in the end where the problem, then after the acquisition of reform or have a direction. Huang Xiaoxia couldn't help but give a thumbs up in her heart even as she listened to Qin's words. No wonder the boss is able to be the boss. Deserves to have so many plutonium bills, before acquisition are personally down to investigate the trouble. Just as she was secretly admiring Qin, the latter also slowly spoke. "Alright, there's nothing much going on, you go and get busy as well. Tell the employees not to be surprised to see me and pretend not to recognize me first. so that it's easy for me to investigate. Got it? Okay boss. I'm on my way. If anything happens to the boss, I'll be the first to show up to help you out. Most of the weird strengths in this school are pretty much the same, except for that principal. But the boss has Luo Dong by his side. I don't think anything should be able to threaten you. After the conversation was arranged, Chini also walked out of the cafeteria and kept checking around the campus. In the campus of all the bazaar seems, Chini is just checking and inspecting the security risk patrol, so there is no bazaar to disturb him. They all think it is very normal. Just at this time, Chini saw that the vampire Gressa that he saw early in the morning was currently standing at the trash can, not knowing what she was rummaging through. Her face filled with a resigned look. Soon Chini saw Gressa rummage through a large pile of crumbs before heading in one direction, even shedding some tears out of the corner of her eyes. Although Chini felt a little strange, he didn't do anything and continued to stroll around the campus. Coincidentally, strolling along in the direction that Grace had gone, she passed the office and heard the sound of chortling coming from inside. A little curious, Chini knocked on the door and said, "Troubleshooting circuit safety hazards. Come in, master." A cold voice came from inside. Entering the room, Chini saw a room full of bazaar teachers, each busy with their own hands, while a bazaar teacher in front of Gressa where she stood with her head bowed down, sobbing, while a bazaar teacher in her 40s with glasses was scolding the latter. "That's what I paid for with my netherworld money." They handed out rolls and stole them. "I didn't. I paid for them with my netherworld money. I was afraid you'd find out, so I tore them up and threw them in the trash. I really didn't steal them." "Okay, even if you bought it, but you still say you didn't steal the answers? I just told someone to go through the desks one by one. Why is there a copy of the answers in your desk bucket?" The 40-something-year-old creepy teacher fumed and snarled at Gracie in front of her, even took a new copy of the answer and threw it in Grace's face. "Go, call Wang Lei and Xiaopeng here." It wasn't long before Gracie went and returned, and then a male creepy walked in with a female creepy, and the creepy teacher spoke up straight away. "I'm asking you both if this answer was ripped out of Gracie's desk." "Yes, teacher." Grace heard instantly. The whole person anxious cried out and said, "No, not mine. I did not steal the answers. I bought them already found out for you. I just this one. The person who stole the answers is not me. You called me to come to the office. Surely someone is afraid to put it in." "Mr. Yuan, I'm going to steal the answers. I'm going to kill my whole family. My upbringing etiquette didn't teach me this. Stealing answers is..." "Shut up. You think I've wronged you? You think I'm being unfair? You call my parents right now. The truth is right in front of you and you still won't admit it? I told you to tell me who it was. Why didn't you? Get back to class first." Yuan teacher bazaar at the moment face dramatically changed. The whole bazaar face hideous, horrible, angry. Chini listened and looked at the eyes of all the people in this matter, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. This matter is not as simple as it seems. Perhaps there is hidden school violence behind it? It's important to realize that school violence doesn't just count as violence. Chapter 55, The one who wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. Walking out of the office, Chini's face also changed slightly. The situation just now, obviously the two new creeps knew something. Chini just watched clearly. When the little vampire uttered those words and that Mr. Yuan creepy chided the latter, those two obviously snickered. They must have known something. At the same time, for that Yuan teacher bazaar, Chini is also very speechless. Do not investigate. Words do not listen to the end of the direct conclusion. The rest of the teachers were also unconcerned, and even joked about how there could be such a student in your class, constantly mocking the words that Gracie had just said. To be honest, in Chini's opinion, this was the next best thing for a student who was really cornered and wanted to confirm her innocence, because she might not really have any way to come to her own defense, and could only use this method for the speculation of what just happened. Chini remembered in high school when it also happened, that when you think we're on, go to the test of the far too much trouble. Change schools to choose a close to home city colleges and universities. At that time was also inexplicably framed. That time parents alive, the family quite assets. When Chini's parents heard the reason for the inquiry is not happy. Direct drama to give a statement, and finally found that Chini is really framed. The other side as well as the teacher apologized. A disciplinary action, a greater than the end of the. Even so, every time Chini thought about it, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Like having an extra scar on his heart that was difficult to recover from. To tell the truth, that kind of feeling is really very difficult, because the person who wronged you, then you know how wronged you are. The key is still the teacher's distrustful inaction. Obviously investigate. Some can have the results of things. Is not willing to go to the investigation, just because he looked at the quiet and honest. In addition to their own as a transfer student, the two study than their own better. The family is the local city people? If it is not their parents more hanging, maybe Chini really was wrongly accused. Looking at the appearance of Grace, Chini is also remembered the bad past. really like an unrecoverable scar, which has caused a lifetime impact on Chinee. True thanks to their parents at that time, the party began to powerful coaxing, the last that is life and death. But even so, Chinee feel that time their own personality dignity was ruthlessly insulted, like a shadow a companion for life. At the same time, Chinee continued to patrol the entire campus, and as he did so, he realized that this school really had a lot of problems. All kinds of school violence among students are endless. Teachers do not have the appearance of teachers. Pure muddle. I don't care if you listen to me or not. I'm talking about me. Even Chinee also heard more anticlimactic. Two bizarre students fight. Obviously one of the first hand to start the group. The other has been extremely restrained. Their emotions do not want to think about the conflict. That magical bizarre teacher surprisingly come to the sentence. A slap in the face. At that time, Chinee all forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart, itching to go up and give that weird teacher a slap and said, "Give you a slap. See if a slap can be loud." However, in order to deeply understand this school, Chinee or hold back, intends to acquire and then properly rectify those weird students or teachers. By then one cannot run away. Just as Chinee was almost done with her rounds, she saw Grace crouching alone on the playground with her head buried in the ground, crying, with a female student next to her bizarrely constantly patting her back to comfort her. Just at this time, 3 or 5 weird students came to Grace's side and constantly mocked and opened their mouths. "Cry what a cry. You alien student. You're the only one special enough to dress differently from us. It's not just wronging you. It's not a big deal. Don't cry. At least the answer is not protected. When the time comes to give you a copy is not finished." Just at this time the woman who was comforting Gracie stood up with some exasperation and said, "Will you guys stop talking? People are crying and you are satisfied. What else do you want to do?" Asterisk. Said she didn't say you? You right? You see who plays with her? Look at you again. How many people don't really care about you anymore? Can't you see what's going on? That is, Lan Jing, I advise you not to meddle in the matter. It is best to stay away from her. A transfer student tender unique really with the same disease. What to pretend? And make up and dress up. Don't think I don't know her family is the aristocrats have fallen out of favor. But also so dressed up really don't know what good to pretend. Also do not know the school side how to agree. Serve, she is now this also will not be her mother that what it. I have seen her mother looks can be really good looking. Her father because of the war wounded down and out. And now she is so delicate will not be all her mother. Please get out of here and stop bothering people. You're just too much. Are you guys cheap? How can you say such things? You've been wronged. You've been cheap. What else do you want? Lan Jing looked at the crying and increasingly upset Grace, and immediately crossed his arms and angrily scolded the person in front of him. Asterisk. Lan Jing, are you sick in the head? Isolating her is not a day or two. Just you to be friends with her. You also want her like this? Who I'm friends with is my business. I'll play with whoever I like. It's none of your business. Love to play or not. Do not play to get out. Rare to play with you group? Do you think it's possible for someone not to play with me? Xiao Peng, look at your pussy face. What do you care who I, Lan Jing, play with? The creepy student named Xiao Peng was immediately disliked by the creepy female student named Lan Jing with an exasperated face. You're awesome. You have a great dad. Just protect it. There are times when you're not there. You're walking around. She's not. Look who's hitting on her at night in the dormitory. Either ignoring him or laughing at her and poking fun at her. Now you see her dormitory house, there are people living there. If she's there, they'll just do a walk-in and ignore her. Lan Jing froze after hearing this. These were all things she didn't know. She didn't expect the group of people in front of her to be so excessive. Just as she was planning to get angry and lash out, a cold voice came. A bunch of brats. Why don't you get together in class? Planning to fight? At the sound of the voice the crowd turned their heads to look, only to see Chinee standing behind them pulling a face and chiding. Just now a few people's conversation Chinee also heard. The more you listen to Chinee, the more you feel excessive. Immediately out of the voice reprimanded. Xiao Peng and other students bizarre to see Chinee first flabbergasted to see Chinee's security clothes immediately after the opening of the road. Asterisk. Where the security? Scared me. I thought the directorate. A class. Where does one get the guts to mind our idle business? Wang Lei looked at Chinee revealing a contemptuous disdainful look down on him and said. The rest of them also opened their mouths to scold Chinee. Chinee was also exasperated and laughed as he looked at the appearance of the few students in front of him. These creepy students are indeed lawless and think they are awesome for playing school violence in isolation. Coincidentally Chinee hates school violence the most. And for this kind of guy who doesn't know the high ground, Chinee now has more means is to teach a lesson. The several students of Xiao Peng in front of him had all their buffs stacked up at the moment, frantically touching Chinee's nerves. only to see Qinyi's mind faintly sensing the contract of the silent eatery. And all of a sudden, Huang Xiaoxiao arrived in front of Qinyi. These students, put them inside the freezer. Let them calm down first, then I'll fix it when I'm done. Just give their teacher the word that he scolded the cafeteria owner. The cafeteria owner intends to educate. Maybe half a day. Just find any excuse. Just say that it's mandatory work. And lock me up for now. If his teacher has a problem with it, tell him to come to me directly. Qinyi said, pointing at a few creepy students. Right. Don't let them feel too good. Just don't die. Qinyi added. Yes boss. Dash understands. Xiaoping as well as Wang Lei, a few students are only trickster strength. Completely not Huang Xiaoxiao's opponent. Not yet reacted. Immediately was Huang Xiaoxiao cast a weird power to bind up. Immediately taken away. Seeing Qinyi slowly walking towards them and Lan Jing's surprised eyes. Classmates are fine. Get up. School violence is also a safety hazard and is covered by security. I've got you covered on this one. School violence is more than violence called school violence. Cold violence, ostracism, isolation, verbal ridicule, etc. are called. Even if it's not my area of responsibility, I'm still in charge. I know exactly how you feel right now. Chapter 56, Principal's Office. White Shushan with a condescending attitude, extra. When Lan Jing heard Qinyi's words, she looked towards the latter, and she only felt that Qinyi was radiating a supreme eerie aura even at this moment, practically a reincarnation of the god of eccentricity. But after carefully observing and looking at what Qinyi was wearing, spoke. Master, thank you for your kindness, but I advise you to forget it. I know you're here on a mission. Don't lose your life because of us. Qinyi looked at the creepy student named Lan Jing and was instantly favorably impressed. To be honest, it was very rare for Grace to have a friend in her condition who was determined to jump out and stand by her side. Don't worry, didn't you hear it just now or didn't you see it? Qinyi didn't get angry or defend anything. Instead he asked back. This question gave Lan Jing a confused look, and in a few seconds Lan Jing's face showed a surprised look as he said, You're the owner of the silent cafeteria? Just see Lan Jing hands cover the mouth with a face of unbelievable. This time the beginning of the school year, the meals have a great promotion. Than the previous cafeteria delicious do not know how many times. Even more students are willing to run towards the cafeteria to eat. Ask around and know clearly that the cafeteria changed boss. But Lan Jing never thought that the Qinyi in front of him was the owner of the silent cafeteria. Where did he, a human, get so many medals to buy the silent cafeteria? You know that medieval coins are very scarce nowadays. How could this not leave Lan Jing surprised and shaken? Just at this time Grace raised her head with tear-stained eyes blinking at Qinyi and said, Master, thank you, but I don't want to get you involved in this. I'll fix it. Gracie sobbed slightly. Qinyi looked at Grace and said softly and soothingly, As I said, school violence is also a safety hazard. I'll take care of what I can manage, and I'll take care of what I can't. Not for anything else. I understand being able to understand your emotions and feelings right now. I've encountered things like you before. Although the result though is so much better than you. And you can even say it's a big relief. It always leaves a scar. And being wrongly accused of a false accusation is really bad. It's also a way to give me that one wound. Go ahead and go to class. Those students who harassed you won't be around for a while. Master, the families of those people's students are not ordinary. Although the pattern of our bizarre world has changed a bit now, their parents' position of strength is still not to be underestimated. Lan Jing opened his mouth at this time and reminded. Are their parents Guile Kings? Qinyi asked rhetorically. No. Lan Jing subconsciously spoke. Over the strength of the Guile King? No. That's even better then. Even if his parents are Guile Kings I'm still not afraid. I'll do as I'm told. Qinyi immediately spoke in a domineering manner. Well, you guys go to class and wait till then. I'll fix this. Grace and Lan Jing looked at the way Qinyi was mouthing off. And for a moment, they didn't know what to say. The two of them then half-heartedly walked towards the classroom under Qinyi's urging assurances. To be honest, even if the two knew that Qinyi was the owner of the silent eatery or a human, even if the person wasn't simple, the people and things involved in this matter were just too much, and the college wouldn't offend the rest of the bunch of creepy parents because of her. Watching the departure of the two bizarre students, Qinyi's eyes gradually became stern. Originally also intended to examine this college, why has not been able to go uphill, and now there is no need to examine. Qinyi intends to go directly to the school's principal to talk about it. Students only see all kinds of school violence. Teachers do not act as bizarre teachers who only think of muddling through to get a paycheck. This teaching can be good? How can a school like this have upside potential when the principal has the money to pay off his dead husband's debts and no office to continue investing in the school? No wonder Qinyi saw that there are not many students on this college. The inevitable high dropout rate, almost also rarely fresh blood injection. Following the route in his memory, Qinyi quickly arrived at the door of the principal's office. That oddly subtle voice once again vaguely entered Qingyi's ears. But this time, although Qingyi heard and did not care to think much, at the moment he was a little annoyed inside. Remembering the matter of Grace, he really wanted to ask how this principal was. Arriving at the door of the office, Qingyi even forgot to knock on the door and immediately pushed it in. What came into sight was a clean and tidy house, with all kinds of books and articles neatly arranged. The room was filled with a strange, eerie aroma that made one feel some mental brain refreshment with a single sniff, only to see that the condescending female principal sitting in front of her own desk at the moment in a bit of a panic, organizing her clothes. The face was as flustered as it could be. When the latter saw that it was Qingyi who came in, a powerful and eerie aura instantly swept towards him. Then came the angry voice of the condescending principal who said, "Damn humans! Who told you to come in without knocking? Die for me!" Qingyi also did not panic when he saw the situation, and immediately took out 500,000 plutonium notes and placed them on the ground. Just as the latter's bizarre aura was about to collide with Qingyi, it also stopped instantly at this moment, followed by retracting as if it were a tidal wave. "Can we talk properly now? My name is Qingyi. Perhaps you know my name, and my silent cafeteria has a contract with you, Scarlet High. You should know that." After glancing at the latter's somewhat stunned expression, Qingyi then continued to speak. "Bai Shuyan, Principal Bai. There's nothing else I'm here for today. I'd like to acquire your Scarlet High School. I'm a person who doesn't like ink. Name your price." Stunned for a few moments, Bai Shuyan reacted, and once again, the whole person resumed her haughty and icy appearance and said, "I know you, the new boss of the silent cafeteria. Boss Qin is so excited, letting go of his good boss and coming to my college to be a security officer. It's really an eye-opener. You think you'll be able to buy me Scarlet Collegiate by taking out 500,000 plutonium notes? You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Besides, you still belong to do a mission in my Scarlet High School, and I'm perfectly capable of killing you for pushing your way in here without saying a word. A human who doesn't know what kind of luck he's gotten. Don't think that just because you have a little bit of medieval money you think you can be lawless in this world." Speaking of this, Bai Shuyan looked towards Qingyi with an angry expression on her face, followed by her body's lingering and bizarre aura rushing towards Qingyi's face once again. Qingyi was not the least bit fearless about this, and simply spoke in a flat voice. "Of course I believe that you'll be able to kill me, but I don't think you'll kill me for the time being. At the same time there's no way you'd kill me, because then it would only be you who would die. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like the debt collectors are coming today, right?" With these words the bizarre aura with overpowering killing intent once again stopped in front of Qingyi, just a centimeter away. "Humph, do you really think I won't kill you? Don't forget that I have a very eccentric temper. Now I give you permission to talk to me, human." Looking at the latter's such a condescending attitude, Qingyi's heart was also very upset. It's this time of the day. Why is this female principal still so arrogant? Chapter 57, accidentally bumping into Bai Shuyan's ulterior secret. Qingyi was also really upset about Bai Shuyan's arrogant attitude. At this time, Bai Shuyan was indeed furious because she was doing something unseemly just now, and she hadn't even cleaned up until now. She really wanted to kill Qingyi, but after hearing Qingyi's words and seeing the medieval banknotes Qingyi took out, she honestly felt a little moved. Although it wasn't clear why Qingyi, a human, was able to buy the silent cafeteria and still be able to take out so many plutonium notes, it had to be said that she was really short of plutonium notes at this time. This Scarlet College of her own had started to go downhill when she was paying off her husband's debt, but it was the same college that she had slowly been able to just about pay off, and it was bound to be a non-event if it lasted. Bai Shuyan also thought of mortgaging it out, but the entire bizarre world of plutonium is scarce to a realm where even the 4 major bazaar banks have immediately closed down, and this Scarlet Collegiate Institute has no bazaar to take over, and not only to pay off the debt, but also to maintain the expenses of the college. Bai Shuyan also wanted to walk away and not care, but the rules were there. If she dared to walk away, she dared to die a violent death immediately. She was completely forcing the balance right now. There wasn't a single thing she could do about it. This was the reason for not laying a deadly hand on Qingyi. Not that she really believed Qingyi's claim that even if she killed him, she couldn't kill him. Bai Shuyan didn't believe that Qingyi, no matter how powerful a human was, could he be more powerful than her at this time? Just as Qingyi joked. But since it is a negotiation, the momentum naturally cannot lose. Not only can talk about a good price, and even can take the initiative. But at this time, Bai Shuyan was a little difficult. Just now the matter is not over. She was afraid that Qingyi found any clues, want to talk again after, but also afraid that Qingyi backtracked. For a time she was also a little struggling up in her heart. Looking at the condescending and cold Bai Shuyan, Qingyi also walked up and slowly spoke. "Remember your current look and attitude. I want you to look like this in a while." Bai Shuyan was first stunned by Qingyi's words, followed by an angry slap on the table. What do you mean? Perhaps the slap was too hard, and the bizarre pen on the table fell to Qinyi's feet. This scene also instantly caused Bai Shuyan to instantly turn pale with fear. Nothing, meaning, just for a moment wishing you were still so arrogant. Qinyi was also too lazy to explain anything. At this moment, he had already planned not to give the latter more nonsense, and directly took out the medieval banknotes to ruthlessly shock the latter and thwart the latter's arrogance. Having said that, Qinyi naturally saw the latter's bizarre fountain pen fall to the ground, intending to reach out and pick it up. It couldn't be helped. Who called Qinyi a man of quality? Just as Qinyi was about to bend down, Bai Shuyan's voice was a bit nervous and urgent as she spoke. Don't. No need. Let's throw it on the floor and talk about your acquisition first. Qinyi looked at Bai Shuyan with some confusion on her face and spoke. Principal Bai? You look a bit uncomfortable? What are you so nervous about? It's just a pen. I'll pick it up for you in no time. After saying that, Qinyi ignored the latter no matter how much he shouted and bent down to pick up the pen. Also at this time, the desk is empty underneath. Qinyi, his afterglow, saw the image that makes the nose spurt blood. Just see a delicate thigh wearing high heels cocked on the other wearing black silk next to a black silk legs, forming two legs, but it looks like the latter is a little nervous dead press trying to hide something. There are still some small puddles on the ground not far away. Qinyi also hurriedly stood up. Then he saw Bai Shuyan's slightly red cheeks lowering her head, not daring to look at Qinyi again. At this time, Qinyi also clearly understood what Bai Shuyan was doing in combination with her previous behaviors. I've accidentally found out some little unknown secret about the other side? This thought rose within Qinyi at the moment, while allowing himself to quickly calm down. But that fragrant scene couldn't be waved away no matter how Qinyi waved it in his mind. Looking at Bai Shuyan, who was now a bit shy and didn't dare to look directly at him, Qinyi only felt his body's mouth dry up a bit. Looking at the other party carefully, the latter wasn't too far off in all aspects when compared to Luo Yinyin, but Bai Shuyan was only slightly inferior to Luo Yinyin. One imperial lady, one young woman, especially Bai Shuyan's arrogant and indifferent appearance from beginning to end. Who would have thought it would be so contrasting? If this is, cough. Qinyi coughed awkwardly, this time placing the bizarre fountain pen on the table, not daring to think further. For a moment the whole room was silent and filled with embarrassment. At this time both of them did not dare to look at each other anymore. And Bai Shuyan also took this opportunity to hurriedly clean up herself to secretly look at Qinyi for a few moments. At this time she took a closer look at Qinyi. Although he was wearing a security uniform, but from the point of view of his figure as well as his appearance, it was simply that he had a figure to have a figure. And his appearance was perfect. Thinking of the embarrassing embarrassment just now, a peculiar feeling rose in Bai Shuyan's heart, and soon she shook her head to wave away the thoughts in her mind. No way. Even though we were married for a few days and that gambler husband died without touching me. But, no. Endure. Immediately afterward, she coughed a few times in a feigned manner and said, Ahem. If you want to buy the Scarlet Collegiate, it's at least 3,500,000 plutonium notes. No counteroffer. This is already the lowest price. You do realize that the Scarlet Colleges are worth at least 5,000,000 plutoniums right now. If you buy it, you'll also need to pay around 300,000 plutonium notes or so for the salaries of various school personnel. I'll give you a heads up in advance. Yes, sign the agreement. Qinyi replied with some seeming awkwardness. One person and one creepy very tacitly didn't bring up any of what had just happened. Both sides want to hurry up and talk business to complete the contract and avoid embarrassment. Especially since all Qinyi wanted to do at the moment was to hurry up and complete the contract to find a lay of Luo Yinyin. However, upon hearing Qinyi's straightforward answer, although Bai Shuyan was in an awkward position, she could not help but look at Qinyi with her eyes filled with incredulity and amazement. You know that's 3,500,000 plutonium notes, plus 300,000 plutonium notes for salaries, which adds up to 3,800,000 plutonium notes. Who can come up with that much now? This is still his only asset soul to have so much. Qinyi really can take it out? To be honest, at first she didn't believe it, and wanted to hurry up and solve this awkward atmosphere, calmly relieve her shameful mood. Although Qinyi buying the silent cafeteria and then taking out 500,000 plutonium notes was proof of having the ability to have plutonium notes, the cafeteria wasn't the same as a school. Both were not on the same level. She didn't expect Qinyi to agree without hesitation after the offer. How could this not leave her surprised and shaken? As the strange light flashed by, only Qinyi instantly had more bundles and stacks of medieval banknotes neatly placed in front of him. This time, Bai Shuyan really was shocked and stared wide-eyed, staring at the medieval notes for a long time, unable to shift their sight. Really just watered down and pulled out? That's 3,500,000 plutonium notes? It's $1 million, not 100,000 cents. Or were they pulled out at a time when plutonium notes were so scarce? Chapter 58 The arrival of a door-to-door debt. Looking at the somewhat stunned by Shuyan, Xin-Yi, who was also thinking of leaving quickly in order to avoid embarrassment, reminded, please point, if there are no problems, then we can sign a transfer deed with each other. If there's no problem, we can sign the transfer deed with each other. Hearing Xin-Yi's words by Shuyan felt the number of medieval banknotes indeed. There is no mistake that it is 3,500,000. This also shook her to the core, and at the same time, her gaze towards Xin-Yi was no longer as haughty as it had been at the beginning, as well as cold. That's right, the deed of transfer can be signed now, Bai Shuyan said and conjured up a contract with a bizarre aura. At the same time at this moment, her heart is also excited. With this 350,000 plutonium banknotes, by then her husband's gambling debt can be cancelled. Just as the one man and the other bizarrely intended to sign the transfer deed, Xin-Yi looked up at the latter and said, Principal Bai, do you know about the school violence in your school? And the creepy teachers of Scarlet High School mucking around most of the time exists and you're not aware of it? Hearing Xin-Yi's inquiry, Bai Shuyan, who was signing, stopped her pen and looked at Xin-Yi. I know, but I don't really have the energy to deal with managing all this. I'm already burnt out just from the monthly debt payments and all the expenses of maintaining the school. But right away all of this is not my business anymore. By the time you become the principal you can handle all of this. Boss Chin, let's hope that Scarlet Collegiate will rise high under you. Be able to move to a higher position under your reformed leadership. Hearing Bai Shuyan's words combined with the latter's own experience, Xin-Yi also expressed his understanding upon careful consideration. The money earned is used for the school's necessary expenses. Plus one's debts are so overwhelming that one is called in every month. It is indeed inevitable that one cannot take care of it. Even if one knows the situation of the Scarlet High School at the moment, one is too lazy to change it. Soon both parties also completed the deed of transfer in the presence of the rules. Congratulations, Boss Chin. No, now I should call you Principal Chin. I've known about the problem you're talking about for a long time, but I do have my hands full. I've got a lot on my own plate plus I have to worry about all sorts of things, even if word gets out. You said the creepy teachers are just mucking about, not creepy listening at all. But now that you are the principal of Scarlet High School, how to reform you want to change the status quo to go higher? It depends on your own skills. Okay, Ms. White. I know the situation. Take care and don't see me off. Xin-Yi replied with a smile even after hearing this. Okay, I'll pack my belongings. For the reform of the Scarlet High School, Xin-Yi was imperative. Since it was now all his own property, it was bound to be impossible for it to be like what it was now. Especially about this campus where the issue of school violence is a top priority to be addressed right now along with the behavior of the creepy teachers mucking about. With no school violence, students in harmony and friendship, and creepy teachers who do their jobs and are committed and willing to teach. Would this school be afraid of not having new students enroll? Just as Bai Shuyan was about to start packing up her belongings, suddenly the door to the principal's office was suddenly kicked open. The first thing that happened was that Xin-Yi frowned slightly. Principal White? Time to pay back the money you owe our boss? Can you pay it all at once today? You only need to pay another 4,000,000 plutonium notes. Only two creeps in suits with pale faces and sunglasses walked in. That aura was not restrained in the slightest. A powerful and coaxing look. As soon as he came in, he opened his mouth towards Bai Shuyan. What? 4,000,000 plutonium bills? Isn't it clearly 3,500,000 medieval notes? Bai Shuyan instantly cried out loudly in surprise upon hearing this news. On her side, she had just transferred Scarlet Collegiate, and had just scraped together 3,500,000 plutonium notes just to be able to pay off her dead husband's gambling debts. Now that the debt collector came to his door and turned out to be 4,000,000 plutonium notes, could this not surprise him? 3,500,000 plutonium, that is before 12. Our boss has given you a long time to waive the interest. Now the interest to be counted. The first day to pay back the principal a month's interest. Indeed, the white paper and the handwriting personally inscribed by your husband's eerie breath. It was all voluntary. The rules recognize it as well. Do you want to renege? The two-suit sunglasses creepy one spoke. Bai Shuyan heard the whole person instantly feel the sky has collapsed. According to this, after paying 350,000 medals, still owe 500,000 medals. This month to give not on. Next month will become 1 million medals. Now she went to where she can find a job with such a high salary? Even if she were to sell her body now, she wouldn't be able to earn that much in a short period of time. The bizarro world is so scarce right now that it can't afford it, even if it was $10,000 a time. No weirdo would be able to afford it. Aren't you guys pushing Gue towards death? Bai Shuyu opened her mouth in some anger and shouted angrily. Principal Bai. Ma'am, you also know that our casino's business is not doing well either. Every day is a loss. They can't even open. And still owes a lot of guests' funds. We can only ask for debts. And many of them are bad debts. Can't afford to pay them all, just die. Besides, it's recognized by the rules your husband signed. We didn't force Madam's husband either. We casinos have to survive too. But our boss also said that you can give him the Scarlet High School. And by the way, you'll be his mistress. Although our boss is pulling a bunch of them even now. But there's still more than 100,000 plutonium notes. As long as you promise, our boss will tear up the IOUs. The boss also said that he actually feels bad for you. Not long after we were newly married. My husband died because of gambling. Didn't even touch you. You still have to pay the latter's debts constantly. The boss is really sorry for what happened to you. Just promise her you won't have to get up so hard. The two creeps who had come to claim their debt continued to speak. Bai Shuyan's face instantly changed dramatically when she heard the words of the debtor. Her expression was uncertain. For a moment, she was caught in a dilemma. In fact, the other party has said this kind of words more than once. The purpose is actually for her. She is naturally reluctant. Not to mention when the mistress, on the casino that boss he has also heard of, is simply a pervert, playing a very sick to the extreme. Died in his hands of the female guile, do not know how many. All are alive to play dead. But the constantly high interest rate every month, she can't really afford to pay. Now either agree to the other party's conditions, or go to death. The weird death debt is cancelled. She also did not expect the note would have interest the first day of the next month to increase. At that time, when she came to the door, she didn't ask in detail how much the difference was, stopping the monthly interest she paid back every month. Who would have thought that there is this article? It can't be faked under the rules either. It's true without a doubt. But she didn't want to die either. She was already unlucky enough to see her new life coming, and then she was given a direct blow to the head. Can't you hold off any longer? I don't want the interest, I can pay you back right away. I beg you. I've already paid $10,000 to your casino. It wasn't my business in the first place. Just because I married him? There's no way around it, ma'am. He's dead and we can only come to you. Either you die too, or you clear your accounts or agree to our boss's terms. Chapter 59. The compensation is not much. $500,000. Plus you 2 lives. The corners of the two creeps' mouths couldn't help but smile as they looked at the embarrassed looking Bai Shuyan. I already know that White Shoe Smoke looks very energetic. Come to collect debt so many times too bizarre, every time I see is to see the heart itchy. As for the IOUs, they are indeed witnessed by the rules. The casinos are usually induced to compel the debtor to sign it, in order to charge more interest. Bai Shuyan's dead husband. Is Bai acquaintances under the trap? Especially learned that Bai Shuyan looks very energetic. Their boss is to propose even more excessive interest. And if the debt himself died on the transfer by his side of the people to pay back. Usually people who are on the top of their gambling game will think of turning over their money at any cost once they see the hope of having the money to gamble with. How high the interest rate is won't matter anymore. And this is the casino specifically under the set. For the high interest rate cannot afford to pay back. Bai Shuyan's husband died does not matter. Not still have Bai Shuyan in? You can't not pay back your husband's debts, can you? It can be said that the casino owner is for Bai Shuyan from the beginning, in order to make her never finish, and finally agree to her conditions. These debt collection of the two bazaar naturally know the truth. Who would have known that one day the bazaar world surprisingly plutonium will be so scarce? Which also accelerated to force the White Shoe Smoke. No matter what happens, the rule under the IOU debt should be how much or how much. At the same time, the two creeps' hearts were looking forward to it. They knew very well what their boss was like. When the boss was tired of playing with the female creeps, he would reward them for their play. Seeing Bai Shuyan's appearance at the moment, even the two creeps thought of the image of the boss rewarding them for their play. In response to the two debt collection bizarre words, Bai Shuyan's face showed a huge look of despair. She was able to start her life over, but didn't expect this outcome. She wouldn't be willing to die to be that casino owner's mistress. Heard something about the latter's reputation. By this time, Bai Shuyan was all set to kill herself and die. But the two debt collection creeps seemed to read her thoughts, saying, "Ma'am, I advise you not to do anything foolish. You don't lose anything by following our boss. Debt is purchased and sold, and you're still alive and well, and living isn't better than anything these days. That said, you're probably going to have a hard time killing yourself, and our boss has explained that he'll come out and block you as soon as you have the thought. He's a trickster general. He's out there right now. Trust me, he'll stop you." "Yes, ma'am. I'm not going to lie. My boss has put in a lot of work for you. You are unaware of how flirtatious as well as dashing your husband was in our casino at that time." The other creepy also chimed in about Bai Shuyan losing her husband. White shoe smoke heard instantly white. A time embarrassing face more ugly up. She did not think of her husband as not only gambling, but also, at this time she really wanted to die. Just when Bai Shu Yan was hesitating and didn't know what to do, she only heard a faint voice saying, "It's no problem for you to ask for debts. It's only natural to pay what you owe. I listened to your words just now, but it's not very nice of you to intimidate and coerce, is it? So much for intimidation and coercion. I didn't want to care, but she's..." Before Chini finished his words, the two suits and sunglasses to Det Bazaar suddenly looked towards Chini with an angry face and said, "You damned human! Where are you allowed to speak? That's right, damn human! What business is it of yours if we want debts? Saw you a long time ago, but it's none of your business. How dare you jump out? Really think we have no way to kill you? Human! If you know what's good for you, behave yourself. There's no business for you." Chini looked at the batch of looks of the two talking gibberish and only wanted to laugh in his heart. To be honest, originally Chini didn't want to be in charge of things, but now that he was the owner of Scarlet Collegiate Institute, Bai Shuyan still belonged to the principal in terms of the contractual deed, as Chini was planning to ask the latter if she was willing to continue to be the principal of the school, and there was still a lot left to be said, when the latter kicked in the door. The most crucial thing was that even if he didn't care about Bai Shuyan's matter, Chini had to say something about the latter's kicking down the bad door. After all, the Scarlet Colleges all belonged to him now, and it was his property. As for whether the other party knew it or not, that was none of Chini's business. Chini only knew that the Scarlet Colleges belonged to him now, and someone would have to pay for destroying his property. Humph, awesome and tough. Chini couldn't help but stick out his thumb in a slightly mocking compliment even as he watched the two. When the two debt-collecting creeps saw Chini's move, they immediately flamed up. How could a tiny human dare? Human, you really just aren't afraid to die, are you? Humans, now my brother and I are furious. There was no business of yours, now you're in a mess. The two Bazaar said with murderous gazes towards Chini, as if they were going to put Chini to death in the next second. Seeing this, Chini did not panic in the slightest and said, "First of all, figure out one thing, it's none of my business." The words out of the debt of the two Bazaar some confused. The two Bazaar mutual surprise look at each other, are somewhat puzzled, do not understand the meaning of Chini, because they all saw Chini long ago, but a human, how could they Bazaar be put in mind? They also know the Bazaar scene of the mission. All as Chini is to do the mission. After all, they casinos have people to do the mission. Just as the two of them were puzzled, Chini continued. "First, Bai Shuyan is still the principal of my Scarlet High School for the time being. We haven't resolved the issue of her retention, and she's on the contract for now. It's not appropriate for you to intimidate and bully my employee in front of me, the school manager, is it? Can't we talk about this properly? Second, let me introduce me, Chini, the new school director of Scarlet High School. The entire Scarlet High School belongs to my property. Just a moment ago the contract deed transfer formalities were completed," said Chini as he took out the deed contract formalities. "Third, you guys vandalized my property. Whether it was Principal Baishu Smoke or you guys destroying my property, kicking down doors, it was justified in the eyes of the beholder. Now please tell me, is it not my business?" The two debt-seeking shenanigans instantly had their brains go down for a moment after listening. What Chini had just said was just too much of an impact, and there was so much information that the two of them digested it quickly. When the two had finished digesting, they looked at Chini with puzzled, doubtful and unbelievable eyes, and their formidable stance instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant at this time. The contract deed that Chini had pulled out was indeed not fake and could not be faked. Moreover, Chini was still a human, and the current Bazaar world was extremely short of medieval coins. So how could he be an ordinary human if he was able to take down the Scarlet Colleges under such circumstances? The two Bazaar at this time also reacted to why Bai Shuyan said that 350,000 cleared the account. If they took out such a large amount of medieval money at once, can they be simple people? If they still want to treat Chini as an ordinary human being in this situation, aren't they just purely card-carrying? With that, the two creepy attitudes shifted 180 degrees and said, "Excuse me, human. I didn't realize you were the new owner of this college. It's only reasonable for us to ask for debt. See you for the plea for life. Sorry, Principal Bai, for scaring you just now," said the two Bazaar also sincerely apologized, because the two were clear that right now, Bai Shuyan was still the principal of Scarlet High School, and there was no way to use any means in the contract, because once they moved, Chini was able to use the rules to make a counterattack against them. Chini looked at the two Bazaar, attitudes changed dramatically, look feel funny, then he slightly mocking open mouth. "The matter of the white principal put it. Tell me about the time you kicked down my door? The compensation is not much, just 500,000 plutonium bills, plus both of your lives." Chapter 60. Show me who is threatening my master? As soon as they heard Qin Yi's words, the two instantly bizarre ones who came to claim the debt were dumbfounded. A face of incredulity looked toward Qin Yi, all thinking that their ears had heard wrong. Immediately after, two bizarre jaws crashed to the ground in a more than usual appearance of openness and surprise. What? 500,000 plutonium bills? The two men's eyes looked towards the ordinary wooden door lying on the ground, and then incredulously towards Qin Yi. At the same time, both men's hearts crumbled. It's not a broken wooden door that you're telling me is worth 500,000 plutonium dollars. It's not a joke. The most shocking and unbelievable thing for the two of them was that they had to ask for both of their lives. Just kick down a wooden door. Why do you want us to die? Is this wooden door that expensive? Qin Yi looked at the bizarrely shocked appearance of the two debt collectors and continued to speak. What? You won't compensate for breaking someone's things? Let me ask you, do you want to pay for the things broken by someone causing trouble for your casino? The two creeps subconsciously replied after hearing this. Of course we need to compensate. How can we do it without compensation? Qin Yi hands a clap a stall innocent opening. Nah, this is not the end. You also said the broken things compensation. 500,000 medieval banknotes. And then give you two people's lives to me to stay. Looking at Qin Yi's appearance, two bizarre face is also huge ugly. At the same time deeply inhaled a breath. A broken wooden door. 500,000 plutonium bills plus two bizarre life. You are really dare to want Seeing that the two debtor creeps were going to say something else, Qin Yi also directly interrupted. Alright, let's put the matter of kicking my door down for now. Tell me again about the time you terrorized and intimidated my employees in front of me. Since Bai Shu Yan is still the principal of my school, then as the boss, I can't do anything regardless if something happens to an employee, right? Principal White, give them your 500,000 plutonium notes. They still owe me 500,000. It just counts as me borrowing it to pay you back interest. When Bai Shu Yan heard Qin Yi's words, she didn't know what kind of medicine Qin Yi was selling in his gourd, but her heart was still very touched, although she wasn't sure why Qin Yi would help her. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yi really didn't want to help her, only that the latter's attitude really made Qin Yi look bad. The most critical, he just acquired Scarlet High School. Someone came to make trouble. He was annoyed, a batch of heart. At the same time, Qin Yi did have the idea of leaving Bai Shu Yan behind, knowing that Qin Yi's favorite thing is to be the boss. Although Bai Shu Yan delayed the development of the school because of a number of things, but people's experience in all aspects of the put there, or else it would not have been possible to be the principal. But although Bai Shu Yan's heart was touched, how could the other party agree? Especially with the compensation offered by Qin Yi. It was unlikely that there would be any weird acceptance of it. Although Qin Yi was the owner of the Scarlet Colleges and indeed had rules to protect him, Qin Yi was still a human no matter how mysterious and uncomplicated he was. The strength of the two weird and deceitful soldiers who wanted to be in debt was simply not something Qin Yi could deal with. Even if they relied on the silent cafeteria's creepy soldier employees, it would be impossible to beat the two in front of them. After all, these two creepy were originally born as fighters. Equal strength was 1 point stronger. The truth was indeed as Bai Shu Yan suspected, only to hear those two bizarre tones somewhat unkind and even threatening. Master of the Scarlet Colleges, forgive us for not being able to agree to your compensation. And it's not up to us to say what Principal White owes. Your compensation is outrageous. And even though you have the rules in place, there's nothing you can do now if we want to walk away and ignore it. I advise you to keep your nose out of Principal Bai's business. And as for the matter of kicking down your door, I want you to rethink the compensation package. And our boss is still outside. He's a trickster general strength. Making a scene won't do either of us any good. Yes, Master of the Scarlet School. I don't think you can stay in this school all the time. Can you? At this time, the two bizarres separately opened their mouths and said towards Qin Yi, looking like they didn't want to make a big deal out of things. But in fact, they secretly had the intention of threatening Qin Yi. It seemed to them that Qin Yi, no matter how mysterious and wrong he was still a human being. And although Creepy couldn't kill people unconditionally amongst themselves, if Qin Yi insisted on what he said, then Creepy didn't recognize that it would be justified to make a move. Even with the protection of the rules, even if the rules are protecting you, you can't not leave school, can you? You can't leave the school, can you? Not just you when it's time to leave. Our conflict is indeed because of Scarlet Collegiate. You stick to the rules and agree. You're in this scene, you're awesome, but we don't agree. It's not like you have the strength to beat us up and make us pay for it, we'll just leave. And by the way, hold a grudge for not being able to play. Ugh. We'll be able to retaliate against you if you leave this creepy scene. Anyway, the rules don't say you can't. Interesting. Threaten me? Qin Yi naturally also heard the two bizarre threatening words. Not only did not fear but felt that he heard something funny. Not the owner of Scarlet Collegiate. I'm sure you know some of the rules when you sign a contract deed, but we have other ways. Don't think there's no way. Yes, We're just laying out a practical matter. And this is really friendly to both sides. And please don't be meddling in Principal White's business. You don't want to live a life of caution every day, do you? You guys are right. But I still stand by my terms. And as the owner of Scarlet High, I can't even protect and take care of my own staff. How disgraceful for me to spread the word. I'm in charge of the staff. And it's no use for Jesus to come. And I've changed my mind now. Your threat was right on the money. I'll let your boss talk to me about my current compensation. I'll take your lives. The king of hell can't even keep it. Now here's your chance to yell for your bosses to get their asses over here. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Human. You've gone too far. You're such a good liar. Human. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of our casino? Make a big deal out of it? Mr. Sheen, forget it. There's no need for this. No, I'll find a way to pay next month's interest. At this time, Bai Shuyan also hurriedly spoke out to stop her. Although she was not sure why Chini had helped her, she was actually quite thankful to him in her heart. However, she was also unwilling to see Chini get involved in unnecessary trouble because of him. Chini waved his hand signaling the latter after hearing this. No need to say more. Before you have a choice, you are my employee, I have the obligation to stand up for my employees. Secondly, destroying my property with a bad attitude and even threatening me. I'm not the owner of Scarlet Colleges if I don't show some skills. Do you really think I'm easy to bully as a human? Just when Chini had asked the other party to call out just now, he had already contacted Luo Yinyin through the seal on his heart, which was able to allow the two to sense each other. And according to the speed of the distance, the latter was estimated to arrive soon. Looking at the way the two creeps were still outputting and clamoring, Chini also counted up the numbers to himself. 3, 2, 1. The weirdness of the debt to be paid. Even Bai Shuyan felt that Chini counting was somewhat inexplicable, but the next second their faces changed dramatically. They only felt a powerful and eerie aura pressing down on them, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Show me who is threatening my master? Who told my master to be careful how he lives? Chapter 61. Unlucky and Sad Casino Owner. Extra. The moment Luo Yinyin appeared in the office without a sound, if she hadn't opened her mouth to speak, to tell the truth, apart from Chini there was really no one who knew of her arrival, and her arrival was also an outward release of chi pressure, which pressed by Shu Yan as well as the two creeps who were collecting the debt to instantly lift their heads. The three creeps felt the powerful creepy aura of the city trembling more than a few times. Creepy. Guile. Creepy king. This one thought flashed through all three creepies' minds. Immediately after the two debt collection bazaar instantly felt the pressure on his body became irresistible. Immediately screamed miserably, the whole bazaar instantly dog on the ground. They then heard the sound of death coming from as if it were a cold prison of the 9 hells. Are you two the ones who tricked and threatened my master? Are you the two shenanigans that told my master to be careful with his life from now on? Now once again, repeat what you just said for me to hear. At the moment these two came to ask for the account of the bazaar, which dared it's not purely a case of the old man hanging himself. How could they have imagined that Chini would be able to call out to a Guile King to back him up? What shocked them the most was that the king called out to Chini as his master. The two bazaar lying on the ground are scared at the moment. They thought that Chini is not simple, but UING shout over the bazaar king. This how to play? Even if his boss came, he wouldn't act. Now the two want a debt bazaar heart that called a regret. I should have known that the attitude is better. Nothing to threaten, why? But there are no pills of regret to buy in the world. Not even in the weird world. Equally shocked was Bai Shu Yan. From the time she had met Chini until now, the latter had given her a great shock time and time again. That was called more intense than once. At this time, he also understood what he meant when Chini said at the beginning that he wouldn't die. Who would dare to kill Chini with the backing of the Guile King? At the same time, she was getting curious about Chini. What made her feel the most inner shock was that the Guile King had called Chini master. For a moment she felt that her three views had changed, and she was well aware of the matter of the contract. If someone had contracted with her, she would never call the other party master. How much charisma ability did this Chini have to make the Guile King willingly call out to his master? Even against Luo Yinyin's powerful and bizarre aura, Bai Shu Yan raised her head with difficulty at the moment to survey Chini, trying to discern something. Good looking, good body. I can't see anything else? Bai Shu Yan, with her powerful eerie aura, didn't see anything special about Chini even after surveying him for half a day. Master, what about these two? Luo Yinyin turned her head towards Chini and inquired. Chini slowly arrived in front of the two debt-collecting creeps and said, "Do you still think I'm a human to be bullied now? Now you two are in a sorry state. TSK, TSK, TSK. I still like you guys better when you were awesome and bombastic at the beginning. Kill it. You'll have to pay for breaking things." Said he'd take his life. As for the money, I don't think as their boss I'd be in debt. Before the two spooky ones who were down begged for mercy, Chini directly gave the order to kill them. Luo Yinyin also did not immediately raised his jade hand. followed by the debt collection of the two bazaar covered in patina. The two debt collection shenanigans let out a wail of agony just as they cried out the words begging for mercy. Just as the two debt collecting creeps filled with patina gradually weathered away, a furious voice was seen coming from the distance saying, "Damn white shoo-shoo smoke! How dare you kill my men!" Soon the sight of the crowd came an ugly, greasy-looking, middle-aged, big-bellied creep, especially with a fanged mouth on that big belly, chewing on a bloody severed arm. This creepy is the owner of the casino that the debt collection creepy is talking about. The moment he came in, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. His eyes swept through the circle and saw Bai Shu Yan was bowing her head and trembling uncontrollably, and he also muttered in his heart. Immediately afterward, as the line of sight moved to see Qin with an interested face constantly looking at him. Human? Then as he moved his eyes he saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a beautiful uniform. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So beautiful. Simply more perfect than any female guile I've ever seen. How wonderful this would be to be my mistress for me to toy with. Just as this thought had just risen in his mind, he had also completely ignored the aura on Luo Yinyan's body. In the next second, he felt intense pain all over his body, and at the same time, the powerful bizarre aura oppressed him so much that he couldn't lift his head up, and his mouth kept spitting out fresh blood. Intense pain came from all over his body, as if his body was shattered. Creepy. Guile. King Gue. Qin looked at the casino boss who flew backwards and didn't know what had happened, but seeing Luo Yinyan's murderous eyes, he understood that the latter must have disrespected Luo Yinyan. And if he hadn't not spoken out, perhaps this boss would have been a dead man. Qin arrived in front of the casino owner and spoke. Introducing myself, my name is Qin, the owner of Scarlet Collegiate Debt Collection under you. Soon Qin told the story. The thing is this thing. I let my staff to return the money to you. That office door compensation $500,000 against your interest. IOUs torn up. This matter will end here. Okay? Listening to Qin's description of what happened, the boss of this casino is not a little cute. He instantly understood everything, and was able to reach the strength of the trickster general and still open a casino. Without some ability to eye that is impossible. He didn't talk nonsense, and his bloated bleeding fat face spoke with difficulty at this time. Just do as you say. This matter ends here. I promise I won't harass your staff again. Very good, Qin replied. Immediately after that, Qin then greeted Bai Shu Yan as she came forward. Bai Shu Yan was also stunned when she heard it, and immediately felt the powerful and eerie aura of pressure on her body disappear as she came to Qin's side in a somewhat bewildered manner. 350-0000 to him. Qin spoke commandingly. Bai Shu Yan appeared in front of the casino owner with a movement of her mind. 350-0000. IOUs can be torn up, right? It's over, right? Qin said as he looked towards the casino owner who had fallen to the ground with a horrified swollen face. Yes, it's over. It's my fault for not educating my men. Sorry. The casino owner instantly took out the IOUs and tore them up, and the rules recognized it, even as the casino owner didn't forget to apologize to Qin. No matter what, Luo Yinyan, the king of Guile, stood there, whether he suffered a loss or not. When you're at his level, it's essential for you to be able to read people's words. Good, you at least know better than your men. No wonder you're the boss. Bruh, I'm done with my business. If you have anything you go through, it has nothing to do with me. The words out of the casino's boss face instantly changed, and even the money on the ground cannot wait to collect the head on the intention to run. He found his legs as if the weight of 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard it is, not the slightest movement cannot lift up half a point. Immediately afterward, his eyes revealed horror as he looked at his body quickly covered in patina, and his mouth continuously emitted miserable howls. At this time the casino owner was also feeling incredibly stifled and unlucky inside. How can you ask for a bill in a good way and get yourself killed? The debt is settled. Right? Requirements are not also agreed. He not only lost 500,000 interest, but also lost into the two trick soldiers of the beaters. According to the reasoning of their own concessions, to recognize the loss of so much should not be the end of the matter. Right? Why are we still dying? Just as he felt the corrosive power of the patina about to take his life, he was understanding why he was dying at this time, only to hear Luo Yinyan's icy voice say, in your next life, put away your nasty heart and don't masturbate to everything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Injustice. If I were calmer, the first thing I would have seen was that I knew you were the king of Guile. I wouldn't dare to masturbate even if I had 100 million guts. Chapter 62. Are you not ashamed to do this, ma'am? TSK. Qin couldn't help but TSK even as he looked at the casino owner who was constantly being corrupted to death. From what Luo Yinyan said, Qin naturally understood what had happened in it. Let's just say the owner of this casino didn't die unjustly. He deserved it. Master, are you alright? Luo Yinyan came to Qin's front and held Qin's shoulder as she inquired with concern. With you around, How could anything happen to me? Sheenie reached out and smoothed the latter's hair and said, by the way, I bought this Scarlet Collegiate. You'll see to the arrangements when the time comes. You know, for managing this thing. At the end of the day, Sheenie scratched his head in embarrassment. For him, there was nothing easier than being a hands-off boss. Moreover, Sheenie had always adhered to the principle of professionalism. Yes, master. Have you finished the handover on your side? If not, you continue the handover. I still have a bit of work at hand on my side, and I'm working on the new staff system sheet as you said. It's almost all organized. By the time the handover is complete, then you can let the person in charge here go to me. We'll just talk in detail. This doesn't even need to be a concern for the master. If the handover has been completed, now follow me and you're good to go. Not yet. How about this? You first go back to continue. About the staff system, this piece to constantly improve and organize. Implement it. Only by treating them as shenanigans will they work hard and unreservedly for you. Okay, master. I'll go back and rush out now. Luo Yinyin said, walking towards Bai Shuyan. The latter looked at Luo Yinyin as she kept getting closer and closer, and she was also trembling with fear, not daring to look directly at the other party. You must be the principal of Scarlet High, right? Not bad looking. After saying that, Luo Yinyin turned into a black mist and disappeared into thin air. In response to Luo Yinyin's inexplicable words, Bai Shuyan couldn't figure it out for a while, but it was also a relief to her. Luo Yinyin, even without her breath showing, just knowing that the other party was the trickster king, made it difficult for her to breathe and was uncomfortable. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Bai Shuyan adjusted herself to come to Qinyi's side and bowed deeply in thanks. Qinyi looked at the black silk buttocks exposed by Bai Shuyan bending over in front of him, and immediately thought of that embarrassing picture. It's fine. You don't actually have to thank me. By the way, those two debt collection shenanigans kicking down my door amounted to vandalizing my property, and naturally I wasn't happy about it. And it would have been trivial. It's mainly those two weird attitudes. First ignoring me, then looking down on me and even threatening me. If I don't show something, I really think I'm soft. As for helping you, you are indeed still the principal of Scarlet High. I was about to ask you if you were still willing to be the principal. Who knew that there would be a hiccup? You may not understand what it's like to be an employee under me, but since you're my employee, as the boss, I'm obligated to stand up for every employee. Employee matters or boss matters, plus things rush together. It's just incidental. Incidental. Qinyi opened his mouth with a slightly embarrassed snort. Hearing Qinyi's words, Bai Shuyan also slowly stood up straight, just in time to see Qinyi staring at a certain part of her. Instantly Bai Shuyan felt a little ashamed. Qinyi was also able to see that Bai Shuyan had noticed him at this time, and immediately turned his head away to hide his embarrassment. There is no way. Bai Shu Smoke all the time exudes the temperament of a young woman. In addition to wearing such a sexy look, is inferior to Luo Yinyin. The Qi Qinyi also know each other, so contrast, which anyone will not be able to help but look at a few eyes. For a moment the room was once again filled with awkwardness and lapsed into silence. At this time, Bai Shuyan peeked up at Qinyi from time to time, especially when she thought of the way Qinyi had helped him out. There was an unspeakable emotion rising in her heart at that time. There was once a creepy one who did the same thing, and then got addicted to gambling and even lost his life within a few days of getting married, and not even in the bridal chamber. Coupled with Qinyi's handsome looks and perfect body, she could hardly help herself. No, he has the Guile King by his side. Looking at the two of them, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Bai Shuyan thought in her heart. Better finish handing over first. Grass. Hurry up and finish the handover. It's really hard to stand in front of this beauty for a long time. Qinyi only felt an evil fire running through his body at the moment, only wanting to hurry up and finish the handover and immediately go to find Luo Yinyin. Bai Shuyan and Qinyi's thoughts coincided with each other, and at that moment, one person and one weirdness simultaneously twisted their heads and took a step forward. Let's talk. As for the position of principal, the two hadn't been that far away from each other, and as they took a step forward at the same time, Qinyi felt his chest collide with something soft, and one person is so close to being mouth to mouth with a creepy one. In an instant a small fire was lit in the depths of both one man's and the other man's bizarre eyes. Feeling Qinyi's breath, looking at the latter's handsome cheeks, and then remembering the way Qinyi had stood up for him to solve the problem, Bai Shuyan's eyes were mesmerized, and her entire state was as if she was drunk, and immediately after that, she ghostly-like stretched out her delicate jade hand to caress Qinyi's cheeks. Mr. Qin, has anyone ever told you that you're handsome? Feeling the cold sensation on his face and looking at Bai Shuyan's somewhat blurred sanity, Qinyi could see what was going on with the latter at this time, even if he was a fool. At the same time, Qinyi also thought of the latter just married without a wedding husband, died because of gambling, and at this time also understand Bai Shu Smoke's little secret with the reason for the contrast. Qinyi also felt his scalp tingle at the thought. Just as Chin-Yi opened his mouth and was about to speak, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his mouth. Chin-Yi's eyes also widened. Grass. The atmosphere is here. If we don't do something we really become eunuchs. Chin-Yi slapped his hands towards a certain part under Bai Shuyan's back. Only a soft grunt could be heard. Immediately after that, Chin-Yi began to counterattack. And in the process of counterattacking, Bai Shuyan didn't forget to use her bizarre aura to shroud the empty door so that the outside couldn't see what was going on inside. It was business as usual within the Scarlet High School, but there were some conversations coming from within the office, and if they were to be heard by the people or the creeps they would probably have to be dumbfounded where they were. And the content of the conversations was really explosive. The good thing is that we all know that the temper of the principal is not too good. Coupled with the location of the remote, weird students or teachers or nothing almost will not come to this side. Why do I get the feeling we're playing the undead? Mrs. Aren't you ashamed to do this? Ah, I forgot to put it away. But the picture is useless now. I'll destroy it now. As for shame? Shame my ass. Didn't touch me when I got married. Let me take care of his mess when he died from gambling. If not for school manager Chin, my life after today would have been hell or death. It's all because Mr. Chin saved me. My body and mind now belong to you. Mr. Chin. School manager Chin. Thank you for letting me become a real female weirdo. This is much more comfortable than a creepy prop. This is the real prop. Taking a break? How long has it been? It's been a couple times. I don't know. Like 7. I'll move. Alright. Talk about this issue of the principalship by the way. Let's not talk about work now. I'm yours physically and mentally. Would I not do the position of principal? I will definitely help you take care of this college. I am now free of hindrances and will definitely be able to focus on managing the entire college when the time comes. Okay, later. Speed up first. Chapter 63 Speeches at High School Conferences. Time passed for who knows how long, and by this point the students were resting. Once again, the sound of Chin-Yi and Bai Shuyan talking came from the office. Then it's decided. The position of principal is still yours. As for the staff system I proposed and whatnot, you can ask Luo Yin if you don't understand anything. Okay. School manager Chin. Right. School manager Chin, this 350,000 medieval banknotes, you put it away. Bai Shuyan looked at the medieval banknotes on the ground and also the spoke. The owner of that casino had died before he could collect it, so naturally it became unclaimed. You keep it for building the college. You watch how it's rectified. And you don't have trivia to get in the way now. So I'm sure Scarlet colleges will definitely be able to step up in your hands. Okay, school manager Chin. I understand. Bai Shuyan wasn't polite and charged directly, assuring herself, only to see Chin-Yi standing up with one hand on his waist, which gave Bai Shuyan on the side to look at, can't help but feel her face burning, covering her mouth and snickering. Thinking of herself just now, Bai Shuyan also felt a little ashamed, holding back a few years, all of which were vented on Chin-Yi's body. Even if Chin-Yi was more powerful, it was now ultimately a human being difficult to resist. Looking at the squirming Bai Shuyan, Chin-Yi also glanced at the other party without any good reason. Well, I have one more very important thing to say now. What do you think about the issue of campus violence at Scarlet High School? Upon hearing Chin-Yi's inquiry, Bai Shuyan thought for a moment and spoke. I know about this matter. I used to give orders, but I was indeed too busy with trivial matters. Those weird teachers, I'm sure you've seen what they're like. Listening to Bai Shuyan's explanation, Chin-Yi also secretly nodded. Indeed, Bai Shuyan's situation at that time and wanting to manage, but also the heart is more than enough. Coupled with the people under that look, there is no way to effectively control. I think the first step in the metamorphosis of our Scarlet High School should be to rectify and clean up the various problems of the current faculty and students of the high school. Understood. All at the disposal of school manager Chin. Let's have a general meeting tomorrow. I have things to announce as well as deal with. Yes. The bell rang for a new day at Scarlet Collegiate, and soon students in all classes received notification from their teachers to hold a college assembly. After all the teachers and students of the college as well as the faculty had all taken their seats, Bai Shuyan, who had a condescending demeanor on stage, appeared in front of the crowd of bizarre teachers and students. When the following side of the crowd of bizarre teachers and students are whispering about how their own principal draws a meeting, only to hear Bai Shuyan on the stage opened his mouth and said, "Quiet, today to announce a few things. The first thing, I am no longer a trustee of Scarlet High. Our Scarlet High School will have a new school board member, and my position is the principal." The bizarre students didn't have anything to say when these words came out, but those bizarre teachers were all feeling a bit surprised and even shocked one by one. How could anyone be able to acquire Scarlet Collegiate now? They had heard something about the principal, and at the same time their minds were constantly speculating whether it would be a dead offset. But what they heard and saw next directly stunned their jaws. The new school manager of our Scarlet High School is named Chin-Yi. You teachers and students, even including me as the principal, Need to follow any orders from the new school manager. The moment they saw Chin-ee appear, all the weird teachers and students on stage were dumbfounded. Their new school manager was actually a human? A tidal wave of whispers quickly followed. Grace as well as Lan Jing off stage were dumbfounded the moment they saw Chin-ee appear, even more so than the rest of the crowd. Isn't this the security master from that day? Lan Jing somewhat couldn't help but exclaim. It's him! How did the security master become a school manager? Grace's exquisite little face also showed a look of surprise. Looking at the following whispers of variety of voices and even with abusive dissatisfaction of the bizarre teachers and students, Chin-ee temporarily did not say anything until the latter said tired voices gradually small down. Chin-ee only cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Cough. I know you guys are surprised and amazed. And even some of the shenanigans are more resistant to exasperation. But let me state this first. Regardless of your thoughts and moods, there's no doubt that I'm now the school board member of Scarlet High School. That's a fact that can't be changed. Chin-ee said and took out the contract deed. The ladders instantly closed their mouths after seeing it. And the stage was completely quiet at the moment. Without further ado, I don't care what you guys think. Since I've become the trustee of Scarlet Collegiate, this college is my property. I definitely want him to prosper, but I found a lot of problems during my visit. That's for now. Let's start with the benefits for the student teachers. Teachers' basic salary will now go up, and I won't treat you poorly if you work under me. As for the rate of increase in accordance with your current salary increase of 10% to 20%, when the time comes, principal by will be counted one by one. The words out of the bizarre teachers instantly excited up. To know that the medals are now very important. This new school manager came up to raise wages. This ing tube of his human or what? Now Chin-ee in their eyes is the father looked at the excited teacher's bizarre Chin-ee words turn continue. First, do not be happy too early. We are talking about the next problem. I investigate you teachers are almost all mixed up. This does not work in my place. You will also set up an assessment after that. When the white principal will tell you. If you don't meet the standard surely you will be dismissed. By the way, the silent cafeteria is also mine. Teachers enjoy a 30% discount for eating before they get weird. You know what the cafeteria looks like now. Listening to Chin-ee's words, those weird teachers each revealed an excited and shocked look at Chin-ee. The silent cafeteria's current reputation of course they know, but it's just too expensive. And now it's permanently 70% off. This was the boss who was raising wages and handing out benefits again. How could they not properly work for him? Now they are dying to teach all their life's work to their students after hearing it. Touching fish? What kind of fish is this? At this moment, they all wanted to shout to Chin-ee's father. Chin-ee also revealed a smirk as he watched the weird teacher's excitement. A stick and a sweet date works well everywhere. The eyes of the weird students were looking at their teachers with benefits, and at this moment, they were also looking at Chin-ee with a look of anticipation. The next moment what they were expecting came too. For the students of Scarlet High, I will build better accommodations for you, and all parts of the campus will be upgraded accordingly. Silent cafeteria students will enjoy the same 30% discount. The weird students who heard this also let out a storm. School dormitory conditions as well as some of the campus equipment place they really a word lazy spit. Heard the big upgrade they are naturally happy. After all, students want to have a good school environment. Regarding the piece about the future direction of Scarlet High School's metamorphosis trend afterward, there will definitely be humans coming to school afterward as well, and I'm going to build. Chin-ee's speech also let the students and teachers below listen to the students and teachers. Carefully think about it, they are also uplifted in their hearts. Really according to Chin-ee plan to go on like that. Then the Scarlet School will become the best college in the weird world. Whether it is their weird teachers or weird students will be very dignified. Well, that's roughly how Scarlet High developed afterward. Only to see Chin-ee's tone suddenly change drastically, becoming somewhat exasperated as he spoke. Next I'm going to solve the current problems of the colleges and universities. That's the main reason why Scarlet Collegiate fell from grace. I would like to ask the weird teachers here. Are you aware of the problem of school violence among students? Chapter 64, Yuan's creepy teacher please come up to the stage for a moment. The bizarre teachers and students below Chin-ee's remark all revealed confused looks. Immediately afterward whispers began to ring out from the stage. Both from the creepy students and the creepy teachers. School violence? Isn't that just a little fight? A bunch of students beating each other up? Yeah, not sure what this new school board member means by bringing that up. Who knows? It's nothing more than students having fun. What the hell is this new school manager up to? School violence? Do we have it in our school? Gang fights, right? I'm not sure. Our school seems to have a lot of fights. Doesn't matter. Nothing for me anyway. I'm all for watching the show and calling it good. And nothing about me. Sasha, that security master. Ugh, our new school manager has spoken. Probably going to say something about you. And he's really not lying. Holy, how did he become a school manager? Lan Jing offstage looked excited as he tugged at Grace's wrist and said. Grace naturally heard what Chini had spoken, and her heart became a little complicated at the moment, not realizing that Chini had really done what he said he would do, and was really going to speak up for her. This time Grace even seemed to see a divine light flooding behind Chini, who was simply a god in her heart at this moment. In the midst of her boundless dark world, it was completely illuminated. Listening to the cacophonous noises below, Chini also heard the attitude of most of the bazaar teachers and students from some of the broken words. Neither of them thought of the incident as a thing, even think it's nothing more than just weird students messing around with each other. Even if there was just a proper lecture, Chini, who was listening to these words, was also furious inside. Let's not talk about whether or not this thing is egregious. It's not a joke. Chini also talked to Bai Shuyan. Originally the school students were able to recruit 100% every year. Only 70% can be enrolled now, and there are many dropouts who don't make it in the meantime. On the one hand there is the inaction of creepy teachers and on the other hand there is school violence. Creepy teachers also inappropriate a thing. The change of direction also indulges the perpetrators of violence. As time goes on, those weird students who drop out will naturally speak up in this regard if asked, and even publicize the negative news about this school. And it would be strange for colleges and universities to have enough fresh blood coming in the long run. Now that Scarlet Collegiate belonged to him, Chini, he naturally wouldn't see this kind of scene happen, so he had to rectify it, and also to fulfill a promise to Grace. Ahem, quiet. I can tell from your whispered conversations that you care very little about this. It doesn't matter. All I can say is that this is a very serious matter. It's your weird teachers' inaction and lack of taking it seriously that fuels those abusers and causes them to go further and further over the top. And anyway, doing it all is nothing more than getting criticized, and there's nothing to lose. As for those who think it has nothing to do with them, you watch the drama and even clap and gloat. You think you're not an abuser? You're just a cold, selfish abuser on the sidelines. You cannot block, you cannot even take it seriously, even more can even pretend not to see. But you are on the side of the mocking, gloating and even shouting good things. You think you really did not participate? Do you know why Scarlet High School's enrollment is so low every year? It's because of the lethargic muckraking of your bazaar teachers who don't care, combined with the campus violence between students causing our school's reputation to deteriorate. Over time, do you think anyone will still come to my school? Chini also acted very angry when he said those words, and all the voices on the stage closed their mouths at the end of his words, because Chini's last sentence was right. There was no way for them to refute it at all. I've tried very hard to restrain myself. It's good that I didn't curse you guys. There was one thing that made me really angry while I was investigating. The quality of the weird students is really low. Didn't call you guys names because I wasn't a school board member, then it didn't matter to me, but now that I am, it matters to me. Since I'm now a school board member, I'm going to change that one, and I'm personally handling a very nasty incident. After Chini finished speaking, all the people under the scene were a bit puzzled, and only Grace and Lan Jing knew exactly what Chini was talking about. Only to see Chini's words fall, the bazaar teachers and students on the stage all looked at the stage with some surprise, only to see Huang Xiaoxiao pulling 4 or 5 weird students to the stage. Isn't this Xiao Pang and Wan Lei from class 3? Why are they covered in blood? I don't know. Those 5 count as the school bully. It can't be the 4 or 5 of them that the new school board member is talking about something nasty, can it? I guess that's it. To be honest, Xiao Pang Wang Lei, these are really quite disgusting too. Just keep reading. When Xiao Pang Wang Lei 4 or 5 bazaar walked up, the first time they saw Chini, a few people's eyes were so angry that they couldn't wait to swallow Chini alive. Cursed, grass. You human. How dare you imprison me? Damn, you really want to die. Do you believe I'll let my parents get you killed? Damn, this human is rampant. Knowing the cafeteria manager makes you think you're good? The ING cafeteria manager is also the one who threw the shenanigans. A few weird students came up without the slightest look around what the scene immediately and constantly toward Chini, all kinds of nationalism plus hard to hear words output. Chini was not spoiled at this time either. Immediately, he stepped forward and rewarded one person towards the several bazaar students with a slap. Holy, that hurt. Don't you ING dare hit me. Aha, damn human. I'm going to make sure my parents get you killed. These slaps teach you a lesson instead of your parents. Makes me wonder if you guys even know how to hurt. Ha? Have you ever wondered if they hurt when you bully them? Does it hurt them inside? Look at you guys this way inside. The cold storage did not reflect properly. Ah, how is it still no quality? Snap. Chini several slaps went down again until the 4 or 5 creeps who had been beaten didn't dare to make another sound. Much quieter. Immediately afterward, Chini no longer paid any attention to these bazaar students, and then spoke to the bazaar teachers and students on the stage. These 4 or 5 bazaar students, campus violence, ganging, cold violence, ostracization, low quality. Chini told all about the deeds of several people, and immediately after that, he gazed at a bizarre teacher Dao on the stage. That. Yes. Just you. Don't look. The weird teacher with the surname Yuan from the 3rd class invites you to come up to the stage for a moment. Chapter 65, Is there a slap in the face now? In a position below the stage, the eccentric teacher surnamed Yuan, who was in her 40s, looked a bit bewildered, not understanding why Qin, the new school manager, would call out to her by name. Come to think of it, the latter had only pretended to be a security officer to have a one-sided relationship, when he was reprimanding his own students, and he hadn't made any mistakes whatsoever. Had he? And he was not the same as those groping teachers. At least he was really teaching. Qin looked at the somewhat confused Yuan's creepy teacher and also confirmed that he was calling out to her. As for the matter of grace, Qin had naturally mentioned it to Bai Shuyan, and had also asked about this bizarre teacher with the Yuan surname. I only got one piece of information, that the teacher surnamed Yuan was still a good teacher, compared with those teachers who touched the fish, but I don't know anything else. When the weird Yuan teacher walked onto the stage, Qin inquired towards the latter. Your teaching is still quite reputable. You're quite good. Hearing Qin praise this Yuan surname bizarre teacher just wanted to show his delight, but Qin next words made the latter's face instantly pull down. But, it's only as good as the teaching, and as a trick teacher you may be lacking. No. School manager Qin, I ask where I'm lacking as a trickster teacher. How much better am I than those trickster teachers who fumble and muddle through? Where is there a problem with my conscientiousness in imparting knowledge? Qin revealed a contemptuous smile as he listened to the latter's words and said, I agree with you on the teaching side. Ha? Is teaching the only thing you can do as a teacher? Have you done that? What do you mean? Teacher Creepy Yuan inquired as he revealed his disbelief. There's no problem with just teaching alone. You're very good at it. We've met, you know. You don't think there's something wrong with what you're doing, do you? Nah, those few over there, they should be students from your class. I can't believe you don't know them. The one time I saw you in the office, you were berating a student. Why didn't you investigate and jump to conclusions based on someone else's words alone? And also after the other person swore you weren't going to investigate? What if you're really wrong? It really isn't what you think it is in there? The Yuan surname creepy teacher was asked by Qin at once. Xiaopeng Wang lay 4 or 5 creepy students, what he is also clear. But their parents are creepy soldiers themselves. This creepy people teachers cannot afford to mess with. Out of the school door, who can guarantee that there is no trouble at the door? Plus it seemed to her that the group of students were just playing around and joking around. As for Gracie, she was in a rage at that point. The biggest reason was still that the other party took that oath, and she felt that the other party was forcing her to challenge her authority. What's the matter? If you don't believe what you say, you'll force me to kill my family? How can I lose face as a teacher? No, I think it's true that this student, Grace, is completely challenging my status and authority as a teacher. The fact that she even made that kind of oath in front of her, I don't believe it is my fault, right? Then the witnesses and material evidence are all there. Can I not be angry that she's still talking tough? The bizarre teacher with the surname Yuan opened his mouth to explain. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. I'll ask you later. Do you know that Gracie has been suffering from school bullying? And the abusers are led by 4 or 5 students on your side. Chronic ostracism, verbal ridicule, isolation, etc. Do you know? Qin inquired once more. At this time, Grace looked at Qin, giving her a head start. Her exquisite eyes were flowing with tears of emotion. She hadn't expected at all that Qin was really true to his word and was really standing up for her. And Qin was simply towering over her in her heart at the moment. And Lan Jing, who was on the side, was also agitated at this time and said, how could she not know it? But what can she do if she knows it? She doesn't care. Listening to Qin's inquiry, Yuan's creepy teacher replied once more. It's not that serious, is it? So it wasn't a little fight between them? A joke? It's not as serious as you make it out to be, is it? Even if you say it's that serious, then isn't it possible that Gracie has some reason for it? After all, a slap in the face is not a slap in the face. Before she finished her words, a dull and loud voice rang out. It caused all the weird teachers and students present to look dumbfounded, only to see Qin unhesitatingly stretch out his right hand and slap solidly towards the latter's face. Qin's eyes looked indifferently at the other party and said, now a slap in the face yet? You. The Yuan surname creepy teacher was covering his flaming face, incredulously looking at Qin at the moment. This was something he had not expected at all. Did it ring? Without waiting for the latter's reply, Qin spoke up. I'm a school manager now, so there's nothing you can do to me. You signed a lifetime contract on the contract. Either I fire you, or you offer to resign and I agree. Or you live or die by my hand. I see you as a bad person. I'll bully you, beat you up, and even verbally abuse you. What can I do? Don't you say a slap doesn't go off? I'm not slapping it. Who didn't hear it? Because I don't see eye to eye with you. And as a school manager I want to bully you. I'll slap you a few times if I don't have anything to do. Immediately afterward, Chini looked at the people below and spoke. I'm playing a joke on the Yuan surname creepy teacher. A joke? Chini then backhanded another slap on the latter's other face. Chini just kept fanning over and over again, until Yuan surname bizarre teachers almost turned into a pig's head look. Chini only stopped his hand and spoke smilingly. I didn't bully you with my school manager's identity. I'm just messing around with you jokingly. Teacher Yuan doesn't have a problem with that, right? You're not bullying. What is this? Lord School Manager, you can't talk nonsense with your eyes open. The Yuan surname creepy teacher opened his mouth vaguely, his voice filled with aggression. You know I'm a bully too, don't you? You also know I'm talking with my eyes open. Ha? Then what did you mean by your explanation just now? You know about aggression too? So the student who was bullied she is not aggrieved. Is she not wronged? Who knew that the teacher was part of the bullying when she thought she could solve the problem by going to the teacher? Isn't she desperate? Chin-Yi questioned with slight anger. For a while, the teacher surnamed Yuan was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Chin-Yi then questioned all the weird teachers and students on the stage with an exasperated look on his face. This is just a very special example. More violent bullying incidents in schools before. I won't say more. I wasn't a school manager then. Now I am. And after that I hope you all behave yourselves. If there are any more incidents of school bullying and violence like this at Scarlet High, the students are dismissed. And the teachers who don't act are dismissed. Get the hell out of here. My school doesn't need bullies. At these words some of the bizarre students on stage who had been subjected to school bullying and violence stood up and kept applauding and shouting. These students felt so tall looking at Chin-Yi's figure. Someone had finally spoken up for them after so long. Someone was in charge. The way they looked at Chin-Yi at this moment became much more affectionate. Grace was also in a daze at the moment as she watched Chin-Yi's domineering speech. Her mood at the moment was hard to describe. Chin-Yi is like a beam of bright light ruthlessly tearing into her inner darkness to save her. I hope you've all memorized this. Now I'm going to start taking care of this particular individual case myself, and let the weird teachers and students at school get a good look at my determination to fix it. Mr. Creepy Yuan. Now let's go back to the very first question. May I ask why you are so sure and even certain that the words you question those two students are true? May I ask how a person who has been wronged to the point of being unable to defend herself without the slightest means can only take a poisonous oath to prove her innocence? How does that prove that she must be false? Here, answer my question. It just so happens to be all there. I'll call the other side up. And now that they're all together, I'll settle this matter myself. Chapter 66, What? Are all your dads Gui One? Extra. Chin-Yi had already seen Gracie on the stage, and immediately called out for the latter to come to the stage. Grace, who was caught in Chin-Yi's shout, first froze, and after scanning the circle she revealed a slightly fearful look. Go on, Sasha. It's okay. Be brave. I'm sure the new school manager will be able to help you out. With him around, those bullies won't dare touch you. On the side, Lan Jing looked at the somewhat stage-frightened and intimidated Gressa and spoke out in encouragement. Gracie took a deep breath to adjust her mind and headed toward the stage. Immediately afterward, she was allowed to stand by her side at Chin-Yi's gesture. At the same time, he also sent the latter a reassuring look, as if telling the latter not to worry. This student, can you tell me the reason why things went through? Why did you make that kind of poisonous oath in the office at that time? Chin-Yi opened his mouth to inquire, daring to say, I'm in is to solve some of the problems in the colleges and universities, and the next thing you know, I'll also show the bizarre teachers and students that I'm determined to straighten things out. Just be honest. Don't worry about any retaliation. It's all on me. Listening to Chin-Yi's words that made people feel safe, and while looking at the eyes of Lan Jing on the stage that sent her a cheer, Grace opened her mouth and slowly said, Thank you, Mr. School Manager. My name is Grace. The cause of the incident was a test paper exercise. Teacher Yuan sent down a whole set with answers. Let's tear it down and turn it in. Xiaopeng Wan Lei. 4 or 5 of them intend to take down the paper answers to save the trouble. It was later learned that they were also sold to others by way of trick printing. I know I got Wan Lei to purchase a copy as well. After all, easy point that creepy student had the idea. Not to mention almost a good chunk of them had the answer. Eventually things got exposed and got to the teachers, and they were talked to after the first wave of investigations. Ask anyone else and talk about me. I was then shouted at, and I was so scared that when I found out about the survey before the first wave, I tore up the answers and threw them in the trash. Because I was scared. I didn't expect Mr. Yuan to send someone to look up the drawers. You know what happened after that, school manager? That answer was obviously put in my drawer by someone, and my torn up copy has been examined and shown to the teacher, but she doesn't believe it. And even I swear I was just trying to get her to do some proper research before jumping to conclusions. Although I know it's wrong to either steal or buy the answers, but I really didn't lie. So I can't be falsely accused of stealing, right? My family's rules never let me lie either. Then I cried and went back. I saw Xiao Pang Wang Lei. Several people rushed at me and kept laughing. Or a person in the class told me they witnessed Xiao Pang Wang Lei and a few others put an answer in. He said they had the guts to keep a copy of the original and not turn it in, taking a chance. But it didn't occur to me that the teacher would send shenanigans through the drawer. And they planted evidence to frame me. Hearing Grace's narration, many of the weird teachers and students on the stage were in constant thought and discussion. But almost most of them thought that Grace should be telling the truth. Chin-Yi also nodded after hearing this. That creepy student who told Ms. Grace, please come forward and tell me if what Ms. Grace said is true. Is it true that someone framed her? When Chin-Yi's words fell, no one in the arena stood up, and Chin-Yi naturally knew what was in the latter's mind. However, since Chin-Yi was in charge of this matter, it was bound to be resolved, and since Scarlet High School was now his property, there was no way for his own Scarlet High School to flourish if some issues were not dealt with. Classmate, I know what you're afraid of inside. It doesn't matter. As a school board member of Scarlet High, I swear, you will not be subjected to any retaliation. The bad guys will definitely be punished severely. I'm not kidding when I say remediation reform. Chin-Yi's words fell, followed by a timid and cowardly looking bizarre student who stood up tremblingly and said, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. And it was also Xiao Pang Wang Lei and the few of them who discussed intentionally victimizing classmate Gressa. Not only that, then the latter is also saying that he was subjected to a few weird bullying things such as led by Xiao Pang Wang Lei. Students, now that we have the backing of the school manager, what are we afraid of? Can't we see the determination of the school board to rectify the situation? In the past, no one was in charge and no one spoke up for us. Now that there are people, what are we waiting for if we don't stand up at this time?" At the end of the sentence, the creepy student who testified on behalf of Gressa's behalf shouted angrily and unwillingly, calling out his inner stifling. With his appeal, many of the people who had been bullied by Xiao Pang Wang Lei as the leader all stood up and vented their grievances. Even Chin-Yi had heard many voices that had already told the creepy teacher that the latter was not acting. Everyone who's ever been bullied is at the moment constantly counting the various bullies and the creepy teachers who don't act. Seeing this scene, Chin-Yi's face also revealed a smile. What he wanted was this effect. If they remained silent at this time, Chin-Yi might not even know how to help them. Of course, there were creepy faces of embarrassment, some creepy teachers who were shouted down to detail inaction, and some bullying creepy students. Chin-Yi quickly pacified and stabilized the victimized students, and when it was quiet, Chin-Yi turned his head to look at creepy teacher Yuan and said, "Now the truth is out. What else do you have to say?" Creepy teacher Yuan's face clouded over when he heard Chin-Yi's inquiry. For a moment, he couldn't hold back a single word. She also felt that there was definitely something fishy within this matter. Originally bizarre students make mistakes or let her very annoyed. Their teaching reputation is so good. Their own students still do this kind of thing. In addition to the last poisonous oath of Grace, she instantly feel very faceless. At that time is also directly out of his mind, affecting their ability to think. In fact, there was another reason that Xiao Pang Wang Lei and a few other parents of bizarre students had given her gifts, and a few of the other parties' families were relatively powerful. She didn't want to get into trouble, and the latter was nothing more than a transfer student, so she could only let the latter take the blame. I have nothing to say. My dereliction of duty. My voluntary departure. Okay, fine, but you can't leave your job for a while, because it's not over yet. You think that's the only thing? Chin-Yi then turned his head to inquire about Grace. Classmate Grace, please tell us how you were ostracized, ridiculed, teased, and bullied. Of what happened, and how did your classroom teacher, Mr. Yuan, handle it? If I sue a teacher or a parent, they threatened me to keep me out of the school. At first I was not afraid. I also gave Yuan, teacher said. The teacher reprimanded after they not only did not listen to but also intensified bullying me, even abusive all kinds of unpleasant words to insult me. After that I went back to talk about it, and I could see that Mr. Yuan was annoyed with me, thinking I had too many things to do, and said, why did you only single me out? Why don't you look for other people's problems? Or do you have a lot of your own things to do? Don't bother her with nothing. Seeing teachers like this, I do not dare to say to parents, because of the family of the more special. My father was injured. My mother takes care of. The housekeeper got older. After listening to this, Chin-Yi once again opened his mouth and inquired towards the bizarre Yuan teacher. Is that true? Yes, teacher creepy Yuan replied. Chin-Yi then came to the several people who were too pumped to say anything. Is what Ms. Grace said true? You did do this? Ostracize. Isolate. Chin-Yi recounted their crimes over and over again. We did. What? Don't think you're great just because you're a school manager. You're just a human and you dare to hit me. Do you know who my father is? What strength? That's right. Don't get cocky, human. Mess with us, you. Slap. A few slaps of crisp sound immediately rang out. Noisy. What's the matter? Are all your dads creepy kings? Chapter 67 The Arrival of the Creepy Parents. Shameless creepy Yuan teacher. Wang Lei Xiaoping and a few other shenanigans not only graciously admitted what they had done, but even kept clamoring in front of Qin Yi. Qin Yi is also lazy and spoiled for such a tricky student. Going up is a few slaps. Especially hear their threatening words. Qin Yi all feel like laughing. Your damn parents again powerful than the strength of their own have luo inin. Then the money, their own smashed all give you smashed to death. A few people by Qin Yi pumped instantly feel angry. More still humiliated. To know at home their parents did not treat them like this. Qin Yi now not only imprisoned, slapped them, they called a gasa. Especially when they heard Qin Yi talking about the Guile King, they cursed in their hearts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You think the King of Guile is a cabbage on the side of the road? If my parents were really the King of Guile, you wouldn't have survived long ago. However, the few creepy students cursed but didn't dare to show anything at all, because they were really scared. It's okay to take a slap, but in front of so many creeps, it's really embarrassing. But even with this look, Xiaopeng Wang Lei several students still had a defiant look on their faces. Although their parents were not Gue Wang, but at least they were Gue soldiers in Gue Chang. Otherwise they wouldn't be so lawless at school. Just you wait. You're just a human. What are you so great at? It is. You think you're so great just because you're a human who became a school manager? Don't you dare give our parents a shout out and see if you're finished. Xiaopeng Wang Lei and a few other creepy students screamed once more. This time Qin Yi's eyes were also gradually turning cold. What he hates the most is that people threaten him. Originally Qin Yi also dealt with the problems of the college. The dismissal of the dismissal. The punishment of the punishment. After all, the new official has to have the process. Although the problem is very big, but you fired and dismissed all the weird teachers and students. Their own school is still running not running? It was intended to catch a few serious penalties and sweeten the pot a bit to change the status quo at Scarlet High. Now Qin Yi is different. Originally dealt with. Xiaopeng Wang Lei several people resigned only, but the threat of this nature has become greater. At the same time, Qin Yi's heart also vaguely rose to kill. At the same time, Qin Yi also understood that some shenanigans might really change with a punishment knock, but some won't, because it's bad to the bone from the heart. And listening to the latter's words, Qin Yi also understood that it had nothing to do with the other party's family either. There is no dare. I've already asked Principal Bai to notify your parents long ago, and counting the time. They're almost here. Qin Yi looked at the several people and spoke indifferently. Qin Yi would like to see how powerful these bizarre student parents were at this time. How awesome. As they spoke, the anxious voices of several parents came. What's wrong with my child? What was his mistake? Where is Mr. Yuan? What's wrong with our child? What's this for? Mommy and Daddy, I'm here. Someone beat us. Imprisoned, slapped me publicly. Mommy and Daddy, save us. We're so aggrieved. Wang Lei Xiaopeng and a few other parents of creepy students heard their own children's voices looking upwards, followed immediately by a sudden outburst of creepy aura from one body to another. Ah! What is your school doing? What do you mean? How can you hit my child? Is this how you teach and raise children in your school? Damn! Did the creepy teachers at your school get off work and not want to live? Seeing this, Xiaopeng Wang Lei and a few other people's creepy parents hurriedly ran to the stage while cursing angrily, looking at their creepy children with a heartfelt look on their faces. As for Qin Yi, they didn't put it in their eyes at all. Mom! Dad! That's him! Said Wang Lei Xiaopeng. Several people is pointing at Qin Yi. A human? When they saw their own children pointing at Qin Yi, they were first stunned and found it unbelievable. Immediately afterward, their faces changed greatly in anger. Human? How dare you hit my son? Cam! What's your ing school for? Where's the principal? My precious son is beaten like this. What is your school doing? What the hell is going on here? Where's your homeroom teacher? A couple of creepy parents then shouted frantically. At this time, Xiaopeng's creepy parents saw Teacher Yuan on the side and ignored the other's swollen face and said, Teacher Yuan? Is this how our child is looked at when he is handed over to you? Mr. Yuan, you don't send a lot of gifts every year, do you? What's going on here? A few of the remaining creepy parents followed suit when they heard. Yeah, isn't it a bad gift for our kids' annual Creepy Masters Day? Give us an explanation. As soon as the words of a few creepy parents came out, all of a sudden, Mr. Yuan's legs went weak with fear, and the students under the stage let out a burst of gasps. Especially the students who had been bullied by a few people cursed angrily. Even Bai Shuyan's eyes looked at Teacher Yuan with a death stare look. She had personally stipulated that no trickster teacher was allowed to accept gifts. Unexpectedly, there were people who didn't follow the rules, and her gaze swept across the stage. Many of the teachers' faces also showed a look of weakness. Similarly, Qin Yi also saw it, and at this time Qin Yi also understood why Grace and even the students who were bullied had no place to reason, and either put up with it or quit school. Creepy teacher Yuan was so scared at the moment that he didn't know what to do. The other party was still constantly detailing all sorts. Constant pressure. Even threats. In the end, the bizarre Yuan teacher only felt his scalp numb. But eating people's mouths is short. Taking people's hands is short. And at this time, he also opened his mouth towards Qin, school manager Qin. This matter has been investigated clearly. Their parents have also come. So let's end it here. I resign. And I advise school manager Qin not to take things too far. The parents of these weird students are very powerful. They're all in business. Or work for big spooky companies. The number of strength medieval bills are not something we can mess with. I know that school manager Qin is a human being. Being able to buy Scarlet High School is also very powerful. But the parents of these few weird students of theirs still have weird veins. You are a human after all. Might as well make a big deal out of it. When these words came out, many of the students on the stage became angry. They didn't expect this weird teacher Yuan to be so shameless. It's really one thing on the surface and one thing in private. Also worrying about whether their new school board members will actually leave the matter alone. After all, what that creepy teacher Yuan said wasn't unreasonable. Otherwise, these few weird students wouldn't be lording it over the school and bullying everywhere. Grace at the side also looked at Qin with some concern in her eyes. A few creepy parents were also figuring out Qin's identity at this time, as well as knowing what happened. Together with creepy teacher Yuan's words, several creepy parents also looked at Qin with interest, silently waiting. They were surprised shocked at the deeds of this human though, but no more simple than a human. Chapter 68, Look and Threaten? You really don't have a long memory. Qin instantly poofed and couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing the words of the weird Yuan teacher. I did not expect the latter to be so shameless. This school bullying Qin thought it was just teachers not wanting to get into trouble or touching the fish to get paid. But I didn't realize that there was such a thing inside, which was equivalent to aiding and abetting the bully. Snap. Qin applauded and spoke. Good. Beautiful. You're resigning? I don't agree. I originally thought you creepy teachers were just touchy-feely fish too lazy to get into trouble. I didn't realize that each and every one of you are still accomplices. You don't have to resign. I won't sack you either. If you honestly stay there and do nothing, I will indeed sack you. But not now. At this time you are still being an accomplice. You still haven't realized your own mistakes. Where are your teacherly virtues? I'm not going to dispose of you harshly. Do you think there will be another one like you afterward? You're not going to be dealt with harshly. Where are those weird students who are being bullied going to justify it? You think you're done with your one sentence of separation? What about the students who were bullied? What about the students who were even pushed to the point of dropping out? What about the wounds in their hearts? You took yourself off the hook with one of your departures? The damage you've done to the creepy students hooked off? I'm telling you it's not that simple. Principal White. What about this situation? At the end of his words Qin looked at Bai Shu Yan in exasperation. Violating school rules, taking bribes from students' parents, dismissal, and in serious cases, death. Good. Do it. Qin shouted. Hearing this, the bizarre Yuan teacher's brain was instantly blank, and immediately after he tried to make a move, he was instantly smashed by white shushu smoke, turned into pure bizarre energy dissipated in the air. The difference between the two is huge and not at all in the same league. This moment also dumbfounded all the weird teachers and students present, and after a long time, some weird students stood up and clapped their hands. Some people were happy and some were sad. Some of the less serious bullying students looked at Qin one by one with trembling, and the vast majority of the bizarre teachers also looked at Qin with a look of awe. They didn't expect Qin's determination to reform to be so firm. It wasn't just said for fun. All the teacher and student shenanigans in the room remember this. This is typical. I said since I'm a school board member I'm going to change the school. I'm not just saying that. Good. School manager Qin is awesome. Lord School Manager is mighty. With Lord School Manager backing us up, we'll finally be able to study properly. Yeah, the school manager man is really handsome. We will definitely study hard and improve our grades to repay the school manager. Mighty. Watching teacher Yuan die, the faces of the several creepy parents did not ripple at all. Instead, they looked at Qin with even more interest. Then Xiaopeng's father spoke. Human, I admit that you are quite resourceful. You are also very bold. You were able to buy this Scarlet Collegiate. You must be something else. I thought we could get acquainted. I do know people in the Creepy Pants Bureau. You a human now in the world. You're in desperate need of shenanigans. I can introduce you. No dad. He hit me. Xiaopeng watched his father open his mouth and hastily reminded. Shut up. Xiaopeng's father then looked at Qin and continued to speak. Forget about today's matter. I won't even pursue the matter of my child being beaten. Let my child continue to go to school properly. I'll help introduce you. A human like you. I think Director Guiyu will be happy to receive you. I refuse. Your boy must be punished. He can't stay in this school. Really? Humans hope you don't mistake yourself. We have a trick pulse you can't imagine. And let's have a nice talk about you hitting my kid. Seeing that Chini was not going to advance in oil and salt, the remaining few creepy parents also released their own auras to press towards Chini. Wang Lei Xiaoping and a few other bizarre students also screamed at the sight of the situation, clamoring for their parents to teach Chini a lesson. At this time, Huang Xiaoxiao as well as Bai Shuyan also immediately blocked in front of Chini, and the vast majority of the students below also stood up to accuse the several weird parents. Not threatening me? I'm a person who is most annoyed by people threatening me. No wonder you kids are such hangers-on. Parents are no better. Shut up and I won't bother listening to your bull *********. The latter creepy parent was just about to say something when Chini directly interrupted as well. Only Chini's eyes gradually became cold. Immediately afterward, all of the people present all revealed shocked eyes, as well as open mouths that fell open in shock. Since you have not educated them properly, then naturally someone else will do it for you. School bullying. No quality. Verbally abused me. Threatened me over and over again. My parents couldn't educate me well enough to come. Sleight of hand. Introduce new school rules. As Qin whispered. Immediately after that, Qin instantly transformed into a weirdness, followed by swiftly arriving in front of Wang Lei Xiaoping and a few other student weirdnesses, followed by the green patina in the shape of copper coins instantly surfacing on the latter's several weirdnesses. Aha! Mommy and daddy save me. Ouch. All over. Less than 10 seconds before and after, Wang Lei Xiaoping headed and several other weird students were instantly covered in green patina in the shape of copper coins all over their bodies, leaving a green patina on the ground, even fast enough for their parents to react at all. Aha! Son, daughter, just as their creepy parents reacted and were ready to go up and strike, only to see Chini pull out a contractual contract and say, think about whether or not you'll be wiped out by the rules before you make your move. This is my home turf. What reason do you have to strike at me? I have the right to penalize your children for violating school rules. After saying that, Chini looked at Xiaoping Wang Lei and a few other parents of bizarre students with a contemptuous look on his face. Looking at the items in Chini's hands coupled with Chini's words, several impulsive weird parents calmed down at once. They do have a good fear of rule penalties. Humans, you have the balls. You wait. Kill my child. You wait. Use all the power trick pulse. I also want to get dead. Human, you better not leave the school grounds. The humans wait. It won't be long before the Bureau of Creepy Fertility comes to the door. Xiaoping's father's ghastly white face revealed many rippling veins as if they were earthworms, and he said with angry viciousness. Qin also sighed, slightly shaking his head when he heard the words of a few bizarre parents. Alas, what a lack of memory. Haven't I told you that I hated when people threaten me? Look at that and threaten? You've got no memory. Umbra, do it. A few of the creepy parents who were planning to leave were a bit perplexed for a moment when they heard Qin's words, and even looked towards him. But then they saw a stunningly beautiful figure, and immediately afterward they saw themselves covered in an ink-black like eerie aura. Just when they were ready to move and roar, they felt the ink-black bizarre breath covering blocked their mouths, followed by covering their foreheads wrapped around them, unable to move or make a sound. Immediately afterward, he saw that Luo Yinyin, who had arrived at an unknown time, just gently waved her jade hand. Several ink-black bizarre auras instantly transformed into several channels and drilled into her body. As for the creepy parents, where is there any figure left? Chapter 69 Greta's Invitation. Luo Yinyin raised her hand to extinguish the screaming weird parent as if it was as simple as slapping a few ants with her hand. Immediately after that she quickly put away her creepy aura, because if she didn't, perhaps the majority of the creepy teachers and students on stage would die. The very moment her descending aura was released, the bizarre teachers and students below fell to their knees. Those who didn't fall to their knees were also half bowing and shivering. Chini looked at the disappearing weird parent place. Not even an ash. He also could not help but sigh regretfully and said, really, it's all been said that the thing that annoys me the most about this person is threats. How is it that I just can't listen to it? The casino thugs were, and so were the creepy students, even their parents. This spooky how come you just can't listen to people? However, Chini also thought carefully. Indeed, how could Gue listen to human words? Ahem. All heads up. That's the end of the day. I hope all of you weird teachers and students are also seeing my determination to change this school. I won't say more than that. I'll forget about what happened to you all in the past. I didn't take over this college then. I couldn't control it either. Now that I've taken over I have to follow my rules. You saw what happened today. The typical creepy teachers as well as the students were duly punished. Learn from the past. Do not learn from the past. I hope that you will cooperate with me to make Scarlet High School bigger and stronger, so that it will become the top college in the world afterward when the time comes. Hearing Qin's words and also feeling the disappearance of Luo Yinyin's Guile King's aura, they also all revealed shocked expressions looking in Qin's direction. After a long time most of the students erupted in shrill cheers. Once former bullies, and even some of the trickster teachers were looking a little hijacked at the moment. These shenanigans were all determined at the moment to never dare make a mistake again. They must remember Qin Yi's rules and follow the rules set by him. No way. This is too scary. Creepy student bullies at least won't get creepy killed. They're not bad enough for that. Offending Qin Yi's rules, but there is a real possibility of death. The creepy teacher felt the same way. The most crucial thing is that you have no use for this backstage even if it's hard. Their school manager has the backing of the king of guile behind him. It's no use even if you've got a vein of guile. Unless your trickster vein has a trickster king. How is that possible? If it weren't for Qin Yi, they probably wouldn't have seen a single glimpse of the guile king in their lives. Seeing that the matter was resolved and that he had achieved his effect, Qin Yi spoke. Quiet. All of you. Disperse. Each one of you do your job. As long as you don't break any school rules. Trust me. Creepy teachers, you will not give up your positions at this school. Students of Scarlet High School, you will also be proud and honored to be students of Glad. After saying that, Qin Yi dissolved the assembly. Just as he turned to leave, a nice voice entered his ears, and twisting his head to look, he only saw Gressa walk up to him and say, "Thank you, Master." Ah, no, it's Lord School Manager Qin. Looking at the somewhat nervous Gressa, Qin Yi also revealed a smile and said, "It's okay, there's no need to be nervous. I'll help you solve your problem if I said I would. At the same time, it's also a way to untie a knot in my heart. Now no one will be able to bully you anymore in the future. Study hard." Aha! Thank you, Lord Schoolmaster. But there is one thing I want to ask of you. Qin Yi was a bit puzzled upon hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Ms. Grace, I wonder what else you have to do. My time is still very tight." "I understand, Lord Schoolmaster. I'd like to invite you to my home. You've done me such a big favor. I want to thank you properly. My family rules also tell me that I have to thank you properly," said Grace, revealing an expectant look, watery big eyes looking towards Qin Yi. For a while, Qin Yi was somewhat overwhelmed by the look and didn't know whether it was better to refuse or reject. But looking at the latter's expectant eyes, Qin Yi was also too embarrassed to refuse. Thinking again and again, Qin Yi does not want to let each other down. After all, the other party has just come out of the shadows. The heart is also vulnerable time. "Okay, Saturday it is then. You give me an address and I'll pay you a visit at your house. Thank you very much for the invitation. School Manager Qin. My mom and dad will definitely thank you properly when they find out. Then we won't see you on Saturday. Lord Manager." Yes. Grace left her address and also flew away, with a cheerful and pleasant smile on her face. Qin Yi couldn't help but watch the latter's departure as well, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. He knew that after this incident Grace would be perky and cheerful. Inside the principal's office, Qin Yi, Bai Shu Smoke and Luo Yining, three people, are discussing the new school rules and employee benefits. As for Huang Xiaoxia cafeteria side, some busy is also the first to go back. Then it's decided. Students must eat, drink, and live well. And this is something we at Scarlet Collegiate must make sure we do well. At the same time, plus set up scholarships, incentive money and other kinds of bonuses. As long as you perform well and work hard, you'll be able to get it. Nothing else for a while. As for the teacher piece, double breaks. Same set of bonuses. As long as the class leads well, the top 3 places are used for teacher bonuses. The school rules will be what we set for the time being. It's nothing, so when the time comes, I'll trouble Shu Yan to make some arrangements. The moment Qin Yi finished his last sentence, all of a sudden he felt something was wrong, only to see him turn his head to look at Luo Yining, only to see the latter looking at him with a smirk of interest. "Cam, it's over. It slipped out." This was the only thought in Qin Yi's mind at the moment. Similarly, Bai Shu Yan was frozen in place when she heard Qin Yi's words and didn't dare to move, didn't even dare to breathe out for fear that Luo Yining would kill her in a fit of rage. Finished. Why is this school manager Qin calling out my name at this time? For a moment the field fell into an extreme silence. For a long time Qin Yi coughed somewhat vainly. Cough. Why don't they all talk? Principal White, did you hear what I said? Bai Shu Yan was asked by Qin Yi out of the blue. Originally a bit intimidated by the blankness of her brain, she thought Luo Yining was asking her, and soon she also said offhandedly, "I didn't do it on purpose. Lord Guile King, listen to my sophistry. It's not you listening to me solve." Only when she looked up, she saw Qin Yi looking at her with a horrified face, while Luo Yining was looking at her as if she was looking at Qin Yi. "It's over. Dead this time. The sky is falling," Bai Shu Yan thought inwardly, while she felt that death was getting closer and closer to her, and her body trembled continuously. Just at this time a voice rang out, causing Qin Yi as well as Bai Shu Yan to be taken by surprise. I understand, and I don't blame the master. How the master is his choice. I won't interfere no matter what master does, as long as master is happy. I'm open-minded." Powerful and attractive men or male eccentrics. Who doesn't have a lot of beautiful women around them? Why should I be angry? This only proves that my master is powerful and charismatic at the same time. It doesn't matter even if it's more. What's in the master's heart must come first anyway. Chapter 70. Is the master dying? Out of ammo? Hearing Luo Yin's words, at once, Qin Yi inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He also couldn't help but secretly marvel at how understanding Luo Yin was, and how sweet her mouth was. Bai Shuyan also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it, and at the same time, a feeling of loss surged up inside. What are you thinking, Bai Shuyan? He is the Guile King. Don't make a fool of yourself. He doesn't mind. What else do you want? Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Bai Shuyan also calmed down. Soon after the explanation, Qin Yi left behind 10,000,000 medieval notes. When so many plutonium bills were pulled out, Bai Shuyan was stunned, completely without the ability to organize her words. This time she was really surprised too. Now to still be able to pull out so many plutonium bills is simply this thumbs up. She clearly knew that Qin Yi had strength, but this was too much strength, wasn't it? Quickly reacting to the situation, she also hurriedly shouted, Lord School Manager, we really can't use this much. Qin Yi looked at the latter's look-alike clothes and also laughed and said, where is this? The tip of the hair on the 9 oxen in one hair. Improve colleges and universities properly. Remember, students are very important. It's the lifeblood of our schools. Not enough to say. Make sure to build the world's #1 college after that. As for the medieval money, Qin Yi honestly really does not have a shortage at all. Don't look to shell out a lot of money now. Look at the long term. You'll get a lot more than that afterward. If Scarlet High School really becomes the #1 college in the world, will there still be a shortage of money? Moreover, the fame that comes from both humans and weirdos are all human and weird connections. So what's the worry about not having a way to make money? None of the spending up front is called spending. That's all investment. Under Bai Shuyan's dismay, Qin Yi also followed Luo Yin and left the Scarlet High School. Before leaving, Qin Yi also did not forget to come to the security room at the school entrance, which also has a person. He also let Luo Yin go back to wait for him first. I just saw the mental boy who pushed the door sitting there with a fearful shivering look on his face. Seeing Qin Yi's arrival, the spiritual boy also stood up hurriedly and said, brother, my own brother, you're finally back. I almost died here today. I'll tell you, alas, I really envy your brother. If only I were as strong and powerful as you. That creepy teacher is killing me today. If it wasn't for Crazy Smiles apologizing, I guess I'd be cold. Brother, can you take me? I beg you, brother. I don't think you're easy, so please take me, said the spiritual boys with a snotty nose and tears, kneeling in front of Qin Yi's opening. Qin Yi also cried and laughed a bit when he saw this. Qin Yi still had a very good impression of the spiritual young man in front of him. At least the spiritual boy's heart is not bad. He even helped him out at that time, so I can only say that the boy's path is wide open. Okay, stop rubbing. Your nose is rubbing on my clothes. Seeing this, Qin Yi hurriedly pulled out his thigh from the latter's embrace. Oh brother, take a buddy with you. I'll give you a kowtow. If I stay here any longer, I'll really die and go crazy. Spirit guy is probably in this state right now because of what the creepy teacher is scaring the kid into. Well, seeing how you stood up for me at that time proves that your heart isn't so bad. I don't have the skills to help you out of this mission. Before Qin Yi could finish his sentence, he only heard the mental boy speak. It's alright, brother. It's alright, brother. You're not the boss of that. I don't dare to ask for anything. Just tell your staff to take care of me. I should do the task. I'll be damned. It really scared me to death. You don't know. Brother, I peed my pants. Qin Yi looked at the spiritual boy with a black face. Man, can you ask me to finish my sentence? Qin Yi opened his mouth without any good humor. At the same time, inwardly, he spat out, weeds. Tell this guy to take a wrong turn. It's not okay to ask my staff to help take care of you. Don't you say anything yet. Seeing that the latter was about to start seizing again, Qin Yi was really scared. He didn't even want to lose his face. The two are not the same scene. No way. But I'm selling this college. If you could, would you like to be a college security officer? Not the kind that does missions. Ouch, brother. I really don't want to, said mental boy froze, and what he was about to say was left unfinished. Then the eyes gradually widened, mouth unintentionally slightly open to look at Qin Yi. No, brother. What did you just say? You bought it for the school? Said the spirit of the young man, unbelievable hands over the hair out of surprise shouts looking at Qin Yi. Stop screaming, you didn't hear right. Security officer, you do it or not, right? It's not the mission. It's for the school. You're in charge of school security and the student teachers and, getting Qin Yi's affirmation, the spiritual boy was also excited. Even standing beside Qin Yi hand over fist, his eyes firm as if he wanted to take a test. Brother, I want to be this security officer so badly. I've dreamed of being this security officer. Genie looked at the latter and felt both amused and head over heels. Okay, change your image. Stop being such a hangdog. I'm going to fire you if you don't do a good job. The salary is not 4,000 plutonium dollars, holiday benefits, and double time off, but for the time being you still need. Genie then explained a variety of, but also asked the other side some questions. Did not do anything bad. Flying car petty theft what? Is simply like the spirit of this style of dress. What's your name by the way? My name is He Hui. Well, remember what I said. No problem signing the contract of deed, said Genie as he also took out the contractual contract of the Scarlet Colleges. He Hui read no problem is also cool to sign. Well now you are the official security staff of Scarlet High. The weird teachers and students of Scarlet High will know in time. Your mission is over. Do a good job. You'll be the security captain when the time comes and the people. Your salary will go up. Hearing this, He Hui directly stood upright and saluted towards Genie in a dignified manner, causing Genie to smile helplessly. After a short period of understanding, He Hui was not bad no problem, which was why Genie had made the latter a security officer. Not to mention that the Scarlet High School was also lacking in security personnel right now. After arranging He Hui, Genie also came to the entrance of the school to take out the broken cell phone with blood. A minute later Li Yan also came to Genie. Boss, where to? Go home. After arriving at his villa, Genie also pushed the door and came to the bedroom to see Luo Yinyin already lying under the covers. Seeing Genie return also revealed a smile towards the latter and said, Master is back? Come on, let me con Master has any more ammo left, said Luo Yinyin also lifted up the quilt to reveal her extremely attractive black silk legs as well as her QQ, get it, uniform. Genie carefully look at this dress like a teacher principal? It's over. Women's mouths lie to ghosts. Female creepy too. Coming at me. Talking about nothing? This point is on me. Genie couldn't help but shiver even as he thought about it. Instantly, his legs felt weak. To know that he had been made to feel 7 times by Shu Yan was not enough. Probably 10 times leaning up. Before he could recover, he had directly resolved to convene a campus assembly to get busy, which would have exhausted him to death. Looking at Genie's expression, the corner of Luo Yinyin's mouth also hooked up a smile with provocative eyes and said, What? Is the master out of it? No more ammunition? It's also true that Shu Yan exudes the aura of a young woman, and it's normal for the master, who is in the prime of his blood, to be unable to resist, said her jade hand gently flicked over her black silk. Her constant teasing eyes were also constantly provoking Genie. Genie, who saw this scene, was completely unable to endure it, and his heart crossed. Luo Yinyin, don't you know that men can't say no? Haven't educated you for a few days. You've learned to give your master a face, haven't you? If I don't educate you, you really don't know the size of the king. Wait for me to take a shower.